When he was only 9 months old, he was already being forced through harsh training, moving with a strange, focused intensity that no ordinary baby should have been able to show. And even at that impossibly young age, the mana lying dormant inside his tiny body was so overwhelming that anyone who sensed it would have struggled to believe it was real. By the time he finally turned 6 years old, he was sent off to school just like the other children, stepping into ordinary childhood as if he were meant to blend in. But the second he walked into the classroom, the atmosphere around him shifted, and nearly every child there wanted to approach him, talk to him, and become his friend. The boy, however, barely gave them any reaction at all, standing there with the same blank expression as though all that attention had absolutely nothing to do with him. With a cold and distant attitude, he ignored the noisy world around him, caring only about quietly farming aura by himself somewhere away from everyone else. Even so, among the crowd of curious children surrounding him, there was one girl who looked at him differently, as if her interest in him was truly sincere. At the beginning, he treated her no differently from the rest, brushing off her presence with that same icy indifference and acting like she was barely worth noticing. But when the other kids began making things hard for her, he finally moved, striking so suddenly that the boy bothering her was sent spinning through the air before landing hard on his butt. The girl was still crying, her small body trembling from what had just happened, but she looked up at him through her tears and thanked him in a shaky voice. Then, when he really looked at her more carefully, he noticed something astonishing. Her body was practically overflowing with mana, like a living spring of power, a prodigy beyond ordinary prodigies. Only after recognizing that unbelievable level of talent did his cold gaze shift slightly, and for the first time, he began showing even the faintest interest in her. Some time after that, the boy was dragged into a serious accident, and this time, his family was caught up in the disaster right alongside him. Monsters had suddenly appeared and started attacking everything in sight, throwing the entire area into chaos as people and debris scattered in every direction. Even though he was still only 6 years old, the way he controlled mana was already so precise that it seemed completely absurd for someone his age. Using that frighteningly accurate control, he unleashed his power and sliced Truck-kun cleanly in half, cutting through it as if the feat were nothing difficult at all. So had the impossible finally happened? Had someone actually appeared who could stand up to the legendary Truck-kun and survive? The boy carried that same sharp, lethal atmosphere around him, giving off a dangerous presence that almost made him look like Killua standing there. And right before him was Kraken, a monster classified as a national catastrophe-level threat. Yet the boy was facing it directly and somehow managing to keep the situation from collapsing. Meanwhile, the E-rank hero who had been assigned to deal with the monster was still stuck in traffic, when he suddenly felt an enormous surge of mana rushing from the bridge toward Kraken. From the information he had been given, there should not have been any other hero nearby, but once he heard that the monster was rank 3, a flash of excitement crossed his face as he stepped out of the car, stretched his body, and drew his sword. The instant he got himself ready for battle, a ridiculous amount of aura began spilling out from his body, pressing into the air around him. Then he shot forward at full speed, his gaze fixed sharply on the direction of the incident, moving straight toward the chaos without hesitation. As he drew closer to the scene, he could see an enormous mass of mana gathering far ahead, thick enough to stand out even from a distance. For someone with that kind of power to be standing in a place like this made no logical sense at all, and the sight only raised more questions. When he finally reached the scene, what he found was not another adult hero, but a young boy standing alone against Kraken. He quickly understood the truth. That overwhelming mana had actually come from the girl, who had poured out every bit of power she had before collapsing unconscious. That girl was the protagonist's sister, and now the boy was the only one still on his feet, standing between her and the rank 3 monster. Victor, one of the most feared S-rank hunters, immediately realized that these two children were far stronger than children had any right to be. But do you want to know why this boy had grown into someone with such a cold and ruthless way of thinking? Why he was not merely distant, but seemed frozen deep inside, as though normal warmth could no longer reach him? Why things like romance, innocence, and ordinary childhood feelings seemed completely unable to move his heart at all? And why, from the time he was still just a child, he had been obsessively devoted to training above everything else? The reason was simple. In his previous life, he had once been known by a terrifying name, Undead. Back then, he was a berserker who lived for one purpose only, cutting down monsters without hesitation and moving from battle to battle. In that former life, he had stepped into one of the 8 black dungeons, entering a place most people would never dare approach. It was a dungeon so dangerous that no human had ever succeeded in reaching its deepest floor, no matter how strong they were. This was the Abyssal Dungeon, a nightmare-like realm swallowed in darkness, known by one simple and terrifying name: the Abyss. Every monster lurking inside that place was elite level, the kind of enemy powerful enough to wipe out ordinary warriors in a single instant. But Undead tore through them with horrifying ease, cutting their bodies apart as casually as someone slicing through a loaf of bread. No matter how many monsters stood in his way, he simply kept advancing, pushing forward like an unstoppable force that refused to slow down. Before long, even more elite monsters began crawling out from the depths, gathering together to block his path. But this time, when he brought his sword down, the blade did not cut through the enemy like it had before. A massive tooth snapped shut with terrifying force, catching the weapon and breaking it apart as if the sword were nothing more than a fragile twig. Even then, Undead did not hesitate for a second. He immediately drew another sword and finished the monster off anyway. By the time the brutal fight finally came to an end, there was no one left alive who could speak of what had happened there. Not even the companions who had once fought at his side remained, leaving him alone among the aftermath of the battle. And even after surviving that nightmare, he still could not escape the fate that was waiting for him deeper inside the dungeon. So he continued forward without turning back, heading deeper into the abyss to challenge the dungeon's boss with his own hands. Around him, the darkness was so thick and suffocating that almost nothing could be seen, as if the dungeon itself had swallowed the light. But even inside that suffocating darkness, where the air itself felt heavy and almost nothing could be seen, Matthew could still sense the creature waiting somewhere ahead of him. The instant the master of the abyss opened its eye, Matthew's body was struck without warning, and his stomach was blown apart so violently it was as if the middle of him had simply vanished. With a wound that devastating torn through his body, it was painfully clear that drinking water again would not be happening for him anytime in the near future. And then, right in the middle of that hopeless, blood-soaked moment, Matthew suddenly began to laugh, as if even death itself had become ridiculous to him. Because after facing that monster directly, he understood the truth. No matter how powerful a human became, defeating the master of the abyss was completely impossible. Just as Matthew was about to let his eyes fall shut for the last time, a girl's desperate, tear-filled scream cut through the darkness, begging him not to die. With what little strength he had left, Matthew slowly turned his head toward Sarah, struggling to focus on her face through the crushing pain. Sarah had completely broken down, tears pouring down her cheeks as she stared in horror at Matthew's ruined body lying in front of her. Without wasting even a single second, Sarah rushed to him and began pouring healing magic into Matthew, desperately trying to keep his fading life from slipping away. Matthew told her to run while she still had the chance, but Sarah shouted back through her tears that she was going to help him no matter what happened. Her crying only grew more uncontrollable when she saw the true extent of his injuries, realizing just how badly his body had been destroyed. At that point, the fact that Matthew was still breathing at all already seemed like a miracle that should not have been possible. Then Sarah's tearful eyes suddenly sharpened with determination, because if she could force just one more miracle to happen, she might still be able to save him. Matthew, however, believed this was truly the end for him, the final moment of a life that had been spent doing almost nothing except killing monsters. As Sarah's face appeared in his fading thoughts, Matthew felt almost no regret, except for the pain of knowing his partner would be left behind alone, and he silently hoped she could forgive him. Then, in the quiet space of his mind, Matthew thought of Chloe. He had never been a man who understood how to care for other people properly, yet even then, he found himself worrying about the girl who had only just become an adult, silently thanking her for believing there was something good in him. Sarah cried out that she would never leave Matthew behind, even though there was a limit to how long she could stay in that place. Golden light erupted from Sarah's hands, shining through the darkness, and in that moment she no longer cared what price she would have to pay, because she was determined to save him. Then a powerful beam crashed straight into Matthew, and an enormous explosion burst outward, swallowing everything around him in blinding force. When Matthew opened his eyes again, the first thing that came into view was his parents standing right there in front of him. A young girl looked down at him with a bright, joyful smile and happily told him that he was finally awake. Matthew tried to open his mouth and say something, but his body refused to move or respond the way he expected it to. His mother gazed down at him with a soft, gentle smile, while Matthew could only stare back in confusion, wondering what in the world was going on. For a brief moment, Matthew actually wondered if this strange, peaceful place might have been the afterlife. The woman warmly introduced herself as his mom, and the man beside her proudly pointed to himself as his dad, joking that Matthew must have woken up so quickly because he wanted to see them. Matthew lifted his tiny hand with effort and wrapped his small fingers around his mother's finger. His mother smiled and asked if he wanted a little support, while his father playfully added that he had 2 hands and 10 fingers ready for him too. That was when Matthew finally understood that this was not the afterlife at all. He could barely move, he had not died, and somehow he had returned to the time when he was only 1 year old. Matthew's eyes widened even further, because turning time back to this exact point should have been completely impossible by every law he knew. He remembered Sarah desperately trying to heal him, And if that miracle had been enough to make the impossible happen, then Chloe must have used that power right before his death. As Matthew looked up at his parents, he thought that if Chloe had truly reached the level of the 12 thrones, then perhaps rewinding time was not as unbelievable as it first seemed. Matthew glanced to the side, a quiet sadness settling into his eyes, because he had never imagined he would ever see his parents alive in front of him again. Then the memory of their bodies came rushing back to him. Both of his parents had died when he was 6, killed by monsters, and from that day forward, his hatred for evil spirits had never stopped burning. Matthew reached out with his small hand and silently swore that this second chance would not be wasted, and that he would use it to change the future. He tightened that tiny hand into a fist and shouted in triumph, as if even in a baby's body, he was declaring war against fate itself. But then Matthew frowned, because no matter how many memories he carried, the reality was that he was still just a helpless child lying beside his toys. He quickly understood how powerless he was in this body, since his current life was limited to eating, sleeping, and going to the bathroom. Matthew lifted one little hand in front of his face and thought that, at the very least, he had been granted the chance to breathe again. Then he tried to roll his body over, deciding that even with this tiny, weak form, he should at least be able to accomplish something as simple as that. Anna waved her arms with pure excitement and shouted encouragement at him, cheering as if Matthew's attempt to roll over was the most important event in the world. Matthew stared at her with wide, startled eyes, realizing that this loud and energetic girl was Anna, his sister, who was 4 years older than him. Matthew thought back to an old family photo. Compared to his memories of his parents, his memories of Anna were much blurrier, but one moment still remained sharply clear. He remembered the two of them sitting together inside a car, close enough that her presence had filled the small space beside him. And he remembered Anna telling him, with that same warmth in her voice, that she would always stay by his side. Matthew opened his eyes again and recalled that on the day monsters took his family from him, Anna had held him tightly while repeating that promise over and over. Then Matthew finally managed to roll himself over, and the moment he succeeded, his sister burst into joyful cheers, celebrating him with all her heart. Anna hugged him tightly against her chest and lovingly called him a handsome little man, showering him with affection without holding anything back. By the time Matthew reached 9 months old, he sat surrounded by magic and quietly thought that his sister was completely obsessed with him, while thin streams of mana drifted all around him through the air. He remembered all the battles he had fought against monsters and how often he had lacked enough mana, so now he understood that this second chance had to be used to gather as much power as his young body could possibly contain. Anna quickly yanked her hand back, staring down at Matthew with wide eyes as she asked him what in the world he thought he was doing. Matthew quietly turned his gaze away from her, thinking to himself that while he had been touching her, he had sensed something very strange. When Matthew looked at Anna again, he could clearly see magic gathering around her body, clinging to her like a faint veil, and he realized his sister was absorbing mana like a sponge packed with far too much power. As Anna lifted him up into her arms, Matthew immediately understood how dangerous the situation was. If that much uncontrolled energy kept building inside her, it could trigger pygnosis, and if that happened it might kill her, so he had to teach her control before it was too late. Anna gently took both of Matthew's tiny hands in hers, smiling with innocent excitement as she happily told him that she would help him learn how to walk. Matthew thought that even if he looked like a tiny child on the outside, inside his own mind he could already walk and speak perfectly well, but since there was still far too much he needed to accomplish, he started spending more time outside too. Anna waved both of her arms with bright, overflowing excitement and called out to the other kids, proudly shouting that she had brought Matthew along with her. The children playing out on the street immediately noticed them, waving back with cheerful faces and greeting Matthew as if he already belonged with their little group. Matthew frowned slightly as he watched the scene, realizing that Anna was friendly with everyone in the neighborhood, which made her completely different from him. Then Matthew's attention suddenly shifted, and his eyes moved toward a girl standing nearby. The girl noticed his stare right away and looked back at him with an irritated expression, clearly unhappy that he was watching her. Without bothering to hide her annoyance, she immediately asked why Matthew was there and what exactly he thought he was doing. Matthew answered in his usual flat tone that he had simply been dragged along, and then, without any hesitation, casually called her a stick right to her face. She snapped back angrily, yelling that she had already told him not to call her that, but Matthew simply replied that if something looked like a stick, then he was going to call it a stick. Anna hurried over to the group and asked what they were going to play that day, and the chubby boy suggested that since more kids than usual had gathered, they should play Cossacks and robbers. Matthew silently wondered why he, a man who was already 36 years old on the inside, had to go along with a bunch of children playing games in the street. Anna turned to him with a big, cheerful smile and asked if this was his first time playing, warmly telling him that she could explain all the rules for him. Matthew's expression softened into a small smile, because seeing Anna smile so brightly again felt much better than he had expected. Anna and Matthew then made their way down the alley together, and Matthew soon noticed that both of them were already starting to get covered in mud. Anna, however, only smiled even brighter, looking completely unbothered by the dirt as she declared that this was going to be fun. Matthew quietly answered that maybe she was right, allowing himself, just this once, to follow Anna's lead without resisting. But then a dog suddenly appeared in the alley ahead of them, baring its teeth as a low, threatening snarl rumbled from its throat. The moment Anna saw it, her eyes widened in surprise, and her cheerful mood instantly froze. She turned toward the dog blocking the alley, while Matthew calmly wondered whether it was some kind of wild stray. Anna reacted immediately, throwing one arm out in front of Matthew and using her small body to shield him from the snarling dog. Trying as hard as she could to keep her voice steady, Anna told him that everything was okay, even though the tension was clear in her posture. In that moment, Matthew remembered Anna's promise that she would always stay with him, while right in front of him she clenched her teeth and forced herself not to step back. Matthew's eyes widened as that old memory struck him with sudden force. He placed his small hand over Anna's and thought firmly to himself that no, he would not allow things to happen like this again. Then Matthew pushed Anna's arm aside and stepped forward, moving in front of her instead. Matthew's face hardened with resolve, because back then he had only trembled helplessly in his sister's arms. But this time, everything would be different. Matthew planted his foot firmly against the ground and swore that in this life, he would be the one who stayed by Anna's side. Anna stared at Matthew in complete shock, unable to understand what had suddenly changed in him or why he was standing in front of her. Mana flared around Matthew's tiny body, rising off him like waves of heat from an open flame. He pushed that energy forward with deliberate force, sending the pressure straight into the dog in front of him. The dog shrank back slightly, its aggressive posture breaking as the pressure from Matthew's mana overwhelmed it. Then Matthew snapped at it in a hard, commanding voice, telling the stray to get lost. The dog immediately turned and bolted away from Matthew, fleeing down the alley as fast as its legs could carry it. The fiery aura surrounding Matthew burned even stronger for a moment, wrapping his small body in a fierce, glowing pressure. Then Matthew turned back toward Anna with a calm smile and simply told her that he was okay. Anna grabbed him by the shoulders in pure amazement, asking how he had done something like that before excitedly declaring that she wanted Mana too. Matthew watched Anna spin around him with bubbling excitement and figured that, honestly, this was exactly the kind of reaction he should have expected from her. He pulled his hand back and told Anna, plainly and without making a big deal of it, that he would teach her. Matthew scratched his head and admitted that he had already been planning to teach her anyway. Anna burst into bright laughter, her excitement overflowing all at once as if she could barely contain herself. Then, just as suddenly, she grabbed Matthew and shouted that they needed to hurry home before their mom started worrying about them. Matthew remembered the lifeless bodies of his family and thought of the smile he had always wanted to protect. Before his body regressed, they had all been slaughtered when he was 6, and this time, he had to prevent that future from ever happening. As Matthew ran after Anna, he made a silent vow deep inside that he would do whatever it took to change the future waiting for them. Red lightning flashed through Matthew's eyes, burning there with fierce, unshakable resolve. That red energy spun rapidly across the floor, circling with frightening speed as the force of his determination seemed to take shape. Anna stood proudly on top of the spinning toy, trying to use her mana to keep herself moving as it whirled beneath her feet. Matthew immediately pointed out that her method was wrong, explaining that she could not just pour power into it wildly. She needed to push with the right amount of force while keeping her balance steady. He rubbed the back of his neck and quietly thought that Anna had been born with an incredible capacity for mana, but the real problem was painfully obvious. She had almost no control over it. Anna rolled up her sleeves with a fierce, determined look on her face, then shouted for Matthew to watch carefully, as if she were about to prove herself in one try. Then, without holding anything back, Anna released a huge burst of mana all at once. The spinning top reacted instantly, whirling so violently that it looked less like a toy and more like something completely out of control. A second later, the top shot straight past Anna before she could even react, slipping out of her control in an instant. Toys flew all around the room as chaos broke out, and Matthew could only stare at the mess while thinking that Anna still had a very long road ahead of her. Anna broke down crying, saying through her tears that someone as hopeless as her did not deserve to have such an amazing gift in the first place. Later that day, the whole family gathered together in the living room, sitting quietly in front of the TV as the broadcast played. Then their mother casually mentioned that Matthew would be turning 6 next year, which meant he would finally have to start going to kindergarten. Matthew looked toward her and said he really did not need to go. But his mother gently reminded him that he had already made a promise. Matthew leaned against his hand with a tired expression, thinking that all his non-stop complaining had successfully delayed kindergarten until now, but since he had promised to go once he turned 6, he would soon be trapped among noisy children who cried over every tiny problem. In his mind, he pictured himself sitting inside a kindergarten classroom, surrounded on all sides by loud, restless children with absolutely no escape. On the TV, the host announced that only 1 minute remained in the year, and that this very day would be remembered as a major turning point in human history. Then she urged everyone watching from home to keep their eyes fixed on the screen and not miss what was about to happen. A reporter explained that they were standing at Jongmyo, the place where the Joseon ancestors were buried, and that a brand new chapter of Korean history was about to begin there. Matthew lowered his head slightly, his expression darkening as he thought about what that so-called new chapter truly meant. In his mind, he saw the people who first invited monsters into the world. After humanity discovered manna, they kept using it without understanding the true cost because manna had also given birth to monsters, and then, just before the 21st century arrived in 1999, the end-of-century disaster struck. Matthew remembered monsters tearing through the city streets, leaving destruction everywhere they passed, while around 30% of the population was wiped out. Giant insects crushed entire cities beneath them. Humanity trembled in fear, and because monsters could appear at any moment, governments and laws lost their authority, leaving manna as the only real power in the New World Order. Matthew imagined armed fighters and powerful elites rising from the ruins, thinking about how the wealthy and the strongest manna users overthrew what remained of the old governments and built a new structure of power. But by the time the world finally began to calm down and settle into that new reality, humanity had already been damaged far too deeply. Matthew remembered people hiding from monsters, cities being cut off from each other, and vast regions left isolated as they waited helplessly for collapse. Then Matthew thought that, inside the hopeless darkness surrounding Korea, a single small flame had finally appeared. A woman walked across the square with calm, graceful steps, lifting her gaze as she looked straight ahead. Anna stared at the screen with wide eyes and softly said that the woman was so pretty. Matthew explained that Molly had once been a famous actress, but later became known as the first goddess who protected Korea. As Molly held out her hand, Matthew thought about her unique power, the ability to calm manna and scatter it, a rare gift known as white grace. Matthew remembered the Night Squad as well, explaining in his thoughts that the players who guarded the altar would eventually become Korea's swords, the 12 thrones. Resting his head on one hand, Matthew thought that while the Mana Control Bureau was responsible for overseeing players, the strongest among those players had still created clans of their own. As Molly stepped closer to the sphere, Matthew understood that because she possessed one of the rarest gifts and held enormous influence throughout Korea, she had been chosen as one of the 12 thrones. He also knew that any player who became a throne while already belonging to a clan could draw strength from both the Bureau and their own organization. Their duty was to watch over player activity and make sure that dangerous power did not spiral out of control. A line of warriors knelt before the ceremony with their heads lowered, showing quiet respect as the moment approached. Molly said that the 12 thrones hoped their work would help protect the future waiting ahead of them. Anna reached toward the glowing sphere on the screen, and Molly called upon the gods in heaven to grant her the strength needed to protect the country. A moment later, the sphere began to shine, its light growing brighter and brighter before everyone's eyes. Blue radiance spread across everything, and streams of mana flowed out over the city like waves of light. The host pointed toward the scene and announced that a cocoon was opening before their eyes, a half-dome barrier designed to stop mana from raging wildly across Seoul's sky. Anna smiled brightly, unable to hold back her excitement, and said she was going to watch it from the balcony. Matthew quietly followed after her as she hurried outside, his steps calm while her energy pulled the moment forward. His sister turned back toward him with a surprised look, clearly not expecting him to come along with her. Mana particles began drifting down from the night sky like glowing snow, and everyone who saw them fell silent as they looked up. Anna gazed at the shimmering sky with wonder in her eyes and softly said that it looked beautiful. Their father looked upward as well, his expression filled with relief, and said that maybe they could finally live in peace. Their mother clasped her hands together in front of her chest and quietly thanked the goddess. On the nearby balconies, other families began doing the same, folding their hands and offering prayers beneath the glowing sky. Before long, more and more people joined in, and the quiet night slowly filled with a shared sense of hope. Matthew's parents folded their hands together and prayed beneath the falling light, standing under the glowing sky with everyone else. Anna quickly copied their parents' posture, folding her small hands together in front of her chest before loudly announcing that she wanted to pray with them too. Matthew turned his head when his family called out to him, inviting him to come over and join them in prayer beneath the glowing sky. Matthew lowered his gaze in silence, thinking to himself that gods did not truly exist in this world, no matter how desperately people wanted to believe otherwise. He remembered dragons turning entire cities into ruins, and in his mind, when the end had finally come, even the gods people prayed to had already died. Above them, the whole sky shimmered with a brilliant blue light, bright enough to make the night feel almost unreal. Then those shining lights slowly began to draw inward, gathering together as they closed little by little across the sky. Matthew looked up at the fading glow and realized that, bit by bit, the darkness was beginning to return again. Anna smiled with her hands clasped tightly, praying with innocent sincerity that the gods would let her family live happily together. Matthew turned his eyes toward Anna and quietly watched her face, taking in the pure, hopeful expression she wore. Then Matthew smiled as well, silently deciding that in this life, no matter what waited ahead, his family really would be happy. At last, Matthew folded his own hands together and joined his family in prayer beneath the disappearing light. Far away in the darkness, a massive monster waited, and time continued moving forward toward the year Matthew would turn 6. The same year the tragedy that stole his family was meant to arrive. When Matthew finally turned 6 years old, he kept the promise he had made and was sent off to kindergarten. The teacher stood in front of the class with a warm smile and announced that a new friend would be joining them that day. Then she turned her gentle gaze toward Matthew and asked if he would like to introduce himself to everyone. Matthew kept his introduction as short as possible, simply saying that his name was Matthew and that he was 6 years old. As the children around him began whispering among themselves, Matthew added a brief, polite greeting and said it was nice to meet them. The teacher laughed softly and told him his introduction was very short, suggesting he say a little more since everyone wanted to become friends with him, while Matthew only thought that he had absolutely no need for friends who were children. Then, from somewhere inside the classroom, a familiar voice suddenly caught Matthew's attention. Catherine shouted from across the room, demanding to know why Matthew had ended up in her group. Matthew crossed his arms and stared back at her, wondering what the hell was going on and why she had to be here too. Catherine snapped at him again, yelling that she had already told him not to call her that. The teacher quickly stepped in to calm both of them down, then said they had free time before lunch and that everyone should try to be a little nicer to Matthew. A moment later, the children rushed toward Matthew all at once, crowding around him in a noisy wave. They surrounded him with question after question, asking where he lived and whether he could add and subtract, while the teacher smiled from nearby and reassured herself that everything would be fine. With his hands shoved into his pockets, Matthew thought that he had barely escaped that endless storm of questions, once again confirming that dealing with kids was something he truly hated. Then Matthew lifted his gaze and noticed the children's book corner sitting quietly nearby. Matthew pulled a book from the shelf and thought that, at the very least, this corner was quiet. The books were obviously meant for little kids, but reading was still the best way to pass the time. Matthew dragged a chair over and set it beside him, preparing to settle into the quiet space on his own. At that moment, the ribbon on a nearby girl's head gave a small twitch, drawing attention to her. The girl slowly turned her head and looked in Matthew's direction, her eyes resting on him without a word. For a few seconds, she simply stared at him in silence, as if she were trying to understand what kind of person he was. Then her eyes widened, and a blush slowly spread across her face, softening her expression. But before anything else could happen, a boy suddenly appeared behind Matthew, cutting into the quiet moment. With a grin on his face, the boy asked what they were reading again, then mocked the idea that anyone could actually enjoy those kinds of books. Then he sneered at the girl, saying she had no friends and always sat all by herself. The girl's mouth fell open in shock, and for a moment, she could not find the words to answer him. Then the boy reached out without warning, ripped the ribbon from her head, and cruelly mocked how ugly it looked. The girl reached toward the ribbon and begged him to give it back, saying her dad had given it to her, but the bully only laughed, mocked her again, and refused to return it. He ran off with the ribbon clutched in his hand, shouting that if she wanted it back so badly, she should come and take it from him. The girl began to cry, her voice breaking as she begged him once more to return the precious ribbon. The bully stuck out his tongue at her in childish mockery, but then he suddenly heard Matthew call him childish. The boy immediately stopped and turned around, facing Matthew with an irritated glare. His expression hardened as he demanded to know what Matthew had just said to him. Matthew slowly stood up, walked toward him without any fear, and said he was acting like a baby, which was honestly pretty funny to watch. The bully shouted that Matthew was dead and swung his fist at him with all the anger of a child throwing a tantrum. Matthew dodged the punch instantly, moving with smooth precision before sweeping the bully's legs out from under him in one clean motion. As the boy toppled forward and lost his balance, Matthew calmly caught the ribbon before it could fall to the floor. Matthew then walked back to the girl and handed the ribbon to her, returning it without making a big scene. Then Matthew told her that next time, she should not let anyone take something important from her so easily. The bully screamed after him from behind, his voice cracking as he shouted that this was absolutely not finished yet. And somehow, hearing such a serious threat come out of a 6-year-old's mouth made the entire scene feel far colder and more unsettling than it should have. Noah stopped almost immediately and snapped his head back around, turning so sharply that the look on his face shifted in a single instant. The moment the bully met Noah's stare, his confidence collapsed. He flinched, stumbled backward a few steps, and then, unable to hold his ground any longer, spun around and ran off while still yelling over his shoulder that they would definitely get him next time. Behind Noah, the little girl slowly reached toward him with shaking hands, then grabbed the fabric of his sweater and held on tightly, almost like she was terrified he might vanish if she let go. She parted her lips as though she had something she desperately wanted to say, but before even a single word could leave her mouth, tears gathered in her eyes first. And only then did she notice that Noah had already returned her ribbon to her without making a fuss about it. Noah watched the girl quietly as she cried, but his mind had already started drifting toward the children around them. Catherine and Jimmy clearly carried more mana than ordinary kids their age, but the rest of the group had not shown anything especially remarkable. Then, all at once, Noah's eyes grew sharper. As soon as he focused properly on the girl standing right in front of him, he sensed it clearly, an overwhelming amount of mana sealed inside that tiny body. Noah reacted before he could stop himself, taking a small step back as his eyes widened in disbelief. The amount of mana she possessed was so absurd that it might have even exceeded what his own sister had. For just a brief moment, Noah imagined what kind of person this girl could become after several years of growth. But what stunned him even more was the fact that she was already handling that enormous power properly, keeping it locked down and contained instead of letting it leak out recklessly. A child blessed with talent on that level could very easily rise high enough to become one of the 12 thrones someday. And even if she fell short of that, she would still be someone important enough to receive direct training under one of them. As Noah moved closer to her, another question quietly passed through his mind. Before his regression, he had never heard this girl's name even once. But with mana that extraordinary, even if she never became a player, it made no sense for someone like her to stay completely unknown. So Noah gently extended his hand toward her, letting a calm smile settle on his face, as he asked if she wanted to be friends with him. The girl's cheeks flushed red almost immediately. After a small, shy pause, she slowly reached out and carefully placed her hand into his. Noah smiled to himself in silence. In this world, mana could decide nearly everything, and staying close to someone with such overwhelming potential would almost certainly become useful to him one day. The girl's grip tightened just a little around his hand, her small fingers squeezing his with nervous warmth as she softly thanked him. Then her expression brightened in an instant. With a wide, innocent smile spreading across her face, she happily declared that the two of them were going to become great friends. Warm sunlight streamed through Noah's house, spilling gently across the room and filling the space with a quiet, peaceful glow. His mother looked down at him with a soft smile on her face and thanked him in a voice full of warmth. Noah realized that she had found the paper carnation he had made back in kindergarten and taken it out of his backpack. Now she was holding it carefully, almost as if it were something genuinely precious. She gave his sister an affectionate pat and told Noah that he should thank Anna too, saying the handmade flower was even prettier than a real carnation. Noah's expression immediately stiffened, and his face pulled into a clear frown. That carnation had actually belonged to Anna, and even Noah could tell at a glance that she had made it in a pretty clumsy way. Anna, though, did not seem bothered in the slightest. She simply smiled brightly and said that it was fine, because she still had another one anyway. Their mother let out a soft laugh and pointed out that Noah had made 3 carnations in total, so of course one of them had to be meant for his sister. Noah blinked at her words, then lowered his voice slightly and quietly answered that the last one was for Grandma. The memory of making that flower came back to him with painful clarity. Before his regression, when Parents' Day came around, every child at school had been told to make carnations. Even though Noah's parents were already gone by then, he still had no choice but to sit among the other children and make them, and afterward, those paper flowers were simply left crushed and forgotten at the bottom of his bag. Later on, his grandmother had discovered the damaged carnations while helping him prepare for school. She did not say much about them, but she gently placed them inside a mug and set them on the hallway table as though they still mattered. Noah had never handed those flowers to her with his own hands. Back then, he had believed that if he truly gave them to her, The pain of missing his family and the hatred he carried toward monsters might somehow fade away. He never properly showed her how grateful he was until after she was already gone. But this time, in this life, he was determined not to repeat that mistake. On March 4th, the announcer reported that the government had reopened the forbidden roads, making it possible for families separated between different cities to reunite during Family Month. Noah remembered exactly what happened after that as well. Many players were hired to protect those roads from monsters. But then, without any warning at all, a kraken suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Because of that one monster, countless people were killed along the road. Among them was the family that had been on their way to visit his grandmother. The kraken was the creature that took their lives. His father smiled casually and said that since the holiday started tomorrow, maybe they could all go and visit Grandma together. Anna froze where she stood, caught completely off guard, and then asked him to say what he had just said one more time. Noah clenched his teeth hard. No matter what he had to do, he absolutely had to stop them from making that trip. Anna looked back and forth between their parents, still clearly startled by the sudden suggestion, and repeated the question again. Noah's eyes hardened as he listened to them talk. They only had one grandmother. His father had grown up as an orphan, which meant the only family they had left was from his mother's side. The memory hit Noah with a sharp, painful force. After his family died, it was his grandmother who raised him. She stayed beside him even when he had fallen to his lowest point, even when he was broken, angry, and impossible to deal with, and then, in the end, she was taken away from him too. His father admitted that going outside the city was still dangerous, but he added that this year should be safer than before, since the government had officially secured the roads. Noah lowered his gaze, carefully trying to keep his voice from shaking, and asked whether they could visit Grandma some other time instead. His father turned toward him in surprise, obviously not expecting Noah to object to the trip. His mother bent down until she was closer to his eye level and gently reminded him that he had even made a carnation for Grandma. So surely he must have wanted to see her very much. Noah chose his words carefully and answered that maybe they just should not go on that exact day. They could still visit her, he said, but simply move the trip to another time. Out of sight, Noah tightened his small fist. Right now, he was still only a child, and because of that, his words carried almost no weight. If he wanted to stop his parents without making them suspicious, then he had no choice but to behave like a child too. So Noah suddenly raised his voice and shouted that Children's Day was coming soon, and that he wanted to go to the nearby amusement park so he could ride the Viking. Anna reacted instantly, throwing one hand high into the air as excitement lit up her face, loudly declaring that she wanted to ride it too. Their father smiled and said that neither of them had ever been to that amusement park before. Then their mother added that the reason had always been because monster activity around that area made it too dangerous. Scratching the back of his head, their father finally gave in with a warm smile and said that they could fix that at last. Tomorrow, the whole family would go to the amusement park together. Their mother lifted one finger in a playful little gesture and promised that she would make whatever they wanted for lunch. Anna answered without even needing to think, her face brightening as she excitedly asked for nuggets and sandwiches. Noah forced a smile onto his face. If he could not stop the kraken itself, then maybe he could at least keep his parents from ever crossing paths with it. And if he could manage even that much, then the future had already started to change. Then Noah slowly raised his head, his movement quiet but deliberate, as though some invisible shift in the room had suddenly tugged his attention upward. His gaze went straight to his mother. The gentle warmth that had been on her face only moments ago was gone, replaced by a dark, uneasy expression as she said that something seemed to be wrong with her own mother. She turned her eyes away for a second, as if she needed a moment to gather herself and keep her emotions from spilling over, before quietly asking everyone to wait for her. Noah's father reacted at once, turning toward her with worry spreading across his face as he asked what had happened. His mother answered with her voice pulled tight, saying that Grandma had suddenly collapsed. Those words hit Noah like a heavy weight dropping straight onto his chest. It made absolutely no sense. In the life before his regression, Grandma had remained healthy until after he entered the Player Academy. His mother tried to calm them down, saying she did not believe it was anything too serious. But even while saying that, she still made it clear that she needed to go see Grandma for herself. Noah's father reached toward her without hesitation and said that he was worried too. There was no way he could let her go by herself, so he would be going with her. Then he added that their planned trip to the amusement park tomorrow would have to be cancelled. Once the road security was prepared, they would leave for Grandma's house instead. The instant Noah heard those words, the color seemed to drain from his face, and his expression dropped completely. Anna leaned closer to him and spoke gently, reminding him that Grandma was sick. She knew he had been really looking forward to the amusement park, but they could always go there some other day. That thought pressed down on Noah so heavily that it almost stole the air from his lungs. Just because he had tried to alter the future, Grandma had somehow already been harmed. If he kept pushing against fate, who knew what else might twist out of place? Maybe, no matter how desperately he struggled, he still could not stop his family from crossing paths with the Kraken. For a moment, the room around him seemed to blur, its edges fading as despair slowly crept over him. Noah could not help wondering why he had been sent back at all if the future was only going to force itself into the same shape again. Noah squeezed his eyes shut, shutting out the room around him. If everything was still destined to end the same way, then all of his struggling, all of his planning, meant that nothing had truly changed. But when Noah opened his eyes again, one sharp thought broke through the panic. There was still one thing in this life that was different from before. Noah himself had changed. Ever since returning to childhood, he had been steadily building up his mana, and beyond that, he still possessed every bit of battle experience he had gained in his previous life. Noah stepped away from his mother, forcing his breathing and expression to stay calm, and quietly agreed. Then he walked over to the window and looked out beyond the glass, his resolve slowly hardening inside his chest. There was no other option left now. He had to go to Grandma's house. Inside his mind, massive tentacles flashed through the darkness, twisting and writhing like nightmares rising from the depths of the sea. Noah's eyes grew sharper, and a fierce, determined light began to burn inside them. He pictured the Kraken in his mind with frightening clarity and made his decision. He would fight it. The Mana Control Bureau classified monsters based on how dangerous they were to the world. The ranking began from the lower classes. Class 9 monsters were creatures capable of polluting nature or spreading disease. Class 8 monsters posed direct physical danger to ordinary daily life. Class 7 monsters robbed and murdered people. Class 6 monsters could terrorize entire city blocks, either alone or in groups, and could even invade human territory. Above those stood Class 5, a category given to monsters powerful enough to carry out terror attacks, whether they acted alone or moved together with others. Noah remembered people hiding inside their homes, and then the image of ruined cities flickered through his thoughts. Class 4 monsters could command hordes, enslave humans, or threaten people's lives and safety directly. Class 3 monsters were even worse, dangerous enough to threaten an entire government, with destructive power comparable to a natural disaster. The Kraken belonged to Class 2, a monstrous existence strong enough to endanger a whole government and be treated as a true catastrophe. And beyond even that terrifying level were Class 1 monsters, being so dreadful that they could threaten the survival of all humanity itself. Later, Noah lay in bed with those monster classifications still circling through his mind. Krakens had once been regarded as Class 3, but by the time he entered the academy in his previous life, players had grown so skilled at hunting them that their danger rating had been lowered to Class 4. Even with that in mind, the players currently stationed along the road were only around C rank to E rank. Against a Kraken, that level of strength would not be even close to enough. The truth was painfully obvious to Noah. He could not kill the Kraken either. If he met that monster head-on, there was only one thing he could realistically hope to accomplish. In his imagination, Noah saw a warrior rushing straight toward the Kraken, charging at the monster without the slightest hesitation. A blazing roar of fire crashed into the Kraken's body, swallowing the creature in a burst of burning light. As the Kraken burned inside his mind, Noah finally understood the only strategy that had even the smallest chance of success. He had to hold the monster back until one of the 12 thrones arrived. He did not need to win. He only needed to buy time. His gaze dropped toward the table as his thoughts shifted to weapons. What could a child possibly get his hands on? Scissors? A box cutter? A kitchen knife would have more power, but his mother would definitely notice if one suddenly disappeared. Still, if Noah poured his mana into even a small blade, then that weak little weapon might become strong enough to cut into the monster and leave a wound. Anna stepped into the room and asked Noah if he was ready to leave. Standing near the doorway, she told him that everyone else was already getting prepared to go. Noah gave her a small, controlled smile and said that he was coming. Then he turned back one final time, steadying himself deep inside, and said that he was ready. The road ahead was crowded with cars, the traffic stretching forward in a long, uneasy line that barely seemed to move. Noah and his family sat together inside the car, surrounded by the low rumble of engines and the tense, restless movement of vehicles all around them. His mother turned around from the front seat and spoke to him gently, telling him that he could sleep if he wanted because the drive would take quite a while. Noah smiled back at her and said that he was fine, keeping his eyes open even though his thoughts were moving far too fast for him to relax. The car continued rolling forward along the road, moving little by little as it drew closer and closer to the bridge. Noah stared ahead with confusion tightening in his chest. In the old timeline, the Kraken had appeared on Sans Bridge when they were only halfway across. But now they had already gone past that point. So why had the monster not shown itself yet? That possibility made Noah sink a little lower in his seat. If this part of the future had already shifted, then there was no telling what other events might have changed as well. Even so, he kept his eyes fixed straight ahead, silently praying that the car would cross the bridge safely without anything happening. Then, without the slightest warning, the center of the bridge erupted in a violent explosion. His mother began to say something, but before her words could fully form, Noah understood the cruel truth. Fate might truly refuse to change. His father's eyes widened in shock as the danger suddenly appeared right in front of them. A split second later, the car crashed hard into the side of the bridge, the impact slamming through the vehicle with brutal force. Through the violent impact, Noah forced his eyes open and moved on instinct, reaching out with everything he had to grab Anna before the crash could throw her any farther away from him. He clenched his teeth so tightly that pain shot through his jaw. It felt like fate itself was mocking every desperate move he had made to alter the future, laughing at him for even trying. But whether he accepted it or not, the disaster had already begun. Noah slowly lifted his head, and there, above the shattered bridge, the Kraken loomed over everything like a living nightmare dragged up from the depths of the sea. The monster immediately started crushing the cars around it, bringing its massive limbs down on metal frames and smashing them flat as if they were nothing more than tiny toys. Its enormous tentacles whipped through the air, ripping chunks of stone from the bridge and sending heavy pieces of broken concrete flying violently in every direction. Those jagged rocks came crashing down over the stalled vehicles, hammering into roofs, bursting windows, and trapping terrified people inside the wreckage. Screams erupted across the bridge as panic spread through the crowd. People abandoned their cars and scattered in every direction, running blindly as they tried to put any distance between themselves and the monster. One man shouted in sheer panic, his voice breaking from fear as he demanded to know where the players were. A player lifted his sword high above his head and yelled for the others to move, ordering them to protect the civilians before anything else. But the moment he gave that command, his eyes shifted upward toward the sky, and pure shock froze across his face. A gigantic tentacle dropped from above and slammed into the ground with terrifying force, shaking the bridge beneath everyone's feet. The player raised one trembling hand, a strained groan escaping him as he struggled to respond to the overwhelming force right in front of him. The crowd's panic only grew worse after that, with people screaming that even the players were starting to run away. Noah's family stood frozen, unable to do anything but stare at the destruction spreading across the bridge, their faces turning pale as the nightmare unfolded before their eyes. His father was visibly shaking, but he forced himself to speak anyway, saying that they needed to get out of the car. Everything had fallen into complete chaos, so they had to move carefully. He fought to keep his voice steady for the sake of his family and told them to trust him. As long as they did not rush blindly and moved step by step, he believed they could still escape. Noah looked up at his father, uneasiness tightening inside his chest as he watched the man desperately trying to sound calm. His mother managed to give them a small, reassuring smile and told them to listen to their father. They only needed to get out quietly without panicking, and the players would protect them. One after another, the family climbed out of the car and carefully stepped onto the damaged surface of the bridge. Then Anna's eyes suddenly widened, and fear spread across her face all at once. Noah quickly turned toward his sister, immediately noticing the change in her expression. Anna looked down at her own legs, her voice shaking as she said she could not stand up. Then tears burst from her eyes as she cried that she had to get up, that she had to move, that she had to leave with everyone else. Their father immediately checked her over, his expression tightening with worry as he examined her condition. A moment later, he crouched down beside Anna and told her firmly that he would carry her. Then he turned his head toward Noah and asked if he was all right. Noah answered without hesitation, telling him that he could still move. Up ahead, a player shouted while waving them over, ordering everyone nearby to head straight toward the evacuation point. As Noah's family began to run, Noah understood something clearly. Even a Class 3 monster had been enough to throw the players into panic at first. Still, the more experienced ones managed to regain control quickly and started guiding civilians away from danger. But Noah knew that the Kraken was not the only threat waiting on this bridge. Before worrying about anything else, they first had to survive long enough to make it across. At that exact moment, a spear suddenly sliced through the air, flying straight toward the player. Before anyone could fully process what had happened, the player collapsed to the ground. Noah's family stopped in place, stunned by how brutally fast the attack had unfolded. Then more monsters began crawling up onto the bridge, dragging themselves over the broken edges and blocking the path of the fleeing civilians. The instant Noah saw them, he gritted his teeth. They had already made it onto the bridge. One diver rushed straight toward a player and yanked out its spear, moving with a savage burst of speed that gave the player no chance to catch his breath. The monster released a furious snarl, its rage cutting through the screams, crashing debris, and chaos around it. Then it sprang forward again without a second of hesitation, lunging straight toward another player. The players finally began fighting back with everything they had, raising their weapons and meeting the attacking monsters head-on. One of them turned around in desperation and shouted for anyone nearby who could use healing magic. Janusna answered from close by, calling out that she was coming to help. But before Janusna could reach them, another spear shot through the chaos and flew directly toward her. A nearby player could only stare in disbelief as the monsters leaped onto him all at once. Noah's family pushed through the wreckage in horror, weaving between crushed cars, scattered debris, and terrified people running for their lives. Their father shouted over the deafening noise that no matter what happened, they had to trust him. He promised them that he would protect them. Then his voice rose even louder, cutting through the panic as he yelled that whatever happened behind them, they were not allowed to look back. All they had to do was keep running. With that, the entire family sprinted forward, forcing their way through the chaos as fast as their bodies could move. Behind them, one of the Kraken's massive tentacles coiled around a vehicle and lifted it straight off the road. The tentacle whipped the car through the air with horrifying strength, turning the vehicle into a deadly piece of flying wreckage. Then the Kraken hurled the car straight toward the bridge, sending it spinning violently toward the fleeing crowd. Noah looked up, and the instant he saw the car falling toward them, a freezing chill spread through his entire body. Noah screamed at the top of his lungs that it was far too dangerous, his young voice tearing through the thunder of crumpling metal, collapsing debris, and civilians shrieking all around them. More vehicles came plummeting down beside the fleeing people, smashing into the road with such brutal force that the shockwave nearly swept them off their feet. Then one of those falling cars crashed straight into a fuel tank, and the instant Noah heard metal slam against metal, his stomach dropped like he already knew what was coming next. A massive explosion erupted immediately afterward, flames bursting outward with a deafening roar as a blinding wave of heat swallowed part of the bridge. Noah's family froze where they stood, staring at the blast in stunned silence, while the orange firelight flickered across their horrified faces. His father's eyes widened in pure horror, the flames reflecting in them as he stared helplessly at the disaster spreading in front of him. One player shouted desperately toward his teammate, demanding to know where the reinforcements were. The roads had already been cut off by the fire. They had only managed to hold the line for a few minutes, and at this point, all they could do was endure until help finally arrived. The moment Noah heard that, his mind immediately turned to the 12 thrones. Before his regression, the 12 thrones had only arrived 30 minutes after the Kraken first appeared. But now, with every escape route already sealed away by destruction and flames, the players on this bridge probably would not be able to save anyone fast enough. Noah stared at the swarm of monsters pouring across the bridge. The divers were dangerous, but they could still be dealt with somehow. The real problem was the Kraken itself, because if no one stopped that monster, every person trapped here was going to die. He opened his mouth as if he was about to speak, but instead of saying anything, he let his briefcase fall to the ground. From the very beginning, he had prepared for this exact moment, and even if it meant risking his life, he would protect his family. Noah opened the briefcase and pulled out a knife and a pair of scissors, the only weapon someone with the body of a child could realistically carry without drawing attention. He looked down at the knife gripped in his small hand, then turned his eyes back toward his parents and told them not to move from that spot until help arrived. His father stared at him in complete disbelief, his expression twisting with confusion and fear as he asked what in the world Noah thought he was doing. Noah said the players were holding the monsters back for the moment, but if anything went wrong, he closed his eyes for just a brief second before adding that Anna would protect them. With a faint smile that almost felt bitter, Noah thought to himself that other than him, Anna was the only person here capable of controlling mana. Now, the only question was what she could actually do with it when the time came. Anna called out Noah's name, her voice shaking badly as she watched him begin to step away from them. But Noah was already moving. He broke into a run, leaving his family behind as he charged straight into the center of the chaos. He held the knife out in front of him, gripping the handle so tightly that his small fingers started to ache. Without slowing down for even a heartbeat, Noah rushed directly toward the Kraken. Mana surged into both of his legs, flooding through his muscles with a burning intensity that forced his small body to move faster. Then Noah kicked off the ground with a sharp burst of power, launching himself forward with every bit of strength his child's body could withstand. He sprang across the roofs of the abandoned cars, using each crushed vehicle like a stepping stone across the ruined bridge. Mana flared around his entire body like a violent flame, wrapping him in a fierce glow as he shot forward. Noah clenched his jaw and forced himself to endure the strain tearing through his muscles and bones. This was the same mobility technique he had used countless times before his regression. But using it now, for the first time in a child's body, sent brutal pain ripping through him. Even so, Noah kept his eyes fixed straight ahead. The pain did not matter right now because this was the fastest way for him to reach the Kraken. With every step and every leap, Noah pushed closer and closer, cutting down the distance between himself and the monster. At last, he landed beside the players, his small feet striking the roof of a nearby car. The players turned toward him in shock and immediately shouted that it was dangerous, demanding to know what a child was doing in the middle of the battlefield. Even the divers paused for a split second, staring at Noah as though they could not understand why such a tiny boy had charged into a place like this. Then the monsters snapped out of their surprise and moved at once, shifting their bodies to block his path. Noah swung the knife in a sharp arc and poured mana into it, forcing his power to wrap around the small blade. The knife suddenly ignited, flames bursting across the blade as it glowed with enough heat to cut through the darkness around him. Noah struck with all the strength he could gather, and with one clean motion, he sliced the monster's head from its body. For a single heartbeat, Noah stood on top of the car roof, the burning knife still raised in his hand as the battlefield seemed to pause around him. Another diver lunged toward him, but Noah twisted his body out of the way and drove the knife deep into the monster's neck. The moment that monster fell, Noah shifted his gaze toward the second diver without wasting even a second. A quick slash flashed through the air, and that monster's head was cut off as well. Noah immediately snapped his eyes upward, sensing another attack dropping toward him from above. He raised the knife in time and blocked the incoming blow just before it could crush him. The force of the impact threw him backward across the roof of a car, but Noah dug in and caught himself before he could be knocked off. He lifted the blade again, breathing hard, his body aching, but his stance refusing to break. More divers rushed toward him at once, closing in from different directions and tightening the space around him. Noah swung the knife in a wide sweeping strike, using the flaming edge to force the monsters back before they could surround him completely. His child's body was weak, painfully weaker than what he was used to, but his instincts still remembered everything. The movements from his past life began flowing through him again, sharp and familiar. In the very next second, another monster collapsed beneath his blade. Noah spun around without the slightest hesitation, already preparing himself for the next attack rushing toward him. The old rhythm of battle returned to him, precise and merciless, as if his body had never truly forgotten how to fight. With one fierce slash, Noah cut clean through a monster's arm and sent it flying away from its body. Noah wrapped both hands around the knife, gripping it so firmly that the weight of the blade settled deep into his palms. And with that familiar pressure came an old sensation rushing back, the feeling of cutting down monsters, carving open a path, and forcing his way forward no matter what tried to stand in front of him. He clenched his teeth as that battle instinct burned hotter and hotter inside his chest. For one dangerous instant, it almost felt like the unstoppable version of himself from his previous life was beginning to wake up again. A memory flashed through Noah's mind, sharp and vivid. The fierce battle cry he used to shout before throwing himself into a fight. Then Noah charged straight through the cluster of monsters, tearing into their formation before they could fully close in and surround him. Noah hit the ground hard, his small body taking the impact as dust, stone chips, and broken fragments scattered around him. The instant another monster lunged toward him, Noah sprang away, twisting his body sharply and slipping out of the path of its attack. Then he snapped forward in the same motion and drove the blade straight through the monster's head. A spear shot toward him next, slicing through the air, but Noah dodged it by the narrowest margin and kicked off the car beneath his feet. With one brutal strike, Noah brought the blade down and split the monster in front of him cleanly in half. But the moment that attack ended, the knife finally reached its limit and snapped apart in his hand. Noah gritted his teeth in frustration. The weapon had barely held together at all, breaking far sooner than he needed it to. He threw the broken knife aside without wasting even a single second. If that blade could no longer be used, then he would finish this fight with whatever he still had left. Noah grabbed the scissors, forced them apart, and held one sharp blade in each hand like a pair of rough, makeshift daggers. Then he lowered his body, braced his feet, and rushed forward again, throwing himself right back into the fight. All at once, Noah stopped dead in his tracks. He looked straight up into the Kraken's enormous face, now standing close enough to feel the monster's overwhelming presence pressing down on him like a wall. Noah took his stance and tightened his grip around the broken scissor blades. At this point, these were the only weapons he had left to fight with. The Kraken raised one of its massive tentacles high above him and swung it down with enough force to crush anything in its path. Noah kept his eyes locked on the movement, carefully tracking every shift of that enormous limb as it came roaring toward him. Then, at the last possible second, he jumped backward and slipped out of the tentacle's path. But instead of retreating completely, Noah landed directly on top of the Kraken's tentacle. The moment his feet touched down, he broke into a sprint, racing along the monster's tentacle at full speed. When he reached the right angle, Noah kicked off again and launched himself forward. This time, his small body flew straight toward the Kraken's face. Noah drove both scissor blades into the Kraken's head, then twisted his wrists and carved them deeper with every bit of strength he could force out. He yanked one blade back out and stabbed again with all his power, trying to tear the wound open even wider. The Kraken reacted immediately, whipping another tentacle toward him from the side. Noah dodged the strike, narrowly slipping past it before that massive limb could smash him flat. He dropped back down and landed on the bridge, his feet skidding across the cracked and damaged surface. One glance at the blade in his hand was enough to tell him the truth. It was already completely useless. Noah threw the ruined blade away, refusing to cling to a weapon that could no longer help him survive. Mana flared around him once again as desperation tightened around his chest. Was there really nothing else nearby that he could use? The Kraken struck again, and Noah threw himself out of the way, dodging another sweeping attack from one of its tentacles. He jumped back onto a tentacle and ran along it, using the monster's own body like a path leading him forward. But another tentacle came crashing down from above, cutting off his route before he could break through. For a brief moment, Noah was suspended above the Kraken's body, caught in that narrow space between the monster below him and the shattered bridge beneath it. He tightened both hands around the remaining blade, bracing himself for whatever attack came next. The tentacle closed in fast, its huge shadow swallowing the space around him. Noah glanced to the side, searching desperately for even the smallest opening he could use to escape. But the blow landed before he could move, striking him hard and sending his small body flying through the air. Noah crashed down with brutal force, but before he could fully collapse, he caught himself with one hand against the broken surface. He cursed through clenched teeth as the truth sank in. His mana was almost completely drained. Below the bridge, the Kraken's tentacles churned violently through the water, twisting and thrashing beneath the structure. Then those tentacles slammed into one of the bridge's support pillars with terrifying force. The ground beneath Noah began cracking apart, pieces of the bridge splitting, crumbling, and breaking away under his feet. Grinding his teeth, Noah muttered under his breath that this monster was seriously getting on his nerves. He pushed forward across the shattered rubble, stepping over broken chunks of stone as the bridge continued to fall apart around him. From the water below, more purple tentacles rose upward, curling into the air like living shadows. Noah stopped on top of a large chunk of broken rock, steadying himself as the entire battlefield shifted beneath him. Ahead of him, the Kraken's tentacles wrapped tightly around a truck, gripping the vehicle as if it were preparing to turn it into another weapon. The metal screamed under the pressure, letting out a sharp, tortured groan as thin cracks began crawling across its surface like shattered glass spreading wider and wider. Before Matthew could even get his balance back properly, the monster seized the enormous truck in its grip and launched it straight at him with terrifying, overwhelming force. Matthew dug his feet into the ruined ground as firmly as he could, then raised his blade in front of him, turning it into the only barrier between his small body and the massive wreckage flying toward him. A brilliant blue aura suddenly surged around Matthew, wrapping his entire body in glowing power as he forced himself to speak, declaring that he would meet the attack head-on. In the very next moment, a blinding burst of light exploded from Matthew's blade, and before the truck could crush him, it was sliced cleanly down the middle. The two severed halves of the truck tore past Matthew on either side, missing him by a breath before crashing violently into the ground behind him. A roaring wall of fire erupted at Matthew's back, bathing the ruined battlefield behind him in a fierce orange glow as flames climbed high into the air. But then, the glowing blade in Matthew's hands gave one unstable flicker before disappearing completely, leaving his fingers wrapped around nothing but empty air. And before Matthew could even catch a single breath, the Kraken had already closed the distance, its massive figure looming right in front of him. Matthew moved purely on instinct, twisting his body hard to the side at the last possible second to slip away from the incoming attack. He dropped so low to the ground that, for an instant, it looked like his head was about to slam straight into the rubble beneath him. Behind him, thick clouds of smoke rolled over the broken debris, swallowing the wreckage piece by piece in dark, choking waves. Matthew's small body began trembling without control. His arms and legs barely listened to him anymore, and with a cold rush of dread, he realized his mana had most likely been drained completely dry. Collapsed and battered among the rubble, Matthew understood that if he passed out here, everything he had fought so desperately for would lose all meaning. Through his fading vision, He could still see the Kraken's red eye staring down at him as his own eyes slowly started to close. Then, with a crushing impact that shook the ground around him, a gigantic fist slammed down into the rubble nearby. Matthew clenched his teeth so tightly that pain shot through his jaw. No, this was not over yet. He could not allow everything to end here. Forcing his heavy gaze forward, Matthew made his decision. No matter how broken his body felt, he would keep moving until the very last second. And as the image of his family surfaced in his mind, one painful truth became impossible to ignore. Matthew wanted to live, and more than anything, he wanted to continue sharing this life together with them. High above him, one of the Kraken's massive tentacles rose into the air, spreading a heavy shadow over Matthew's exhausted body. The monstrous limb hovered there over the weakened child, hanging ominously in the air as if it was only moments away from crushing him flat. Even with his voice shaking, Matthew gathered every bit of strength he had left and shouted that he would not die in a place like this. At that exact moment, human hands suddenly reached out toward him, cutting through the danger as if answering his desperate cry. Anna appeared right beside Matthew, standing close to him with fierce determination as she warned the monster not to lay a single hand on her brother. Brilliant lightning burst out around the two children, surrounding them in a dazzling storm of light that crackled and flared through the battlefield. The tentacle hanging above them began to split apart under that overwhelming power, cracking and crumbling as if the light itself was tearing it to pieces. All around them, the surrounding monsters opened their mouths wide, as though they were about to scream or launch themselves into another attack. But the moment their bodies made contact with the light, they vanished completely, evaporating into nothing as if they had never existed at all. A towering pillar of light shot straight up from the ground, blazing so intensely that it cut through the surrounding chaos like a divine signal. Matthew stared at his sister in stunned disbelief, unable to look away. There was no doubt anymore. What he was seeing was truly Anna's miracle. Then a notification appeared in front of him, explaining that a miracle was a gift powerful enough to change the world itself and even bend its very laws. Matthew's mind instantly flashed back to 3 girls and a man wearing a black helmet. Before the regression, he had only known 4 people who carried such an incredible gift, and one of them had been his own partner, Sarah. Then he remembered the enormous amount of mana he had once felt inside Anna, and how, even back then, he had wondered whether she might truly possess the gift of a miracle. Anna wrapped her arms around Matthew and hugged him tightly, clinging to him in pure relief, while Matthew gently reassured her that he was okay. When Matthew looked down at his hand, he saw the wounds across his skin already beginning to close, the damaged flesh healing right before his eyes. The gigantic monster still towered in front of them, but Matthew quickly understood that the light surrounding them was also protecting them from the Kraken itself. As that realization settled in, Matthew remembered the girl with no limbs and the horrifying price that came with miracles. Anyone who held that kind of gift had to pay an enormous cost in exchange for changing the world. Matthew looked at Anna with clear worry in his eyes and asked if she was all right, and whether using that power had hurt her in any way. Anna gave him a small, gentle smile, trying to reassure him as she quietly told him that she was fine. But right after saying that, her eyelids slowly began to fall shut, and in a faint, exhausted voice, she admitted that she was really tired. Matthew carefully took Anna's hand in his own, holding it as softly and gently as he possibly could. A soft glow appeared near Anna's chest, and at last, Matthew allowed a small smile to cross his face. She had almost no mana left, only the bare minimum needed to keep her alive, which made him believe that her miracle might use mana as its price. Matthew carefully lowered Anna onto the ground, making sure every movement was slow and gentle so she could rest without being hurt any further. Anna slipped into a peaceful sleep, and Matthew quietly watched over her before softly telling her to rest. Then Matthew turned his eyes away from his sleeping sister and said that he would handle everything else by himself. Once again, blue energy began to coil around Matthew's body, wrapping him in a fierce, renewed glow as his resolve returned. The Kraken rose higher from the water, its enormous body emerging from the depths like a nightmare dragging itself into the world. Through the chaos, its red eyes gleamed with a sharp and dangerous light, glaring down at Matthew with terrifying intensity. Matthew faced the monster and grinned. So it had finally opened its eyes. Was it actually afraid of his sister? A tentacle suddenly shot toward Matthew at frightening speed, whipping through the air before slamming hard into the ground. Then another tentacle lifted above the boy, hanging there ominously over him as if the next devastating strike was already about to fall. Matthew raised one hand toward the towering Kraken, his fingers trembling but his voice hard with warning as he told it not to place even a single tentacle on Anna. Then he stretched both arms wide and planted himself firmly in front of his sleeping sister, turning his exhausted little body into a wall that simply refused to collapse. With the last of his strength, Matthew struck toward the tentacles coming at him, forcing his aching body to keep moving while the entire battlefield shook beneath the monster's power. One tentacle after another rose high above him, crowding the sky with danger, but right then Matthew felt it clearly. His mana was finally beginning to flow back through him. As the faces of his parents and Anna flashed across his mind, Matthew understood the truth with painful clarity. He still wasn't strong enough to defeat the Kraken alone, but the future had already changed, because this time his family was alive. A faint smile tugged at Matthew's lips despite everything. He had nothing left to fear now. All he needed to do was hold on and endure until the thrones finally arrived. Far away from the heart of the battlefield, cars were jammed bumper to bumper across the road. By the time the Kraken had appeared, Victor was already near a tall bridge, close enough for the chaos of the main battle to reach him. Inside one of the unmoving cars, a man opened his mouth with clear irritation on his face, muttering that he was already completely sick of the whole situation. Victor sat in the back seat with his legs crossed like he owned the place, complaining that the cars ahead of them weren't moving even a single inch. He glanced toward the driver and asked whether he was actually driving or just sitting there for decoration. The nervous man behind the wheel immediately explained that traffic was packed solid, and every road around Seoul was just as clogged. Victor shut his eyes with a bored, irritated look and said he was seriously considering quitting the 12 Thrones. Instead of enjoying his golden vacation, he was trapped in this mess, and he had joined to fight strong enemies, not to waste his time babysitting civilians. Victor clenched his teeth in frustration while the driver gave an awkward, uneasy laugh, trying to smooth things over, but in the very next moment, both of their eyes suddenly widened. Victor slowly lifted his hand as the driver blurted out that he could sense an enormous amount of mana. Without showing even a hint of surprise, Victor simply told him that he had already noticed it. A sharp ringing sound suddenly sliced through the tense silence inside the car, and Victor lowered his gaze toward the hand he had raised. There was a phone in his hand, and with a faint frown crossing his face, Victor wondered aloud if he had simply been hearing things. The screen showed an incoming call. As Victor stared at it with visible annoyance, he asked what class the monster was, and the answer came back that, based on current information, it was a Class 3 Kraken. Victor's brow tightened as he repeated that classification under his breath. A dangerous red light flashed in Victor's eyes as he asked where exactly the monster had appeared. The driver's face went pale as he imagined the Kraken tearing through everything in its path. But what unsettled him even more was the way Victor seemed almost excited by the news. If ordinary people saw that reaction, they would be furious. While Victor pictured the Kraken's enormous tentacles thrashing wildly through the area, the voice on the call told him it had appeared at Sing Sun Bridge, and that the people already on site still couldn't handle it. Victor's mouth parted slightly when he heard that the full extent of the damage still hadn't been confirmed. But one thing was already obvious. If he went there himself, he could bring the chaos to an end. He turned his gaze away as the person on the phone informed him that someone would arrive soon to pick him up. But Victor had no intention of waiting. He opened the car door and stepped out into the stalled road. The driver twisted around in alarm, staring after him as he asked what the clan lord thought he was doing. Victor stretched one leg casually, as if he were preparing for nothing more than a walk, and said he would go on foot. With traffic this awful, there was no chance they would reach the bridge in time by car. A sharp click rang out as the lock released, cutting cleanly through the noise around him. Victor drew his blade, the weapon sliding free with a cold, polished gleam that caught the light for an instant. The driver cried out in panic, warning him that walking all the way there would take at least 2 hours. Victor didn't even bother looking back at him. He simply said that, for him, it would take about 30 minutes. With his sword resting easily across his shoulder, Victor stood tall in the road and calmly called upon his power. Blue energy surged across his body, wrapping him in a fierce, crackling glow that made the air around him feel charged. His foot pressed hard into the ground, crushing down for one brief instant before his body launched forward. Victor shot ahead at an unbelievable speed, tearing through the road like a streak of raw force cutting past the stalled traffic. The driver could only sit there and stare blankly at the endless line of cars still trapped in front of him. Sweat rolled down the driver's face as he muttered that it made sense. Victor had always been obsessed with battle, forever chasing after the strongest opponents he could find. As Victor raced onward with a grin spreading across his face, the driver remembered exactly who that man was, the lord of the Blade Clan, and the warrior feared as the Demon of Fire. Half an hour later, back on the battlefield, the fish-headed monster opened its mouth wide. Flames erupted in front of Matthew, bursting violently across the ground in a wave of heat and destruction. At the same time, Victor sped past the abandoned cars scattered through the disaster zone, cutting through the ruined area without slowing down. He opened his eyes fully, sharpening his gaze as he fixed it on whatever waited ahead. In the distance, a towering pillar of light rose against the ruined landscape, blazing bright enough to stand out through the destruction. The moment Victor saw it, he knew it was magic. Victor stared toward that strange light, thinking that no one in this area should have been capable of creating something like that. Someone new had appeared, and the thought pulled a smirk onto his face. Back at the battlefield, blue energy gathered around Matthew's palms, just as the Kraken swung one of its huge tentacles toward him. Matthew gritted his teeth and braced himself, preparing his body for the crushing impact that was about to come down on him. Then, in a sudden flash, a man carrying a sword appeared between Matthew and the incoming attack. Victor swung his blade in one clean, powerful arc, slicing straight through the Kraken's tentacle before it could reach Matthew. Matthew stared ahead with his breath catching in his throat, realizing in that instant that it had finally happened. The man landed firmly on the ground, and the moment his feet touched down, the entire weight of the battlefield seemed to shift. The red-haired man stared forward, and Matthew recognized him immediately. This was one of the thrones, Victor, the fire demon. The severed tentacle burst into flames, fire crawling hungrily over the cut limb as it burned from the wound outward. The Kraken lowered its gaze toward its own burning tentacle, watching as the flames began consuming part of its massive body. Before Victor could follow up with another strike, the Kraken's enormous body suddenly pulled backward, sinking away as it slipped beneath the dark surface of the water. Only a moment later, the water turned strangely calm, leaving behind an empty, silent surface where the monster had just been towering. Victor tightened his fingers around the hilt of his sword. His gift was pyrokinetic power, the ability to control fire as naturally as moving his own arms and legs, and that terrifying talent was exactly what had earned him his infamous name. The red-haired man slowly turned his head, letting his sharp eyes drift away from the water and toward the ruined battlefield behind him. His gaze landed on Noah and Anna, the two children standing behind him amid the broken debris and smoke. For one brief second, even Victor looked genuinely surprised. The ones who had been holding out in this disaster were not seasoned fighters at all. They were only kids. Anna was still surrounded by faint traces of blue energy, and the moment Victor noticed the mana flowing around her small body, he understood that she had been the one using magic here. Standing in front of them, Victor quickly connected the pieces. Anna had emptied out all of her mana and collapsed, while Noah had stayed on his feet, guarding her from the Kraken with everything he had left. A smile slowly crept across the fire demon's face. Both children were strong, and watching how they developed as players would definitely make things interesting. Victor opened his palm toward them in a loose, almost casual gesture and told them not to be afraid, because he had no intention of hurting them. But then his eyes narrowed just a little, and with a dangerous edge in his voice, he added that, at the very least, he would not hurt them right now. Sweat slid down Noah's face as Victor swung his blade and made his purpose painfully clear. He had come to this place for only one reason, to kill the Kraken. With the children positioned behind him, Victor told Noah to stay back, warning him that the monster would be coming back up from the water soon. Deep beneath the dark surface, far below where they stood, the Kraken's red eyes suddenly snapped open. Victor glanced toward Noah and asked if he was the so-called immortal everyone had been talking about. Noah did not answer him immediately. He only stared ahead in silence, his face tense, guarded, and impossible to read. Then, facing Victor directly, Noah asked what exactly he wanted from him. Victor smirked as if the question amused him and said it was nothing serious. He only wanted to see whether Noah was truly as strong as the rumors claimed, then casually suggested that the two of them should fight. Noah told him there was no point in doing something so pointless and ordered him to get out of the way. With his sword resting across his shoulder, the fire demon stood his ground and refused to move. If Noah wanted to pass, then he would have to defeat Victor first. Noah closed his eyes for a moment and released a slow, controlled breath, doing his best to keep his irritation from breaking through. A blue aura began gathering around Noah's body, flowing over him as he warned Victor that he was going to regret forcing this. Victor answered without wasting another word, swinging his blazing blade as fire roared to life along the edge. Noah charged straight toward the fire demon, closing the distance between them without the slightest hesitation. A swordsman now stood firmly in front of the children, holding back the danger with nothing but his blade and the weight of his presence. As Noah held Anna close, memories from before his return began surfacing in his mind. Back then, Victor had constantly tried to drag him into a duel. Noah pictured his former self clad in armor, and one painful truth came back to him with perfect clarity. He had never beaten Victor, not even once. Every time they crossed blades, the fire demon only grew stronger, as if that red-haired man had been born solely for battle. Victor frowned toward the water and called out to the kraken, asking why it was hiding down there. Was a little bit of fire really enough to frighten it? Without warning, a massive tentacle slammed violently into the bridge columns. The ground beneath their feet shook hard, and Noah clenched his teeth as the vibration ripped through the entire bridge. The fire demon shouted that the monster had destroyed one of the bridge supports. Cracks immediately raced across the asphalt, spreading in jagged lines as the road began splitting apart under them. Noah reacted at once and lifted Anna into his arms, while Victor realized that as long as the children stayed on the bridge, this battle would become much harder to control. Something struck the blue barrier with tremendous force, sending a heavy shock rippling through the protective light around them. At the same time, new columns rose up beneath the bridge, pushing into place from below and reinforcing the collapsing structure. The fire demon broke into a grin and said the Holy Mother had arrived at exactly the right time. A helicopter appeared overhead, slicing through the air above the battlefield as the bridge trembled below. A girl holding a staff shouted down at Victor, snapping at him to stop calling her that. She insisted she was not that old, and that her name was Grace, one of the 12 thrones. With sweat still on her face, Grace complained that they could have simply flown Victor there by helicopter, then demanded to know why he had insisted on running all the way to the bridge himself. Victor bent one finger as if the answer should have been obvious and said he needed to reach Seoul as quickly as possible. As Grace's staff began to shine, she told him that backup would arrive soon. Once they got there, they could handle rescuing the civilians, but for now, Victor needed to put all of his focus on the Kraken. Blue energy wrapped around the fire demon's body, pouring over him and strengthening him with a fresh surge of power. Grace looked down at Victor as he claimed he did not need her buffs, and she immediately snapped at him to shut up and stop rejecting them. With his back turned toward Noah and Anna, Victor told Grace that the children were her responsibility now. Blue light spilled from Grace as she hovered above them, her face still damp with sweat while her power spread through the air. Grace answered in a firm voice, making it clear that she already understood exactly what she had to do. Across the water, heavy waves began rolling outward again, disturbing the surface as something massive moved beneath it. The Kraken rose from the depths, its enormous body bursting up through the water once more. This time, the monster emerged right beside the bridge, towering dangerously close to everyone standing there. The fire demon rushed forward with a fierce grin on his face, shouting that the Kraken had finally shown itself. Victor drove his foot hard into the cracked asphalt, using the broken road as a launch point before throwing himself forward and leaping straight at the Kraken. The surface of the water exploded beneath his momentum, splashing high into the air as Victor's movement ripped across it like a burning streak. The monster turned its enormous head toward him, its gaze locking onto the dangerous figure rushing straight in its direction. Fire spread over the water like a blazing path, and from the middle of those flames, Victor's burning silhouette came sharply into view. His entire body was swallowed in roaring fire, making Victor look less like a normal man and more like a living flame given human shape. He kept walking directly toward the Kraken without slowing even slightly, while its tentacles began to close in around him from every direction. More and more tentacles rose above Victor, hanging overhead like a twisted forest of monstrous limbs waiting to crush him where he stood. Then, all at once, every tentacle lunged downward, rushing toward him with the kind of overwhelming force that could shatter the battlefield. A brilliant flash suddenly erupted beside the Kraken's dark outline, slicing through the chaos in a single blinding instant. Victor smiled from within the flames and called the monster weak, as if the mighty Kraken had already failed to live up to his expectations. The sword in his hand burned even hotter, flames crawling along the blade as he declared that the Kraken was already as good as dead. Then the fire demon moved his arm and swung his sword in one clean, decisive strike. A massive wave of fire burst from the blade, roaring forward across the water as it surged straight toward the Kraken. In the next second, a tremendous explosion ripped through the battlefield, lighting up both the bridge and the surrounding water in a violent blaze. The Kraken's enormous body was swallowed completely by the flames, vanishing inside the burning blast as fire engulfed it from every side. Victor calmly settled his sword back onto his shoulder, standing there with the relaxed confidence of someone who already considered the fight finished. He stood before the burning monster, framed by smoke, heat, and crackling flames as the battlefield continued to roar around him. Noah gasped as he stared at the scene in front of him, realizing that the Kraken had finally been taken down. Grace hurried over to the children as fast as she could, her voice urgent as she asked whether they were all right. She dropped down beside them and quickly told them not to panic, reassuring them that she was going to heal their injuries right away. But then sweat began sliding down Grace's face as she noticed something that did not match what she expected to see. Noah was still holding Anna carefully in his arms, Yet Grace realized that neither child had even a single visible wound on their bodies. Thinking back to the strange power that had appeared during the fight with the monster, Grace guessed that a miracle must have healed them. Grace reached out in amazement, barely able to believe that she had actually seen a miracle happen right before her own eyes. But just before her hands could reach the children, she suddenly stopped completely. The two children were right there in front of her, close enough that she could have helped them with a single touch. Noah stared her down with sharp, unblinking eyes and warned her in a low, serious voice not to touch his sister. Grace broke into a nervous sweat, clearly caught off guard by how intense his warning sounded. She was genuinely shaken by the threat. How could a child speak with that much seriousness and place so much pressure into a single warning? As the two of them faced each other in tense silence, Grace finally asked Noah who he really was. More helicopters flew in overhead, their engines thundering loudly above the ruined bridge and the battered battlefield below. Grace looked up toward them and said the rescue team had arrived, then added that the children needed to be taken to a hospital first. Noah slowly lifted his eyes, his expression still guarded and serious, as he took in what was happening around him. Later, the news reported that the Kraken had attacked Sing Sun Bridge at 5 p.m., causing heavy casualties. Grace appeared on television, explaining that rescue operations were still ongoing, and that the government had already begun responding to the disaster. A boy sat quietly in front of the television, watching the report without saying a word. Noah lowered his gaze, and the weight of everything that had happened seemed to settle heavily over him. Nearby, Anna lay with her eyes closed, resting peacefully after everything she had endured in the battle. Noah remembered the doctor explaining that Anna had been severely drained because her mana had run out, but that a mana potion would be enough to help her recover. At the same time, the image of his family's dead bodies from the future flashed through his mind with painful clarity. Then Noah smiled softly. It was finally over, and this time no one in his family had died. He placed his hand gently on Anna's forehead and thought to himself that he had truly changed the future. His eyes suddenly widened when someone called out his name. Noah turned around at once, startled by the familiar voices coming from behind him. His parents were rushing toward him, moving quickly with panic written clearly across their faces. They looked exhausted, tense, and deadly serious, as if they had spent the entire trip there terrified of what they might find. Noah immediately began to sweat. Just one look at their expressions was enough for him to understand that he was in serious trouble. He stood frozen in place, facing both of his parents like a child waiting for judgment to fall. Tracy quickly asked Noah if he was hurt anywhere, her voice tight and strained with worry. Noah awkwardly looked away from her and answered that he was fine. When his father asked about Anna, Noah pointed toward the bed and explained that she was asleep after her mana had dropped dangerously low, and she had received a potion. John pressed a hand firmly against his forehead and released a long, heavy breath, clearly trying to steady himself before his emotions boiled over. But the very next second, his eyes flew open wide, and he demanded to know why Noah had ignored his order and rushed off on his own. Noah lowered his head in front of his father, his shoulders shrinking slightly as he quietly apologized. Sweat began to form on Noah's face as the apology left his mouth, and for a brief moment, even Noah himself wondered why he was saying sorry at all. After all, his family was still alive. From Noah's point of view, this should have been the best ending he could have possibly hoped for. But when Noah slowly raised his head again, he realized something with painful clarity. Deep inside, he did not truly regret the choice he had made. He looked at his parents standing right in front of him, and only then did he really begin to notice the expressions they were wearing. John's lips were pressed into a tight, rigid line, his whole face stiff with fear and anger that he was barely managing to hold back. Tracy's eyes were already shining with tears, trembling as she stared at her son like she had almost lost him. Noah froze in place, completely caught off guard by the raw pain written so clearly across both of their faces. That was when it finally hit him. His parents were not judging the outcome. They were terrified because Noah had run straight toward the Kraken and risked his life without hesitation. Noah lowered his gaze again, realizing that he understood better than anyone how unbearable it was to lose family. And yet, he had acted alone without once stopping to think about how his parents would feel. Clenching his teeth, Noah apologized again, but this time the words came from the heart, and he admitted that what he had done was wrong. Tears finally spilled down Noah's face as he promised them that he would never do anything like that again. Then, without needing to say another word, someone gently opened their arms wide for him. Tracy smiled through her tears, her expression softening as she called Noah over to her. Noah immediately ran forward and threw himself into his mother's embrace, burying his face against her as if he had been holding everything in until that moment. John stepped in as well and wrapped them both in his arms, holding Noah close while telling him never to do that again, because they had been absolutely terrified. Still crying in their arms, Noah nodded and agreed. And for the first time, he wondered if maybe he did not have to keep throwing himself into battles against monsters. Maybe he could simply be a child, and maybe that was what his parents wanted from him most. The next morning, warm sunlight streamed through the hospital windows, filling the room with a quiet, gentle glow. John pointed ahead and told Noah that Anna was being discharged, so he needed to stay exactly where he was and wait for them. Noah obediently raised one hand and answered that he would wait right there without moving. As Noah opened his eyes, he thought about how, ever since the bridge incident, his parents clearly no longer trusted him to wander off alone, and he could only hope that would change soon. Anna was sleeping peacefully nearby, her face calm and relaxed after everything she had gone through. Noah sat beside her hospital bed in the quiet room, keeping watch over his sister while she rested. While waiting there, he popped a small treat into his mouth. The moment the flavor hit his tongue, a blush spread across Noah's face, because it was far more delicious than he had expected. Noah turned his head and asked if there was any more, admitting that after burning through so much energy, he really wanted something sweet. A cookie was handed over to him, and Noah accepted it politely, thanking the person sitting beside him. Victor was sitting right next to Noah, looking completely relaxed as if being in a hospital room with them was the most natural thing in the world. Sweat ran down Noah's face as he finally registered just how casually Victor had settled in beside him. Victor glanced over at Noah and asked whether he really did not like chocolate cookies. Then, without waiting for much of a response, Victor pushed the snack straight into Noah's mouth. Noah awkwardly looked away, thinking that Victor definitely did not look like someone who was supposed to be dying. Then again, maybe the man had simply gone insane, although, to be fair, Victor had seemed crazy from the very beginning. With a wide grin spreading across his face, Victor leaned closer and asked Noah how old he was. Noah answered him honestly, saying that he was 6 years old. Victor folded his arms as he took that in, remarking that Noah was still unbelievably young. Then Victor asked Anna's age as well, and after hearing that she was 10, he followed up by asking for her name. Noah frowned at him suspiciously and asked why Victor needed to know Anna's name. Victor pulled his finger back and corrected him, saying that he had not been asking for Anna's name, he had meant Noah's. Sweating a little under Victor's stare, Noah answered that his name was Noah. Victor smiled and asked whether Noah had any interest in joining the academy, adding that he could personally recommend him. Noah pictured himself growing older and immediately understood what the fire demon was really thinking. Victor wanted to push him into the academy, turn him into a player, and then fight him someday. That thought sent a shiver through Noah's body. This man was already trying to raise future opponents for himself. Victor stood up from his seat and said there was still plenty of time for Noah to think it over. Looking down at Noah, Victor added that he would remember his name. Grace was standing outside the hospital room, watching Victor as he walked away. As she looked at his back, Grace asked if he was really just going to leave like that, then reminded him that a miracle had not appeared in Korea for a very long time. Victor stuck a finger in his ear as though the whole subject bored him and said he did not care. Then Victor turned toward Grace and reminded her that the only thing that mattered was that he was older than her. So now that she was one of the 12 thrones, she should watch how she spoke to him. Victor went on, and this time his voice carried a much heavier weight. He explained that if a miracle like that was truly as rare as they believed, then the second the world found out about the child, there would be no hiding anymore. Every gaze, every question, every hungry piece of attention would turn straight toward them, until even the smallest hope of living a quiet, ordinary life would be stripped away completely. Grace's hand slowly curled tighter at her side, her fingers pressing into her palm until the tension was obvious. Victor noticed it, looked directly at her, and in a low, careful voice asked if that kind of future was really something she could bring herself to want. Victor glanced back over his shoulder at Grace and told her that if she understood what he was trying to say, then she needed to drop the subject and let it disappear. Then, as though he wanted to pull them out of that suffocating atmosphere, he shifted his tone and casually suggested that they go out for coffee or something. The instant Victor brought up the idea of going out, Grace's thoughts completely wandered. Instead of coffee, her imagination filled with a whole table of sweet desserts, each one piled high and looking more irresistible than the last. Grace stared at Victor like she could not believe what she had just heard, then bluntly asked him if he had completely lost his mind. Victor, still as calm as ever, answered without even flinching, repeating the same warning as before and telling her once again to be careful with the way she spoke. Victor let his eyes fall shut, wearing a faint, almost satisfied smile, and admitted that after burning through so much energy, he just wanted something sweet. For once, all he wanted was to sit down, eat, and let himself relax for a little while. By the following day, after the terror and confusion of the Kraken attack had finally settled behind them, their car rolled up the road and slowly came to a stop in front of their grandmother's house. As the parents climbed out of the car, John turned his eyes toward the house and wondered aloud why their grandmother had not stayed inside. Tracy answered him quietly, explaining that the old woman had been feeling unwell. Their grandmother greeted them with a gentle, warm smile, telling everyone just how much she had missed them. Even though she had not been feeling well, she had still come outside because she wanted to see her grandchildren with her own eyes. Moving slowly toward the parked car, their grandmother looked them over one by one, taking in their tired faces and heavy bodies. With a soft concern in her voice, she remarked that every single one of them looked completely worn out. When her gaze fell on the children sleeping deeply inside the car, her expression immediately softened. She quietly told the adults not to disturb them yet, saying they should just leave them there and let them rest a little longer. After some time had passed, Matthew's eyelids began to twitch faintly. Still weighed down by sleep, he slowly opened his eyes, blinking as he drifted back into awareness. Once his blurred vision finally sharpened, Matthew realized that Anna was sprawled right on top of him, sleeping without a care in the world and somehow looking completely comfortable there. Matthew carefully pushed himself upright beside her, trying not to move too suddenly. He stared at Anna with a puzzled look on his face, silently wondering how lying like that could possibly be comfortable for anyone. Not far away, their parents had fallen asleep as well, their bodies finally surrendering after everything they had endured. The exhaustion from the previous chaos had caught up with all of them at once. Seeing the way Anna slept so naturally, Matthew's expression softened into a small smile. The familiar posture made him quietly guess that she must have picked up that sleeping habit from their mother. He shifted as gently as he could, careful not to wake Anna from her deep sleep. Then he reached for a blanket, pulled it over her, and tucked it around her small body with quiet, careful hands. Only after making sure Anna was properly covered and comfortable did Matthew finally step away. Moving as quietly as possible, he slipped out of the room and left the others to keep sleeping. Outside near the house, Matthew found a quiet place to sit by himself. The night around him was calm and still, and he let that silence settle over him as he gathered his thoughts. A faint blue glow began to curl around his hand, mana gathering there like soft living light. As Matthew watched it pulse around his fingers, he realized that his energy felt stronger than it had before. He lowered his eyes to his own hand and studied the blue aura with a serious, careful stare. The change felt impossible to ignore, and Matthew guessed that it might somehow be connected to his gift. Then the image of the swordsman surfaced in his mind again, pulling Matthew's thoughts back to the gift he had carried before coming to this world. That power had been known by the name Berserker. Back then, whenever Matthew burned through more mana in battle, his strength would climb higher and higher. It was as if each bit of energy he spent pushed his body further past its normal limits. In his thoughts, Matthew saw himself standing on the battlefield once more, moving through the chaos with that overwhelming force roaring inside him. The memory of that power still felt vivid and almost unreal. Then he remembered the red color of his own eyes from that time, and suddenly the name Berserker felt almost painfully accurate. The more mana he used, the more unstable and wild he seemed to become. Matthew slowly raised one hand to his face, touching it as though he could somehow check himself by feel. It was as if he was searching for any lingering trace of that madness beneath his own skin. He thought back to the moment he had sliced through the truck with terrifying ease. But even then, his mind had not felt shattered or completely out of control. If that kind of power truly came without a price, then Berserker might have been the most incredible gift anyone could imagine. Even with that thought, Matthew's hand slowly tightened into a fist. Deep down, he could not shake the uneasy feeling that there was still something about Berserkers he had not figured out yet. Just then, his grandmother walked up nearby and softly asked why he was still awake. Matthew froze for a brief second, startled by her sudden presence, wondering how long she had been standing there without him sensing her at all. Matthew rubbed the back of his head and gave her an awkward little smile. He explained that he had already slept for a while in the car, so he was not really tired anymore. His grandmother gently placed her sweater over his shoulders, wrapping him in its warmth, and told him that if he wanted to grow properly, he needed plenty of sleep. Matthew could only laugh softly at that familiar, caring scolding. As he sat there, Matthew suddenly remembered all the times she had quietly brought him tea without making a fuss. It struck him then that whenever he drifted too deeply into his own thoughts, she always seemed to be somewhere close by. Looking at the gray-haired woman sitting beside him, Matthew could tell she was not trying to force a confession or drag answers out of him. She was simply waiting there with patience, ready to listen if he chose to talk about his worries, his feelings, or even something completely unimportant. After a short silence passed between them, Matthew finally turned his eyes toward her and asked why she was not sleeping either. His grandmother smiled at him gently, answering as if the reason should have been obvious from the start. She said it was because her grandson was still awake. Matthew immediately broke into a nervous sweat, completely caught off guard by how smoothly she had turned his own question back on him. He ran a hand through his hair, feeling a strange warmth slowly spread through his chest. In that moment, he realized what he had truly wanted all along. To be close to his grandmother again, not only as the little child she remembered, but as the person he was now. When his grandmother gently asked if he wanted some warm milk, Matthew reacted instantly. He raised both hands in front of him in clear protest and hurriedly said no. Right at that moment, Tracy walked over and asked if he was absolutely sure about that. Matthew's body stiffened at once as he wondered when his mother had managed to arrive there too. Tracy gestured toward the milk with a teasing look in her eyes and asked who exactly was supposed to drink it if he refused. With no easy way to escape anymore, Matthew finally lifted the mug toward his face. His expression made it clear that he had somehow been cornered into drinking it. As they sat together outside, Tracy turned toward her grandmother and asked if she had any idea how terrified she had been after receiving that phone call. The old woman answered calmly, saying she was perfectly fine and that the neighbor had simply made the whole situation sound far more serious than it was. But Tracy's worry still did not disappear. With concern lingering in her voice, she admitted that hearing her grandmother had fainted had truly frightened her. Matthew looked away without saying anything, quietly thinking to himself that his grandmother had only slipped. Even so, she had been lucky the accident had not turned into something much worse. Tracy kept her gaze fixed on the old woman, clearly waiting for a proper explanation. After a moment, her grandmother said that she had simply been distracted for an instant. Sitting beside them, Matthew listened closely as his grandmother explained what had happened. She said that while she had been going up the stairs, she thought she saw him standing there. Before either Tracy or Matthew could react too strongly, the old woman lifted a hand and told them to let her finish first. She insisted that she was not losing her mind. She then recalled seeing a dark figure at the top of the stairs, a shadowy shape moving its arms as if it were desperately warning them not to come any closer. Turning her eyes toward Matthew, she added that she understood it better now. That shadow had not been trying to speak to her at all. It had been trying to warn her grandson. Matthew rubbed his chin in thought, his expression growing more serious as he absorbed everything his grandmother had just told them. Matthew's mind drifted back to the tentacled monster they had faced before, and the more clearly he recalled that horrifying shape, the harder it became to brush everything off as some meaningless nightmare. That creature had felt far too real to simply disappear into the category of a strange dream. Then, one after another, the terrified faces of his family flashed through Matthew's thoughts. A cold, heavy realization settled deep in his chest. If even a single step had gone wrong back then, all of them could have died the same way Grandpa had. A bead of sweat ran down Matthew's face as the thought struck him with full force. If that shadowy figure had truly been him, then his grandmother should have told them about it much earlier, before things had gone this far. Suddenly, a voice cut in and called the whole thing incredible, especially since it had all happened so recently. That timing made the coincidence feel even stranger, almost too precise to simply ignore. His grandmother gently rested her hand on Matthew's head and gave it a soft pat. Then she told him that Grandpa had once mentioned seeing an adorable little deer standing outside all alone, but when she went to look for it herself, the one she found there was Matthew. Tracy stared at her mother, her expression tightening as surprise spread across her face. She asked again, almost like she needed to confirm every word, as if she could not quite believe what she had just heard. Then Tracy turned slightly away, her voice growing quieter and gentler. She admitted that she had once dreamed of something similar too, a dream where her father had left behind a little deer. Matthew remained seated between the two women, silent and still, caught right in the center of their memories. As he listened, the strange fragments of the past seemed to slowly line up around him. He lifted his gaze toward his mother when Tracy looked at him gently and asked what he wanted to become when he finally grew up. Matthew lowered the mug from his lips, preparing to answer her question. But before he could get a single word out, a dark aura began to rise behind him, creeping upward like something had awakened in the space at his back. Behind Matthew, shadowy creatures began appearing one after another, their red eyes glowing ominously in the darkness. Their voices overlapped in desperate cries, each one begging for help. A thin sheen of sweat formed across Matthew's face as that terrifying presence pressed closer from behind. Even without turning fully, he could feel the weight of it bearing down on him. Tracy noticed the change in him right away. Seeing that something seemed off, she placed a hand gently on Matthew's shoulder and asked in a soft, worried voice if he was okay. Matthew slowly turned around without saying anything. His movements were stiff and cautious as he looked back over his shoulder, tension clear in every small motion. Then Matthew forced a small smile onto his face and told Tracy that he was fine. He added that he just did not know the answer to her question yet, and Tracy, seeing him try to compose himself, gently told him that it was all right. Matthew turned his eyes away, his expression quiet and closed off. Deep inside, he was still trying to push down the uneasiness that continued to linger after what he had sensed. His grandmother looked at him with a warm, reassuring smile and reminded Matthew that he was still only a child. There was no need for him to rush himself into finding an answer before he was ready. She told Matthew to simply live his life with everything he had, to be happy, to struggle when difficult moments came, to make friends and sometimes fight with them, to study, to play, and then, little by little, he would eventually discover the path meant for him. Matthew glanced away with uncertainty still written on his face. He did not look fully convinced yet, but even so, he listened carefully to every word his grandmother said. With her eyes gently closed, the old woman continued in a calm, tender voice. She told Matthew that all he needed to do was keep living until the day he finally found the thing he truly loved. Matthew gave a small, awkward smile as her words slowly sank in. In the end, his grandmother's advice was incredibly simple, but also deeply warm. She was telling him to live a happy life. The two women drew Matthew into a warm embrace, surrounding him with comfort from both sides. Tracy softly agreed with his grandmother, telling him that he still had so much time ahead of him, and no matter what came, he would be able to get through it. Matthew's face turned red when Tracy added that his name meant a universe filled with endless power. Even though Matthew already knew the meaning, hearing his mother say it so proudly still made him flustered. Tracy smiled at him with quiet pride shining in her eyes. Then she told Matthew that no matter what road he chose in the future, she would always be proud of him. After that, Matthew shifted his gaze toward his grandmother. She met his eyes with the same gentle smile and promised him that she would always be there to support him as well. Just then, Anna appeared outside and immediately announced that she wanted some milk too, joining the moment in her own simple, straightforward way. Anna came over and settled down with the rest of the family. Tracy asked if she was already awake, while their grandmother warmly called Anna closer so she could take the glass. As Matthew watched everyone gathered together like that, a quiet smile formed on his face. For a brief moment, the heavy tension in his heart seemed to loosen and fade. Then Matthew's cheeks grew faintly red, and his lips parted a little, as though he had suddenly made up his mind to do something important. A small bunch of flowers appeared in Matthew's hands. Holding them carefully, he offered them to his grandmother with a shy but sincere gesture. Everyone smiled at the sweetness of what he had done. His grandmother thanked Matthew with genuine warmth and told him she had placed the flowers on the hall nightstand so everyone could see them, which made Matthew realize she wanted to proudly show them off. His grandmother looked down at the flowers with a fond, gentle expression. Matthew quietly thought that she probably did not understand the full meaning behind them, but to him that was perfectly fine. Anna sat down beside the old woman, leaning into the calm atmosphere as she joined the rest of the family in that peaceful little moment. Matthew smiled as he watched them together, quietly telling himself that in this life, he wanted to give his grandmother even more happy memories for her to keep close to her heart. Above the three women, the sky stretched out clear and bright, its openness making the gentle family scene feel even calmer and more peaceful. His grandmother folded her hands together in front of her, and Matthew, looking at her quietly, thanked her from the bottom of his heart for raising him. But before that quiet, tender atmosphere could last much longer, voices began drifting out from inside the house, pulling everyone's attention back toward the doorway. Matthew's parents came in wearing bright smiles, their faces full of happiness. Then they cheerfully announced to the family that they were expecting another child. Matthew and Anna both froze where they were, staring at their parents in complete disbelief. Their eyes widened as the meaning of the announcement slowly sank in. Anna was the first to react, immediately running over to John with excitement bursting out of her. She asked if that meant she was going to have another little brother. Tracy looked over at Matthew with confusion on her face. She seemed to notice that his reaction was even stronger than she had expected, as if the news had struck him on a much deeper level. Tracy wrapped her arms around Matthew's shoulders and pulled him close. As she held him, Emotion seemed to wash over him all at once. With tears beginning to gather in his eyes, Matthew thanked his mother for telling him the news. His voice was filled with so much gratitude that he could barely keep it contained. His parents smiled warmly at him as Matthew said that this was the happiest thing that had happened to him since the day he was born. John could not help joking that with a reaction that intense, people might start thinking Matthew was actually the father. Before long, the whole family gathered around the table together. The room filled with a warm, lively atmosphere, the kind that only comes when everyone is sharing the same happiness. Later, back at kindergarten, a little girl rushed straight up to Matthew with bright excitement and eagerly asked if he had missed her. Matthew, now wearing dog ears, looked completely embarrassed. Instead of answering with proper words, he could only let out an awkward bark. 3 children quickly gathered around Matthew, surrounding him with gentle pats. They tried to comfort him, telling him not to cry as they fussed over him. Matthew turned his face away with an angry, embarrassed look, clearly irritated by how everyone was treating him and fussing over him like that. Catherine held her mug carefully in both hands, looking around at the other children with genuine confusion on her face. She could not seem to understand why everyone kept making such a fuss over this little dog and treating it like it was the cutest thing in the room. Then Catherine's expression shifted into that sharp, mischievous smile of hers. With a teasing edge in her voice, she said it might honestly be better if they just threw that muddy little thing away somewhere. Matthew immediately growled at Catherine in protest, clearly refusing to let that comment slide. But Catherine snapped right back at him without hesitation, warning that she could tell the teacher everything and make sure he got punished for acting like that. The second Matthew heard the word teacher, his expression changed in an instant. He quickly shut his eyes and pretended to be fast asleep, as if nothing had happened at all. One of the boys noticed his sudden act and, treating him completely like a pet, picked him up and placed him inside an animal cage. A little while later, the door to the children's room opened from the hallway. A man stepped inside, and the movement immediately drew the attention of the kids scattered around the room. The little girl's face lit up the moment she saw him. Without wasting even a second, she ran straight over to her dad, happily welcoming him back with pure excitement. Matthew wandered down the kindergarten hallway, his eyes moving over the familiar walls and classroom corners around him. But as he kept walking, something just at the edge of his vision suddenly pulled his attention away. Over at one of the tables, Matthew spotted a quiet girl sitting all by herself. She had a book open in her hands and seemed completely absorbed in reading, separated from the noise around her. Matthew walked up to her with curiosity and asked what book she was reading. Without looking overly bothered by the interruption, the girl calmly answered that it was Sherlock Holmes. Matthew paused for a brief moment as the story came to mind. Then, far too casually, he brought up Sherlock and mentioned that the professor fell from the waterfall and died. The girl went completely still. She stared at Matthew in stunned silence, her eyes slowly widening as the meaning of what he had just said began to sink in. Matthew's smile turned awkward almost immediately. Realizing what he had done, he admitted with visible discomfort that he had accidentally spoiled the story for her. The girl lowered her head with a deeply saddened look and said she was really upset, because she had not finished reading the book yet. Matthew quickly apologized, then desperately tried to make things better by adding that Sherlock actually came back alive in the end. But instead of fixing anything, Matthew's attempt only made the situation worse. The girl looked even more heartbroken, as if he had just spoiled another important part of the story. Matthew panicked and hurried away from the table, trying to escape the damage he had caused. As he rushed off, he shouted back over his shoulder that he was really, truly sorry. After fleeing from that painfully awkward conversation, Matthew kept moving through the kindergarten halls, putting distance between himself and the book disaster. As he walked along, Matthew began to notice several clusters of children gathered tightly around one area. All of them were staring toward the center, completely focused on whatever was happening there. The children were in the middle of all kinds of pretend battles, turning the play area into a loud little arena. Everywhere Matthew looked, kids were acting out childish fights with dramatic energy. One of the children suddenly noticed Matthew standing nearby. The kid turned his head and looked straight at him, as if recognizing a new challenger had arrived. Matthew smiled with clear interest, stepping into the mood of the game. Then he asked them who the strongest person in their group was. Matthew stood there quietly and listened as the children began whispering among themselves. His question had clearly stirred them up, and the little crowd buzzed with sudden excitement. Before long, 2 boys stepped forward from the group and faced each other. The air around them shifted, becoming strangely dramatic, as though a proper duel was about to begin. Then one of the boys suddenly drew a sword and pointed it straight at Matthew. Without a trace of hesitation, He challenged him directly in front of everyone. The boy declared with bold, over-the-top confidence that this town was not big enough for both of them. Then he announced that Matthew's fate would end right there. Matthew looked at the sword aimed toward him with complete calm. There was no fear in his face at all, only a steady gaze as he took in the challenge. All around them, the watching children shouted with excitement, their voices rising as they urged the boy on. They wanted him to prove once and for all who the strongest truly was. Matthew simply smiled ahead, relaxed and composed despite all the dramatic shouting around him. Even with a sword pointed his way, he looked almost amused by the situation. Then Matthew's eyes shifted toward the side, where Catherine was yelling in his direction with her usual sharp intensity. Catherine's face was full of irritation as she shouted at Matthew to die. Hearing that, Matthew could only think that this kind of cruel encouragement was exactly what he should have expected from Catherine. Matthew lowered his gaze with a tired, annoyed look and muttered that he did not need anyone cheering for him in the first place. Then he turned with a small hopeful smile toward Olivia, clearly searching for something at least a little more supportive from her. But Olivia already had tears shining in her eyes as she shouted that she hated him. Matthew was left taking yet another emotional hit before the fight had even begun. Matthew picked up the sword, the mood around him growing strangely lonely despite the crowd. In a dramatic voice, he said that he had always walked through life alone. He wore an uneasy smile as he leaned fully into the children's exaggerated atmosphere. Playing along with the scene, he declared that this would be the end for everyone. The two boys stood across from each other with their weapons ready. Around them, the other children watched closely, waiting for the first move like spectators at a real battle. Jimmy suddenly shouted for the match to begin. His voice rang through the play area like the official signal that the battle had started. Jimmy charged straight toward Matthew with all his energy, rushing in without holding back. Matthew stayed calm, lifted his sword, and blocked the attack directly in front of him. In the very next moment, Jimmy's weapon was knocked out of his grip. The sword flew upward into the air, spinning away from him before he could react. Jimmy reached after it in a panic, his hands stretching out desperately as he tried to grab the weapon before it got completely away from him. At that same instant, Matthew moved forward with calm precision. Before Jimmy could recover, Matthew's blade drove straight into his stomach and ended the exchange. Jimmy's fallen sword hit the ground and spun across the floor with a sharp clatter. The sudden sound made the fight feel like it had come to an abrupt stop. Jimmy dropped down onto all fours, his body bent low as he tried to recover from the blow. His weapon lay uselessly beside him on the floor. Matthew calmly put his own weapon away, behaving as though there was nothing more to settle. To him, the match had already been decided. Jimmy gritted his teeth, refusing to accept defeat so easily. He insisted that if he used his hidden powers, he could still keep fighting. But almost immediately after saying that, Jimmy curled up on the floor. Whatever dramatic act he was trying to keep going, his body clearly could not follow through anymore. All the children turned their eyes toward Matthew, their faces filled with sudden admiration. Then they burst into applause, reacting as if they had just witnessed something truly incredible. Matthew glanced down at Jimmy with a calm, almost respectful expression. Then he told him that it had been a good fight. The kids shouted excitedly that Matthew was amazing. To them, it looked like he knew exactly what he was doing from the very beginning. After that, the boys began tugging at Matthew and pulling him toward another challenge. They insisted that only he would be able to pull it out. The sword was buried deep inside a pile of iron, stuck so firmly that it refused to move at all. No matter how hard the other children had struggled, it would not budge even an inch. Matthew stared at the sword buried in the iron pile, taking in how firmly it was lodged there. Around him, the children whispered in hushed amazement, saying they had never seen anyone who could truly understand Excalibur before. Matthew reached his hand toward the sword and closed his fingers around its handle. His grip tightened with steady confidence, as if he already knew the weapon would answer him. With his hand locked firmly around the handle, Matthew gave the sword one strong pull and lifted it as though it weighed almost nothing. The moment it came free, the children around him burst into shocked screams and excited cries. Matthew closed his eyes and smiled with quiet satisfaction, standing there proudly with the sword in hand. All around him, the children erupted into cheers and applause, treating him like he had just performed a miracle. Their excited shouting echoed through the kindergarten, filling the whole place with the bright, chaotic energy of children who had just witnessed something they thought was unbelievable. Meanwhile, out on the street beside a lonely bench, a small object had been left abandoned on the ground, sitting there unnoticed in the open. Beside it, a phone screen was still glowing, the news report on display warning that the city was facing a serious situation. According to the broadcast, 7th grade goblins had appeared. The report went on to explain that the night guardian, Orlan Mariner, was currently keeping order across the area. However, 2 goblins had still managed to escape, and the anchor warned that they were likely trying to hide among crowds, so anyone who saw them needed to report it right away. Not far from that warning, children were still playing outside in the street, laughing, running, and shouting with no idea that the danger from the news was so close. Catherine raced after the girl, chasing her through the street with the same restless energy as the other children, completely caught up in their play. Matthew glanced toward the kids as they ran around, watching their small figures dart back and forth with endless noise, movement, and excitement. Sitting by the gate, Matthew stared at them with tired disbelief. He could not help wondering if children ever actually ran out of energy, or if they were somehow built to keep moving forever. Matthew lifted both hands and formed a sign, his expression growing quieter as he focused. Bit by bit, he began gathering himself and settling his concentration. After changing the future, Matthew understood more clearly than ever that he had to save up as much as he could and make every second count. Someday, mana would become an enormous resource, a real form of power that could decide everything. Because of that, Matthew knew he needed to store even more mana while he still had the chance. Once this incident was over, he believed he would be able to gather it at a much greater rate than before. The children called out to Matthew happily, inviting him to come play with them. Matthew could only stare at them in surprise, still amazed that they had that much energy left after running around for so long. All of a sudden, the teacher called out to the children, telling them to hurry over and attack the ice cream before it disappeared. The kids immediately rushed over with bright, eager smiles. They crowded around the treats, each of them happily choosing a different flavor like it was the most important decision of the day. Matthew watched the scene from the side and muttered to himself that, when it came down to it, they really were still just children after all. The teacher then called for the rest of them to come over as well, making sure no one was left out and everyone got a chance to take some ice cream. At that exact moment, 2 small hands reached forward at the same time, both aiming for the very same ice cream. Matthew and Catherine ended up grabbing the same package together, their hands clamped onto it from opposite sides. Neither one of them looked even slightly willing to let go. Matthew snapped at Catherine, angrily telling her to let go because the ice cream was his. Catherine stubbornly held on just as tightly and refused to back down. The teacher watched the 2 of them argue with a worried expression, clearly unsure how something as simple as a snack had turned into such a serious fight. With a patient smile, the teacher stepped in and took the ice cream away from both of them. Then she gently told Matthew and Catherine that they should not be fighting over it like that. Then, in one quick and practiced motion, the teacher snapped the ice cream cleanly into 2 separate pieces. She handed Matthew one half and Catherine the other, telling them that there was no need to argue when they could simply share it. But Matthew and Catherine were not satisfied with that solution at all. Both of them still wanted to settle the matter through a game, where the winner would take the entire prize. The teacher cut them off with an annoyed look before the competition could begin. In a firm voice, she told them to share it properly instead of trying to turn every little thing into a contest. Olivia looked up at the teacher with sudden surprise on her face and asked where Jimmy had gone. Catherine, still chewing on her candy bar, casually said that Jimmy was out in the garden, messing around with his sword like usual. Then Catherine wondered aloud why Jimmy was always wandering off somewhere by himself to play, as if she found the habit both strange and annoying. Away from the others, Matthew said it was probably secret training. At the same time, Catherine turned toward Olivia and asked why she wanted to bring ice cream to Jimmy in the first place. Olivia smiled softly and said she felt sorry for Jimmy. While everyone else was having fun together, it seemed sad for him to be eating all alone. Catherine laughed when she heard that, then told Olivia that she was really too nice for her own good. The teacher held out an ice cream to Olivia and asked if she wanted to take it over to Jimmy herself. Catherine asked Olivia if she wanted someone to go along with her, but Olivia shook off the offer and said she would go by herself. Matthew sat perched on a pipe, quietly watching from a distance as Olivia ran off with the ice cream in her hands. He kept staring ahead even after she left, his gaze slowly drifting downward while his expression turned distant and hard to read. Then Matthew heard the others being called over, their voices rising as they prepared to start a game of freeze tag. Catherine passed by Matthew and told him to come join the game, but Matthew answered flatly that he was already finished playing for the day. Catherine became irritated by his attitude and snapped that nobody wanted to play with someone acting like that anyway. Matthew simply turned his face away and told her not to worry about him. Still clearly upset, Catherine admitted that Anna had specifically told her to play with Matthew. The moment Matthew heard Anna's name, his expression softened into a small smile. For just a brief moment, He remembered his sister with a gentler look in his eyes. The children began the game with rock, paper, scissors, gathering close together as they decided who would start first. Matthew watched as the children suddenly scattered in every direction. From the look on his face, it was obvious he was not exactly excited about joining in. Then Matthew glanced off to the side, and without warning, he suddenly broke into a sprint, charging straight after Catherine. Matthew stretched his hand out toward her, closing the distance quickly. But Catherine frowned sharply, turned on him and yelled for him to freeze. Matthew instantly changed direction, abandoning Catherine as his target. He veered away and shifted his focus toward another child instead. Matthew caught up with the child and tagged him, but the moment his hand made contact, the boy's body suddenly transformed into water. The instant Matthew finished tagging the other child, he did not waste even a breath. His attention snapped right back to Catherine, and he charged straight toward her again without slowing his pace at all. Catherine looked genuinely puzzled for just a split second, caught off guard by the sudden shift. Before she could figure out what Matthew was trying to pull, he slipped in close with a mischievous grin already spreading across his face. Matthew moved quickly, reaching out before Catherine had time to react. His hand tapped her squarely on the back, landing the touch before she could dodge or even fully turn away. Catherine slowly turned her head toward him, her eyes narrowing into a sharp glare. The look on her face made it painfully clear that she did not find his little trick funny at all. But before Catherine could even open her mouth to snap back at him, one of the water players came rushing in from the side and tagged her as well. The children immediately exploded into loud shouting, pointing at Catherine from every direction. They all declared at once that she was the one who was it now. Catherine's face twisted with pure fury the moment she understood what had happened. Her anger seemed to radiate off her entire body as she stood there, completely humiliated by the trick. Through tightly clenched teeth, Catherine snapped at Matthew and told him he was dead for pulling something like that on her. Matthew only smiled back at her, clearly enjoying how angry she was. Then he teased her by asking if she really thought she could catch him. But in the very next moment, Matthew's eyes suddenly widened. The playful confidence on his face vanished completely, replaced by a sharp flash of fear. Matthew stopped right where he was, his whole body going rigid. It was as if some invisible force had frozen him in place before he could take another step. Catherine grabbed Matthew's hand with a satisfied smile, thinking she had finally managed to get him back. With triumph in her voice, she declared that he was it now. But then Catherine noticed Matthew's expression, and her smug smile quickly faded. She looked at him more carefully and asked why he had suddenly frozen like that. At that exact instant, Matthew felt a sharp wave of killing intent crash over him. The pressure was so heavy and cold that the air around him seemed to drop in temperature. Nearby, an enormous hand rose into view, gripping a weapon with terrifying strength as it lifted higher and higher. Matthew gritted his teeth the moment the monster came into sight. Every muscle in his body tensed as he instantly recognized the danger standing before them. The children looked up at the huge shadow in confusion, their small faces frozen in uncertainty. They still did not fully understand what had just appeared so close to them. A 7th-grade goblin stood right beside the kindergarten, its massive body towering over the area like something pulled straight out of a nightmare. 2 of the children froze on the spot, unable to move. Their faces stiffened with fear as they stared up at the creature looming above them. One little girl could only stand there helplessly, her eyes locked on the monster. Terror had rooted her in place, leaving her unable to take even a single step away. The goblin noticed the little girl standing there, completely defenseless. Slowly, its huge hand began reaching toward her. Then the goblin raised its sharp axe high above its head and swung it downward, aiming straight for the terrified girl below. The axe blade cut through the air with deadly speed, dropping fast as it closed in directly over her head. At the final possible moment, Matthew reacted. He threw something forward with every bit of force he could gather, refusing to let the strike land. The impact hit cleanly, smashing into the weapon and knocking the axe right out of the goblin's hands before it could reach the girl. The goblin turned around with a confused grunt, its attention thrown off by the sudden attack that had interrupted its swing. Matthew stood facing the monster, glaring straight back at it. His eyes were sharp and focused, even with such a dangerous enemy towering in front of him. Once the goblin recognized Matthew as its new target, it grabbed its axe again and charged toward him with brutal force. The goblin swung its axe wildly again and again, hacking through the air with heavy, violent strikes. But Matthew slipped past every attack with surprising ease. As Matthew dodged past one of the swings, he muttered under his breath that he was seriously getting tired of dealing with creatures like this. With a stick gripped in his hand and power beginning to flow around it, Matthew made up his mind. He needed to kill this goblin quickly, then hurry over to help the others. With that decision made, Matthew lunged straight toward the goblin's stomach, aiming for a decisive blow that would end the fight as fast as possible. But just before Matthew's attack could connect, someone suddenly stepped between him and the goblin. A man swung with every ounce of strength he had, smashing the goblin hard across the head. As the blow landed, he shouted that he would not let this happen. The man was gripping a mop like it was a real weapon, and after striking the goblin, he turned back toward Matthew and yelled at him to stop standing there. With a fierce look burning in his eyes, the man hurled the mop forward with all the strength he could put behind it. The mop slammed into the goblin's chest with surprising force, knocking the creature backward and making it stagger from the impact. Before Matthew could charge back into the fight, a man wearing glasses suddenly grabbed him by the collar and yanked him back. The man threw Matthew over his back, grabbed a nearby girl by the arm, and took off running. As he fled, he shouted for both children to hold on tightly. Behind them, two furious goblins stormed after the fleeing group. Their heavy footsteps pounded closer and closer, shaking the tension into every second. The man narrowed his eyes as he ran, pushing himself forward while carrying the children. He shouted that they were almost somewhere safe. Then one of the goblins suddenly leapt forward, closing the distance in a terrifying burst. Its axe rose high above its head as it prepared to strike. From where he was being carried, Matthew thrust both hands out toward the danger behind them. Blue light rapidly gathered around his palms, bright and concentrated. Matthew stared straight ahead with alarm sharpening his gaze. He realized the goblin's shadows were moving far too quickly, closing in faster than they should have been able to. Without wasting another second, Matthew released a powerful spell straight toward the charging monster. A heartbeat later, the spell crashed into the goblin's chest and blasted it backward with a heavy, violent impact. The other goblin kept charging forward without slowing at all, as if it had not even noticed that its own ally had just been knocked away. The man finally came to a stop while still carrying the two children, and almost at the same moment, a heavy crash thundered behind them. Soon after, the man managed to get Matthew and the girl safely inside, finally putting a barrier between the children and the danger outside. The teacher collapsed onto the floor from sheer exhaustion, his strength finally giving out after the frantic escape. The children immediately crowded around him, their faces full of worry. Matthew is still breathing hard, his chest rising and falling as he forces himself to lift his head. Even though he is exhausted, the first thing he asks about is everyone else, and the headmistress answers him right away, keeping her voice firm even though the tension is clear. She tells him the others have already been evacuated, and for now they are safe. Matthew's eyes sweep across the area, taking in the frightened children huddled close together nearby. All around him, their small voices tremble as they whisper to each other that those monsters really are goblins, and some of the children shakily admit that they had already seen creatures like them appear a few days ago. Before the fear can spiral into even worse chaos, the headmistress moves quickly and catches the teacher from behind, stopping him before he can rush off. In a tight but controlled voice, she tells him that she has already reported the emergency, and now their only choice is to wait for the players while she works with the other teachers to barricade the doors. At that moment, Catherine pushes her way through the packed tent, squeezing past the frightened crowd with panic written all over her pale face. She raises her voice over the noise and desperately shouts that her friends are missing. The instant the teacher hears those words, all the color drains from his face. Then someone nearby blurts out in alarm that those same children had just been in the garden moments earlier, happily eating ice cream without a care in the world. The teacher reacts immediately, trying to push himself up as he shouts that he will go outside and bring the children back himself. But before he can take even a step, the headmistress clamps a hand onto his shoulder and yells with absolute urgency that he cannot go out there under any circumstances. The fear in the room spreads through the children and teachers like a chill, making everyone tremble as the reality of the situation settles over them. One shaken voice rises from the crowd, insisting that the teacher has to stay inside with everyone else, no matter how badly he wants to help. The children look up at the adults with tears gathering in their eyes, no longer able to hide how terrified they are. Their voices break as they ask what is going to happen to their friends, pleading desperately that somebody has to go and bring them back. In the middle of all the shouting, crying, and confusion, the flap of the tent suddenly moves. Someone steps out from within the crowd, and their quiet presence cuts through the panic in a way that immediately draws attention. Outside the tent, under the wide open sky, the danger has already begun to unfold. A terrified girl stands rooted to the spot, too frightened to move, her eyes stretched wide as she watches a goblin pin her friend helplessly against the ground. The goblin raises its enormous axe high into the air, and the weight of that heavy blade casts a terrifying shadow over the child trapped beneath it. Overcome by panic, the girl squeezes her eyes shut and thrusts both hands forward without thinking. A burst of blue light suddenly flares around her palms, as she screams at the monster to stop. Then, driven by every bit of fear and desperate strength inside her, she pushes that glowing power straight toward the goblin. The force slams into the goblin and blasts it sideways, sending its body spinning through the air several times before it crashes heavily onto the ground. The girl immediately rushes to her fallen friend and drops down beside him, reaching for him as she tries to help him sit up. Her voice trembles badly as she asks if he is okay. But before either child can even catch their breath, the goblin is already pushing itself back onto its feet, clearly not finished and ready to attack again. The two children begin backing away together, step by trembling step, their bodies stiff with fear as they try to put as much distance as they can between themselves and the monster. Then the boy suddenly stops moving backward. His expression tightens, his jaw clenches, and he grits his teeth as though he is forcing himself to swallow down his fear. He grabs the girl's hand tightly and shouts that they have to run right now, before the goblin can close the distance and catch them. For several tense seconds, the goblin does not chase them right away. It simply stands there, watching in silence, its eyes fixed on the two children as they flee. The girl asks in a frightened, shaky voice what they are supposed to do now. The boy answers that the adults will come to save them, so until that happens they just have to hide somewhere and stay alive. When the boy spots the bars nearby, he quickly points upward and tells her they should climb up there, where the goblin may not be able to reach them so easily. A moment later, both children begin climbing as fast as they can, their hands gripping the bars with desperate urgency while they try to pull themselves higher. Then a low, ugly growl rumbles from behind them. The boy's whole body stiffens at the sound, and he turns his head to look back. The goblin is coming after them. It does not sprint or rush, but each slow, heavy step brings it closer and closer. The boy keeps climbing while telling the girl not to stop, no matter what happens. But she looks back at him in a panic and shouts that he has to come with her too. He turns toward her and says he will hold the goblin back until the adults arrive, trying his hardest to make his voice sound braver than he actually feels. Then he plants his feet in place and lifts his plastic sword in front of him like it is a real weapon. Behind him, the girl begs him to climb up instead, her frightened voice cracking as she calls out to him. The goblin moves closer, lowering its gaze toward the small boy standing in its way. For one strange moment it almost looks curious, as if it is studying this tiny opponent daring to block its path. The boy is shaking so much that he can barely keep his grip on the sword, but even then he refuses to turn and run. In that instant, an image flashes through his mind. A mighty hero standing over a defeated enemy, gripping a massive sword like something straight out of legend. In that memory, the boy's face shines with pure excitement. He throws his fist into the air and cheers with all his heart, proudly shouting that the hero won. His cheeks flush with admiration as he keeps cheering, saying the hero is incredible and that one day he wants to win just like that too. Now, gripping his small plastic sword tightly with both hands, the boy tells himself that he is going to become a hero just like the demon of fire. Trying to force a smile through his fear, he says they should let him fight, because goblins are supposed to be weak enemies anyway. The goblin dips its head slightly, and its expression twists with obvious irritation at the sight of this little boy still standing in its way. Then the monster opens its mouth wide and suddenly lunges forward, abandoning its stillness in a single violent burst. With its axe swinging, the goblin charges straight at him. The boy desperately tells himself that everything will be fine as long as he remembers what he learned from his training. He runs forward with all the courage he can gather and swings his plastic sword, but the goblin knocks him away almost immediately. The plastic sword slips out of his hands and flies far behind the monster, leaving the boy on the ground with nothing left to defend himself. The goblin raises its axe again, the blade climbing high above the child as if the end is only one heartbeat away. But behind the goblin, someone quietly reaches down and picks up the fallen plastic sword. The monster, completely unaware of what is happening behind it, steps closer and prepares to finish the child off. The boy bursts into tears and throws both hands up in front of his face, bracing himself for an attack he has no way to stop. A moment passes in silence. When the blow never comes, the boy slowly opens his eyes, still trembling from head to toe. Above him, the girl is staring down with worry written all over her face. And directly in front of the boy stands Matthew, holding the plastic sword in his hand as he faces the goblin head-on. The other child beside him is still shaking, struggling to believe that he was saved at the last second. Matthew looks down at the boy and calmly tells him that he is a good kid. Matthew then turns his head, gives the boy a warm smile, and adds that he is a real man. For one brief second, The two of them simply stare at each other. Then the goblin suddenly snaps back into motion, charging forward with its axe raised high. The boy panics and screams for Matthew to turn around. Matthew swings the sword in his hand and bursts forward without hesitation, rushing straight toward the goblin as it comes charging at him. Matthew closes the distance in an instant, and with one clean, razor-sharp swing, the blade in his hand flashes across the air. The strike cuts straight through the goblin's wrist, severing it before the monster can even react. The goblin's severed hand goes spinning away from its arm, and the heavy axe is ripped loose along with it. The weapon tumbles through the air, completely knocked out of the monster's grasp. For a moment, the goblin can only stand there frozen, staring down at the bloody stump where its hand had been just seconds ago. Its ugly face twists in disbelief, shock and horror spreading across it all at once. But Matthew gives the monster no chance to gather itself. His gaze turns ice cold, his hand tightens around the sword, and without hesitation, he brings the blade around for another strike. In the very next instant, the goblin is cut apart completely, its body split open and brought down before it can make even one more move. As yellow flames begin to swallow what is left of the monster, something large and blue drops from its collapsing body. A crystal falls free and hits the ground with a hard, clear sound. The blue crystal bounces once against the floor, then rolls away slowly, catching the light with a faint glimmer as it finally begins to lose momentum. Matthew barely reacts. He simply gives the sword a quick, practiced flick, sending the blood flying from the blade with the calm motion of someone who has done this before. Then he turns back toward the children, his expression softening into an easy smile. In a relaxed voice, he tells them that it is finally safe for them to breathe again. The boy cannot hold himself back any longer. He throws himself at Matthew with all his strength, clinging to him tightly while shouting from the bottom of his heart that Matthew really is a true hero. The sudden tackle sends Matthew crashing straight onto his back. Flat on the ground, he glares up in complete disbelief and demands to know what exactly the boy thinks he is doing. Before Matthew can even begin to push the boy off, the girl rushes in as well. She flings her arms around both of them and lets out a loud, overwhelmed scream, her emotions finally bursting free. Her face is flushed bright red as she grips Matthew's shirt with both hands, refusing to let go. Through tears and panic, she cries that she had been so scared she could barely stand it. Matthew's face turns pale as he awkwardly tries to pry the two children away from him. Their desperate grip is so tight that he looks completely overwhelmed, trapped beneath their relief and fear. A little earlier, while the children's frightened voices still echoed through the room behind him, Matthew had quietly slipped away. Their cries followed him, all of them asking in fear what was going to happen next. He turned into the hallway and walked forward, drawing a deep breath to steady himself. Then his eyes began to glow with a blue light, and his energy spread outward, flowing through the entire building. Through that expanding energy, Matthew picked up the presence of a boy and a girl outside. They were screaming as they ran from a goblin, and he immediately understood that they had to be the missing children, still alive, but barely managing to escape. Then, farther off from them, Matthew sensed something else. A dark, foul presence crawled at the edge of his perception, and he knew right away that it could only belong to another goblin. Matthew stopped where he stood, his decision forming almost instantly. Before anything else, he had to take care of the goblin moving toward the gym. The goblin turned with a vicious growl, its ugly face twisting as it noticed that someone was approaching from behind. It snapped around the moment Matthew called out to it, and Matthew's voice cut through the hall as he demanded to know what the monster wanted. Matthew did not back away. He stood his ground and glared straight at the goblin, gripping a box cutter tightly in his right hand like it was more than enough to face the monster. He raised the tiny blade, and power began to pour out from it. In seconds, the box cutter was wrapped in a sharp, dangerous aura that made the small weapon look far more threatening. The goblin charged without hesitation, swinging its axe down with brutal strength. Matthew moved just in time, slipping away from the strike so narrowly that the attack missed him by a hair. Matthew kicked off the floor, then planted himself against the wall for a second push. His movement was so quick that, in a flash, he had already slipped behind the monster. He lined up the opening perfectly and drove the glowing blade forward, stabbing it straight through the goblin's body. The goblin snarled and swung its axe backward, trying to catch Matthew off guard from behind. But Matthew flipped over the attack, pushed off the ceiling, and came diving right back down toward it. Matthew thrust the box cutter forward again as the aura around it flared even brighter. In the next second, his strike cut clean through the goblin and sliced the monster in half. The goblin's body began to crumble apart like dry sand, scattering into nothing right before his eyes. From within the collapsing remains, another large blue crystal dropped to the ground. Matthew stepped back and looked down at the box cutter in his hand. After that fight, the little blade had clearly reached its limit, and he knew it could not be used anymore. He tossed the ruined box cutter aside and muttered in a cold voice that anyone who would attack a kindergarten was nothing but trash. And if he found the one responsible for this, he would kill them. Then Matthew took off running again. As he moved, his thoughts flashed to his friends, and he silently hoped they could hold on just a little longer. Grinding his teeth, Matthew swept his gaze sharply across the area around him. Every part of him was searching for the next sign of danger. Back outside, the children's screams still had not faded. The panic around the kindergarten continued to echo through the air, heavy and impossible to ignore. The boy and girl were still clinging tightly to Matthew, sobbing uncontrollably as if letting go of him meant the danger might return. Their teacher came rushing in with a broom raised like a weapon, his eyes wide and full of fear. The moment he saw them, he called out and asked if Leonid was all right. Leonid stayed quiet at first, staring ahead as though his mind was still trying to accept that he had actually survived. Then, little by little, he smiled and said that everything was fine. Outside the kindergarten, soldiers had already arrived and gathered around the area, standing guard to keep the surroundings secure. One of the soldiers approached Matthew, holding out a hand as he looked him over with surprise. He asked if Matthew was really the one who had killed the goblin. Matthew gave a faint smile and looked off to the side, acting as if it had not been anything impressive. He claimed the goblin had already been badly injured, and that he had only hit it a few more times before it vanished. The soldier lifted the blue crystal for Matthew to see and explained that goblins might only be 7th or 8th rank, but that still did not make them weak enough for a 7-year-old child to defeat alone. As the soldier stared at the crystal, he imagined Matthew destroying the monster's core. In his mind, he knew the only true way to kill a monster was either to shatter its crystal with mana or break it with a strike powerful enough to do the job. Then the soldier turned his attention back to Matthew and asked about the goblins that had been found inside the hallway. Matthew glanced away nervously and suggested that maybe the goblin he fought had already killed the other one first. After that battle, both monsters must have been badly damaged, leaving the survivor weak enough for him to finish off. The soldier spread his hands, still looking somewhat stunned by the explanation. After a moment, he said that must have been what happened. A man from the office then stepped forward and bowed his head deeply, apologizing to everyone at the kindergarten for the terrifying incident they had just endured. With the teacher and the children listening closely, he promised that from that point on, they would do everything they could to make the kindergarten even safer. Then the man gestured toward Matthew with clear pride and announced that Matthew was the hero of the day. He handed Matthew a certificate with both hands and thanked him sincerely for everything he had done to protect the children. The crowd finally erupted into cheers and applause, voices calling out Matthew's name as the heavy fear in the air began to lift at last. The scene then cuts back to Noah's parents, and both of them are facing him with those sharp, uncompromising looks that make it obvious there is no escaping this one. They scold him for charging forward on his own again, acting before he thought anything through, and they make it very clear that the first thing he needs to do is sit down and write a proper apology. Only after he finishes that, they tell him, will they even begin to consider having a real conversation with him. Noah's head drops almost immediately, and the color seems to fade right out of his face, as their words hit him one after another. Standing there beneath the full weight of his parents' angry stares, he can only come to one miserable conclusion. This time, he really has nowhere left to run. Right at that moment, someone tells him to smile even bigger, urging him to brighten up his expression like he is supposed to look cheerful. Noah forces the tension out of his face as best he can, and after struggling for a moment under that awkward pressure, a small laugh finally slips out of him. And from there, the story shifts back to the energetic kindergarten festival, where the tiny stage has already been prepared, the audience is watching, and the children's performance is now moving along in full swing. At the very center of the stage, Olivia sits with a graceful little posture, holding a huge bouquet close in her arms and looking every bit like a miniature princess from a fairy tale. As everyone in the hall watches her, the story of Snow White begins, introducing a beautiful princess whose presence alone seems to make the whole scene shine. Gathered around Olivia, several boys appear in costume as the 7 dwarfs, and their outfits make the stage look even cuter and more storybook-like. The narration continues, telling the audience about Snow White's kind heart, and about the dwarfs who cared for her deeply and protected her with all the love they had. The children look at one another with huge, excited smiles, doing their best to stay serious and remain in character, even though they are clearly trying not to giggle. Off to the side of the stage, the teacher keeps reading into the microphone in a steady voice, carefully guiding the play forward for everyone watching. But behind the stage curtains, the mood is completely different. because two of the boys are already starting to crack under the pressure. They glance around nervously, their eyes flicking left and right as if the next part of the performance has suddenly turned into a terrifying battlefield. One of the boys grabs at his own head in total panic, wearing the expression of someone whose entire world has just fallen apart. In a frantic voice, he realizes the worst possible thing. He has completely forgotten the line he was supposed to say. Noah folds his arms and reminds him in a flat, unimpressed voice that he only had one single line to remember. "You better not eat that." But the boy just stares down at his own hands like he is facing a life-or-death crisis, then shouts with dramatic intensity that a true captain is supposed to remember absolutely everything. Noah watches him for a moment with visible disappointment, quietly taking in just how seriously the boy is treating this tiny stage role. And in the back of his mind, Noah cannot help thinking that the goblin attack must have changed him much more deeply than anyone had expected. He thinks back to how irritated he had been with his friends earlier, especially when they kept getting swept up in their own excitement and taking things too far. Then, almost as an afterthought, another question crosses his mind. Weren't they supposed to be calling him captain, not warrior? Trying to keep the mood under control, Noah gives his friend a confident wink and tells him that he is going to show everyone just how amazing his acting skills can be. Still, even while he says it with confidence, deep down he cannot shake the strange awkwardness of the whole situation. Then Catherine steps out onto the stage, making her way toward the princess with a sly, dramatic presence that instantly pulls the audience's attention toward her. She presents a bright red apple, lifting it up so clearly that everyone can see the shiny fruit in her hand. With a playful wink, Catherine says it looks absolutely delicious, as though she is tempting the princess with the most beautiful apple in the entire world. Olivia slowly moves closer, her gaze locked on the glossy red apple as it catches her attention. A gentle smile appears on her face, and she agrees in a soft, admiring way that it really does look beautiful. The dwarves immediately burst into panic, waving their arms wildly as they try to stop her before it is too late. They cry out their warning from the stage, telling her she must never accept food from a stranger, because for all she knows, it might be poisoned. One of the boys turns bright red from embarrassment, but even with his nerves written all over his face, he forces himself to keep going. His voice shakes as he pleads with her in front of everyone, begging her not to eat the apple. Another boy suddenly goes completely pale, his expression stiff and blank, as if every thought in his head has vanished at once. Then, without warning, he blurts out a loud, startled yes, that cuts through the stage. He keeps repeating the same warning over and over, growing louder each time his voice rises. No matter what else is happening around him, he insists with desperate intensity that she absolutely, under no circumstances, should eat that apple. The teacher freezes in place at the microphone, his entire body going stiff as the awkward shouting hangs heavily in the air. For a brief moment, the whole hall goes silent, and everyone seems too stunned to react. Then that uncomfortable atmosphere begins spreading through the audience like a wave. One by one, the parents and other spectators start rising from their seats, quietly leaving the hall as the performance falls deeper into chaos. From where he stands, Noah watches the disaster unfold and silently judges the boy's performance. In Noah's eyes, the kid is no longer acting like a brave dwarf at all. He looks more like a broken robot stuck repeating the exact same command. Catherine finally reaches the end of her patience and throws the apple forward, shouting at Olivia to just eat it already and leave her alone. Her frustration comes out so forcefully that, for a second, the whole performance almost stops feeling like a children's play. But the apple does not land where it is supposed to. Instead, it flies straight into the boy's mouth with a sudden smack, and he stiffens right there on the stage, eyes stretched wide in fear as the accident leaves him completely frozen. A second later, he drops dramatically to the floor as if the apple has truly taken him down. The boys surrounding him immediately burst into loud tears, crying out in despair that he is dead. Everyone turns toward the stage in confusion, trying to understand what just happened, but the teacher reacts quickly and jumps in to rescue the scene. Without missing his chance, he explains that the dwarf has eaten the poisoned apple in the princess's place. The teacher raises one hand as if ordering the story itself to keep moving, forcing the performance forward before the silence can swallow it. He declares that even after this unexpected turn, the queen still refuses to give up. Pointing sharply toward the side of the stage, he adds that the queen now forces the princess to eat what remains of the apple. The instant Catherine hears that, her face turns pale, because she realizes the play is still dragging her right back into the mess. With no escape left, Catherine grabs the apple again and shoves it toward Olivia's mouth. Still flustered and clearly annoyed, she tells Olivia to eat it already and leave her alone, as though she wants the scene finished more than anyone. Olivia's face goes pale as she slowly reaches a trembling hand outward, fully committing to the scene. From the audience, her mother calls out to her in concern, while Catherine runs away shouting that she is the stepmother and should not be called that. Olivia's cheeks turn a deep shade of red as she looks down at the bitten apple in her hand, obviously embarrassed by how completely chaotic the performance has become. Then, finally following the story's direction, she lets her body fall gently down onto the stage floor. The dwarves quickly start dragging the fallen boy away from the middle of the stage, trying to clear the area before the entire performance falls apart beyond saving. At the same time, the teacher steps up beside Noah and places a serious hand on his shoulder. With tears still lingering in his eyes, the teacher wipes his face and looks at Noah with a desperate kind of hope. His voice trembles as he tells Noah that, at this point, it seems they have no choice but to rely on him. The teacher leans in even closer, clenching both fists with an intensity that feels far too serious for a kindergarten play. Then he admits that the teachers had even placed a bet on which group's performance would turn out better. With all of that pressure suddenly dropped onto his shoulders, Noah begins walking slowly toward Olivia. Each careful step brings him farther into the center of the stage, where everyone's attention is waiting for him. Olivia stays perfectly still among the flowers, her eyes closed and her body motionless as she plays the princess trapped under the curse of the poisoned apple. Surrounded by the stage decorations, she looks like she is waiting for the story to carry her back to life. Noah suddenly stops before he can go any farther, because a voice from the crowd cuts through the hall and asks him what exactly he thinks he is doing. Noah lowers his gaze as uneasy whispers begin spreading among the parents seated in the audience. They murmur that he is frightening, that he is the same boy who killed the monster, and that he even received an award from City Hall for it. His face turns pale as those words drag his mind back to the memory of that monster. He remembers that terrifying creature clearly, something that did not care at all how many people died right in front of it. Inside his mind, Noah sees another version of himself, older and standing beneath countless watching eyes while holding a mysterious sphere. In that instant, he understands that the monster had been like a player, an existence far beyond what ordinary people could ever hope to reach. Then, slicing straight through the heavy silence that has settled over the stage, Anna suddenly shouts Noah's name. Noah looks up in confusion, searching the crowd, and there he spots Anna smiling brightly with one hand raised high above her head. She beams at him from among the audience and calls out that she is right there. Behind Anna, Noah's father proudly shouts that his son is the most handsome one there, while his mother waves at him with a happy smile of her own. Their support is loud, warm, and so direct that Noah has no way to pretend he does not hear it. For a moment, Noah just stares at them without saying anything, standing there in silence as their voices and encouragement slowly sink in. Then his cheeks begin to flush red, and he lets out a small, tired sigh under his breath. Embarrassed by how openly his family is cheering him on, he mutters that they are making the whole thing way too awkward. Even with that embarrassment still on his face, Noah pulls himself together and starts moving forward again. He crosses the stage with steadier steps until he finally reaches Olivia's side. He draws in a slow, steady breath, then carefully leans down over her. Resting one hand gently on her head, he says in a soft voice that he can hardly believe someone so pretty could actually exist. Then, with the entire hall watching every tiny movement, Noah lowers his face and gives Olivia a gentle kiss on the forehead. Olivia's eyes slowly flutter open, and she begins to rise from where she had been lying among the flowers. Still looking a little dazed, she turns her confused gaze toward Noah, as though she is trying to figure out exactly what just happened. The silence shatters all at once, and the whole room bursts into warm, overflowing applause. The sound spreads across the hall in a bright wave as everyone cheers for the children standing proudly on the stage. Noah gently reaches for Olivia's hand, and together, the two of them walk side by side toward the very front of the stage. Once they are standing before the audience, they lower their heads at the same time in a careful, polite bow. A moment later, the rest of the children come rushing toward them, unable to hold back their excitement anymore. They crowd around Noah and Olivia with shining faces, shouting again and again that the two of them did an incredible job. Before Noah even has a chance to understand what is happening, the other kids grab onto him from every direction. In the middle of their wild celebration, they start lifting him up and tossing him into the air like a little hero. Noah's expression instantly stiffens with fear as his body shoots upward. Instead of enjoying the attention, all he can think about is how dangerous this is, and how there is no way this ends without him crashing down. Just as Noah drops back down and panic completely takes over, a pair of strong arms reaches out and catches him securely. Before he can hit the ground, he is safely held in place. When Noah nervously opens his eyes, he sees his father standing right there in front of him. His dad is smiling with clear pride, warmly telling Noah that he really did a great job out there. Now perched high on his father's shoulders, Noah grabs onto his dad's hair to keep himself steady. Still a little shaken from being tossed around, he calls out to him excitedly, clearly relieved and happy to be safe. Then Noah turns his head toward his mother, and the tension on his face begins to melt away. His expression softens into a bright, relieved smile the moment he sees her. His mother looks up at him with a warm, gentle expression and asks whether he has finally figured it out, what he wants to become. Noah stares back at her in surprise, caught off guard by the question. Almost immediately, it feels familiar to him, and he realizes she had asked him the very same thing the year before. In his memory, he sees his mother's gentle smile from back then, her voice soft as she asked what kind of person he wanted to be once he grew up. At that time, Noah had only lowered his eyes and quietly admitted that he did not know. And even now, after everything he has gone through, the honest answer still has not truly changed. Then Noah shifts his gaze toward his friends and sees them all smiling at him from nearby. Their faces are filled with excitement, warmth, and the kind of simple happiness that makes the whole stage feel brighter. Olivia and Catherine are holding hands as they dance together, their joy spilling out so openly that it fills the stage around them. As Noah watches them, he thinks that maybe what he really wants is to stay happy like this, and to never let anyone take that happiness away. With a small, quiet smile, Noah lowers his head just a little. Then he gives his answer softly, almost as if he is speaking with his eyes closed. Warrior. His mother's face immediately lights up with a broad, happy smile. After that, Noah asks his father to let him down, and his dad agrees right away, proudly calling him his warrior. Noah's mother continues watching him for a little while longer, her cheeks faintly flushed as she takes in the sight of her son standing there after the performance. Noah runs back toward his friends, his energy fully returned as if nothing could hold him down for long. Watching him go, his mother quietly thinks that he should follow the path he truly believes in. As she sees Noah laughing and playing with the others, her heart settles on one firm decision. No matter what road he chooses from here on, she will always stand by him and support him. Time moves forward, and the scene shifts to the school building, where a brand new chapter of childhood is about to begin for Noah and the others. At the entrance ceremony, the speaker addresses all the gathered children in a warm, formal voice, congratulating them on officially beginning their elementary school life. Noah sits there yawning through the speech, already looking as if the ceremony has completely drained his interest. By the third year of the goddess calendar, he has now reached 8 years old. Catherine walks over and scolds him in a low voice, asking why he is behaving like that in the middle of the principal's speech. Noah simply answers that the speech itself is already strange enough. Sarah gives them an uneasy little smile, clearly hoping they will not draw any more attention. Keeping her voice quiet, she repeats the teacher's warning and tells them they should keep it down. Jimmy pumps his fist with eager excitement and says there must be plenty of strong kids at this school. Then he asks when Noah is going to become the boss of the entire place, only for Noah to immediately shut him down and tell him to calm down. The room suddenly turns quiet when Jimmy calls Noah the boss again, making the whole moment feel even more painfully awkward. Noah quickly tells Jimmy that this is not what they should be focusing on right now, even though it is obvious the children are already fired up about starting school. Catherine starts to look increasingly irritated by the entire exchange, her patience clearly wearing thin. Meanwhile, Noah can only stand there feeling more and more uncomfortable with every passing second. By the time they move into the classroom for introductions, Noah already looks worn out. It is as if the school day has managed to exhaust him before it has even properly begun. Catherine is the first to stand up, and she greets the class with complete confidence. She introduces herself clearly to everyone, then adds that she comes from the Manhwa district. Placing one hand proudly against her chest, Catherine continues speaking without the slightest hesitation. She says she attended Dewan kindergarten, wants to play and make lots of friends, loves melodramas, and enjoys listening to music, while Noah silently thinks that she is giving way too much information. Nancy raises one hand with an awkward smile, gently cutting Catherine off before her introduction can keep going any longer. She tells Catherine to save the rest for another time, since they do not have much time to spare today. Catherine sits back down without looking bothered at all, as if being interrupted barely matters to her. With a casual attitude, she says that it is fine, since there is not really anything else she can do about it. Trying to keep the introductions moving at a smoother pace, Nancy turns her attention toward Noah. She asks him to stand up and introduce himself next, and Noah gives a simple answer before getting to his feet. With both hands tucked into his pockets, Noah states his name and says he came from Dewan Kindergarten. Then, without adding any extra details, he simply says he hopes everyone can get along. The entire class keeps staring at him, clearly waiting for him to say something more. Nancy asks if that is really all he has, and when Noah answers yes, she tells him he may sit back down. Still wearing that slightly uneasy smile, Nancy turns toward Sarah next. In a gentle voice, she asks Sarah to introduce herself to everyone in the classroom. Sarah slowly rises from her seat, visibly nervous as the attention of the whole class shifts onto her. She looks tense from head to toe and quietly says that she will try. She squeezes her eyes shut as if even beginning is difficult. Her shoulders tremble faintly, and fear seems to catch in her throat, making it hard for her to push the words out. After a tense, uncomfortable pause, Sarah finally manages to force out her name. From his seat, Noah watches Sarah closely, noticing just how badly his classmate is trembling while standing in front of everyone. Later, the story moves away from the school and shifts to Sarah's house, where the children have gathered in a different, much more private setting. At the doorway, a man wearing a pink apron warmly welcomes the children inside. With a friendly expression, he introduces himself as Sarah's father. Noah and the others politely greet Sarah's father in return, standing together like proper guests as they step into Sarah's home. Sarah's father asks whether the trip over was difficult for them, then kindly says he will make everyone a good lunch. After that, he turns the conversation to drinks and asks each child what they would like. Noah's brows draw together slightly as he studies Sarah's father more carefully. His eyes narrow with a strange sense of familiarity, as if something about the man is tugging at his memory. Rubbing his chin, Noah feels like he has definitely seen this man somewhere before, though he cannot quite place it. Meanwhile, the other children begin calling out their drink choices one after another, asking for chocolate drinks, mango juice, and yogurt, with Sarah also choosing yogurt. Then Sarah's father turns his attention directly to Noah and asks what he would like to drink. Noah points at himself in confusion, looking as if he is not entirely sure the question was meant for him. After taking a moment to think it over, Noah finally gives his answer. In a calm voice, he asks for either espresso or banana juice. When the food is finally brought out and placed on the table, the children's eyes all seem to sparkle at the exact same moment. The rich, delicious smell rises up in front of them, and before anyone can hold it in, the whole table bursts into amazed voices. One round-cheeked classmate is so blown away by the flavor that he even licks his fork completely clean. He savors every last bit clinging to it, looking like wasting even a single drop would be an unforgivable crime. Almost immediately, everyone starts digging into the meal with full enthusiasm. The instant the taste hits their mouths, shock spreads across their faces, and between hurried bites, they keep asking what on earth they are eating because it is far beyond anything they expected. Catherine smiles with unmistakable pride and says that Sarah's father really is an incredible cook. Jimmy notices the smug look on her face and asks why she is acting so proud about it. But Catherine snaps back without missing a beat, saying Sarah is her friend, so of course she has every right to be proud. Jimmy says he gets it, teasing her by adding that it makes sense because Catherine is basically a foodie anyway. Catherine immediately flares up and warns him not to call her that, so Jimmy quickly backs down before her temper can explode any further. Even after retreating, Jimmy still sticks his tongue out at Catherine like a mischievous little brat. Noah watches the whole exchange with half-lidded eyes, wondering what in the world they could have eaten to make everyone react so dramatically. Then Noah suddenly goes completely still, his hand frozen around the glass. A faint blue, flame-like glow flickers around it, and as his eyes narrow in alarm, he silently asks himself what exactly he just drank. He stares down at the drink with growing horror, because the sensation moving through his body is unmistakable. This is not just something that tastes good, this liquid is actually restoring his mana. Noah's face tightens into a hard frown, and he cannot simply dismiss it as a coincidence. Something like this should not be possible unless the drink in his hand is practically the same thing as a potion. Potions are special elixirs made for one specific purpose, replenishing the mana inside a person's body. Because of that, they are incredibly precious to anyone who depends on mana in the middle of battle. For players who have to stand face-to-face against monsters, carrying a potion is not just some helpful convenience. In a dangerous fight, it can be as valuable as holding a second life in the palm of your hand. Sarah notices Noah acting strangely and nervously asks if something is wrong, wondering if the drink does not suit his taste. Noah immediately pulls himself back together and quickly reassures her, telling her that it is delicious. Even so, the uneasy feeling in Noah's chest refuses to disappear. Still thinking about the drink, he asks Sarah what her father's name is. As tea is being poured nearby, Sarah answers calmly that her father's family name is Yong and his given name is Sayakan. But the moment Noah hears the name Yong Sayakan, his entire body freezes in place. Noah looks utterly stunned, as if that name has struck him harder than anything else that has happened at the table so far. Then, in the very next second, Noah suddenly lunges toward Sarah with intense determination in his eyes. Without hesitation, he asks her to become his close friend. A quiet smile slowly forms on Noah's face as his thoughts turn toward Yong Sayakan and the future that only he knows about. Yong Sayakan is the man who will one day completely transform the potion market. By carefully selecting ingredients and using a filtering gift capable of extracting mana from them, he will create something powerful enough to reshape an entire industry. In the future, Yong Sayakan will become famous as the king of potions. Eventually, he will rise all the way to the top and lead the Alice Group, one of the 3 largest companies in South Korea. Noah closes his eyes for a moment, thinking back carefully. He realizes that he never once heard anything about Yong Sayakan having a daughter, and then, all at once, the missing piece finally clicks into place. Yong Sayakan only lives long enough to exist in that future because Sarah was saved. Noah places a firm hand on Sarah's shoulder and calls her by name, making sure her attention is fully on him. Then he points to himself and tells her that if anyone at school ever gives her trouble, she should come straight to him, because he absolutely will not let it slide. Sarah looks up at him with a small, shy smile beginning to appear on her face. In a soft voice, she agrees, then gently thanks Noah, sounding clearly relieved by his words. Back in the classroom, Sarah is still standing in front of everyone with her small fists clenched tightly. She is trying with everything she has not to lose her nerve under all those eyes. In a hesitant, careful voice, Sarah says that she also went to Dewan kindergarten with Noah and Catherine. Then she adds that she likes reading books and drinking tea. After that, Sarah gives the class a timid little smile and honestly admits that she has a hard time talking to people she does not know. Because of that, she hopes everyone will be willing to speak to her first. From his seat, Noah raises a clear thumbs up towards Sarah, silently praising her for making it through the introduction. In his mind, that kind of effort is exactly what he would expect from his best friend. Nancy thanks Sarah for her introduction with a gentle expression. Then she turns back toward the rest of the class and asks everyone to listen carefully, because Claire will be introducing herself next. Noah turns around in confusion, but then he notices the girl's ear twitch ever so slightly. A moment later, his eyes catch something even more surprising. Claire has a tail. Claire rises uneasily from her seat as whispers begin to ripple through the classroom. Some of the children wonder aloud if she might be a monster, and someone even mutters the word half-breed. A half-breed is someone born with badly mixed genes. And because so many people have lost family members and friends to monsters, they often react to anyone who resembles one with fear, anger, and disgust before even knowing them. Claire lowers her head beneath the pressure of all those stares, her ears drooping slightly as the whispers weigh on her. People hate half-breeds because their features remind them of monsters, even when the person standing right in front of them has done absolutely nothing wrong. Still looking painfully awkward, Claire somehow manages to begin her introduction. She gives her name, quietly admits that she did not attend kindergarten, and then asks everyone in a small voice to be friends with her. Noah listens as the whispers keep spreading around the classroom. Some children say their parents warned them not to get close to Claire, and Noah realizes just how many cruel, ugly ideas people already carry about half-breeds. Nancy looks down at the class list, preparing to call the next student, but Jimmy is already on his feet before she can even say a name. He blurts out his introduction, says he likes sword training, and proudly adds that the boss teaches him mana control. One of the kids asks what boss Jimmy is talking about, and Jimmy looks genuinely shocked that anyone would need that explained. Without a second of hesitation, he points straight at Noah, who freezes in stunned silence. Jimmy declares with complete confidence, as if it is the most obvious thing in the world, that his boss is standing right there. He even flexes dramatically in front of the class and announces that Noah is the boss of this entire classroom. Then he warns everyone not to start any trouble, because Noah is seriously strong. The class is instantly swept up by Jimmy's excitement and starts cheering for the boss. Nancy can only hold an awkward smile on her face as she tells Jimmy to calm down and return to his place. Then, almost immediately, Nancy's expression drops. The warmth in her face disappears, and the mood around her changes completely. In a clearly displeased voice, Nancy tells Noah that he needs to stay after school and bring his parents with him, because she has something to discuss with them. Noah just sits there confused, unable to understand what he supposedly did wrong this time. Back at his desk, Noah slumps down in complete exhaustion, already feeling the full weight of the day pressing heavily on him. As expected, school is turning out to be every bit as tiring as he feared. Outside the school, the other kids are already shouting that the boss is the best, while Noah himself is being sent off toward the teacher's office. At this point, he can already tell that his school life is about to become a living nightmare. Later, while carrying a cafeteria tray in his hands, Noah thinks with a sense of relief that the first-year Manhwa tests are finally over. Jimmy and Claire both scored above average, which is impressive enough on its own. But in Noah's eyes, the real issue is not either of them, it is Sarah. Sarah's result was so strange that the school probably just marked it down as average and moved on. Rather than trying to understand what it truly meant, they simply treated it like nothing unusual. Jimmy waves Noah over from his seat and calls for him to come sit with them. Since the day has somehow managed to pass without any major disaster, Noah decides he can at least sit down and enjoy his meal in peace. The group is now gathered in the cafeteria during lunch, surrounded by the constant noise of students eating, talking, and moving around them. Jimmy thumps his chest with proud determination and announces that he is going to get more food, treating another serving like some kind of personal challenge. Noah closes his eyes and points out that this is already Jimmy's third trip for food. At this rate, he figures the cook is probably going to remember Jimmy's face very soon. Jimmy blinks at Noah in genuine confusion, his expression saying he has no idea how Noah figured that out so quickly. Then he asks how Noah already knew the cafeteria cook had memorized his name, sounding honestly impressed and a little suspicious. Catherine suddenly pushes herself up from her seat, clearly irritated and unable to sit still any longer. She asks Jimmy if he is finally done eating, then says she wants to go get another serving too, as if she has been waiting for the perfect moment to join in. Noah's lips curve into a sly little smile, and the expression on his face makes it painfully obvious that he is about to say something on purpose. He looks far too pleased with himself, like he has already chosen the perfect way to get under Catherine's skin. Then Noah casually tells Catherine to go ahead, acting like he sees no problem with it at all. After all, he adds with that same teasing calmness, she is already a glutton anyway. Catherine explodes almost instantly, shouting that she is absolutely not a glutton and that she only took a smaller portion at the beginning. Flustered, she immediately turns to Sarah for support, and Sarah gently sides with her by saying that Noah is wrong. Noah and Catherine start clashing their spoons together like the cafeteria table has turned into a tiny battlefield. But before their noisy little duel can get any worse, a voice nearby cuts through the chaos and asks if that really is her. Someone standing behind Claire stares closely at her, their eyes fixed on her back with uncomfortable intensity. In a low mutter, they point out that she really does have a tail. More children begin whispering among themselves, their voices spreading through the cafeteria as they wonder why someone like Claire would even come to school. Claire turns her face away in obvious discomfort, while another kid says no one should even make eye contact with her. Claire holds her tray carefully in both hands and walks through the cafeteria, doing her best not to react to the voices surrounding her. Then, as she quietly looks around, she notices an empty seat nearby. At that table, 3 students are already sitting together and eating like the open space beside them naturally belongs to their little group. Claire steps closer with a nervous look on her face, her posture small and hesitant. In a timid voice, she asks if it would be all right for her to sit there with them. Lara answers her immediately, and her voice is cold enough to stop Claire in place. Before Claire can even finish gathering her courage, Lara refuses her outright. Noah watches the exchange while chewing his food, taking in the scene with a flat, unimpressed look. In his mind, he thinks that of all people Claire could have asked, it really had to be Lara. Lara looks down at Claire with a harsh, openly hostile expression, asking what is wrong with her as if the request itself was insane. Then she demands to know who Claire even thinks she is. Lara's friends quickly jump in as well, piling onto Claire with cruel comments of their own. They tell her to learn her place, then sneer that she should take one good look at her own clothes before trying to sit with them. Claire lowers her gaze toward the floor, stunned into silence as they continue mocking her outfit. They laugh that she probably picked those clothes up from somewhere and sneer that she should have just stayed back at her church. Claire's shoulders draw inward, making her look even smaller than before. Then, in a tiny, quiet voice, she apologizes. Catherine immediately snaps at Lara, demanding to know who gave her the right to act however she wants just because she is rich. Sarah joins in too, her voice softer but still firm, saying that Lara is being cruel. Jimmy turns his eyes toward Noah and the others, clearly waiting to see who will be the one to step forward. His expression makes it obvious that he expects someone to do something. As laughter spreads through the cafeteria and someone points out that Claire is crying, Noah finally rises from his seat. Without saying anything at first, he starts walking straight toward her. That moment draws Noah back into an old memory, one where Matthew stood dressed in armor while someone spoke to him seriously. The man told him that not every half-breed in the world was kind. The man facing Matthew continued in a low, heavy voice, saying that because this was true, people loved using it as an excuse to act as though their own hearts were somehow gentler by comparison. But then the man called that idea a lie. Yes, some half-breeds were kind, and some of them were innocent children who had done nothing wrong, but there were also plenty of half-breeds who were not kind at all. Matthew sat across from him and asked what was supposed to come after that statement. The man answered that half-breeds should not be given special treatment just because of what they were. With a frown on his face, the man added that if Matthew cared so much because of him, then Matthew should stop doing that. Matthew asked if the man thought he was kind, but the man quickly corrected him, saying Matthew had misunderstood what he meant. Matthew suddenly rose to his feet, the movement so sharp and abrupt that it startled the man sitting across from him. Matthew drew his sword and fixed the man with a cold, unwavering stare. Then he asked if the man thought he was weak. The man immediately threw both hands over his head in panic, insisting that this was not what he had meant at all. He asked why Matthew was getting so worked up, only for Matthew to snap back that the man was the one who had entered his tent in the middle of the night just to bother him. Pointing his sword straight at the man, Matthew ordered him to get out and go on patrol unless he wanted to be beaten. The man agreed in a hurry, and from there, the memory shifted into the dark depths of the Abyss dungeon. Deep inside the dungeon, a blade carved into a monster's body, cutting deep with a brutal strike that tore through its flesh. The man muttered that this monster was strong, just like every other enemy they had already run into in that dangerous place. Then his gaze suddenly dropped, and his expression changed in an instant, twisting into shock. Before he could fully react to what he had noticed, the monster lashed back with a vicious counterattack. Its strike ripped across his chest with terrifying force, tearing through him before he had any chance to defend himself. A sharp, blood-soaked insect limb pierced into him, driving through his body and leaving behind a gruesome, devastating wound. The mantis monster turned toward the others, lifting its bladed limbs as if it was already preparing to continue the slaughter. It drew itself back for another attack, and the air around it seemed to tighten with danger as the next strike approached. Someone panicked and tried to run, desperate to escape before the monster could unleash another deadly blow. Matthew charged forward without hesitation and slammed into the mantis with enough force to halt its advance. He glared straight ahead, eyes locked firmly on the enemy in front of him. Every part of his focus was fixed on ending the fight. Matthew's blow sent the mantis flying backward, but the monster twisted through the impact and lashed out again. This time, its attack was aimed toward the men behind him. Matthew dodged the strike cleanly, moving out of its path while tightening his grip around his sword. He was already preparing himself for the next opening. Hemolymph began pouring from the mantis's body, spilling out as the monster staggered under the damage it had taken. Matthew delivered one final strike, cutting cleanly through the monster's body. That decisive blow finished the mantis for good. The instant the monster collapsed, Matthew shouted Perrin's name and rushed toward him in alarm. Matthew quickly lifted his wounded friend onto his back, trying to carry Perrin away before the dungeon could claim him completely. Perrin told Matthew to leave right away, his voice strained but urgent. They had already pushed too far into the dungeon, and this was no time to hesitate. A girl holding a staff hurried over, and Matthew immediately turned toward her, trying to ask for help. But before he could even finish, Perrin cut him off. The girl bit her finger in shock, visibly shaken by the wound in front of her. Perrin said Matthew had forgotten that he knew injuries like this far too well. Bleeding heavily, Perrin said he was already dying. So instead of wasting their remaining time trying to save him, they should use that time to kill as many monsters as possible. Surrounded by piles of monster corpses scattered across the ground, someone looks toward the others with urgency in their eyes. With enemies still crawling everywhere around them, they ask why everyone is wasting time just standing there. Matthew finally seems to give in, the resistance in his face slowly crumbling. His voice drops low as he quietly asks Perrin what he wants to leave behind as his final words. Perrin's fading eyes shift toward Matthew, the light in them already growing weak. In a strained voice, he asks if Matthew still remembers what he once told him before all of this. Matthew remembers those words perfectly. Not every half-breed is good, and no one should be favored simply because they are half-breeds. With a heavy look settling over his face, Matthew answers that he remembers. Perrin grits his teeth against the pain and forces himself to keep speaking, saying there may still be countless bad people out there, and Matthew cannot keep pretending that truth does not exist. Nearby, the girl breaks down in tears, while Perrin struggles to finish his confession, admitting that he is no different from those people. Then Perrin's hand slips weakly downward, as if the last bit of strength has finally left his body. With his final breath, he admits that he was a very bad person. Matthew can only stare at Perrin's lifeless body in stunned silence, frozen where he is. The weight of his friend's final words sinks over him, leaving him unable to move or speak. Back in the present, Noah's fist tightens hard, frustration flashing clearly across his face. He wonders bitterly why that memory had to come back to him right now, of all moments. Noah pushes himself up from the cafeteria table and calls out Lara's name, his voice cutting cleanly through the surrounding noise. He walks straight over without hesitation and tells Lara to make room at her table. Catherine says she knew Noah would end up doing something like this, and Jimmy quickly asks if Noah needs help, but Noah shuts him down right away and says he can handle it himself. Someone grabs onto Claire's tray, and the cruel remarks begin all over again without mercy. They question what she thinks she is doing, ask what is wrong with her, and mock her for being so stupid. Noah steps in before it can go any further and takes Claire's tray for her. Then, in a calm and steady voice, he tells her there is already a seat waiting for her. Claire stares up at Noah in complete shock, her eyes widening as if she cannot believe what just happened. It is as though she never expected anyone to openly help her in front of the entire cafeteria. Overwhelmed by the sudden kindness, Claire grabs onto Noah's sleeve without even thinking, clinging to it tightly. Noah glances down at her hand and says that might be going a little too far. Claire quickly lets go of his sleeve, flustered and embarrassed as she apologizes. Noah tells her it is fine, then gently tells her to come along with him. When Jimmy calls out to them from their table, Noah looks back at Claire and tells her his friends have already saved a spot for her there. Claire looks both surprised and uneasy, hesitating as she warns him that helping someone like her will only make things worse for Noah and the others. Noah answers her with a serious, unwavering expression. Without looking away, he tells her that he does not care about that. Behind them, the girls begin mocking Noah's friends as well, asking what kind of kindergarten those kids even came from. One of them even suggests that maybe they should look into who Noah and his group really are. Lara calmly fixes her hair, acting as if the entire situation is beneath her attention. Then she says there is no need to bother with anything like that. With her gaze lowering coldly, Lara says it is already obvious enough that Noah and his friends are nothing special. Catherine points toward Claire and tells her that Noah can be incredibly stubborn, so she had better start getting used to it. Noah immediately snaps back at Catherine, telling her not to say it like that. Jimmy proudly points at himself and announces that lunch tastes really good today, as if that random comment somehow helps clear the awkward mood hanging over the table. Sarah gently holds out a cup toward Claire and offers her some barley tea. Her warm, careful gesture makes it clear she is trying to help Claire feel welcome. Sarah also offers Claire her friendship with a soft, sincere smile. Claire quietly thanks her, still looking a little overwhelmed by how kindly everyone is treating her. The four of them quickly warn Claire that the tea is hot, telling her she should drink it slowly and be careful. At the same time, they reassure her that it really does taste good. Claire lifts the mug with both hands, but instead of taking a careful sip, she gulps the entire drink down in one go. Sarah is left completely stunned, unable to believe Claire drank it that fast. Right after finishing the tea, Claire scoops up a spoonful of food. Without pausing for even a second, she quickly shoves it into her mouth. Noah frowns with concern as he watches her eat so desperately. He tells Claire to slow down, reminding her that no one sitting at this table is going to take the food away from her. Claire suddenly begins to cry, tears spilling down her face before anyone can properly react. Catherine asks what happened. Sarah quickly offers her a handkerchief, and Noah silently tries to figure out what he should do next. Noah starts thinking through the rules of the game in his head. Once he begins, the others will have to suppress their mana and hide their presence as best they can. Noah points upward as he explains that, if they want to beat him and escape, they can also use mana to strengthen their bodies during the game. Claire admits that she does not know how to control mana yet. Noah reminds her that she can still hide, then asks whether her body is in good enough shape to run around. Catherine cheers Claire on, telling her that she will beat Noah using her own strength. Meanwhile, Noah realizes that Claire still cannot use her special telepathy, so he quietly decides he will try teaching her later. Noah tells everyone that hiding inside any of the buildings is not allowed. He also makes it clear that they all have to stay within the agreed area while the game is going on. Turning his back to the group, Noah announces that he is going to start counting. Once 100 seconds pass, the game will officially begin. He leans casually against a nearby pole and begins counting down from 100, giving the others time to scatter, find hiding places, and conceal themselves. When the countdown finally reaches its end, Noah slowly opens his eyes. Stretching his arms as if he has been waiting patiently for this moment, Noah says it is finally time for him to start looking. Noah begins finding his friends one by one as the game continues, picking them out from their hiding spots. Before long, only Claire and Sarah remain, and what surprises him most is that he cannot sense Sarah at all. After thinking about it carefully, Noah admits to himself that Sarah's mana control is truly impressive. That means Claire has to be the next one, so he folds his arms and focuses his senses more carefully. Suddenly, Noah rushes straight toward a patch of bushes, fully convinced that he has found his next target hiding there. He parts the bushes with confidence and shouts that he found her, ready to claim another victory in the game. But then Noah notices a tail flicking off to the side, and his attention instantly snaps in that direction. Noah immediately breaks into a chase after Claire, shouting for her to stop as she darts away from him with surprising speed. He reaches out toward her, stretching his hand as far as he can in an attempt to grab her before she manages to slip out of reach. At the very last possible second, Claire jumps backward and narrowly avoids his grasp. Noah loses his balance and tumbles down, while Claire lands lightly on the roof above him as if the jump took no effort at all. From her place on the roof, Claire calls down that she will not lose until Noah actually manages to catch her. Watching everything unfold from below, Jimmy tilts his head in confusion and asks whether that kind of move really counts. Matthew tugged his sleeve up sharply, like showing his arm would somehow make his argument impossible to deny. His expression was tight with irritation as he snapped that there was a major difference between the two situations. They had only been discovered, not properly caught yet. All at once, Catherine slapped her palm as the realization struck her, her eyes flying wide like she had finally seen through the whole trick. They had been deceived, she cried out, and the moment the words left her mouth, she urged everyone to run without wasting even a single second. Matthew's sister, however, didn't seem troubled in the slightest. With an almost casual confidence, she said she had been thinking about playing another round anyway, and now that Mona was by her side, she could move even quicker than she had before. Matthew was left frozen in place, too shocked to react as his friends shot away from him one after another. In the blink of an eye, they scattered in every direction, spreading out like a flock of birds suddenly startled into the air. He grabbed both sides of his head, completely overwhelmed by the sudden chaos unfolding around him. As everything spiraled further out of control, Matthew's voice rose in disbelief, demanding to know what on earth was even going on anymore. With Mona helping her along, Claire called out in a bright, excited voice, loudly declaring that Matthew was going to catch every last one of them. Her cheerful shout rang through the room, making the chase feel even more frantic and out of control. For a brief moment, Claire's face showed real confusion. Her expression caught somewhere between surprise and uncertainty. At the same time, Matthew kept yelling after the others, his voice carrying across the room while everyone continued darting around. Then the story pulled back, slipping into the moments that had happened just a little earlier. Before the room turned into a noisy chase, everything had begun with a much quieter search for a hiding place. Sarah hurried up the stairs, looking around carefully as she tried to figure out where she could possibly hide. From behind her, Matthew's voice rang out, warning that he was about to start, and that only made her climb even faster. Sarah narrowed her attention and tried to steady her breathing, knowing she couldn't let Hermona accidentally expose her. If she wanted even a chance at staying hidden, she had to push Hermona down and suppress her completely. Once Hermona was tucked away and hidden, Sarah quickly came to a decision. Remaining inside felt far too dangerous, so if she wanted a hiding spot that actually worked, she needed to slip outside instead. But just as Sarah was about to move on, something nearby drew her eyes. A number of books were stacked up close by, quietly catching her attention and pulling her focus away from the game. Sarah stepped closer before she could stop herself, curiosity taking over little by little. Her gaze stayed locked on the books, as though for that moment she had completely forgotten she was supposed to be hiding from Matthew. She stopped beside the shelves, standing quietly in front of all those books as they filled her view. For a short while, the chase and the hiding game seemed to drift far into the background of her mind. Before long, Sarah was already walking through the area with a book held carefully in both hands. She moved as if the place itself had drawn her in, capturing her attention before she ever had the chance to resist. Sarah's face brightened with pure joy, and she could hardly hold back her excitement. To her, this was no longer just a possible hiding spot. It had suddenly become something closer to paradise. Then Sarah abruptly turned around, finally realizing that she had wandered off without knowing where she was anymore. Her earlier excitement faltered, and in a small, uncertain voice, she murmured that she really ought to leave. But the instant her eyes wandered back toward the endless rows of books, her determination started to crumble again. The sight was far too tempting, and Sarah couldn't help but breathe out how wonderful it all was. Then one book title in particular caught her eye. Among the shelves, Sarah noticed Alice in Wonderland, and with curiosity blooming across her face, she wondered aloud what kind of story it might be. At that exact moment, a man wearing glasses appeared behind her without any warning. His quiet arrival filled the space at once, making it unmistakably clear that Sarah was no longer alone. The man's face was stern and composed, his serious gaze sharpened by the glasses resting in front of his eyes. He had the presence of someone who could make an entire room fall silent without needing to raise his voice. Sarah quickly turned back, only to jolt in surprise when she saw him standing there. Her whole body stiffened for a second, caught completely off guard by his sudden appearance. Not long after that, Sarah was already asking her grandfather to keep reading, completely drawn into the story in front of her. He continued in a gentle voice, telling her that this was the part where Alice followed the rabbit. Matthew clenched his teeth the moment he realized Sarah had already been found. After all the effort he had spent searching during their game, his frustration was written clearly across his entire face. Sarah sat comfortably on her grandfather's lap, looking perfectly relaxed now that the book was with them. The tense hiding game seemed like it belonged to another world as she stayed nestled close to him. Matthew snapped that Sarah had vanished right in the middle of their game, and that he had been searching everywhere for her. Her grandfather took the complaint calmly, then told Sarah that she should have let him know she was playing with her friends. Sarah admitted that she had honestly just forgotten, looking a little guilty as the words came out. Then, out of nowhere, Matthew's sister suddenly praised Matthew, leaving him staring in complete confusion like he had missed an important piece of the conversation. Matthew's irritation flared up when he understood that Sarah had forgotten about every single one of them so easily. Sarah quickly lowered her tone and apologized, trying to soften the mood before he got even angrier. Matthew reached out and flicked her squarely on the forehead. The quick little punishment landed before Sarah had time to do anything except react to the sting. Sarah pressed a hand to the sore spot on her forehead, wincing slightly as Matthew told her that the next time she went somewhere, she had to tell them first. She apologized again, and when Matthew noticed she looked like she was close to tears, he decided it was better to stop there. Matthew then faced Sarah's grandfather and offered him a proper apology. But the old man simply brushed it off, saying it was all right because he had actually been bored until Sarah came along, and then he warmly invited her to visit again, saying it was nice to have a friend who loved books. Sarah looked up at him with bright, hopeful eyes and asked if he truly meant what he had said. Her grandfather answered right away without the slightest hesitation, telling her that yes, he really did. Sarah immediately said she would come back tomorrow, since she still wanted to finish reading the book. But Matthew reminded her that it was already getting late, and they needed to head back home. Matthew had only just turned around to leave when Sarah's grandfather called out and told him to wait. Hearing the old man's voice behind him, Matthew stopped in place and looked back over his shoulder. The old man calmly offered to give all of them a ride. He said it so naturally that for a brief moment, the children simply had to process what he had just offered. Later, a car waited outside on the city street, beneath the heavy, gloomy sky. Parked there against the dull weather, it looked far too elegant and refined to ignore. Sarah's grandfather told anyone who needed a ride to climb in. As Matthew looked at him, the thought crossed his mind that he still didn't really know who this grandfather was at all. Jimmy climbed inside and immediately marveled at how amazing the car felt, especially how soft everything was. Matthew took in the luxurious interior around them and realized that this car had to be incredibly expensive. Sarah's grandfather gave the driver one simple, calm instruction to go. With that quiet command, the car ride was ready to begin. Matthew remained where he was, watching as the car slowly pulled away from the curb. His eyes followed it down the street as it began to move farther and farther away from him. In a quiet voice, Matthew admitted that he had never ridden in a car like that before. The words slipped out carrying both wonder and a small, disappointed ache. Tears began gathering in Matthew's eyes as the feeling finally sank in. He couldn't pretend otherwise anymore. He was jealous, completely and painfully jealous. Outside, the rain came down hard, pouring over the streets like a steady gray curtain. The gloomy weather seemed to wrap everything in a cold, damp silence. Matthew stared out the window at the rain for a while, lost quietly in his own thoughts. Then his gaze drifted back toward the classroom, and his eyes suddenly widened in surprise. On the board, the teacher had written class president election in clear, noticeable letters. But when Matthew looked down to the end of the list, he froze after spotting something completely unexpected: his own name. Still confused, Matthew slowly lifted his hand and asked why his name had been written up there. From the look on his face, it was obvious he had no idea how he had ended up involved in the election. Catherine looked down and explained that she had heard Matthew wanted to run for class president. Matthew immediately questioned who could have possibly told her something like that. Catherine didn't bother giving a long answer. Instead, she simply pointed straight ahead, and that single gesture told Matthew everything he needed to know before she even said another word. Jimmy looked back at Matthew with an innocent little grin on his face. Then, slowly and very deliberately, he raised his hand, making it painfully obvious that he was the one who had started all of this. Matthew lowered his glare toward his desk, barely managing to keep his irritation under control. In a quiet, bitter mutter, he warned that Jimmy had better not expect any help from him, because he absolutely wasn't getting it. Matthew slowly raised his hand, trying his best to keep his expression calm and controlled despite the irritation building inside him. In a steady but unmistakably firm voice, he announced that he refused the nomination and had absolutely no interest in being chosen for the position. The teacher merely gave a light laugh, treating Matthew's rejection as if it didn't change the situation one bit, and told him that he had already been selected anyway. But Matthew immediately raised his voice in protest, insisting that he wasn't the right kind of person to be class president at all. Catherine stared at Matthew in obvious surprise, her eyes widening like she couldn't understand why he would talk about himself so negatively. Then, in a gentler tone, she reminded him that every child carried limitless potential inside them, even if they didn't see it yet. Matthew whipped around toward Catherine, his frustration finally spilling out before he could hold it back. He shouted at her, demanding to know why she hadn't warned him about this earlier if she had already known what was going on. The teacher glanced around the classroom and asked if anyone else wanted to put themselves forward, since Matthew's name was still the only one written on the board. For a moment, the whole room seemed to hold its breath, waiting to see who would answer. Laura lifted her hand with a bright, confident smile, volunteering herself without the slightest hesitation. The cheerful look on her face made it clear that she had already decided exactly what she was going to do. At once, the entire class turned their attention toward Laura. Every pair of eyes shifted in her direction, all of them curious about why she had suddenly stepped forward. Laura first glanced over at Matthew, her calm smile never fading from her face. Then she turned back to the teacher and clearly said that she also wanted to run for class president. Matthew looked at Laura with clear confusion, his brows drawing together as he tried to figure out what she was planning. Her sudden decision had caught him completely off guard. Then, as if it had been brought out at exactly the right moment, a box packed full of burgers appeared in front of everyone. The sight of the food, along with its tempting smell, instantly pulled the entire class's attention away from the election. Laura smiled sweetly and explained that her dad had bought the burgers so everyone in class could enjoy them together. She said it in such a warm, innocent way that it sounded like nothing more than a thoughtful little treat. The second the kids realized there was food, the classroom burst into excited cheers. Their voices filled the room all at once, and the atmosphere around the election changed almost instantly. Almost immediately, some of the children started saying they should vote for Laura if she kept bringing them burgers every month. Their excitement over the free food quickly turned into loud, eager support for her campaign. Matthew's group watched the other students with looks of obvious disgust. From their expressions alone, it was clear they hated seeing everyone get swayed so easily by something as simple as burgers. Someone placed a burger right in front of Matthew, handing it to him as though his decision had already been made for him. Laura stood nearby, watching him closely with a confident little smile. With a satisfied grin on her face, Laura thanked Matthew for what she called his valuable vote. Her tone was so sure of itself that it sounded like she had already added him to her side. Matthew shot Laura a sharp, unimpressed look, refusing to go along with the confidence she was showing. He told her straight to her face that he had absolutely no intention of voting for her. As he said those words, Matthew slowly stepped away from both Laura and the burger in front of him. The space he created between them made his rejection even more obvious. Matthew let out a long, heavy sigh, already seeing exactly what Laura was trying to do. To him, she was using rewards to influence people, behaving just like an adult who understood how to buy support with benefits. Then something off to the side suddenly pulled Matthew's attention away. His eyes shifted toward it, and he noticed a strange scene happening nearby. Jimmy stood there with his mouth hanging open, practically drooling as he clutched a wrapped burger tightly in both hands. He looked completely bewitched by the food, as if nothing else in the room mattered anymore. Meanwhile, the rest of Matthew's friends each rejected Laura's food in their own way. Not one of them seemed willing to let a free burger decide who they would support. Seeing his friends turn down the burgers made Matthew's expression soften into a small smile. Their refusal reassured him that he wasn't the only one who understood what Laura was really trying to do. Then Matthew looked forward again, and confidence slowly filled his face. For the first time since his name had appeared on the board, he seemed ready to face the election seriously. Before long, the day of the elementary school spring trip finally arrived. The students gathered together in a lively group, buzzing with the special excitement that only a class outing could bring. The teacher smiled warmly at the class and announced that they would begin with roll call. She told each student to raise their hand and say their name clearly when their turn came. Then, with a cheerful laugh, the teacher added that the class president and vice president should help her with the roll call. Her words immediately drew everyone's attention toward the two students who now held those positions. Laura twirled a strand of hair around her finger with a pleased little smile and agreed right away. She looked delighted to be standing there in such an important role. Matthew answered too, but his mood couldn't have been more different from Laura's. His voice sounded reluctant, and the look on his face made it clear he was not exactly thrilled about helping. Laura stood beside the teacher with a stick in her hand, looking as though she was ready to guide the entire group herself. Her posture was neat, bright, and full of the confidence of someone eager to lead. She used the stick to point and tap at different things as she helped out, then handed flowers to the children nearby. Every little movement made her seem determined to show everyone just how capable she could be. The teacher continued guiding the children through the trip, leading them from one place to the next. Everyone followed along behind her as the spring outing moved forward smoothly. The kids laughed and clapped together, their cheerful voices filling the area with lively noise. The whole spring trip had become bright and energetic, with everyone getting swept up in the fun. When Matthew opened his lunch, he discovered a note tucked inside that said he was loved. That unexpected little message made the meal feel warmer and more personal than he had ever expected. The girls sitting nearby smiled when they noticed Matthew's reaction, then told him he should look at Jimmy's lunch as well. Their expressions made it obvious that there was something especially interesting waiting there. Catherine, who was sitting right beside Matthew, looked genuinely touched by the sweet note in his lunch. She thought it was moving that Matthew's sister had written something so warm for him. Catherine held a piece of sushi in her hand while she continued watching the others. Even while eating, her attention stayed fixed on the different lunch boxes spread out around them. Then everyone turned their eyes toward Jimmy's lunch, and the whole group froze in shock. Their eyes widened as they stared at what had been carefully packed inside. Inside Jimmy's lunchbox, the food had been arranged into the shape of a bear. The design was so carefully made and detailed that it immediately stood out from everyone else's meal. Matthew thought about his father, who worked as a cook, and that thought made him feel even prouder of the lunch in front of him. With that pride warming his mood, he said he was really enjoying his meal now. Matthew looked at Jimmy in surprise, still trying to take in the bear-shaped lunchbox. Beside him, Catherine leaned her attention toward it and asked what the bear's tiny little paws were made from. Jimmy simply smiled while holding his drink and snack, acting as though there was nothing unusual about any of it. In an innocent voice, he said his mom had told him it was really tasty. Matthew and Catherine both gave Jimmy a strange little smile. On the surface, their expressions looked polite, but there was something in their faces that clearly showed they had realized the truth. Then Catherine calmly pointed out that Jimmy's mom hadn't actually packed the lunch herself. Her voice stayed even and composed, but the comment landed with a sharp little sting. Suddenly, a boy came running through the forest. His rushed footsteps cut through the calm atmosphere of the trip as he dashed quickly between the trees. Matthew looked around in confusion, trying to understand what had suddenly happened. As the forest around him seemed to grow chaotic, he asked what was going on. Before Matthew could properly react, his legs became tangled beneath a frame. Panic shot through him and he shouted out, demanding to know what kind of monster this thing was supposed to be. Matthew lost his balance and slammed hard onto the ground. The sudden fall knocked him down before he had any chance to catch himself or steady his body. Pinned in place, Matthew found himself unable to move or free himself. He struggled helplessly beneath the frame, trapped and unable to do anything about it. Then Matthew spotted what looked like a monster's paw right in front of him, and his entire body went stiff. Fear rushed through him as he stared at it, frozen in place and unable to move. The 7th grade hounds locked their eyes onto Matthew, their gazes sharp, hungry, and cruel. The way they stared at him made them look like starving beasts that had just discovered helpless prey caught right in front of their jaws. The boy's fear finally broke through all at once, bursting out of him in a desperate scream for help. His voice tore through the forest as loudly as it could, filled with panic and the frantic need for someone to save him. One of the hellhounds snapped its furious gaze toward him, its eyes burning with open hostility. It glared straight into the boy's trembling face, as if that single stare alone was enough to crush him. The boy couldn't endure that terrifying look for even another second, and he quickly turned his eyes away. His body seemed to fold in on itself, shrinking back as pure fear overwhelmed him completely. Then, without warning, blood sprayed through the air nearby. The violent burst cut straight through the chaos, making the danger around them feel even more horrifying and real. The monsters began slamming into one another, their huge bodies shoving and crashing together in the confusion. One of them screamed for the others to stop, but by then the pack was already starting to lose control. Two of the beasts had suddenly turned against each other, snarling viciously as they clashed in the middle of the group. Their fight erupted right inside the pack, turning the chaos even more dangerous. Then two of the wolves abruptly turned their heads toward their leader. Their reaction came so quickly that it felt as though they had received an order without needing to hear another word. In the next instant, the entire pack lowered their bodies close to the ground. Their muscles tightened beneath them, and the air in the forest seemed to grow heavy with tension. The hell wolf then released a thunderous roar, forcing the others into motion with that single brutal command. The sound rolled between the trees like a warning bell announcing disaster. At once, the monsters surged forward as one, charging straight toward Matthew and the children. Their terrifying speed made the ground feel as if it were shaking beneath their rush. Deep in the forest, the children kept shouting while opening their hands over and over again. But no matter how many times they checked, the slips of paper sitting in their palms remained completely blank. Jimmy and one of the girls looked down with disappointed faces and said they hadn't gotten anything at all. Matthew, already running out of patience, shouted at them to forget about it and stop wasting precious time. Jimmy, however, still wore a grin that made it seem like he had completely forgotten the danger around them. With that wild smile on his face, he insisted that he had to find the treasure no matter what. Catherine looked thoroughly irritated by the whole situation, her patience visibly wearing thin. Rather than argue any longer, she suggested they should just draw again and give their luck one more try. Everyone quickly went along with Catherine's suggestion, everyone except Matthew. Instead of joining the others, he turned away from the group and started walking off on his own. Before Matthew could get too far, Catherine reached out and caught him by the shoulder. Her voice sharpened with concern as she asked where he thought he was going. In the end, Matthew still followed along with the others, though every step he took showed how annoyed he was. As they moved deeper through the area, he wondered why they had strayed so far from where they were supposed to be. That thought pulled Matthew's mind back to the dragons that had appeared around Wajongbu. The memory flashed through him, and with it came a heavier, colder sense of danger. All of a sudden, an unfamiliar sound sliced through the forest air. The children reacted at once, turning their heads as their attention snapped toward the noise. Claire and Olivia looked around nervously, asking what that strange sound had been. Fear had already begun to creep into their voices as the forest around them grew tense and silent. Matthew immediately lifted a finger to his lips, warning them not to make any more noise. The seriousness in his face told everyone that this was not the moment to panic out loud. A huge monster suddenly rushed past them with unbelievable speed. Its massive body tore through the forest so quickly that the children barely had time to understand what they had seen. With one powerful leap, its paws cleared the bushes and trees blocking its path. The creature moved through the undergrowth so fast that, for a moment, it almost looked like it was flying. Catherine pointed toward the moving shape, her eyes wide with shock as she asked what in the world that thing was. Even her finger seemed to tremble slightly as she stared after it. The thing Catherine was pointing at was a crazed wolf, wild and dangerous as it moved through the trees. Its entire body seemed filled with a violent, uncontrolled energy. The beast turned toward the children and let out a low growl, baring its sharp teeth at them. The threatening sound rumbled from deep in its throat, warning them that it was ready to attack. Matthew's anger flared the moment he stared at the monster, frustration burning through his fear. He couldn't understand why something like this had to happen right now, as if the timing itself was cruel. Seoul had been protected by a cocoon, but the monsters swarming through Wajongbu had somehow managed to break through and push south. Their advance had already caused a terrible tragedy, leaving many victims behind. The wolf continued snarling wildly, its jaws twitching as it glared at the children. Every rough sound that escaped its mouth felt like a promise that it would attack at any second. Catherine stared at the beast with fear frozen across her face. Her body wouldn't move, and she struggled to tear her eyes away from the monster in front of her. Then the wolf kicked off the ground and launched itself forward, opening its jaws wide as it sprang. Its teeth flashed in the air as it rushed straight toward them. At the worst possible moment, Catherine's foot struck a stone on the ground. The sudden stumble threw her balance off completely before she could recover. Catherine tripped, and the beast immediately leaped straight at her. In that terrifying instant, the distance between the monster and her collapsed almost all at once. She fell to the ground and threw her hands over her face as panic took full control. A scream burst out of her just as the wolf came crashing toward her. Matthew rushed in without the slightest hesitation and drove a powerful kick into the wolf. The blow knocked the monster away from Catherine before it could reach her. The wolf slammed hard onto the ground, its body hitting the dirt with a heavy, brutal impact. Matthew's strike sent it crashing down before it could recover its momentum. Matthew immediately swung his fork at the fallen beast, forcing magic through the small utensil as if it were a true weapon in his hand. His focus stayed locked on the monster in front of him. He stabbed the wolf again and again, each strike coming fast, sharp, and relentless. Matthew refused to give the monster even the smallest chance to rise back up. The other children could only stare in stunned silence as flames spread across the monster's body. Watching Matthew fight with such intensity left all of them completely speechless. With his back still turned toward Catherine, Matthew asked if she was all right. His voice stayed focused and controlled, even though his attention remained fixed on the danger in front of him. Catherine, still sitting on the ground, managed to answer that she was fine. Her voice trembled from the shock, but she still let him know that she hadn't been hurt. Gina stepped up behind Matthew as if she wanted to ask him something. She paused for a moment, hesitating while she looked at his back. Gina stared at Matthew with fear clear in her eyes and said that this wasn't the captain she knew. The way he had fought made him feel like someone completely different from the boy standing with them moments ago. Matthew wiped at his face and tried to pull himself back together. He said he was fine, just a little tense, as if that simple explanation could cover the frightening change they had all just witnessed. Whenever Matthew killed monsters, something inside him shifted. In battle, he became like an immortal player swallowed by hatred for them, losing himself completely in the violence of the fight. Matthew looked down at his own hands and realized he couldn't allow the others to see that side of him. That part of him was too dangerous, too distant from the ordinary boy they believed they knew. He clenched his fist tightly, then slowly raised his gaze toward the distance. His expression hardened as he stared into the forest ahead, bracing himself for what might come next. The children began whispering anxiously among themselves, saying that they should run. Fear spread through the group as they sensed that more danger was closing in around them. Matthew remembered that wolves hunted in packs, and with so many monsters coming down from the mountain, he knew he probably couldn't protect everyone at the same time. If he truly wanted to save them all, there was only one choice left. All of the children turned toward Matthew at the same time, their anxious eyes landing on him as if he were the only person who might know what to do next. Their faces were tight with fear and uncertainty, silently waiting for him to speak. Matthew kept his voice low, careful, and steady as he told everyone to listen closely. He understood that even one careless movement could make the situation spiral further and put every child there in even greater danger. Before long, the children broke away into smaller groups and began moving through different parts of the forest. Their footsteps spread out between the trees, scattering in separate directions as they continued searching through the mountain path. One of the girls placed her scarf neatly over a stone, smoothing it down like a small cushion. After deciding she had walked more than enough, she chose that spot as her resting place and prepared to sit for a while. Laura settled herself comfortably on the rock, looking at the others with a relaxed, almost careless attitude. She told them to keep searching for the treasure on their own while she stayed behind and took a break. A few of the children smiled hopefully and asked if they could rest there with her too. Their tired faces made it obvious they had been worn down by all the walking and wanted just a short chance to sit. Laura's expression shifted in an instant, and the warmth vanished from her face. Her eyes turned cold with irritation, and that single furious look was enough to make the other children wish they had never asked. The children immediately backed away, then hurried off as fast as they could. As they ran, they quickly told Laura to enjoy her break, their bright voices sounding painfully forced while they escaped her glare. Laura stayed seated on the stone, paying no attention to the others anymore. She became completely absorbed in her phone, her eyes fixed on the screen as if the forest around her didn't matter at all. Then a sudden noise sliced through the quiet forest, and Laura finally lifted her head. Her gaze shifted toward the direction of the sound, and the calm atmosphere around her began to crack. A group of children came rushing down the mountain in a panic, their faces pale and twisted with fear. They ran desperately through the trees, looking as if something terrifying was chasing them from behind. Laura stared at them in confusion, unable to understand why they were acting like that. She asked what had happened, still not grasping why everyone had suddenly started running for their lives. Behind the fleeing children, a pack of monsters came charging down the mountain after them. Their bodies tore across the slope with frightening speed, cutting through the forest as they closed in. Laura looked toward the girl who was running away, but in that same instant, a wolf launched itself straight toward her on the stone. The attack came so suddenly that she barely had time to understand what was happening. Laura screamed in pure terror and threw both hands over her eyes. Fear swallowed her completely as she braced herself for the monster to crash into her. Something shot through the air toward the monster and struck it before it could reach her. The wolf dropped dead right there on the spot, collapsing directly in front of Laura before the attack could land. Laura clutched her ears and stared downward in shock, still trembling from the sudden impact. Only after a moment did she slowly lift her head, completely stunned by what had just happened in front of her. Matthew stood nearby with a gun held firmly in his hand, his face sharp and serious. Without wasting even a breath, he told Laura to get down the mountain immediately. Tears began to gather in Laura's eyes as she looked up at Matthew. The fear she had been trying to hold back finally broke through, spreading plainly across her face. The rest of the monster pack turned their attention toward the children all at once. The danger had not disappeared just because one wolf had fallen. Laura grabbed onto Matthew's sleeve and clung to him tightly, as if he were the only thing keeping her safe. In a frightened voice, she begged him to protect her. Her whole body trembled uncontrollably from fear. The confidence and pride she had shown earlier had vanished completely, leaving only a terrified girl holding on for safety. Matthew looked irritated as Laura kept clinging to him, and he told her not to get in his way. His attention was already fixed on the monsters and the other children who still needed help. Then Matthew turned toward the rest of the group, his expression tense but still under control. He told everyone to listen carefully to what he was about to say. Jimmy stared at Matthew while Matthew ordered all of them to run straight down to the foot of the mountain. The firmness in his voice made it clear there was no room for argument. Matthew looked away and said that he was going to search for the others who were still missing. Jimmy immediately tried to follow after him, unwilling to let Matthew head into danger alone. Matthew fixed Jimmy with a hard, warning stare and told him to stop messing around. Right now, Jimmy's only responsibility was to stay alive and make sure everyone got down the mountain safely. Jimmy's face fell at those words, and he apologized sadly. Even though he clearly wanted to help, Matthew's serious tone forced him to step back. Matthew looked over the frightened children gathered in front of him and told them that from this moment on, they were a team. If they wanted to survive, they had to move together and act as one. He warned them that the hounds had strong cores, which made them especially dangerous opponents. Because of that, every one of them needed to hide their mana as much as possible. Matthew then began scattering food around the area, noticing that traces of mana were still clinging to it. He used that remaining energy carefully, turning even the leftovers into part of his escape plan. He explained that the monsters possessed an incredibly sharp sense of smell and could track that kind of energy. If the scent was strong enough, it might be able to lure them away from the children. The hounds would chase after the mana left behind in the food, and that would give them the distraction they needed. Even a short delay could become the difference between everyone escaping and everything ending in disaster. Matthew closed his eyes and forced himself to concentrate. Before making his next move, he needed to sense exactly where the enemies were hiding and how close they had come. A large force shield formed around Matthew, expanding outward like a protective wall of power. The air around him seemed to tighten as the barrier took shape. Matthew looked ahead, relieved that he had at least managed to buy the others enough time to escape. Now that they had a chance to run, he could focus on dealing with the remaining danger. Matthew leaped across rocks and tree roots, moving quickly through the rough forest terrain. His body cut through the mountain path with practiced speed, pushing deeper into the trees. Ahead of him, Matthew spotted a dark layer of power wrapped around the monsters. That strange aura made their presence feel even more ominous, as if danger itself was clinging to their bodies. He glanced at his backpack and realized that only about half of his mana remained. If he wasted too much now, he might not have enough strength left to protect everyone later. Then Matthew turned his eyes forward again as voices reached his ears. The sound of people crying out pulled him farther into the forest, toward the heart of the danger. People were begging for help with what little strength they had left. Their desperate voices shook as they pleaded for someone, anyone, to save them. One man screamed for help through tears, his voice cracking under the weight of his terror. He sounded as if he had already been pushed to the very edge of despair. The beasts stood nearby, drooling heavily as they slowly licked their lips. Their calm, cruel movements made it painfully clear that they saw the trapped people as nothing more than prey. The hounds had surrounded the people from every side, cutting off every possible path of escape. The frightened group had nowhere left to run and no way out on their own. One of the hounds suddenly stopped, its ears twitching as it picked up the sound of something approaching. For one brief moment, its attention shifted away from the helpless victims. Matthew rushed in at that exact moment and sliced the monster clean in half. His attack landed so quickly that the beast had no time to react or defend itself. The rest of the pack froze when they saw Matthew kill one of their own. Their eyes snapped onto him, and a new, dangerous tension filled the air between them. Matthew stayed calm even with the entire pack staring him down. His posture remained steady, as if he had already prepared himself for the fight that was about to follow. Then Matthew noticed a weapon sticking out from the pocket of a dead man nearby. In the middle of all that chaos, the small detail caught his eye immediately. Matthew reached toward the weapon, and his hand closed firmly around the handle. With that solid grip, he readied himself for the battle that was about to continue. After giving the sword a quick but careful check, Matthew immediately understood that this was no common blade. There was still a powerful amount of mana stored inside it, enough that, if he handled it correctly, he could wipe out the entire pack in one decisive fight. Matthew raised the sword and pointed its tip directly at the pack leader, holding his ground even as the beast roared at him in fury. Then a faint smile tugged at his face, and he openly provoked the monsters, daring them to come straight at him. The wolves responded to Matthew's challenge with furious growls, their muscles tightening all at once as rage spread through the pack. One of them moved first, springing forward ahead of the others and launching itself toward him. The wolf hurled itself high into the air, and for that brief instant, its chest was left completely exposed. Matthew's eyes caught the opening right away, and without the slightest hesitation, he aimed straight for that vulnerable spot. Matthew thrust the sword directly into the wolf's body, driving the blade in with brutal, exact precision. The strike landed exactly where he wanted it, cutting through the beast before it could protect itself. But even with one wolf brought down, the rest of the pack showed no sign of slowing. They continued rushing toward Matthew from every direction, snarling fiercely as they closed in around him. Matthew's eyes flicked to the side, reading the monster's movements in a single sharp glance. Then his blade began moving, cutting them down one after another with cold control and frightening speed. Another hound suddenly lunged at Matthew from a blind spot, aiming to strike from where he wouldn't see it coming. Its attack was quick and vicious, rushing straight toward the opening in his guard. Matthew reacted just in time, slipping away from the strike before the monster could reach him. The beast's jaws snapped through empty air, missing him by only a narrow margin. In the very next breath, Matthew turned the dodge into a counterattack and drove the sword through another wolf's chest. The blade punched clean into the beast before it had any chance to recover. Matthew yanked the sword free, and the fallen wolf collapsed away from him. Even so, the remaining monsters kept pressing forward, refusing to retreat no matter how many of them fell. Then Matthew forced his power downward into the ground beneath his feet. Mana rushed through the earth, gathering under him as he prepared the next move in his attack. With one sharp burst of force, Matthew launched himself upward. His body shot into the air in a sudden flash, rising high above the wolves gathered below. The monsters all tilted their heads up toward Matthew as he gripped the sword tightly above them. From that higher position, he drove his power downward, sending it crashing toward the pack beneath him. Tiny needles of magic began pouring down from above, scattering across the wolves like a deadly storm. Each sharp fragment carried enough force to pierce and tear through flesh. The needles cut rapidly into the wolves' bodies, striking them before they could scatter or defend themselves. In just a few moments, the monsters were left badly wounded under the relentless rain of magic. Matthew dropped back down to the ground with calm, steady control. Even after unleashing such a violent attack, his body barely wavered, and his posture remained firm. The force of the magic blast erupted around the monsters with explosive power. The impact lifted their bodies off the ground, throwing them upward as the attack tore through the area. The wolves howled in pain, helpless beneath the overwhelming assault. No matter how fiercely they twisted or struggled, they couldn't break free or launch a counterattack. More streams of power continued crashing down over the pack, striking them again and again without pause. The endless barrage gave the monsters no chance to regroup or regain control. Without saying a single word, Matthew turned and ran. He didn't waste even a second looking back to admire the destruction unfolding behind him. Matthew had to get away from that swelling mass of power as fast as possible. If he remained too close before it fully erupted, the explosion could swallow him along with the monsters. Then the scene shifted to a quiet morning in the forest, where someone's legs stood still nearby. After all the violence and chaos, the sudden stillness felt almost strangely unreal. Lara stood frozen in place, fear locking every part of her body. She looked so terrified that even taking a breath seemed difficult for her. Matthew calmly told Lara that if she wanted to survive, she needed to run. His voice stayed steady as he spoke, but there was no gentleness in the warning he gave her. Lara stared at Matthew in shock, struggling to process what he had just told her. She asked him again, as if she was hoping she had heard him wrong. Around them, the wolves kept snarling, their rage spilling out in savage, low growls. Their wild eyes stayed fixed on their prey, ready to tear into anything that moved. Lara grabbed onto Matthew's sweater, her fingers tightening anxiously in the fabric. With fear shaking through her voice, she asked him where he was planning to go. Lara kept staring at Matthew, unable to pull her gaze away from him. Her frightened eyes followed even the smallest movement he made, as if she was afraid he might disappear. Matthew told Lara bluntly not to get in his way. The words were harsh, but his focus had already shifted past her and toward the danger waiting ahead. Slowly, Lara loosened her grip on Matthew's sweater and finally let go. Her hand dropped away from the fabric, though the fear on her face didn't fade. Then Matthew remembered the boy who had come with Lara, saying that he was badly injured and needed help right away. That realization made the situation feel even more urgent than before. Lara watched as the boy hurried away from where they stood, rushing off through the forest. Her eyes followed him, still shaken by the terrifying scene unfolding around her. She continued staring after the boy, stunned into silence. The shock of everything happening so quickly had left her frozen, unable to find the words to respond. Then Lara's gaze slowly shifted back to Matthew, lingering on him as if she wanted to say something but couldn't. Her expression held fear, confusion, and a silent plea all at once. Matthew didn't hesitate for even a heartbeat. He suddenly charged forward, throwing himself straight back into the danger waiting among the trees. Driven by power, Matthew shot through the forest at incredible speed. The trees blurred around him as he pushed deeper into the mountain without slowing down. Matthew rose into the air, lifted above the ground by a surge of force. From that height, the battlefield below opened up beneath him, giving him a much wider view. A grin spread across Matthew's face the moment he spotted what he had been searching for. At last, he had found exactly what he needed. Inside the thick black smoke moved a pack of 6th grade hounds. Their bodies shifted through the darkness, making the smoke itself seem alive with danger. The pack leader roared at Matthew with pure rage, its voice ripping through the forest. To the beast, Matthew was clearly the enemy standing directly in its path. From above, Matthew stared right back at the leader without showing even a trace of fear. His gaze stayed calm, steady, and completely unshaken. Then Matthew poured his power into the black magic surrounding the area. His mana flowed outward, cutting into the darkness that had wrapped itself around the monsters. With a confident smile on his face, Matthew told the monsters they were already dead. His voice carried the certainty of someone who had already pictured the end of the battle. Shards of power continued falling through the air, drifting down toward the pack like sharp fragments of judgment. Each one descended with deadly purpose. The monsters glared up at Matthew with furious eyes, their anger swelling as the danger closed in above them. Even then, they could only watch the attack come down. Those pieces of power suddenly shot straight toward the hounds, tearing through the air as they plunged downward. Their speed turned the falling shards into deadly projectiles. Matthew landed lightly on the ground, watching the fight unfold around him as if it were nothing more than a game. His eerie calm made the chaos surrounding him feel even more overwhelming. Above the others, the pack leader watched everything happen from its higher position. Its eyes tracked the battle carefully, standing apart from the rest as it waited for the right moment to strike. The wolf released a fierce howl, commanding the rest of the pack to charge. At its order, the monsters surged forward once again, rushing into the fight together. Matthew didn't lose his composure for even a moment. He only shifted his eyes slightly toward the two monsters lurking behind him, as if their claws and heavy breathing were nothing more than a minor distraction. The two beasts seemed to grasp the situation almost instantly. The moment they understood they could not force their way any closer, their bodies locked in place, frozen in the shadows. Matthew's fingers curled more tightly around the sword hilt, one by one, until his grip became firm and unyielding, matching the sharp tension building in the air around him. Even though danger was closing in from every direction, Matthew kept his gaze fixed ahead. His face remained calm, steady, and completely untouched by fear. Then one of the wolves suddenly dropped to the ground. Its body went limp all at once, and for a brief second, the surrounding forest seemed to fall into a chilling silence. But the rest of the pack didn't slow down at all. Without the slightest hesitation, they kept charging forward, fangs exposed and bodies driving through the forest like a wave of violence. Matthew held the magic sword raised in his hand, keeping the blade steady and ready. His posture was calm, focused, and prepared to meet the incoming attack directly. Then, instead of stepping back, Matthew moved forward. He marched straight toward the monsters himself, choosing to close the distance before they could control the pace. The beasts threw themselves at him wildly, lunging with claws, snapping jaws, and the full force of their heavy bodies, all trying to tear him apart at once. Matthew lowered his body and covered his head as he rushed forward, slipping past the corpse of a fallen beast and pushing through the chaos without letting his momentum break. The sword in his hand was still burning with mana, its bright glow slicing through the darkness around him like a sharp beam of light. Matthew turned back toward the wolves once more, and above the rest of the pack, their leader towered over them, looming like a massive threat waiting for the perfect moment to strike. A trace of irritation entered Matthew's voice as he muttered under his breath. These monsters were unbelievably persistent, refusing to back down no matter how many times they were stopped. Meanwhile, the others were still forcing their way through the forest, their footsteps pounding over roots, dirt, and uneven ground as they ran with everything they had. Matthew's warning continued to echo in their minds, the command that they had to survive no matter what. And each of them had answered him, saying they understood. Catherine and Jimmy hurried forward with the others, pushing through the trees as quickly as they could, even while their exhausted bodies struggled to keep up. Before long, the group finally came to a halt in the middle of the forest. They stood there catching their breath, while the dark shadows of the trees pressed in around them. Jimmy turned toward Olivia, confusion clear on his face. With the path ahead no longer obvious, he asked where they were supposed to go from here. Olivia clutched at her chest, breathing heavily as fatigue caught up with her. She admitted she was exhausted, but even then, she knew stopping was not an option. At that moment, Matthew's earlier words came back to her, reminding everyone that Olivia was the one who could guide them through this dangerous place. A faint pulse of magic began gathering in Olivia's eyes. Her gaze sharpened little by little, as if she was starting to see something hidden beyond the normal path. She lifted her hand and pointed toward the left, warning the others that there was something dangerous waiting in that direction. Claire took in Olivia's warning carefully, and without wasting time, she backed up Olivia's judgment, trusting what Olivia had sensed ahead of them. The children were already worn down, their legs heavy and their breathing rough, but even with exhaustion dragging at them, they forced themselves to keep moving. Jimmy glanced off to the side, and the fear in his eyes was impossible to miss. The pressure of everything happening around them was clearly starting to crush him. Then, as frustration swelled inside him, Jimmy looked around desperately, as if searching for just one player who might reach out and take his hand. Catherine shouted at Jimmy, snapping him back before fear could take hold. She told him not to look behind them and to focus on nothing except running. As she said it, Catherine remembered the warning she had received earlier, that she had to watch closely for any signs of panic spreading among them. She remembered Matthew standing directly in front of her, telling her that this fear, this chaos, and this crushing pressure were all things they had no choice but to face. Catherine clenched her teeth hard, anger tightening across her face, as she forced herself not to break and pushed herself to stay strong. Then, without any warning, a mass of black magic began forming nearby, twisting the air around it and giving off a dark, ominous presence. Olivia suddenly cried out, her voice sharp with alarm, warning everyone that something was right in front of them. The boys stopped cold and stared at the clump of black magic. Their faces stiffened with fear as the darkness churned and pulsed in front of them. From inside that pitch-black mass, a huge paw slowly pushed its way out, pressing down against the ground as the creature began to emerge. A hound with sharp spikes running along its back crawled out of the hole, dragging its monstrous body from the darkness and into the open. Catherine and Jimmy could only stand there and stare. Fear held their bodies in place as the monster fully pulled itself into view. The giant beast lowered itself in front of them, then released a deep, menacing growl that seemed to vibrate through the entire group. Then its head slowly lifted higher, and as it rose, its massive body seemed even more terrifying than before. Jimmy stared at the creature with unease written across his face, then asked what exactly the monster was trying to do. A moment later, more monsters appeared around them. The children looked upward in horror as the situation turned even worse. Before they could figure out any path of escape, they realized the truth. They had been completely surrounded. Jimmy quickly swept his gaze around the area, taking in the monsters closing in from every side. Then Matthew's words returned to him, reminding Jimmy that among everyone there, he was the only one who could truly fight the strongest monster. Once Jimmy understood what that meant, he forced his fear down, steadied himself, and prepared to face whatever was about to come at them. The boys bumped their fists together, sharing one short but powerful moment of resolve before the battle truly began. Jimmy stood completely still with his eyes closed, gripping his sword tightly as he gathered his courage in the center of all that danger. He remembered himself as a small child, practicing sword swings again and again, asking whether he was doing it the right way. The wolves suddenly rushed straight toward Jimmy, charging at him with frightening speed and closing the gap in an instant. But Jimmy didn't step back. Without letting fear show on his face, he swung the magic sword with every bit of courage he could summon. The blade struck exactly where it needed to. Jimmy's attack finally landed, cutting into one of the hounds as the fight truly began. The moment one of their own went down, the remaining monsters wavered. Their bodies hesitated for just a second, and their vicious snarls softened as the fallen packmate lay completely still in front of them. Jimmy's expression suddenly changed, a fierce grin breaking across his face. With confidence rushing through him all at once, he shouted out that he really could do this after all. But even after watching one of their pack get cut down, the monsters did not run. They kept growling deep in their throats, their hungry eyes locked tightly on Jimmy. Jimmy stretched out the wand in his hand and handed it over to Demi, entrusting it to her while his attention stayed fixed on the monsters waiting in front of him. He clenched his teeth hard, forcing his body to stay steady even as the pressure around him grew heavier with every passing second. Then Jimmy lowered his eyes toward the ground, and the fear inside him began to twist into anger, making his expression turn sharper and more determined. The monsters gave him no chance to catch his breath. They rushed at him again, bodies crouched low, claws scraping violently across the ground as they closed in. Jimmy leapt onto one of the beasts, trying to slip past its attack at the very last second. But his movement was not perfect, and the monster still managed to land a painful blow on him. The others could only stand nearby and watch, fear holding them in place as Jimmy threw himself straight into the center of the pack. Claire stared at him with confusion written across her face. She could not understand how Jimmy was still able to move while carrying that much pressure on his shoulders. She kept watching as Jimmy continued to run, his voice cutting through the chaos as he shouted that he was not going to give up. The pack chased him without letting up, their paws pounding hard against the forest floor as they rushed closer from behind. Jimmy pulled magic into his fist, the energy tightening around his hand as he prepared himself to strike back with everything he had. One of the wolves suddenly launched itself toward him, jaws stretched open wide as it came flying through the air. Jimmy brought his fist down with force, smashing it directly into the monster's mouth and meeting the attack head-on before it could tear into him. For one brief moment, Jimmy stared at his own hand in disbelief, as if even he could not understand the strange power he had just released. But he had no time to stand there and think about it, because another wolf was already rushing in from the side, closing the distance fast. Jimmy shoved the beast back before it could slip past him, pushing it away with enough force to stop it from reaching the others. The monster snarled with fury, then twisted its body around, turning all of its attention away from the others and straight onto Jimmy. Jimmy pressed a hand against his stomach, still struggling to understand what was happening inside his body and why this strange strength was moving through him. Before he could make sense of it, the beast's paw slammed into his chest, striking him so hard that it knocked the air right out of him. The wolf spread its jaws wide and released a sharp, piercing scream, its cry ripping through the chaos and echoing around them. All of the girls panicked at once. Their faces turned pale as they saw Jimmy trapped in the middle of the monster's attack. Claire looked at Jimmy with fear filling her eyes, and in that single instant, everything that had happened between them came rushing back into her mind. The wolf opened its mouth even wider, showing row after row of sharp teeth as it prepared to bite down on him. Its teeth sank into Jimmy's hand, clamping down with brutal force as pain shot through him. Catherine and Olivia immediately rushed forward to help him, unable to keep standing back after seeing Jimmy caught in that kind of danger. In the middle of the struggle, hair began to burn, the flames catching suddenly and spreading through the chaos around them. Olivia silently prayed that everyone would survive this safely, holding tightly to that hope even as fear pressed in from every side. Then the dark hole began to shift. Its shape twisted and warped, changing before their eyes until it opened into a portal. A pair of legs was left sprawled across the ground, lying motionless in the middle of all the confusion. The wolves kept howling, their cries rising together until the entire area seemed to tremble with their hunger and rage. Then they charged straight toward Jimmy, rushing at him all at once with terrifying speed. But just before they could reach him, a dark barrier suddenly formed around Jimmy, wrapping him in shadowy magic like a protective shield. Claire looked back, and for one brief moment, she thought that barrier meant the monsters would no longer be able to hurt them. Even with that thought crossing her mind, she could not tear her eyes away. Fear was still written clearly across her face. From above, the entire scene could be seen at once. The children trapped below, the monsters surrounding them, and the dark magic spreading around the battlefield. Jimmy looked toward the girls with fear in his eyes, as if he had finally realized just how dangerous their situation had truly become. In the middle of the chaos, someone's legs dangled in the air, suspended above the ground. Then a figure appeared high in the sky, breaking through the tension like an answer arriving from above. She slowly descended toward them, and her presence immediately pulled every frightened gaze upward. The children stared at her with fear and uncertainty, unable to tell whether this new arrival was there to save them or bring another threat. With a calm smile on her face, Noah asked the kids if they could close their eyes for just a moment. Then Noah shifted her gaze toward the wolves and said, with quiet confidence, that these dogs were already finished. At that moment, Matthew stood within the flames, facing the wolves directly with a presence that remained completely unshaken. In one hand, Matthew held a thermos, looking almost strangely relaxed despite the danger burning and moving all around him. He lifted the thermos and took a drink of Magnolia, the rice wine made from rice and wheat, as if he were taking one last calm breath before stepping fully into the fight. Then Matthew tossed the thermos aside, sending it flying from his hand as he drew his sword. A smile spread across Matthew's face as he told the monsters that it was already over for every last one of them. The bottle struck the ground with a sharp, final sound, landing at the exact moment the battle shifted into its next stage. Matthew suddenly shot forward so fast he nearly vanished from sight, activating Heavenly Step and closing the gap on one of the wolves before the creature even had time to react. A violent burst of magic exploded outward from the clash, blasting through the battlefield and sending the surrounding monsters flying in different directions as their bodies were scattered by the impact. But even while those monsters were being blown back, more packs were already pressing in from deeper within the smoke and flames, tightening around the battlefield like a closing trap. Matthew drove his fist straight into one hound's muzzle, striking with enough force to crush its jaws shut and cut off its growl in a single brutal instant. He carved his way through the monsters one after another, slashing, striking, and forcing his body forward through the pack without giving any of them a chance to recover. Then Matthew shifted his focus toward another wolf moving through the chaos, turning his weapon toward it as his eyes locked onto the beast's path. Only a few seconds later, that same wolf was already lying dead on the ground, while the remaining monsters continued rushing forward as if fear had never reached them. Matthew glared across the battlefield at the creatures still standing, his gaze sharp and icy as he measured every monster left in front of him. The magic sword flashed with brilliant light, its blade slicing through the air again and again as attacks came tearing toward Matthew from every side. With the blade gripped in his hand, Matthew rushed straight ahead, his movements sharp, shifting, and unpredictable, almost like a wild dance cutting through the monsters. Matthew gritted his teeth and stared the wolves down, refusing to let even the smallest trace of weakness show on his face. Before long, the entire pack had been cleared away, leaving only Matthew and the leader facing each other in the middle of the wreckage. A fierce confidence burned steadily in Matthew's eyes, as if he had already decided the ending of this fight before the leader even moved. Matthew charged forward once again, opening a heavenly gate as power surged through him and pushed his body into an even higher state. Magic spread through every part of his body, racing through his arms and legs while wrapping him in a force that drove him past his normal limits. Through clenched teeth, Matthew admitted that his stamina was finally starting to run low, but even that did not make him stop moving forward. He forced his legs to move even faster, pushing himself ahead with sheer willpower as the distance between him and the monster disappeared. The monster charged at the same time, lowering its massive body and rushing toward Matthew with terrifying force behind every step. Both of them lunged at once, crashing toward each other as the air between them grew heavy with pressure. Matthew's punch smashed into the beast's face with brutal power, hitting so hard that the massive monster was sent flying backward. Without wasting even a second, Matthew immediately opened fire, his expression turning completely serious as he followed up the attack. Bullets tore across the battlefield in rapid bursts, cutting through the air one after another as they flew straight toward the monster. But the monster pushed through the barrage and kept coming, and for the first time, a flash of shock crossed Matthew's face. Flames burst from the beast's mouth and surged toward him, spreading like a roaring wave of fire that looked ready to swallow him whole. Matthew was still suspended in midair, caught in that dangerous instant with nothing solid beneath his feet to help him escape. The fire expanded across the entire area, flooding the battlefield with roaring heat, blinding light, and flames that swallowed everything in their path. Even then, Matthew's gun kept firing without stopping, each shot ringing out as he refused to let the monster advance freely. The monster's body was torn open by the relentless barrage, riddled with holes as shot after shot slammed into it again and again. Matthew watched calmly as the beast lowered its body, keeping his eyes fixed on every tiny movement it made. Then, through the flames, the leader stepped forward once more, emerging from the fire as though all that damage still had not been enough to finish it. With his ammunition completely gone, Matthew tightened his grip on his weapon and prepared himself to fight at close range. The monster kept studying him from across the flames, watching Matthew's stance and every movement as though it was waiting for the perfect opening. With a sly grin spreading across his face, Matthew raised the magic sword and asked whether the beast still had enough strength left for another round. Matthew clenched his teeth and made it clear that everything up to that point had only been the warm-up. The leader lunged toward him with a furious roar, declaring that it would kill Matthew right there on the spot. Matthew rushed in at the same time, meeting the monster's charge directly without taking even a single step back. He drove himself straight toward the wolf head-on, even as the beast threatened to tear him apart piece by piece. Sword magic exploded outward around them, filling the space with violent bursts of power that tore through the battlefield in every direction. Then Matthew plunged straight into the black hole, throwing himself into the darkness gathered around the monster's power. Matthew covered his nose as he moved through it, quickly realizing that whatever filled the air around him was not poison. The magic sword continued drawing in power, absorbing and gathering mana as its glow grew brighter and more intense in his hand. Matthew and the leader clashed in the center of a raging storm of flames, their powers colliding with enough force to make the battlefield tremble. Matthew snapped in disbelief, calling the whole situation insane as the heat and crushing pressure kept pressing in around him. Even so, Matthew forced himself through the leader's power, pushing forward while the flames tried to swallow and overwhelm him. Matthew's magic began to break apart under the strain, the energy around him cracking as the enemy's force pressed harder and harder. He shouted angrily about his mana, frustration bursting from him as he felt his power being driven all the way to its limit. The flames kept swallowing the space around them, rolling over the battlefield until almost nothing in the area could be seen clearly anymore. Matthew was blasted backward by the fire, his body thrown away from the clash by the overwhelming force of the flames. He crashed hard into the ground, and the impact sent dust, heat, and debris surging up all around him. Breathing heavily, Matthew admitted that even after burning through a huge amount of mana just to defend himself, he had still taken serious damage. Matthew lowered his head, dragging breath through the pain while his fingers stayed locked around the sword, refusing to let the weapon slip from his hand. In the very next instant, armor spread across Matthew's body all at once, covering him like a protective shell that had answered the danger closing in around him. A huge swarm of monsters screamed at the same time, their voices crashing together in a deafening roar as they shouted for the others to leave Matthew alone. Matthew struggled to lift his gaze, forcing his trembling body to obey as he looked toward his own reflection through the strain. Then a wild, almost crazed smile pulled across Matthew's face, because one of his gifts only truly awakened when he was driven into a critical, life-or-death moment. A massive surge of energy erupted around him, roaring upward from beneath his feet and lifting Matthew into the air as his power exploded outward. The leader stared up at Matthew and growled in confusion, clearly unable to understand how his power had suddenly changed so drastically. That overwhelming force shot straight toward the monster, rushing at the leader like a concentrated blast of pressure and raw power. The wolf turned its gaze to the side, baffled by what was unfolding in front of it, and thrown off by Matthew's sudden transformation. Matthew screamed that this was the moment the monster would die, his voice cutting through the battlefield with fierce, brutal certainty. For the first time, the monster looked completely lost, as if it no longer knew how to respond to the power crashing down toward it. Matthew swung with terrifying speed, the blade flashing through the air before slicing cleanly through the monster's paws. The wolf's balance broke instantly, and its massive body crashed down hard, slamming into the ground with a heavy impact. Matthew immediately jumped after it, driving himself toward the fallen beast with his sword aimed straight at it before it could recover. Sparks of power burst throughout the hole, scattering sharp flashes of energy through the darkness around them. From below, the wolf growled as black magic flooded through its body, wrapping it in a heavy and dangerous aura. Matthew stared the monster down without showing even a trace of fear, standing firm while that dark power continued to rise in front of him. A huge black sphere began to form, swelling larger and larger as the gathered magic condensed into one ominous mass. As the dark magic kept expanding, Matthew walked closer instead of retreating, asking why the monster was hiding itself inside something like that. He tested the edge of his sword against the sphere, feeling the resistance push back against him, then judged that it was strong enough to be worth cutting through. Then Matthew pointed his weapon straight at the black sphere, focusing his power tightly into the tip of the blade. The sword pierced forward into the darkness, pushing through the barrier as the sphere finally began to give way beneath his strike. Matthew's power crashed into the flames beyond it, sending force and fire surging against each other in a violent collision. The furious wolf bared its teeth at him, hatred burning in its eyes as it glared through the flames and chaos. Matthew looked out from within the sphere, his expression calm and steady despite being surrounded by that suffocating dark power. In a steady voice, Matthew reminded the monster that he had already told it exactly how this would end. It was going to die. Then Matthew walked toward the beast with complete confidence, each step showing that he no longer had any doubt about the outcome. His sword swept across the monster's head in one clean, decisive arc, cutting through with no hesitation. The wolf was sliced apart, its body bursting into pieces that scattered across the battlefield. Once the fight was finally over, Matthew's strength gave out all at once, and he dropped heavily to the ground. Matthew slowly lifted his head, forcing his exhausted eyes to open and look upward. As he watched the sunset spread across the sky, Matthew murmured quietly that it was finally over. The day was fading fast, the remaining light thinning as evening settled over the forest. Matthew lay back against the ground and closed his eyes, allowing the exhaustion he had been fighting to finally catch up with him. There, in the middle of the forest, Matthew drifted off, his battered body finally giving in after the brutal battle. Meanwhile, Noah smiled gently at everyone and asked them to close their eyes for just a moment. Then Noah turned her gaze toward the wolves and calmly said that these monsters were already finished. She covered her face for a brief second, hiding her expression as the air around her began to shift and change. Then Noah raised her hand with quiet confidence, her posture steady as she prepared to make her move. Nearby, people were still running from the wolf packs in panic, confused and terrified as they wondered why no one had come to help them yet. Magic poured into Noah's fan, gathering along its edge as the power in the air grew sharper and more intense. A fierce tornado suddenly roared forward, tearing across the battlefield and slamming toward the wolves with crushing force. While guiding the wind, Noah wondered why nobody had reported this disaster yet, her eyes staying fixed on the monsters ahead. Noah pushed both hands forward, driving the storm ahead with firm and controlled strength. Clenching her fist, Noah declared that this was the end for all of them. The tornadoes shot straight toward the monsters, racing across the battlefield with terrifying speed. Blood sprayed everywhere as the storm tore into the wolves and crashed through their bodies. The violent wind ripped through every living thing in its path, and Noah kept pushing it forward without even the slightest hesitation. Noah watched the destruction unfold with a smile, calm and confident as the monsters were swept away by her power. Then Noah glanced to the side, her attention shifting as something nearby suddenly caught her eye. The children could only stare up at Noah with wide, frightened eyes, their small bodies frozen in place because they had no idea how they were supposed to react after witnessing power like that. Noah immediately drew all of her magic back, pulling the violent energy under control and letting it fade away before it could scare the children any more than it already had. Then her body began to lift gently from the ground, rising into the air as if the wind itself had wrapped around her and was carrying her upward. With a soft, reassuring smile on her face, Noah told the children not to cry if she had frightened them, keeping her voice warm and gentle so they would feel safe around her. But Catherine and Jimmy didn't look like they were about to cry at all. They just stared at Noah in pure awe, bursting with excitement as they talked about how incredibly cool she looked. The other kids quickly joined in too, pointing up at Noah with sparkling eyes and excited voices, unable to stop saying how amazing everything they had just seen was. Noah smiled at their reaction, still a little surprised that after so much terror, the children were accepting her and her power so easily. The children huddled close together, still a little shaken, but their eyes never left Noah. They watched her with wonder, relief, and a bit of nervousness all mixed together. Then, all at once, Jimmy and Catherine looked ahead, and fear returned to their faces as if something in front of them had suddenly shifted. Noah directed her magic forward, deciding to inspect the children more carefully and make sure none of them were hiding any internal injuries that could not be seen from the outside. A soft magical glow began to appear inside the children's bodies, revealing the things beneath the surface that ordinary eyes would never be able to notice. Olivia watched Noah closely, her eyes filled with curiosity, as she tried to understand the strange and delicate power being used right in front of her. Noah gently pulled Olivia into her arms, holding the girl close in a warm hug that seemed to soften the fear still lingering around them. Then Noah looked down at Olivia and asked her, in that calm and gentle voice, whether she wanted to become a player. Jimmy immediately shouted in protest, insisting without hesitation that he should be the one to become a player instead. The boys shook their fists and complained right away, clearly not willing to let Jimmy's sudden outburst pass without saying something back. Noah placed a hand on Jimmy, gently calming him down before his excitement could turn into another noisy argument. Laughing softly, Noah wrapped the children in a warm hug and called them adorable, easing the tension around them with her bright, comforting smile. After that, Noah thanked Claire for sending the message that had allowed them to find her and the others before it was too late. Claire lowered her head as tears began gathering in her eyes, quietly saying that she had not really done anything at all. Still crying, Claire clung tightly to Noah, holding on to her as if all the fear she had been forcing down until now had finally spilled out at once. Noah told the children to head down the mountain because rescuers would be arriving soon, but they immediately looked back at her and asked if she was going to stay with them. Looking at Jimmy and Claire, Noah explained that there were still other people out there who needed help, though she also could not simply leave them behind here. Noah gave them a soft smile and glanced away, her attention shifting towards something beyond the children. Nearby, hidden within the shadows, a monster kept its body concealed, watching from the darkness without fully revealing itself. Enormous hands gripped the trunk of a tree, thick fingers digging into the bark as something massive lingered just out of sight. Valetti stared into the darkness with fear in his eyes, as Ken stepped out from between the trees and told Noah that getting there had not been easy. Noah told the kids to follow her, but Jimmy immediately objected, saying the captain still had not come back yet. The moment Noah heard Jimmy mention the captain, her body tensed, and her expression changed with sudden concern. Noah had no idea who this captain was, and that uncertainty made the situation feel even more troubling than before. Matthew lowered his eyes, his expression growing heavy as the memory of what had happened began settling over him again. From inside the tent, a voice asked Matthew when he was finally going to start taking care of himself. As Sarah treated the wounds across Matthew's back, she warned him that his injuries were serious enough to make him pass out, while Matthew could only ask why she was so angry. A girl gritted her teeth and snapped at Sarah, while Sarah continued treating Matthew, unable to keep her frustration from spilling out. Sarah shouted back that the decision was hers to make, because she was the one patching Matthew up and dealing with the injuries covering his body. As Matthew pulled a t-shirt on over himself, he apologized to Sarah and asked whether she felt at least a little better now. From inside the tent, Sarah told Matthew to give her a little more time, and he quietly accepted it without arguing any further. Matthew opened his eyes slowly, coming back to himself as the haze clouding his mind began to clear. He found himself sitting in a hospital room, surrounded by clean walls, medical equipment, and a quiet stillness that felt completely different from the battlefield. Matthew looked down at his hands and saw that they were clean, with none of the blood, dirt, or wounds he had expected to find there. He was stunned to realize his injuries had disappeared, and just as that shock settled in, someone knocked on the door. Matthew turned his head toward the door, his attention sharpening as he waited to see who had come to visit him. When the visitor stepped inside, Matthew greeted her in surprise, clearly not expecting to see her standing there. Noah smiled at him gently and asked if anything still hurt, her voice calm but carrying clear concern. Matthew smiled back and said he was fine, though deep inside, he was already wondering just how much Noah actually knew about everything that had happened. Noah sat down and explained that she had found Matthew and rushed him straight to the hospital as quickly as she could. Then Noah introduced herself properly, and Matthew answered with a careful, awkward laugh, choosing each word with extra caution. Matthew looked away, caught off guard by the whole situation and unsure how honestly he should respond. Matthew asked how long he had been unconscious and what had happened to his friends, and Noah told him that they were safe, with about 6 hours having passed since then. With a reassuring smile, Noah added that everyone had been worried about him, and that Matthew's family was already on their way. Matthew gave a stiff, uncomfortable little laugh, the kind that barely covered how uneasy he really felt. Behind that awkward smile, his thoughts were already racing, because after everything that had just happened, he had no idea how he was supposed to explain any of this to his parents. Nanyu's face eased into a courteous smile, gentle on the surface, but her eyes stayed sharp and watchful as she looked straight at him. Then, in that calm tone of hers, she said there were still a few things she wanted to ask him. The image of those monster corpses still lingered vividly in Matthew's mind, scattered around him like proof of something he could not easily deny. So he chose his words carefully and asked how he had ended up in a place like that to begin with. Matthew did not reply immediately. Instead, he remained sitting there in silence, his expression held carefully still, while the quiet in the room seemed to press down heavier and heavier around him. After a short pause, he finally raised one hand and scratched at the back of his head, wearing the strained look of someone trying to search through a blank memory. In a troubled voice, he muttered that he really could not remember anything clearly. His eyes slowly shifted away from Nanyu, drifting off to the side as if meeting her gaze would only make things harder. Then he claimed that by the time they had found him, he had already completely lost consciousness. Nanyu clearly did not buy that answer. Without looking away from him, she slowly stood up from her chair, her attention still fixed on every little reaction he made, and smoothly changed the subject toward the monsters instead. The fan in Nanyu's hand tapped lightly against the edge of the bed, making the moment feel even more deliberate. Her eyes stayed locked on Matthew, and with a calm, almost pleasant smile, she said he was probably the one who had killed them. Matthew reacted right away, quickly trying to brush the idea aside before it could settle. Forcing his voice into something casual, he insisted that there was no way something like that could possibly have been true. But Nanyu did not let the topic slip away so easily. She continued observing him with that same patient focus, then said it had to have been him, especially since he had already received the Brave Child Award the previous year. Still holding her fan with perfect composure, Nanyu kept that elegant smile on her face and added that now, it seemed, he had graduated from simply being a brave child to slaughtering hounds as well. Matthew kept trying to slide away from the conversation, dodging her words with whatever excuse he could manage. But no matter how he tried to avoid it, every path seemed to tighten around him a little more. When Nanyu calmly revealed that his fingerprints had been discovered on the stiletto, Matthew's eyes lowered toward the floor, his silence giving away more than he probably wanted to admit. Even after dropping that piece of evidence, Nanyu did not raise her voice or press too hard. She simply kept smiling at him, as though she had already seen through every excuse he might think of next. Matthew quickly realized that inventing another explanation would only make the situation worse. Nanyu already knew far too much, and at this point, there was no realistic way for him to talk himself out of it. Nanyu watched him in silence, carefully reading every tiny shift in his face, his posture, and even the way he held himself. Between them, the quiet stretched longer, carrying a tension neither of them needed to name. At last, Matthew's expression gradually settled, and the panic he had been hiding seemed to fade from his face. In a steadier, calmer voice, he said he had information that might actually be useful to her. That immediately caught Nanyu's attention, and she asked what kind of information he was talking about. But Matthew did not hand it over so easily, only telling her that he could not reveal it just yet. Nanyu noticed the change in him almost instantly. Matthew was no longer desperately defending himself or scrambling for excuses, and that alone told her he had finally shifted into bargaining. A wider smile slowly formed on Nanyu's face, as she leaned into the flow of the conversation. With interest now clearly showing in her expression, she asked what he wanted from her in return. Matthew lowered his eyes toward the floor and quietly answered that he did not want anything. The reply was so unexpected that even Nanyu, who had been reading him carefully, was visibly caught off guard. With only a faint, tired smile on his face, Matthew said that what he truly wanted was simple. He just wanted to live like an ordinary kid, without being pulled any deeper into strange and dangerous matters like this. Sometime later, Nanyu stepped out of the hospital, leaving behind the quiet pressure and tense conversation inside Matthew's room, as she returned to the outside air. She walked toward the car waiting for her, each step steady and controlled. But even as she moved calmly, her mind remained tangled around everything Matthew had just told her. Once Nanyu settled into the car, Matthew's words began replaying in her head again. What stood out most was his request that she investigate the heirs of Dengun Company. He had also told her to look into every possible connection between those heirs and the leaders of the Azure Ocean clan. That warning had been serious enough to leave even Nanyu visibly stunned. Back then, Nanyu had looked at him with cold, narrowed eyes and told him directly that she did not appreciate jokes, especially when the matter involved something that serious. Then she had pressed him even harder, her tone sharpening as she asked whether he was truly prepared to take responsibility for every single word he had just spoken. Matthew had met her gaze without backing down. Calmly, and without the slightest flinch, he answered that if her investigation found nothing, then he would join her clan. Nanyu warned him that joining their clan was not something anyone could simply do on a whim. But Matthew only folded his arms and asked whether that meant she no longer doubted he was the one who had killed the hounds. Nanyu pointed out that the deal seemed to benefit only him. Matthew, however, calmly turned the logic back on her, saying that she would either confirm her husband's loyalty or gain a valuable new recruit. Now, seated inside the car and gazing out through the window, Nanyu gave her driver a firm order. She told him to investigate the heirs of Dengun Company, with special attention on the women connected to them. Without even turning her head, Nanyu added another instruction. He was also to uncover any suspicious ties involving her husband, and update the report on the monster classes currently appearing in Gangnam. She turned her gaze away from the window, her expression unreadable as the weight of Matthew's words pulled her deeper into thought. Matthew's warning echoed through her mind once more, reminding her that she needed to stay careful because new monsters might soon begin appearing. He had also asked her to report that the mountain incident had already been dealt with by them, making it clear how he wanted the situation to be handled from there. So Nanyu gave the driver one more order, her voice calm but decisive. She said she would personally close the case surrounding the Loaf Mountain incident. The driver shot her a scornful look at that decision, clearly not approving of it. But Matthew, when the arrangement was made, had only smiled and said that it worked perfectly fine for him. After all, Matthew's plan had not changed at all. More than anything, he still wanted to keep living his life as a normal elementary school student. Nanyu had looked at him with faint amusement in her eyes, as if she found his nerve unexpectedly interesting, and remarked that his confidence was surprisingly entertaining. Matthew did not argue or try to explain himself any further. He simply smiled, turned his eyes away from her, and allowed the conversation to end right there. That day, at exactly 2 o'clock, a rank 7 monster appeared alongside 100 hellhounds, and together they launched a sudden attack on Loaf Mountain. Later, the news reported that a player had wiped out all of the rank 6 hellhounds. Even so, the complete truth behind what had happened on the mountain remained under official investigation. Matthew held his phone in his hand as another report appeared on the screen. This one stated that there had been 34 victims in total, including one elementary school student. Before long, the entire internet was flooded with posts, comments, and reports about the incident. At the same time, the official investigation continued digging into what had really happened on Loaf Mountain. A few months later, Claire stood with a bright smile on her face as people gathered around her, one after another, warmly offering their congratulations. A whole group had come together to celebrate with her, filling the area around Claire with lively voices, cheerful energy, and excited faces. When Matthew noticed Catherine grinning at Claire, he could not resist poking fun at her. With a teasing tone, he joked that acting nice really did not suit her at all. Olivia then stepped forward with a bright and happy smile, holding out the homemade chocolate she had prepared herself and presenting it to Claire. Meanwhile, Jimmy suddenly hurried off on his own, quickly moving away from the group before anyone around him had the chance to stop him. Jimmy's face lit up with a huge grin, his excitement so obvious it almost seemed to burst right out of him. Barely able to hold himself back, he declared that this party was absolutely going to be incredible. Matthew looked over at him with a doubtful expression, clearly not fully convinced by all that confidence. Then he asked whether their dad had seriously agreed to let them take the celebration this far. Claire caught the quiet murmuring going on around her and tilted her head, her confusion growing as she looked between them. Unable to ignore it any longer, she asked what they were all whispering about so secretly. Jimmy slowly backed away, a mischievous smile spreading across his face, as if he was guarding the biggest secret in the room. He waved off Claire's curiosity and told her she really did not need to know anything about it just yet. Catherine lifted her gaze toward the front with her usual calm expression, cutting through the playful atmosphere. In a steady voice, she pointed out that the morning assembly was about to begin. Claire glanced around at everyone's faces, still wearing that puzzled look as she tried to read what they were hiding. It was obvious she could tell something was going on, but she still could not figure out what it was. Before long, the hours slipped by, and the day quietly moved toward evening. At last, the long-awaited celebration arrived, bringing with it the surprise everyone had been keeping from Claire. A cheerful crowd gathered around Claire, closing in with bright smiles and happy voices. One after another, they stepped forward to congratulate her and make her feel completely surrounded by warmth. Everyone around Claire looked genuinely happy for her, their faces glowing with affection and excitement. Together, they filled the room with a warm, lively mood as they celebrated her special day. Claire's eyes began to well up as the truth finally hit her, and all the hidden planning suddenly made sense. Overcome with emotion, she cried out that she knew they had been secretly preparing something behind her back. Then, right in front of her, they brought out the birthday cake, making the whole surprise feel even more real. The moment the cake appeared, the celebration became impossible for Claire to brush off as just a small gathering. Catherine smiled at Claire with a relaxed, knowing look, then reminded her that the celebration was not the end of it. Even after all this excitement, there was still plenty waiting for Claire to do. The party photo was marked with the words, 8th birthday, capturing the celebration like a small, precious memory. It felt like one of those warm moments frozen in time, something everyone there would remember. All around the room, photographs decorated the walls, turning the space into a gallery of shared memories. Each picture seemed to hold a piece of their time together, filling the party with an even softer warmth. Catherine leaned closer to Matthew and quietly told him that one of the girls had even threatened a worker just to make sure his father came to the party. The way she said it made the whole situation sound both absurd and strangely serious. Matthew turned his face away from Catherine, clearly trying to keep his reaction from showing too much. But the small movement made it obvious that her words had landed exactly where she intended. KK Company was known as the 7th-ranked company in all of South Korea, a name with enough power and reputation that people could not simply ignore it. Most of KK Company's influence came from industries like electricity, construction, and advertising. But despite all that strength, its presence in the medical field was surprisingly weak. Matthew looked directly at Catherine and told her to stop making that face. His tone made it sound like he could already tell exactly what she was thinking, even before she said anything. With a slight smile tugging at his mouth, Matthew added that if Catherine were truly a direct heir of KK Company, then her last name should have been the same as theirs. Catherine did not bother staying to argue with him. She simply walked away, leaving him behind with a cold remark that he could go ahead and do whatever he wanted. Matthew stood there with a fork in his hand, quietly thinking that the situation had become a little more complicated than he expected. Even so, for the moment he believed everything was still within a manageable range. His eyes slowly moved across the room until they settled on Claire's family. From where he stood, Matthew watched them in silence, taking in the scene without saying a word. Matthew pressed his fork down into the cake, the small action carrying a sharpness that matched the thought forming inside him. In his heart, he swore that if anyone dared to mess with them, he would tear that person apart. Jimmy bent his arm with a proud, confident look, bragging that today he would finally show everyone what he had learned. Matthew answered in a dry tone, telling him to make sure he did not trip before anything else. Jimmy brushed off Matthew's warning like it was nothing, speaking with easy confidence as he said there was no need to worry, everything would be fine, and he would give his best for the team. Listening to him, Matthew could not help noticing that Jimmy sounded strangely confident. Then Matthew suddenly turned his head, as if something in the air around them had shifted. The mood felt different, and he immediately sensed that something was going on nearby. A group of students close by looked furious, their faces tight with anger and frustration. Seeing their expressions, Matthew asked what had happened to make them so worked up. Catherine told the boy beside them to explain the situation. The boy quickly answered that the teacher had promised nuggets and pizza if their team managed to win. Matthew glanced toward the teacher and immediately saw the reason behind the tension. The teacher was already tearing up, clearly imagining just how much money it would take to feed all those kids. The teacher raised the starter gun high into the air, bringing the noise around them to a point of focus. Then she shouted for everyone to pay attention. Jimmy crouched down into position at the starting line, his body tense and ready to spring forward. In his mind, he was already imagining how shocked everyone would be once they saw his speed. A sharp crack suddenly rang through the air as the starter gun fired, signaling the beginning of the race. Jimmy shot forward with everything he had, throwing his whole body into the sprint from the very first step. There was no hesitation at all, only the force of someone determined to win immediately. His teammates moved right along with him, backing him up as the race began to unfold. The whole team pushed forward together, caught up in the momentum of the competition. The team shouted Jimmy's name at the top of their lungs, pouring every bit of encouragement into their voices. Off to the side, Matthew watched the scene and let out a tired sigh. Jimmy felt completely sure that victory was already within reach. In his mind, the win was so close he could practically grab it. While the captain kept a careful eye on Jimmy's movements, Jimmy himself focused only on what was in front of him. His gaze locked straight onto the finish line, refusing to look anywhere else. But just as Jimmy reached toward that final stretch, his body suddenly became unbearably heavy. It was as if all the strength had drained out of him at once, leaving him unable to move the way he wanted. He was only one final step away from making it. But before he could take that last step, Jimmy's body gave out, and he collapsed onto the ground. His teammates panicked instantly, their loud cheering turning into startled cries in a heartbeat. Everyone rushed to figure out what had just happened to him. Their teacher quickly lifted Jimmy onto her back, carrying him away with urgency. Still dazed and barely aware of what was going on, Jimmy muttered that the sky above him was spinning. Matthew let out another sigh, not seeming surprised by the outcome at all. To him, Jimmy had clearly pushed himself too hard, and Matthew figured he still needed to learn some self-control. Then, without any warning, a girl suddenly leapt onto Matthew from behind, catching him completely off guard. Matthew turned around and saw his sister Anna clinging to him, her face shining with excitement as she proudly announced that she had taken first place in the 100-meter race. Matthew praised her with obvious pride, saying she was the best among the fifth graders, and Anna quickly told him to take care of himself before rushing off to her next event. Matthew waved after Anna and called out for her not to overdo it either. Watching the two siblings from nearby, Catherine quietly thought that Matthew looked far more like Anna's little brother than his mother's son. Claire walked over with her head lowered, clearly discouraged after losing because Anna had simply been too fast. Matthew proudly said that, of course, that was his sister, and Catherine agreed that Anna really was impressive. The girls turned annoyed looks toward Matthew, and Claire asked whether he was cheering for Anna instead of supporting their own team. Matthew quickly denied it, claiming he had only been thinking about lunch, but Catherine immediately exposed him, saying he had been watching his sister the whole time. Embarrassed by being called out so directly, Matthew turned his face away and tried to escape the moment. He quickly changed the subject by asking where Olivia was. Claire pointed off to the side, directing Matthew's attention away from the group. Then she told him that Olivia was over there. Olivia came rushing over toward them, her face brightening with a relieved smile the moment she spotted Matthew and the others. From the way she hurried in, it was obvious she had been searching for them and was glad she had finally found the right group. At the time, Matthew and the others were sitting together on a picnic blanket with his neighbors, Mally and Tade, enjoying a brief pause from all the activity. Olivia hurried right up to them and, without much hesitation, asked if they could help her with something. Olivia did not waste even a single second after that. She grabbed Mally by the hand and immediately started pulling her along, urging her to hurry before they completely ran out of time. The two girls quickly rushed over to the event judge, moving with the kind of urgency that made the situation feel important. As soon as they reached him, they began speaking at once, their voices excited and their expressions animated. A moment later, both of their faces lit up with success. Bursting with excitement, Olivia and Mally slapped their palms together in celebration, clearly pleased that things had worked out. Olivia finally dropped down beside Matthew with a long, tired sigh, looking like she could finally breathe again after all that rushing around. Matthew handed her a bottle of water and asked how she had managed to convince Mally to come with her. Olivia twisted the cap off the bottle, taking a second to catch her breath before answering him. Then, with complete simplicity, she gave Matthew just one word: American. That single answer completely caught Matthew off guard. Up until that exact moment, he had honestly believed that Mally was from Italy, so hearing Olivia say that made his thoughts stumble for a second. Apparently, Mally had admitted to Matthew's mother that she could speak English, and Sarah explained that this was precisely why Olivia had been the only one interested in talking to her. Only then did Matthew realize that Mally had quietly managed to fool every one of them. Matthew stared at Olivia with open surprise, still processing how neatly she had figured it all out. He had not expected her to read the situation that well, and the realization left him momentarily speechless. When they had first met, Olivia had seemed like nothing more than a helpless crybaby who was always on the verge of tears. But now, sitting there with that calm little expression, she looked smarter, steadier, and far more mature than before. When Olivia noticed Matthew watching her and tilted her head curiously, he quickly turned his eyes away. Matthew leaned forward a little, then shifted his gaze over toward Jimmy. After the effects of the potion had finally worn off, Jimmy was at last beginning to recover from his earlier collapse. After lunch, the speakers called for everyone to gather again, signaling that the events were about to continue. As Matthew listened, he quietly found himself hoping that Jimmy would someday grow into someone even half as capable as Olivia. Matthew walked over toward Olivia and Claire, who were in the middle of chatting with several women he did not recognize. As he approached the group, he greeted them naturally, slipping into the conversation. He handed Olivia and Claire the fruit and snacks that his mother had sent over for them. Then, lowering his voice slightly so the others would not hear too clearly, he quietly asked Olivia who those women were. The women responded with warm laughter, making the atmosphere feel friendly rather than awkward. Olivia then explained that her aunt had recently become one of their regular customers. Matthew touched his chin thoughtfully, his brows narrowing as he tried to place the face in his memory. He felt certain he had seen Olivia's aunt somewhere before, even though he could not immediately remember where. Still turning the question over in his mind and trying to remember where he knew her from, Matthew walked past a tent marked with an English flag. Just then, a girl suddenly called out and greeted him. Lara was standing there with several guards positioned nearby, making her presence impossible to miss. She looked at Matthew and asked if he was hungry, then offered him some tea as if they were casually acquainted. Matthew turned away without accepting and continued walking, trying instead to remember what they were supposed to have for lunch that day. But Lara quickly hurried after him, refusing to let him leave so easily. Pointing straight at Matthew, Lara turned to her father and announced that he was the boy she had mentioned before. Her gesture made it clear she wanted him identified immediately. The man looked Matthew over with a cold, unfriendly stare and asked whether this was the same Matthew who had been bullying his daughter. Then, with a sharp arrogance in his voice, he demanded to know what Matthew's father did, introducing himself as Harry, the CEO of KK Pharmaceuticals. Matthew let out a tired sigh, realizing that Lara had actually gone and complained to her father about him. Then he began to answer, saying that both the father and daughter talked far too much for people running such a pathetic drug company. Harry's expression changed in an instant. His face twisted with anger, and right there in front of everyone, his temper exploded without warning. Without holding back or giving Matthew any time to react, Harry swung his hand straight toward him. But just before Harry's palm could strike, it suddenly stopped only inches away from Matthew's head. The motion froze in midair, close enough to make the threat unmistakable. Harry went completely still, his whole body tensing as if something about Matthew's reaction had shaken him. For a moment he simply froze in place. He could not understand it. A child this small was standing right in front of him without the slightest trace of fear, speaking boldly as though Harry's status meant nothing at all. With men in suits gathered around him, Harry carried an intimidating pressure that would have made most people shrink back. It almost felt as though Matthew were standing before someone with the power and presence of a president. Matthew simply lifted one finger and lightly pushed Harry's hand aside, treating the threat like it was nothing more than an inconvenience. Then he asked what was wrong with him, almost as if he wondered whether Harry had suddenly become afraid. Harry's eyes widened as he stared at Matthew, disbelief spreading across his face. He could not seem to accept that the child in front of him had reacted with such complete fearlessness. His anger flared all over again, even hotter than before. Harry raised his hand once more, this time clearly preparing to strike Matthew for real. Harry's fist shot forward, flying straight toward Matthew's face. But at that very instant, someone rushed in from the side, cutting into the space between them. Matthew's eyes widened as he realized what was happening. The sudden movement caught even him off guard, and for a split second, all he could do was watch. The blow landed on Harry instead, forcing the man to bend forward with his fists clenched tight in pain. Matthew immediately recognized the person now standing in front of him. It was his father. Blood began dripping from Harry's nose as he staggered from the impact. The arrogant confidence he had shown just moments earlier had been shattered by that single hit. John shook out his hands, his anger clear as he snapped at Harry. He demanded to know how Harry dared raise a hand against his son. John immediately grabbed Matthew by the shoulders and checked him over, his eyes moving quickly to make sure he had not been hurt. Matthew told him he was fine, but deep down, he did not like the fact that his father had stepped in for him. Harry pushed himself upright again, still reeling from the blow, and jabbed a furious finger toward John. He looked genuinely stunned that someone like John had actually dared to hit him. The guards instantly rushed toward Matthew and his father, reacting to Harry's rage. Harry barked out an order, demanding that they seize John at once. Matthew clenched his teeth in frustration, his irritation rising beneath the surface. He had wanted to handle this situation by himself, and now his father had stepped into the middle of it. John moved protectively in front of his son and told Matthew that everything was okay. Behind him, Matthew thought that if anyone dared hurt his father, he would kill them. But even with that thought burning inside him, he still trusted John to handle the situation. A crowd began gathering around them, drawn in by the sudden confrontation. Harry angrily demanded whether John even understood who he was dealing with, and John answered calmly that he did. Harry shoved the guards aside, his anger mixing with suspicion now. He demanded to know who John really was. John introduced himself as the president of KK Pharmaceuticals. Then he put on his glasses, smoothed his hair back with a composed motion, and asked if that made him easier to remember. Harry jolted in shock, staring at John with his hands shoved into his pockets as if he could not believe what he had just heard. The name and title clearly struck him harder than he expected. John remained calm where he stood, his posture steady and unreadable. Harry, meanwhile, blurted out that John was also the head of a department at Sirius. Harry gritted his teeth, frustration and confusion tightening across his face. He could not understand what someone of that level was doing in a place like this. Then Harry's gaze shifted past John and landed on Matthew standing behind him. In that moment, it finally clicked that this child came from a world far above what Harry had assumed. Matthew himself was stunned by the revelation. His father was a department head at Sirius, and Harry noticed the shock written clearly across Matthew's face as well. Sirius was known as one of the 2 strongest companies in all of South Korea, a massive name that stood at the very top of the industry. Its fame came from advanced cars and high-level player equipment, both developed through technology powered by Manhwa. Harry pointed straight at John, his voice tight with shock and unease as he demanded to know why someone like him would be in a place like this. John simply met his gaze with calm composure and said it looked like Harry had finally remembered who he was. The moment John's face darkened and his expression shifted into a frown, Harry's earlier confidence crumbled almost instantly. All that arrogance seemed to drain out of him at once, and he shrank back without even realizing it. Harry quickly crossed his arms, forcing himself to regain a polite tone despite how shaken he looked. He apologized and explained that he had only been curious about why the head of Sirius's strategy department had come to a place like this. That explanation left Matthew even more stunned than before. The strategy department was not some ordinary office division. It was the very department responsible for producing devices. John gently patted Matthew on the head and said he had only come here to watch his children compete. Then his eyes shifted back toward Harry, and he added that Harry seemed to have some kind of problem with his son, which was the moment Harry finally understood exactly whose child Matthew was. Harry was still burning with anger, but even he understood the difference in power between them. KK Pharmaceuticals was nowhere close to a giant like Sirius, and worse than that, John was one of the central figures behind Sirius's device development. Harry lowered his head and gave John a sincere apology, swallowing his pride because he knew he could not afford to offend someone of John's level. Even as an heir to his own company, Harry understood that this was not a person he could casually provoke. Then Harry gestured toward his daughter and said that Lara wanted to apologize as well, but the look on Lara's face made it obvious she was already ready to protest. Harry clenched his teeth and ordered Lara to apologize right away, his voice low and forceful enough to leave her no room to argue back. Lara froze where she stood, glancing around in confusion as the nearby boys started whispering among themselves. They murmured that she had picked a fight with Matthew and lost, and some even laughed, saying she deserved it after always bothering other people. Lara lowered her head in fear, her confidence completely gone. Around them, the other students quietly warned each other not to stare too obviously unless they wanted to get pulled into the trouble too. Lara tried to force the apology out, but her voice shook so badly that the words barely managed to leave her mouth. Every syllable sounded strained, like she was fighting back panic. Then her emotions finally overwhelmed her. Lara burst into tears right there, turned away from everyone, and ran off before anyone could stop her. John placed a steady hand on Matthew's shoulder and said they should leave now. As for the punch Harry had taken, John calmly said they could simply consider the matter even. Harry was sweating heavily, the tension still written all over his face. Even so, he tried to act like the whole incident had been nothing serious. As John and Matthew walked away together, Harry bowed toward John and politely told the boss to take care. Matthew could tell immediately that Harry was terrified of making the situation any worse than it already was. Then John suddenly stopped walking and gently turned Matthew around. In the next moment, father and son were facing each other directly. John knelt down in front of Matthew so their eyes were closer to the same level. In a serious but gentle voice, he told his son that if anything like this ever happened again, Matthew should not try to handle it alone and should come tell him instead. Matthew stood quietly before him, saying nothing as John looked at him with a sad, tender smile. John reminded him that he was still young, and there was absolutely nothing wrong with relying on his parents a little more. Around them, leaves drifted softly through the air, floating past in the quiet space between their words. The whole moment felt strangely still, as if time had slowed down around them. Matthew looked up at his father, silently taking in everything John had just said. Those words settled deep inside him, and he turned them over in his heart without speaking. John reached out and took Matthew's hands in his own, holding them gently. Through that touch, Matthew could clearly feel the warmth of his father's hands. Even though Matthew carried the mind of an adult, deep in his heart, he thanked his dad. And this time, with quiet certainty, he swore to himself that he would not lose him again. Later, in a different place entirely, a man waited inside a ruined building, standing on one of the damaged floors surrounded by broken concrete and silence. The man in the suit slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke, letting it drift through the wrecked room. The haze curled through the empty air, making the ruined space feel even colder. He glanced back toward the man lounging on the couch and asked whether it had really been necessary to come all the way out here just to hire him. Turning his attention toward him, The suited man said this was not some ordinary request. It was a major job and a few people had started getting in his way, so he wanted them dealt with. The man on the couch barely reacted. He simply looked down at his phone and, in a casual voice, asked about the payment. In response, the suited man called one of his employees forward. The employee stepped up at once, carrying a suitcase as if he had already been prepared for this moment. Inside the suitcase was a large amount of cash. $1.5 million was being offered up front, with another $1.5 million promised after the job was successfully completed. The man on the couch looked over the money in silence, quietly checking the payment that had been placed in front of him. His expression stayed calm, but his attention was clearly on the cash. As he reached toward the suitcase, a blue whirlwind suddenly appeared around him, twisting through the air in an unnatural swirl. Without showing the slightest surprise, he calmly said he understood. In the very next instant, the money disappeared into a black portal, vanishing from sight as if it had been swallowed by the darkness. The employee shook his head in confusion, completely unable to understand what he had just seen. He could not tell where the man had gone or how the cash had vanished so quickly. Still baffled, the employee turned back toward his boss. The suited man could only stare at the empty space and mutter in disbelief, "Oh my God!" But after that first shock passed, the suited man's expression slowly began to change. A smile spread across his face, as if the terrifying display had only made him more satisfied. He flicked away his half-smoked cigarette with a careless motion, sending it spinning through the ruined space before it disappeared into the shadows. His laughter echoed through the broken building, spreading across the empty floors like a dark signal. It felt as though something sinister had just been set in motion. At Dawn Mall Shopping Center, Anna was practically glowing with excitement, her whole body buzzing with the kind of energy only a trip like this could bring. Matthew followed behind her, watching as Anna moved ahead with far more enthusiasm than he could manage. Compared to her bright excitement, he looked much more drained. Nellie came up from behind Matthew and rested both hands on his shoulders. As she did, Matthew thought to himself that it had been a long time since he had visited a mall, and somehow just being there already felt exhausting. Nellie leaned in a little closer, clearly amused by his expression, and teased him gently. She said they had only just arrived, so she hoped he was not already tired. Then Nellie shifted her attention toward Anna. At the same time, Taebin apologized to Matthew, and Matthew answered simply by asking him to buy something good to eat. But when Matthew looked more carefully at Taebin, something about him felt strangely off. There was a faintly ominous impression coming from him, one that did not match the appearance of an ordinary man at all. Unlike everyone else moving through the mall, there was no mana surrounding Taebin whatsoever. Matthew wondered how a normal office worker could hide his presence so perfectly that even the usual signs were missing. A blue glow suddenly lit within Matthew's eyes as he decided to inspect Taebin more closely. His focus sharpened, and he began looking past the surface. Taebin noticed Matthew staring at him and turned his attention back. With a casual look, he asked Matthew what was wrong. Matthew frowned and quickly pretended that he had only been looking around for Nellie. But deep down, he was already certain that something about Taebin was not right. In the middle of the crowded mall, Taebin said they had gone to the 5th floor. He let out a sigh, thinking that finding them here would not be easy, especially now that his sister could hide her mana too. Then Taebin held out his phone for Matthew to see and told him there was no need to worry, because they already had a way to track them down. But the moment Matthew looked at the screen, his eyes froze, completely stunned by what was displayed there. Matthew stared at the phone in disbelief, his gaze locked tightly on the moving display. The screen was showing their location in real time, tracking exactly where they were inside the mall as if someone had mapped every step. Taebin slipped the phone back into his coat with the casualness of someone putting away an ordinary item. When Matthew asked whether Nellie knew about this, Taebin simply said it was a secret, which only made Matthew feel even more uneasy. Still, he covered his reaction with a small cough and suggested that they should get moving. At that very moment, a hooded man began making his way toward them, weaving through the flow of people in the crowded mall. The stranger passed right by them, close enough that his presence seemed to brush through the narrow space between them. For an instant, the air around Matthew felt strangely cold and tense. Then the hooded man bared his teeth in a chilling grin, the expression twisting across his face. Under his breath, he muttered that it was time to begin. After that, Matthew and Taebin split up, each heading in a different direction through the busy mall, as the crowd continued moving around them. Matthew glanced back over his shoulder, unable to shake the uneasy feeling crawling up his spine. Something about that man's presence kept nagging at him, refusing to fade. Suddenly, blue flames flared around the stranger, flickering violently like something unnatural had just awakened around his body. When Matthew caught sight of the tattoo on the man's arm, recognition struck him all at once. That single mark was enough to make his thoughts snap into focus. In the next instant, an image of a ruined city flashed through Matthew's mind. In that memory, he stood facing the same hooded man, gripping a sword tightly in his hand. The hooded man crossed his arms and stuck out his tongue with that same warped, mocking expression. Matthew remembered that twisted grin clearly, because it belonged to Nameless. Tae-bin noticed the sudden change in Matthew's face and asked what was wrong. But Matthew was still trying to process it, unable to understand why someone like Nameless would be here of all places. Matthew looked ahead, confusion tightening across his expression as the pieces refused to fit together. Then he told his uncle that something strange was happening. Tae-bin's gaze sharpened as he scanned the area around them. After taking in the movement of the crowd, he said there were 3 of them. Matthew looked at Tae-bin with a questioning expression, waiting for him to explain exactly what he meant by that. Tae-bin pointed out a man wearing a cap and tracksuit, saying that all 3 of them carried the same wrong, unnatural feeling. There was also a bald man dressed entirely in black, and another man crouched nearby while wearing a Panama hat, each one blending into the mall in their own suspicious way. Matthew raised one hand, and 3 glowing orbs slowly formed above his palm. The small lights hovered there, shining with a quiet but concentrated glow. With one clean motion, Matthew sent the 3 lights shooting forward from his hand. The glowing orbs cut through the air and struck all 3 suspicious men at the same time, hitting their targets before anyone nearby could understand what had happened. Tae-bin immediately pulled Matthew back, his movements quick and urgent. He told him they needed to leave the area right away. Matthew looked over his shoulder as they moved, and by then he was certain. Those men were not ordinary people, they were players. The men were also checking their surroundings, their eyes moving with practiced caution. From the way they acted, it was obvious they knew exactly what they were doing. From behind a corner, Matthew and Tae-bin carefully watched the men without exposing themselves. Keeping his voice low, Matthew asked about the last one. Tae-bin explained that the man in the Panama hat was observing the crowd while making sure his own position stayed hidden. He was watching others without allowing himself to be watched. The players crossed paths with one another, their movements subtle but clearly intentional. It looked as if they were quietly confirming each other's positions. As they walked away, each of them slapped a hand against their pocket, the motion quick enough to look casual but deliberate enough to stand out. Matthew noticed the bald man's movement in particular, and the moment he saw it, a bad feeling hit him. Something about that gesture was deeply wrong. So Matthew followed after him, keeping enough distance to avoid being noticed while watching every single step the man took. The bald man reached into his pocket, and a small stone slipped free, dropping down onto the floor with a quiet, dangerous finality. The stone began glowing with a blue light, and Matthew understood what it was almost instantly. It was a magic stone. Matthew lifted his gaze with his teeth clenched, anger and disbelief tightening through him. He could not accept that this was really happening right in front of him. Then energy began flashing from different points all across the mall, bursting to life one after another like hidden charges being activated. One visitor stood frozen in front of a swirling blue vortex, staring at it with a mixture of confusion and fear as the strange light twisted before him. All throughout the hall, people began turning toward the sudden glow, their attention pulled in by the eerie light spreading through the mall. A portal opened above the crowd, spilling blue light across the entire hall. A little girl asked her mother what it was, while someone nearby guessed that mana was being redistributed. Tae-bin looked around tensely, his body stiffening as the situation worsened by the second. The ordinary mall atmosphere was collapsing right before their eyes. Then the monsters came charging out, bursting into the open and rushing straight toward the terrified people. One monster bent down over a frightened boy, making him burst into tears on the spot. At the same time, goblins and other creatures poured out from the blue flames, filling the area with chaos. Nameless lifted a phone to his ear as the emergency unfolded around him. Monsters were already loose inside the building, and he ordered the others to follow the plan, just as the evacuation announcement for guests and workers was suddenly cut off. With a wide grin spreading across his face, Nameless told them to kill anyone who got in the way. Matthew heard those words clearly, and his jaw tightened with anger. Matthew clenched his hand into a fist as he realized the truth. This was a terrorist attack on the mall. Before he had returned to the past, no one would have believed something like this could happen, and accepting it now felt almost impossible. But from this point forward, the future had changed, and as Anna clung to her brother and screamed, a pillar of light shot upward. A monster opened its mouth wide, revealing rows of sharp fangs that made its attack feel moments away. Matthew suddenly felt something leap toward him from behind, the movement hitting his senses before he could fully turn. He spun around just in time to see Tae-bin drive a powerful punch into the monster, smashing it away before it could reach him. Tae-bin grabbed Matthew firmly by the shoulders, forcing his attention back to the present. In a strong voice, he told him to focus. With a serious look in his eyes, Tae-bin said their first priority had to be finding Anna and Mally. Matthew understood immediately and nodded without hesitation. They ran toward the stairs, cutting through the panic as quickly as they could. As he moved, Matthew told himself that finding the girls had to come before anything else. Tae-bin rushed ahead, fighting off monsters while checking his phone at the same time. Matthew asked where the girls were, and Tae-bin said they were still on the 5th floor, which meant something must have happened. Both of them stopped dead in their tracks at the same moment. Tate's face hardened, his brows pulling into a heavy frown, while Noah narrowed his gaze at the man blocking the path ahead and quickly asked if he was the one who had activated Manhwa first. The player wearing the Panama hat twisted his lips into a nasty, mocking grin. He slowly raised both hands, acting as if the two of them were already caught in his grip, then sneered down at them and asked where they thought they were trying to run off to. A shining sphere of mana started to form above the man's palm, its glow growing brighter and more dangerous by the second. The pressure rolling off him was no joke, and from the level Noah could sense, this player had to be somewhere around a B or C rank, which meant hesitation could get them killed. For a single heartbeat, Noah's entire body locked up as he absorbed the threat standing right in front of him. But before that dangerous pause could drag on any longer, Tate suddenly moved first, launching himself forward without a trace of fear. Tate's fist shot out and smashed directly into the player's face with crushing force, instantly wiping that smug confidence away before the man could even finish enjoying it. The blow knocked the man backward, his body twisting awkwardly as he lost his balance. At the same time, the Panama hat flew clean off his head, spinning through the air as he staggered away. A moment later, the man's back slammed against the floor with a heavy crash, leaving him sprawled out helplessly right in front of them. Tate stepped in without the slightest hesitation, grabbed the fallen man by the hair, and hauled him upward like he barely weighed anything at all. Seeing his uncle overpower a player barehanded, without even relying on a device, Noah finally understood that Tate was far from ordinary. Tate lifted his hand again, clearly preparing to land another brutal hit. But before his fist could come down, Noah moved in fast and stopped him, cutting the attack off at the last possible moment. Rather than letting Tate end it right there, Noah stepped forward himself and drove his foot into the down player. His voice came out cold as he said that killing him quickly would never be enough. The rage boiling inside Noah was no longer something he could hide. It sharpened every movement he made, spilling out through his posture, his breathing, and the force behind his actions. He kicked the man over and over again, each strike carrying the weight of his fury. With anger thick in his voice, Noah said this would be far too easy for someone like him, while every pathetic complaint and every weak, whining word he had heard before returning came flooding back into his mind. Then Noah squeezed his eyes shut, the frustration twisting even deeper, because after everything that had happened, he still didn't know who Nameless truly was. Near the stairs, Noah turned toward Tate and asked what exactly he thought he was doing. Tate suddenly looked a little embarrassed, muttering that he had only planned to knock the guy unconscious, then added with an awkward look that kids these days were seriously terrifying. A few minutes earlier, at the exact moment the emergency began, Anna's hands went slack, and the dress she had been holding slipped from her grasp. Anna and Mally stood frozen in place for a brief moment, watching as terrified shoppers poured out of the store and scattered in every direction. Anna asked what was happening, and Mally quickly guessed that monsters had appeared and mana was being redistributed. Trying to calm herself and take control of the situation, Mally shut her eyes and concentrated. Before the two of them could decide where to run, she needed to confirm exactly how many monsters were close by. When Mally opened her eyes again, a strange blue flame flickered inside them, burning quietly with an unnatural, steady light. She swept her gaze across the surrounding area, carefully reading the positions of the threats. 3 monsters were behind the wall on their left, 2 more were farther away on the opposite side, and 1 was right in the center of the hall. To Anna, that sounded like good news, only 6 nearby, meaning if they moved carefully they might still avoid them. Anna turned toward her aunt with a firm, determined look in her eyes and told Mally not to worry, because she would be the one to protect her. But Mally suddenly stretched her hand toward Anna, her face tightening with alarm as she shouted for her to look straight ahead. A monster was already leaping toward Anna from behind, its body slicing through the air so quickly that she hadn't even noticed it closing in. At the very last second, Mally grabbed Anna's hand and yanked her backward, pulling her out of the monster's path just before it could reach her. Anna whipped her head around in shock and cried out Mally's name, panic breaking clearly through her voice. Mally reacted instantly, twisting her body in a fast spin while shifting her leg out of the way to slip past the incoming attack. In that same smooth motion, she snatched up a nearby clothes hanger and hurled it straight at the monster. The hanger struck the creature with surprising force, blasting it backward and sending its body flying away through the air. Anna could only stare with her eyes wide open, completely stunned by what she had just witnessed. Was this really what mana allowed people to do now? Mally glanced down at the broken item with an oddly practical concern, wondering aloud if she would have to pay for damaging it. Meanwhile, Anna finally realized the truth. Her aunt was actually a player. Mally quickly gestured for Anna to come closer and told her they had to evacuate immediately, because Tate and Noah would be waiting for them. Anna's eyes practically sparkled with admiration as she thought about how amazing her aunt was, but Mally kept her expression serious and urged her to move right away. Before either of them could let their guard down, a pack of wolf-like monsters came charging directly toward them, closing the distance fast. Mally spun around at once, and without wasting another second, she and Anna broke into a run. As they ran, blue energy began to gather around Mally's hand, crackling and swelling around her palm like compressed magic ready to burst. She thrust her arm forward and fired the gathered magic in a sharp burst toward the monsters rushing after them. But the wolves scattered in every direction and dodged the blast with frightening speed. Seeing how easily they avoided it, Mally immediately realized they were much faster than she had expected. Mally jumped back to widen the gap between them, already calculating the danger. If she kept burning through mana like this, she would run out far too quickly, so what she needed now was something solid she could actually use as a weapon. Anna ran ahead of her, then shouted back over her shoulder that there was an escalator right in front of them. Mally's eyes widened the instant she heard that, alarm flashing across her face as she immediately told Anna not to head that way. Anna looked up just in time to see one of the wolves launching itself straight toward her, its body already midair and aimed directly at her. For a moment, Anna's body refused to move. Fear seized her in place, freezing her where she stood. As Anna stared at the monster rushing toward her, the image of that enormous creature from before flashed through her mind. But this time, the memory didn't crush her under fear. It did the opposite, burning that fear away from inside her. Anna suddenly sprang away from the wolf, her body moving with a speed she hadn't shown before as a tight blue aura wrapped around her. Then she struck back, bringing her attack down hard and slamming the monster straight into the floor with shocking force. Even Anna herself was left staring in disbelief, stunned by the power and movement that had just come from her own body. She looked at the fallen monster for a brief moment, still processing what had happened, before dropping back down and landing on the ground. Mally caught her safely as she came down, smiling with visible relief while asking if Anna was all right. Anna quickly answered that she was fine. The remaining wolves fixed their sharp, predatory eyes on the two of them and slowly began closing in from every side. Anna and Mally glanced around at the monsters surrounding them, reading the danger in the shrinking space as the creatures tightened the circle. Mally asked Anna if she could jump to the escalator ahead of them, and Anna answered without even hesitating that she could. Anna stepped up onto the railing, balancing herself for only a moment before she and Mally launched themselves together toward the escalator. With a single powerful jump, Anna and Mally launched themselves across the open gap, their bodies cutting cleanly through the air before they cleared the distance completely and landed safely on the other side. For a short moment, the wolf-like monsters just stood there, staring after them in stunned silence, as if they hadn't imagined Anna and Mally could move with that kind of speed. But the shock only held them back for an instant. The monsters quickly snapped out of it, twisted their bodies toward the new path, and immediately started chasing after the two of them again. Mally kept running forward, her face sharp and focused as she thought through the situation. Without a device in her hands, defeating these monsters would be brutally difficult, so she knew she needed something solid, something heavy enough to swing and strike with real force. One of the wolves suddenly sprang at Mally, its claws and fangs rushing toward her all at once. But Mally reacted in the same breath, reaching out fast and grabbing onto a nearby pipe. Planting her feet, Mally swung the pipe with all the strength she could pour into it, smashing it straight into the monster and driving the impact through its entire body. Without giving herself even a second to stop, she flung the wolf aside and immediately charged toward the next monster before it could fully close in on her. Even when the pipe finally cracked apart and shattered in her hands, Mally didn't back down. She kept fighting until every last monster was brought down, and Anna burst into excited cheers, shouting that Mally was the absolute best. Unable to hold back her pride, Mally confidently agreed with her. Close by, the floor had turned into a complete mess, with cosmetics scattered all over the ground as if the whole area had been ripped apart in the panic. Noah reached down, grabbed one of the bottles lying among the scattered items, and hurled it straight toward the man without hesitation. The man managed to react in time, snapping his arm up and blocking the bottle before it could strike him directly. As the man shifted his stance and raised his leg to launch a counterattack, Noah suddenly slipped in low, sliding beneath his guard and closing the distance from below. The man swung at him, trying to catch him first, but Noah was faster. He drove his kick straight into the man's face before the attack could connect. Blood splashed across the man's face from the impact, and the force of the blow left him staggering, completely shaken by the hit. Noah glanced over toward Tate and told him that everything on this side was finished, then asked what Tate had managed to find. A moment later, a faint smile touched his face, and he told Tate to hold on for just a second. Tate looked ahead while thinking it over, then pointed toward the area in front of them and said they should probably be able to see them from there. But right in the middle of his sentence, Tate abruptly stopped speaking. A wolf suddenly came crashing down from above, tumbling into view, and immediately after it, more monsters began dropping one after another. Noah raised his eyes and looked upward, spotting Mally above them with Anna right beside her. Looking down at one of the corpses nearby, Noah said he needed a weapon before climbing up to them. Tate immediately turned to him and asked if he wanted backup. Noah bent down and picked up a dagger from the floor, answering in a calm, steady voice that this would be enough. He wrapped his fingers tightly around the blade, securing his grip as his focus narrowed and his expression sharpened. Tate watched him carefully, his own expression turning serious as he studied the intensity burning in Noah's eyes. Then Tate shifted his gaze and noticed a man standing on the floor above them. A blue aura was flowing from the stranger's body, making him stand out immediately against the chaos unfolding around him. As Tate stared up at the man, he asked if that was the one giving the orders. Noah told Tate to keep watch over the girls, and Tate answered right away that he would. Then Noah turned his attention back to the stranger above them and said he would personally deal with that idiot himself. Up on the higher floor, the man held a cigarette between his fingers and looked down at them with a careless stare, asking who they were and whether luck had simply decided to favor them. Mally immediately stepped in front of Anna, placing herself between Anna and the danger while telling her to come closer. The men started walking toward them, saying they needed to leave before those fools from Sinra arrived and made things more troublesome. But before actually leaving, one of them stuck out his tongue with a disgusting grin and said they might as well have a little fun first. Anna frowned in clear disgust and called him gross. Mally immediately told Anna to find somewhere to hide, promising that she would come and find her afterward. Anna cried out that she wanted to stay with Mally, her voice rising as she refused to abandon her aunt there. The man continued moving closer, his confidence only growing as he asked who had ever said Anna was allowed to leave in the first place. At that exact moment, another stranger appeared behind Anna and asked in a cold voice whether that was really true. Mally reacted instantly, swinging the pipe toward him before he could take even one step closer to Anna. She put every bit of strength she had into the strike, but before the pipe could land, the stranger lifted his gun and fired. The gunshot blasted the pipe straight out of Mally's hands. The man covered one ear with an irritated look, complaining that his eardrums had nearly burst, then warned her that she really shouldn't have tried that. Mally didn't flinch. She stared him down with a tense, deadly serious expression, refusing to let fear show on her face. The man in the hat slowly dragged his tongue along the gun, then smiled in a twisted way and asked if he could have some fun with it. Meanwhile, the other thug moved in closer to Anna and told her to get out before the Sinra group arrived. Anna stepped backward, trying to put distance between them, while fear crept into her voice as she begged him to stop. Her back pressed against the wall, leaving her with nowhere else to retreat. The thug told her not to be scared, reaching toward her while forcing a fake, gentle act and claiming he wasn't such a bad guy. Then his hand slammed against the wall right beside her, trapping her in place and cutting off her escape route. Anna instantly turned and ran, desperately trying to break away from him before he could close in any further. The thug lunged after her, blue light gathering around his hand as he reached out and caught her firmly by the wrist. The instant his hand closed around her, an enormous surge of mana erupted from Anna's hand. Her energy exploded outward with overwhelming force, blasting the thug away from her in a violent burst. At the same time, Anna formed a protective barrier directly in front of herself, shielding her from the danger. Left outside the barrier, the boy stared in complete disbelief, stunned that someone as young as Anna could have that much mana inside her. The stranger pulled out his knife without even a flicker of hesitation. His gaze stayed icy and empty, and in that same twisted moment, he was already looking at Anna like a thing to be priced, sold, and handed over as some rare trophy. And then, Before there was any time to breathe, he shot forward. His body closed the gap in one violent burst, rushing at her with sudden, vicious intent. His arm came down in a sharp, brutal swing. The knife caught the light for a split second as he drove the blade straight toward Anna, aiming to cut her down without mercy. But the instant the blade made contact, it stopped cold. Instead of reaching Anna, the attack crashed against the invisible barrier surrounding her. Unable to carve through even a single inch. Unable to accept what had just happened, he stabbed again, then again, forcing the knife into the barrier over and over. His face twisted with frustration as he cursed under his breath, wondering how this invisible wall could be so stubborn. Anna fought with everything she had just to keep him from breaking through, and as she strained against the pressure, the truth slowly dawned on her. This protection, this strange power holding around her, had come from Matthew's training. At last, the boy clicked his tongue in irritation and tossed the knife away like a useless toy. He muttered that trying to force his way in like this was obviously getting him nowhere. The tension in Anna's face eased just a little. Still shaking, she allowed herself a small, uncertain smile, quietly wondering if she had actually managed to do it. But the boy only curled his lips into a smug grin. Then, as if he were proving how little her defense mattered, he calmly pushed his hand straight through the barrier and told her that of course he could get past it. Anna barely had time to process what was happening before his fingers locked tightly around her hand. A cruel, satisfied smile spread across his face as he felt her caught in his grasp. With Anna trapped and unable to pull free, he leaned closer with a smug look and declared, as if enjoying every second of it, that he had finally caught her. Meanwhile, in another part of the area, everything had already descended into chaos. People were desperately fighting off monsters in a panic, shouting for the great Shinra clan to hurry over and save them. But while they struggled just to keep the monsters in front of them at bay, they suddenly looked back, and their faces changed when they realized another threat had appeared nearby. An 8th-grade swamp slug oozed into view, its disgusting body sliding forward like a mass of filth and slime. The moment one man recognized it, he barked an order for the ranged fighters to get into position. Before anyone could follow that command, another man rushed forward with an axe gripped in his hands. He shouted back at the captain, insisting that they didn't need ranged support for something like this. His voice was full of reckless confidence as he yelled that monsters were all the same in the end. In his mind, all you had to do was swing hard enough, chop them down and move on. Driven by that foolish confidence, he charged straight toward the slime without slowing down. Then he lifted his axe high and brought it crashing down at the monster. But only a heartbeat later, the look on his face completely changed. His confidence froze in place, draining away as shock spread across his expression. The slime had not split apart at all. Instead, its sticky, pulsing body began wrapping around him, slowly swallowing him into its mass as if his attack had meant nothing. From an upper floor, another man watched the panic unfold below. Down in the chaos, people were shouting that physical attacks were useless and yelling for someone to report what was happening inside the mall. He simply looked down at the scene and smirked, clearly pleased by the confusion spreading beneath him. In a satisfied tone, he said that their arrival had bought them even more time. Melly kept herself low, trying to stay hidden and out of sight as the danger closed in around them. Nearby, the stranger grew impatient and ordered them to hurry up and finish things already. Then Melly's eyes suddenly widened. Right in front of her, she saw Anna being seized, the stranger's hand locking onto her before she could get away. Anna stared at him in disbelief, her face shaken and confused. She could barely understand what had happened as she asked how he had managed to do something like that. He laughed as though the question itself was absurd. Then he told her that a real player would never be stopped by such a tiny little trick. But in the next moment, his expression shifted. He noticed a stream of fiery mana ripping through the air toward him, closing in fast. He reacted just barely in time. With a sharp movement, he raised his own barrier, blocking the blast a split second before it could slam directly into him. Melly stood with her hands stretched out, raw energy blasting from her palm. The air around her shimmered and flickered as power poured out in a fierce stream. Keeping her arm steady and her aim locked on him, Melly continued firing mana while shouting for Anna to run. Anna didn't hesitate. She turned at once and bolted away. The man clapped his hands, more amused than frightened, and slowly shifted his attention toward Melly. With a curious smile, he asked if she could do something like that too. As he reached out toward her, Melly reacted quickly. She sprang backward in a sudden jump, putting distance between them before his hand could get anywhere near her. Anna kept running as fast as her legs could carry her. Behind her, the stranger turned his mocking voice on Melly, asking why she wouldn't just spend some time with a guy like him. Melly bit down hard on her lip. Her face tightened, and in that moment, anger and determination rose together in her eyes. Then she kicked off her shoes without a second thought and tore at her dress so she could move more freely. At that point, she clearly didn't care how she looked. She was getting ready to fight. Standing firm and ready to face him, Melly made her position clear in a steady, defiant voice. She told him she was not his doll to play with. The stranger only smirked, brushing off her defiance as if it were nothing. He said that little tricks like that would not work on them, though he admitted her powers were kind of cute. But only a moment later, that smug expression vanished from his face entirely. A heavy strike smashed straight into his barrier. The force tore through his defense with brutal impact, breaking past the protection he had been so confident in. Blood began to drip down from him, falling in dark drops until it spattered across his shoes. Only then did the weight of the attack truly sink in. He stared at Melly in stunned silence, realizing that her power had suddenly climbed far beyond what it had been only moments before. As countless magic circles spread out around her, his eyes narrowed. Watching the glowing formations gather, he asked if this was some kind of boost. A brilliant light burst from the room, spilling outward and flooding the entire space with an intense, blinding glow. The stranger tried to steady his breathing as he watched Melly carefully. Studying her condition, he asked if she was already starting to get tired. Then his gaze shifted away from Melly and snapped back toward Anna. He called after her, asking why she kept running when there was no point in trying to escape. He caught up to Anna and grabbed the back of her head. In a sickly sweet voice, he told her to be a good girl and play with her uncle. At that exact moment, blue energy began gathering around Anna's legs. The glow pulsed brighter and brighter, building beneath her as power surged into her body. Anna suddenly launched herself upward, springing onto a nearby shelf with surprising speed. As she landed, she reached out and snatched up a toy box. She pulled her arm back, clearly preparing to throw the box straight at him. Seeing the attack coming, the stranger immediately raised a barrier to defend himself. But instead of waiting for the toy box to fly, he slammed his foot hard into the shelf. Cursing that Anna was driving him insane, he shook the whole thing violently, and Anna began to lose her balance and fall. A cruel grin slowly spread across his face as he made up his mind. This time he decided he would burn Anna's leg off. But right as he was about to act, his whole body suddenly snapped backward. Anna's barrier slammed violently against his own defense, and the force of the collision was strong enough to make him flinch despite himself. He lifted both hands with that crooked, mocking smile still on his face. In a casual tone, he said he had been planning to go easy on Anna, but the way she was acting now was far too fearless for someone in her position. Anna's brows pulled together as her expression sharpened. Her eyes locked forward, and without saying a word, she began silently counting down inside her head. Mana began to gather around both of Anna's hands, the glow swelling brighter with every passing second. By the time her inner count reached 2, the power around her was already burning more intensely. A sharp, explosive sound rang through the room. In that same instant, Anna kicked off from the barrier with everything she had, launching herself backward with all the force her small body could produce. Blue energy surged out from Anna in rolling waves. It wrapped around her body like a bright storm of mana, spilling through the air as if the power inside her could no longer stay contained. The man stared at her, completely thrown off by what he was seeing. For a moment, he could only look on in disbelief, stunned that such a massive burst of power was coming from a girl so small. Still convinced he had the upper hand, he reached his hand toward Anna again. Whatever she was trying to do, he clearly believed it would fail against him just like before. But at that exact moment, Anna thought back to the way Melly had fought. Remembering what she had seen, she made a quick decision. She would try to copy Melly's move. Anna pulled the scattered mana around her together, forcing it to condense into a glowing sphere of power. As the magic gathered in her hands, she thought to herself that Melly had done it just like this. Then, with all that energy packed tightly into one attack, Anna hurled the mana bomb straight at him, sending the shining mass flying across the room. The stranger's eyes widened as the attack rushed toward him. For once, all he could do was stare, shocked by the speed and force of what Anna had thrown. A blinding flash erupted a moment later. The explosion tore through the room with overwhelming force, blasting everything apart and leaving the entire place wrecked. The man slowly turned his head, looking back over his shoulder at the ruined space behind him. Dust floated through the air, and broken debris settled around the wreckage. Anna came bursting out of the store with a bat clenched tightly in both hands. Even after escaping, she was still on guard, ready to defend herself if he came at her again. When he caught sight of Anna, he wondered if that little girl had actually beaten that useless idiot. His bullets were already gone, and to make things worse, they were falling behind schedule. Blood coated his hand, running down his fingers in thick drops. The injury was no longer something he could brush aside or pretend not to notice. Facing Anna and Melly at the same time was clearly becoming too much for him now. Even so, the thought of retreating burned at his pride, as if even heaven itself would have to judge him for choosing to run. Melly suddenly screamed for Anna to stay back. Her voice cut sharply through the chaos, filled with fear, urgency, and desperation. Anna stopped cold where she stood. Only then did she realize that despite all the power Melly had shown, her legs were still chained, leaving her unable to move freely. The man appeared behind Melly with a dark grin spreading across his face. In a low, sinister tone he said that if they could not win the clean way, then they could always play dirty instead. With one hand, he seized Melly by the throat, holding her firmly in place. In his other hand he raised a knife, leaving her trapped with no room to escape. Anna stared at the sight in pure horror and tried to call out Melly's name. But before she could move, the man immediately warned her not to take even one step closer. He pressed the knife dangerously close to Melly's face, making the threat impossible to ignore. Then he warned Anna that if she came any nearer, Melly would be the one to suffer for it. At the same time, the second guy suddenly reached out and struck Anna hard. The blow knocked her off balance and sent her crashing down onto the floor. He climbed over Anna and pinned her beneath him, sneering down at her with contempt. Then he asked if she had really thought he was dead, before spitting out that trash like her could never defeat a real player. A deep sadness spread across Anna's face as a terrible thought began to form in her mind. If things kept going this way, what would happen to everyone around her? Her vision started to blur, the world around her fading at the edges. And in that dangerous, unstable moment, an enormous wave of power suddenly erupted from deep inside her. The stranger lifted his guard against the crushing pressure, visibly shaken by the sudden change. He stared at Anna in disbelief, wondering if her mana had just multiplied several times over in an instant. The storm of energy wrapped around Anna only grew more violent. As the power continued swelling, he realized with alarm that if it kept going, Anna's body itself might explode. Melly fought desperately to pull herself free from the man's grip, struggling with everything she had. But before she could break away, he drove the knife into her. Anna saw it happen right in front of her. The sight struck her so hard that, for a moment, it felt as if her heart had frozen in place. The man hoisted Melly over his shoulder and turned his mocking gaze back toward Anna. With a cruel tone, he asked if she really wanted to kill everyone around her. Then he began moving toward Anna, reaching out as if to take advantage of her collapsing control. He told her that he would help her with that. At that same moment, the other man struck Anna from behind. His blow landed against the back of her head, and the impact sent her collapsing heavily onto the floor. As Anna's consciousness began slipping away, one of them remarked that it was almost a shame to leave her behind. After all, she was pretty, and she carried an incredible amount of mana. Deep within her fading thoughts, Anna could only wish that she had been stronger. Then, all at once, the darkness gave way, and she found herself standing in a bright, empty space, looking around as she asked who was there. A mysterious voice answered her by asking if she wanted power. Glowing runes appeared before Anna, suspended in the empty light. They floated there silently, almost as if they were waiting for her to give an answer. Anna placed a trembling hand against her chest and stared at the runes in front of her. Uncertain and shaken, she asked if they would really give her power. Then Noah's voice suddenly rang out, sharp and desperate, shouting at Anna not to listen. Anna jerked in surprise, her trance breaking at the sound of that warning. It was as if Noah's voice had yanked her back from the edge. She remembered that warm, sunlit house, and Matthew's frightened warning echoed clearly in her mind. Everything had ended safely back then, but he had warned her that the next time might not turn out the same. Matthew had promised Anna that he could teach her anything she wanted to learn. But that promise came with one condition: she had to choose to live an ordinary, normal life. Matthew had held out his pinky and made Anna promise that she would never listen to that inner voice again. Anna had looked at his hand, smiled even through her tears, and sealed that promise with him. Now, Anna's hands trembled as the memory weighed on her heart. Silently, she begged Matthew to forgive her for breaking the promise she had once made. The man watched her with a smug expression, completely unaware of what was happening inside her heart. And in that moment, Anna's thoughts became painfully clear. She wanted power, because she needed to protect the people who mattered to her. Inside her mind, Anna saw her friends at the party, barely able to stand as they struggled through the danger. She told herself that she needed strength, because she had to protect her aunt. The man swung down at Anna once again, his voice cold and dismissive as he told her to just go to sleep. Anna's eyes suddenly changed, turning a glowing yellow that shone with a frightening intensity. With that eerie light filling her gaze, she asked for strength. Then Anna drove her fist straight into his face. The punch landed with a force he never saw coming, smashing into him before he had any chance to react. The moment he was about to make his next move, the man's body was blasted backward instead. Anna's sudden punch hit with such explosive force that it launched him through the air before he could even brace himself. The other guy's face instantly drained of color. Terror spread across his expression as he shouted in panic, recognizing the situation and crying out that it was that same fool again. Anna slowly raised her head, still dazed and barely holding herself together. Her voice came out weak, but there was a fragile hope in it as she asked if the person standing before her was Tade. Tade gently lowered his coat over Anna's head, covering her as if to shield her from everything around them. In a warm, steady voice, he told her that she had been a good girl. At those words, the tension finally loosened from Anna's face. Her frightened expression softened, and a small, relieved smile slowly appeared. Anna then lowered her eyes beneath the coat, letting herself hide under its cover. In front of her, Tade stepped forward and calmly said that from here on, it was his turn. The stranger's face twisted into an irritated frown. Seeing that bear-like idiot blocking his path again clearly annoyed him more than he wanted to admit. Tade moved first, shooting forward with terrifying speed. Before the stranger could react, Tade grabbed him by the head and slammed him violently down into the ground. After crushing the man into the floor, Tade immediately shifted his attention away from him. He turned toward Melly and carefully began lifting her up, handling her with far more care. The other guy's hands trembled as he reached toward the knife. Fear was written all over his face, but he still clutched the weapon tightly as if it were the only thing keeping him alive. Tade took Melly's hand and steadied her, giving her support as he pulled her away from the danger around them. The boy suddenly charged at Tade like he had completely lost his mind, but Tade met him head-on, driving a brutal punch straight into his face and sending him flying backward. Blue energy flared around Tade's body, lighting him up with a fierce aura. His voice carried a heavy anger as he said that after what they had done to Melly and Anna, this was the price they would have to pay. Then Tade beat the man down without holding anything back. Strike after strike landed without mercy, as Tade declared that the man would pay for it with his life. A few days before the terror attack at the mall, another deadly scene had already started to unfold somewhere else, setting disaster into motion before anyone realized it. A man shouted in desperation, his voice cracking as he insisted that he had done every single thing he had been ordered to do. Trembling with frustration, he demanded to know what more they could possibly want from him. With one hand pressed tightly against his chest, he reached behind his back. Then, in one tense motion, he pulled out a weapon. He rushed straight at the stranger, screaming that he would kill both him and the fool who had set him up. With that rage driving him forward, he thrust his spear toward his target. But in the very next instant, his entire body stopped moving. He froze in place, as if something had cut the fight short before it could even begin. A blade had pierced clean through him. Only then did he understand the terrifying truth. This gift was capable of twisting an enemy's senses. The person he thought was standing in front of him was not there anymore. The attacker had already slipped behind him without him realizing it. Holding a rope in his hand, the stranger looked at him with cold, unreadable eyes. Then he said flatly that the man simply talked too much. Without another word, the stranger wrapped the rope around him and began choking him, tightening it as the man struggled helplessly. As he secured the rope to a ceiling beam, the stranger spoke with unsettling calm. He mentioned that he had a message from his clan lord. Then he left the man hanging there and said, without the slightest trace of emotion, that he would take care of the family, so there was no need for him to worry about his wife. The man's body thrashed violently at the end of the rope, shaking and twisting as his strength began to leave him. Then, after one last tremor ran through him, his body went completely still. After checking the news, the stranger glanced back at the dead man. In a casual tone, he thanked him for his hard work and said goodbye as if nothing unusual had happened. The story then moved to a distribution warehouse, where a man spoke urgently over the phone and reported that the Shinra clan had already left. As he pulled his hood up, he thought to himself that they had moved faster than expected. But then someone nearby suddenly asked about the child standing behind him. He turned around in confusion, clearly not understanding what the person meant. With a puzzled look, he asked what child they were talking about. But the instant he saw who was actually standing there, his whole body stiffened. With a faint smile on his face, Noah said he had noticed him just in time. The man stared at Matthew, visibly unsettled by the child's sudden presence. Questions raced through his mind. Who was this kid? And how long had he been standing there? Looking at Matthew, the man quickly came to a simple conclusion. The easiest answer was to kill the child right there and end the problem before it grew any worse. As the stranger wondered why this mysterious kid looked so frightened, he drew his sword. Then he warned Matthew not to follow strangers so carelessly. Matthew answered with action instead of words. Without the slightest hesitation, he swung his blade. The man smirked and kept talking, continuing his warning as if he still controlled the situation. He said that if Matthew did something like that, something terrible could happen. But before the warning could even finish leaving his mouth, Matthew's blade had already moved. In one clean motion, he cut the man's head off completely. Everyone inside the warehouse froze at once. The entire room fell into stunned silence as they stared at what had just happened. Matthew clutched his head, looking confused and unsettled. Under his breath, he muttered that the man was not supposed to die. One of the men quickly moved to stop the crowd before anyone acted rashly. He had realized that Matthew was not just some ordinary kid. That realization only made the people around him even more shaken. Their shock deepened as they began to understand the danger standing in front of them. With a grin spreading across his face, Matthew told them to take a good look at themselves. The moment he spoke their language, they all began trembling, so he asked why they were so terrified of a child holding such a tiny knife. And from the look on Matthew's face, their fear did not bother him at all. If anything, the terror in their eyes seemed to please him. The crowd finally rushed forward all at once. In response, a blue aura immediately flared to life around Matthew's hand. Using heavenly steps, Matthew tore through them in a blur of movement. Blood sprayed across the warehouse floor as he cut them down faster than they could follow. With his knife still gripped in his hand, Matthew looked toward the man and asked why he had finally decided to get up. Then he added that if the man had stayed down any longer, Matthew would have gone over to him instead. The stranger frowned in disbelief, unable to process what he had just seen. He wondered if Matthew had truly slaughtered fighters above B rank in a single second. He slipped into the smoke, choosing concealment over confrontation. Facing Matthew head-on was far too dangerous, and he knew it. As he rushed past Matthew, the stranger thought the boy might be training for the 12 thrones. But even if that were true, there was still no way Matthew should have been able to sense him. Matthew suddenly twisted around, reacting with eerie precision, as if he had felt the incoming attack before it ever fully reached his back. The stranger's strike sliced through the air where Matthew had been standing, but Matthew slipped aside at the very last second, avoiding the blow by the thinnest possible margin. A sharp burst of blue energy flared around Matthew's body. In the next instant, he drove a powerful kick straight into the man, sending him skidding hard across the floor. Standing above him, Matthew looked down with cold eyes and said he no longer believed the Nameless One was anything important. To him, the only reason people still remembered that name was because he had always lived like an outcast. A violent purple aura suddenly erupted from the stranger's body, spreading through the space around him like a wave of pressure and hostility. But no matter how fiercely the stranger came at him, none of his attacks could reach Matthew. Every blow missed, one after another, as Matthew avoided them all. With his knife still gripped in his hand, Matthew slid past each strike as if he already knew where it would land. The man could only stare in confusion, unable to understand how a mere child could move with such impossible ease. Matthew ducked smoothly beneath another attack, his expression calm as he quietly said that he understood that feeling all too well. Then Matthew swept the man's legs out from under him, knocking his balance away while telling him that without his gift, he was nothing. And as Matthew leapt upward, he added that there was no need for him to worry. The stranger lunged toward Matthew again, insisting through the chaos that he had never intended to kill him. Matthew answered without hesitation. His knife cut forward in a clean, ruthless arc, moving faster than the man could properly react. Blood sprayed through the warehouse the moment the strike landed, scattering across the air and splattering over the space around them. Noah, Yunha, and Matthew stood near the gathered doctors and workers, surrounded by the tense aftermath. Matthew turned to Yunha and asked her to cover for him. Yunha flicked her fan open with practiced elegance and told Matthew that he owed her one for this. When Matthew asked if that meant a favor later, he immediately followed it up by asking her to help handle the man. With one hand raised, Yunha walked beside Matthew toward the man collapsed on the floor. Her voice stayed calm, but her warning was clear. Next time, he would not be let off so lightly. Matthew knelt down in front of the man and reached toward his face. Looking closely at the glasses hiding his eyes, he said he had always wondered what was behind them. The man's face twisted with fear the moment Matthew reached for them. Panicking, he begged Matthew not to take the glasses off. Matthew ignored the plea completely. Without showing the slightest sympathy, he removed the glasses from the man's face. The instant Matthew saw what was underneath, he recoiled in disgust. Beside him, Yunha quietly raised her fan, hiding her own reaction behind it. The boys covered their mouths, visibly sickened by the sight. Matthew quickly shoved the glasses back into place, saying the man looked like a flounder and was just plain disgusting. Then Matthew turned his head, and that was when he saw his parents and Anna making their way toward him. They were smiling warmly as they approached, their expressions filled with relief. Anna lifted her hand and gave Matthew a small wave. Matthew smiled back at them, and the change on his face was immediate. All the tension melted away, replaced by pure relief and happiness. Unable to hold himself back, he ran straight toward them, calling out Anna's name as he closed the distance. Later, the news reported that on December 17th, at exactly 3 p.m., Don Mall had been attacked by mercenary players and monsters. A man sat with the remote in his hand, listening as the report explained that the culprits had been arrested by the Nameless One, Divine Wind Noah Yunha of the 12 Thrones, and the Shinra clan. In total, 23 people had lost their lives. Susan watched the screen in silence as the government offered its condolences to the families of the victims, the words from the broadcast filling the quiet room. He leaned back on the couch in front of the television, eyes fixed on the footage showing Matthew, his family, and himself standing outside. Susan's gaze stayed on the smiling family displayed across the screen, lingering on that peaceful image for a long moment. Then Susan smiled too, softly and knowingly, and said that he had finally found it. Later, inside a building covered by a dome, Matthew sat across from Yunha at a cafe. As he looked around, he realized she had quietly placed a barrier around the entire place, just like Korea's greatest mage, Divine Wind. Nearby, Olivia's father prepared coffee while Yunha remarked that this was the first time Matthew had actually agreed to meet with her. Matthew answered simply, saying he needed to thank her. Sitting at the table with a glass of lemonade placed in front of him, Matthew looked across at her and asked what had happened. Yunha set her drink down before answering. She explained that this was the first time the government had ever officially announced a death sentence for the Nameless. Matthew looked out the window, his expression thoughtful, and said the bigger question was who had hired them in the first place. Noah Yunha answered that she could not tell him. Still holding his glass, Matthew shifted the subject and asked what had happened to the Dawn Company after everything. Yunha brought up Drake and explained the situation. The president had returned, while all the heirs had stepped back for now and were focusing on shaping public opinion. Then Yunha rose from her seat and lifted her fan with quiet composure. She said she had to leave because she still had a great deal left to learn. Tamar walked over with a smile and told the happy boy that the other children would be arriving soon. If Matthew wanted, he could stay and play for a while before leaving, and Matthew agreed with obvious excitement. Matthew thought back to the man clutching his head, and to the smiling king before his return. The three sons had begun fighting over the throne, and in the end, the oldest one had taken it. He also remembered Gears standing over a corpse, his family surviving the Kraken attack, Anna's miracle, and the children making it through kindergarten alive. The casualties in the Buchan incident had been lower than before. The Dawn Mall attack had failed. Even the Dawn Company's succession had changed. Little by little, the future was no longer following the same path. As he thought of a blood-covered boy and Sarah laughing, Matthew made up his mind. This time, things were going to be different. Matthew lowered his gaze and checked the time on his watch. Then a soft smile touched his face as he looked down at the drink sitting in front of him. Evening slowly settled over the city, spreading a calm glow across the streets as the day quietly came to an end. That night, during dinner with his family, Matthew listened from his seat as Anna told their parents what she wanted. But the moment Anna said she wanted to become a player, Matthew nearly choked right then and there. His spoon slipped out of his hand, clattering as he stared at Anna in complete shock. From the look on his face, he was clearly upset by what he had just heard. Frozen in disbelief, Matthew could only stare as one thought struck him hard. Had the future changed again? Matthew suddenly slammed his hand down onto the dinner table, the sharp impact echoing through the room and cutting off the mood at once. With his face tense and his voice firm, he made it clear that he was completely against Anna's decision. Anna's expression immediately sank, hurt showing clearly in her eyes. But Matthew only raised his voice even more, insisting that becoming a player was far too dangerous, especially for someone like Anna. Anna pressed one hand against her chest, nervous but still trying to defend herself, and argued that Matthew could not know for sure unless she actually tried. After all, he was the one who had told her she had talent. But Matthew quickly cut back in, saying that yes, Anna did have talent, but he had only taught her mana control to help keep her body healthy, not to push her toward becoming a player. Their parents exchanged confused glances across the table, unsure how the conversation had turned so intense. Matthew, still angry and unable to calm down, said that all he wanted was for Anna to avoid mana exhaustion and live a long, ordinary life. Even after hearing that, Anna refused to back away from her dream and insisted that she still wanted to become a player. Matthew slammed the table again, his frustration spilling out as he demanded to know why Anna would willingly throw away a normal life. He admitted that players might be respected, but that did not mean they lived some glamorous, wealthy, easy life, and he told her that the idea she had in her head simply was not true. Anna looked visibly shaken, but she still answered him with honest determination. She said she wanted to become the kind of person who could step forward and help others when they were in danger. Then Anna turned her eyes toward her grinning brother and admitted what was really weighing on her heart. She did not want to spend her whole life hiding behind everyone else, helplessly watching while others fought in her place. Their mother closed her eyes with a gentle smile, listening to Anna's wish without judgment. Then she softly said that Anna's dream was a wonderful one, and told her she should follow what she truly wanted. The child in her arms began to cry, and Matthew immediately burst out that he hated this. Their mother calmly soothed Yuan, then told Matthew that Yuan was crying because of him. She added, just as calmly, that Matthew was wrong, and Matthew turned to his parents in disbelief, asking if they truly saw nothing wrong with Anna becoming a player. Tracy looked at Matthew with concern in her eyes and asked what he meant by that. Of course she understood that the path Anna wanted to take was dangerous. Even knowing that, Tracy and her husband still smiled softly. If Anna wanted this so sincerely, then as her parents they wanted to support the choice she had made. Anna's face lit up with relief, and she happily threw her arms around her mother, thanking her with all the emotion she had been holding back. Her father leaned in as well, wrapping both of them in a warm, protective hug. Matthew lowered his gaze, unable to share in their happiness. A quiet sadness settled over his face as he watched his family support the one decision he feared more than anything. Later, inside an office, Susan sat at the table and rubbed her head as if the weight of the situation had already exhausted her. She turned to Clark and told him to give everyone the summary. Clark switched on the screen and began explaining the situation. According to him, the Don Mall attack had not been some random act of violence at all. Someone from inside the company had arranged it. With a chart displayed behind him, Clark explained that the Dawn Company was currently split between President Drake and his 3 sons. The oldest and middle sons stood out as the main suspects, because the youngest still lacked the influence needed to organize something on that scale. Pointing toward the images of the smiling Alex and the gloomier-looking Archie, Clark laid out the difference between them. Alex, the eldest son, was infamous for his cruelty, and many people assumed he would inherit the company simply because he had been born first. Archie, the middle son, had a very different reputation, known not only for being more capable than his brother but also for having real talent as a manager. With his arms folded, one of the men looked toward Susan and asked if this meant they were dealing with a terrorist attack. Susan answered directly, explaining that Alex had launched an attack on a mall that was under Archie's control. The old man then asked whether President Drake knew about what had happened. Susan replied that this was exactly the reason Drake had returned from house arrest. Clark turned back toward the screen and said that, unfortunately, the Don Mall incident was not the only problem they needed to worry about. There was another piece of information that everyone had to review. Adjusting his glasses, Clark brought up a list of people and continued his report. He said Alex had not brought only the Nameless with him, and that the Azure Ocean clan had most likely been involved as well. One man at the table immediately panicked, his voice rising as he asked what was going on. He demanded to know whether everyone understood just how serious the situation had become. Clark displayed another chart and explained that 92 hounds had been taken down on Mount Buchan. The Azure Ocean clan had taken 7 mana stones, but only 3 of those stones had ever been sold, which suggested that the missing ones might have been used to summon the hounds for the attack. Susan questioned whether they might have simply been waiting for the demand for mana stones to rise. But Clark answered that grade 7 stones were not rare enough for that explanation to make much sense. Susan then pressed further, asking how likely it was that the Azure Ocean clan had actually used mana stones during the attack. Clark frowned as he answered, explaining that he had checked both the market data and the number of stones released by the Shinra clan. Based on those figures alone, the chance of Azure Ocean being involved should have been 0. The old man clasped his hands together and reminded everyone to stay grounded. No matter how suspicious it sounded, the whole thing was still only a theory, and they did not yet have solid proof. Everyone at the table listened in tense silence as he continued. He admitted that the theory was still possible, and that everyone in the room needed to understand exactly what that possibility meant. One by one, every gaze in the room shifted back toward the screen, the atmosphere turning heavier with each passing second. Susan covered her mouth and brought up what had happened back in April. Jill Sang-kun's affair with the Danga heiress had been exposed, and when Yunha heard about it, she had been furious. Susan pulled up another chart, this one marked with clan symbols, and said Jill Sang-kun was clearly waiting for public attention to shift elsewhere. Once that happened, they would likely move to target Danga next. That, Susan explained, was the reason she had gathered everyone here today in the first place. The old man studied Susan's smile carefully, as if trying to read the intention behind it. Then he asked whether she was saying this meant war. One of the men spread his hands and reminded the room that the Azure Ocean clan had divine wind on their side. And not only her, they also had the Lightning King, another figure under the 12 thrones. Frowning to himself, he thought through the danger carefully. Even if the Lightning King was a genius, he was still young, and going up against Yunha would be anything but easy. Susan struck the table, drawing everyone's attention back to her. With clear regret in her voice, she said that, sadly, they were not going to war. Susan spread her arms with a calmness that contrasted the tension in the room, while Clark argued that they could not simply ignore the Azure Ocean clan after everything that had happened. Her energy suddenly tore through the papers scattered across the table, sending them fluttering and ripping apart. Then Susan declared that they would support Alex as the heir of Dawn Company. With a cold smile on her face, Susan burned the papers away entirely. Then she said they would begin planning how to keep the Azure Ocean clan in check. The story then shifted to Matthew's classroom, where one boy suddenly blurted out in shock, unable to understand how things had ended up this way. Matthew could only give an awkward smile as he looked around the room. Somehow, against all the odds, they had all ended up together again. At their desks, Catherine pointed out that they were all in the same class. Claire admitted with relief that she had been worried they might be split up. With a polite smile, Matthew greeted Laura, though inside, he was secretly relieved that she had ended up in Class 1. That meant they would not have to run into each other too often, and quietly, he hoped this year would turn out better. Jimmy suddenly leaned closer to Matthew and pointed toward the front of the room. In an urgent whisper, he told Matthew to look over there. When they looked, they noticed a group of unhappy-looking kids staring directly at them. The boys said those kids had been watching them for quite a while. Jimmy grabbed the edge of the desk as anger started building in him. He offered to deal with those kids himself, but Matthew quickly stopped him and told him not to. Matthew frowned, turning his eyes toward the kids across the classroom. Instead of ignoring them, he stared right back. The moment those kids met Matthew's gaze, their confidence vanished. Fear flashed across their faces, and they quickly looked away. Catherine glanced at Matthew as he covered his friend's face, then asked whether he really had no intention of clearing up the misunderstanding. She explained that rumors had already started spreading, and people were now calling Matthew's father a devil. By that point, the rumor had already raced through the entire school. Matthew had supposedly beaten the president of KK Pharmaceuticals so badly that the man was left half dead. Because of that, every student who saw Matthew now kept their distance, treating him like the kind of person no one in their right mind would dare to provoke. Matthew stood there frozen for a second, his eyes widening as the strange weight of the rumor settled over him. He could not help wondering when he and his father had somehow turned into the villains in everyone else's version of the story. But after thinking it over for another moment, even he had to admit that the whispers spreading around the school were not exactly coming from nowhere. Claire remained in front of him with her arms crossed tightly over her chest, her posture stiff and guarded. The uneasiness on her face was impossible to miss as she looked at Matthew and asked, with clear concern in her voice, if everything was really going to be okay. Matthew blinked at her, genuinely confused by the question, before saying that he was completely fine. At this point, he did not think anyone would be reckless enough to come after him. But almost immediately, his focus drifted elsewhere, and his eyes locked onto Jimmy's huge body as he stared in disbelief and asked what in the world his friend had been eating to grow that massive. Jimmy instantly straightened his back, looking almost proud that someone had finally noticed the change. He planted one hand firmly on his waist, lifted his chin with a confident grin, and explained that he had been training exactly like he promised. And not only that, he had also been drinking the juice made by Olivia's father. Matthew stared at Jimmy in stunned silence, his expression going completely blank for a moment, as though Jimmy had just said something that should have been impossible. Then, after a short pause, Matthew's eyes narrowed sharply, and he told Jimmy to repeat what he had just said. The moment those words sank in, Matthew felt as if something had struck him out of nowhere. His mind immediately snapped back to the time he had told Catherine and Claire that the drink was meant to restore mana. Then, almost immediately, Matthew imagined everyone laughing at him because of his height, and the painful truth hit him all at once. That juice was not just useful for restoring mana, it could actually help someone grow taller too. From that instant on, Matthew understood one thing very clearly. Whether he liked it or not, he had to start drinking that juice as well. Matthew lowered his gaze with a gloomy look, still trapped in that harsh realization about the juice and his own height. But before he could dwell on it any longer, a boy suddenly burst into the room in a rush and shouted that the teacher was already on his way. Only a moment after that warning rang out, the man himself calmly stepped into the classroom. Standing just behind Matthew, Jimmy glanced toward the front and muttered under his breath that he should probably get back to his own seat quickly, before the situation became even more awkward. At the front of the classroom, Bill moved into position behind the podium with a calm, composed air. Facing the students, he introduced himself as their homeroom teacher, the one who would be responsible for guiding their class throughout the entire year. Matthew kept his eyes fixed on Bill for a long moment, and little by little, his brow began to tighten. There was something about Manhwa that really did not feel normal, and the longer Matthew looked at this man standing at the front of the room, the more he found himself wondering who Bill truly was. Somewhere else, far from the classroom, the old man quietly brought the book in his hands to a close. He sat in the center of a room surrounded on all sides by shelves and stacks of books, the air around him still and heavy with quiet authority. Then he turned his attention toward the man standing beside him and calmly asked for the report. The man carefully held the documents in his hands as he answered. Laura's expulsion request had already been processed, and everything had been carried out exactly according to the old man's instructions. The old man listened without interrupting as the man continued his report. Even the students who were connected to KK Pharmaceuticals had been moved into a separate class, while the remaining students, including Olivia, had all been placed together. The old man shifted his gaze toward the window, and outside, he caught sight of Olivia's bright, cheerful face. His eyes narrowed slightly as he asked whether KK Pharmaceuticals was the company owned by Kim Gun's family. The man confirmed that it was. The old man, however, did not look away from the window. His voice grew colder as he questioned how they had dared to interfere with Olivia. In his eyes, she was practically like a granddaughter to him, and now he was finally setting everything back where it belonged. He reached toward the papers again and asked what arrangements had been made for Olivia's class. The man replied that the teacher assigned to her had once withdrawn from active player work because of an injury. Even so, his skill and ability were still considered unquestionable. As the old man looked down and read through the file in his hands, he asked what rank Bill had held in the past. The answer came back without hesitation. Regulus Clan, S rank. After reviewing Bill's record, the old man appeared satisfied with what he saw. He calmly stated that Bill was someone they could trust. Then, as if the report had stirred an old memory, his thoughts slowly returned to Olivia. He remembered the sight of her sitting there with a book in her hands while he gently asked who she wanted to be placed in the same class with next year. Back then, Olivia had been sitting comfortably on her grandfather's lap, looking small and peaceful as she answered. She said it would be wonderful if she could stay together with her friends, even though her father had already told her that something like that probably would not happen. The old man had only smiled at her and promised that he would make that wish come true. Olivia looked worried the moment she heard that and quickly tried to reassure him. She said it was really all right, explaining that she was already grown up now and understood how these things worked. The old man looked at Olivia with clear surprise in his eyes, as though her answer had touched him more than expected. Then, in a gentle voice, he asked if she would allow him to make one small prediction. In his mind, he could already picture Olivia laughing happily as she walked through the school halls alongside her friends. With that warm image in his heart, he told her that even in her second year, she would remain in the same class as them. Still wearing a warm smile, the old man closed the book in front of him and looked at Olivia with soft affection. Then he asked her if that sounded nice. As his gaze returned to the book, the old man quietly admitted that there was already a girl in his life who felt just like a granddaughter to him. From that quiet, book-filled room, the story shifts away and moves to a different building entirely. Anna stood facing her brother, watching him with careful attention. Matthew told her to keep her eyes on the dust in front of them, because whatever they were waiting for would be arriving soon. Anna's excitement immediately showed on her face as she lifted both fists in front of her chest, almost bouncing with curiosity. She eagerly asked how Matthew had met that auntie, and Matthew answered in a casual tone that they had simply gotten to know each other after crossing paths by chance. Right at that moment, a sudden gust of wind swept through the area, stirring the air and scattering the dust in front of them. Anna leaned forward slightly, her eyes shining with anticipation as she stared into the movement ahead. Matthew looked in the same direction and calmly said that it had finally arrived. A blue whirlwind began forming right before their eyes, spinning and curling through the air in a vivid spiral. From somewhere inside that swirling wind, a voice complained that dust was flying everywhere. The dust did not settle right away. Instead, it kept sweeping through the building in twisting waves, rushing around them as the strange wind continued to churn. Anna looked upward in surprise, her attention completely seized by the scene unfolding in front of her. She could not take her eyes away from the swirling wind. Then Noah stepped forward from inside the spinning wind, her face partly hidden behind a fan. With a gentle, graceful smile, she apologized for arriving late and asked whether she had made them wait for a long time. Standing beside Matthew, Anna looked absolutely thrilled and quickly answered that they had not been waiting at all. But even as she said it so eagerly, there was no getting around the truth. Noah really had arrived late. Anna stared up at Noah with sparkling eyes, clasping her hands together in front of her, as if she had just met someone straight out of a legend. Then, with sincere politeness, Anna lowered her head and greeted Noah properly. Noah smiled a little shyly at Anna's formal greeting and told her there was no need to call her by the grand title of Divine Wind of the 12 Thrones. Instead, she said in a warmer tone that Anna could simply call her Auntie. As Noah looked at the shy young girl standing before her, she could sense the powerful energy wrapped around Anna almost immediately. It was obvious that Anna carried an astonishing amount of mana, but what impressed Noah even more was that the child already knew how to control it. If the world ever learned about that, countless people would rush to claim her as a seed, and chaos would surely follow. For now, though, Anna was safely on their side. Matthew cut into the moment with obvious irritation, asking if the greetings were finally finished and whether Noah had brought the thing he requested. Still smiling sweetly from behind her fan, Noah responded by presenting him with a condensed ball of energy. Matthew took the object from her and studied it closely, quickly realizing that it was both a device and a magic stone at the same time. He lifted it closer to his face, closing one eye as he inspected the object carefully from several different angles, making sure he did not miss a single detail. Holding the stone between his fingers, Matthew gave a small look of approval and remarked that it seemed to be in good condition. Then Matthew turned his gaze toward his little sister, who was standing there with clear determination in her eyes. In a serious voice, he asked Anna if she was truly capable of handling this. Matthew closed his eyes for a brief moment, as if making his final decision. Then he drew the sword from the device and said at last that he would no longer stop Anna. Noah watched quietly from behind her fan as Anna raised her sword and pointed it straight at her brother. Facing her calmly, Matthew warned her in a steady voice to be careful. Matthew shut his eyes for a short moment, his fingers tightening firmly around the stone in his hand. Deep down, he quietly admitted that he still could not tell how much Anna truly understood about what she was stepping into. But instead of giving her any more room to hesitate, he suddenly threw the stone forward and announced that they were starting. The instant the stone left his hand, its surface began to shine, glowing brighter and brighter as though something sleeping deep inside had just opened its eyes. Matthew did not move from where he stood. He simply watched with sharp focus as the stone released a strong burst of energy, the heavy force spreading outward in front of him like a wave suddenly breaking through the air. Inside that swelling mass of energy, the first things that appeared were not frightening at all. A tiny paw pushed through first, followed by a soft little ear that looked almost gentle. The moment Anna saw something forming in front of her, her instincts kicked in. She gripped the sword with both hands, tightening her hold as she tried to steady herself for whatever was about to appear next. A second later, the creature fully revealed itself. Standing right in front of Anna was Barori, a cute pink class of monster that looked so harmless and soft that it hardly seemed worthy of being called a monster at all. Anna stared at Barori with clear surprise on her face, her eyes widening as she took in the sight of the little creature standing calmly before her. Still confused, Anna turned her head toward Matthew, her expression practically asking the question before she even spoke. She asked if that thing was really supposed to be a monster, because from where she was standing, Barori looked much more adorable than dangerous. Matthew looked back at his uneasy little sister with a firm, unmoving expression. Then, without softening his tone at all, he gave her one cold and simple command. Kill it. Matthew frowned as the image of Anna clinging stubbornly to their mother flashed through his mind. Back then, no matter what he tried, he had never been able to break through Anna's determination. But now that she had chosen to come this far, she needed to understand something unavoidable. The road of a player was cruel, merciless, and far harsher than it looked from the outside. He stayed silent and watched as Anna slowly moved forward, inching closer to Barori with the sword held out in front of her. Barori smiled at her and began waddling closer in a gentle, almost innocent way. Seeing that harmless little face, Anna's tense expression started to soften, and she even smiled back as she said it really did not seem dangerous at all. The second Matthew noticed Anna letting her guard down, his expression changed. He rushed toward her at once and shouted a warning, telling Anna not to relax for even a moment. Anna anxiously turned toward Matthew when she heard him shout, and that tiny distraction created the opening Barori needed. In that instant, its small body began to swell, growing larger right before her eyes. Its mouth stretched open unnaturally wide, and the cute little figure twisted into something far more monstrous. Then, without warning, Barori launched itself straight at Anna. Anna froze in place, stunned by the sudden change. Before the monster could reach her, Matthew threw himself between them and kicked Barori away with a powerful strike. Barori was blasted backward by the impact, its body tumbling violently across the ground before it finally crashed down and came to a stop. The injured Barori lay there badly hurt, while Matthew stood firmly in front of Anna like a shield. Keeping his eyes on the monster, he warned her never to judge a monster by the way it looked, and never to hesitate, because hesitation was exactly what could get her killed. Anna stood there with the sword trembling in her hands, her gaze dropping as a sorrowful look spread across her face. When Matthew saw that expression, he asked her quietly whether she still wanted to keep going. At that moment, Anna's mind flashed back to the sight of Matthew charging through the cars without the slightest hesitation, rushing straight toward a monster. Then she remembered Melly as well, fighting with courage and not showing even a trace of fear. Anna's fingers tightened around the sword as that feeling settled deep in her chest. She did not want to keep being the person who was always protected. She wanted to become someone strong enough to protect the people she loved too. With fresh determination rising in her eyes, Anna lifted her sword once again and made her decision. She would not leave this heavy burden for Matthew to carry alone, and no matter how terrifying it felt, she had to face it and overcome it herself. Before long, the sword in Anna's hands was marked with blood, and nearby, the stone rested on the floor inside a small, dark puddle. Anna stared down at the blood-stained blade she was holding, her face slowly filling with fear as the reality of what she had just done truly began to sink in. Then, unable to endure the feeling of holding it any longer, Anna suddenly threw the sword down onto the ground. All the strength seemed to drain from her body at once. Anna sank weakly to the floor, barely lifting one hand as she waved toward the stone. Matthew immediately ran over to Anna's side. Noah, meanwhile, stayed silent as she watched, thinking about everything Anna had been forced to endure after 15 attempts. Matthew looked down at his little sister as she stared at her own hands, now covered in blood, and finally broke down crying. He lowered himself beside Anna, gently pulled her into his arms, and held her close. In a soft, steady voice, he told her she had done well. She really had done well. Noah watched Matthew comfort Anna, seeing how carefully he wrapped his arms around her while she cried against him. As she looked on, Noah thought about just how much pain Anna had gone through to reach this point. A player had to be strong, even when that strength felt painfully cruel. Looking at the young girl sobbing in Matthew's arms, Noah quietly understood what had happened. Matthew had made his own sister kill the creature with her very own hands. Noah gave a faint smile, folded her fan shut, and quietly called Matthew a frightening child. A few days later, the scene shifted back to the boys' classroom. At the front of the room, Bill picked up a box and brought it into view. He set the box down on the table and instructed the class leaders to distribute milk to each group. Once everyone finished drinking, the empty packs were to be gathered and returned to the box. At the same time, another boy standing by the doorway called out for everyone to line up and take one each. Matthew wore a bright grin as he handed a pack of milk to his friend, cheerfully telling him to drink it all up. As Matthew looked down at the milk pack, a small smile crossed his face. He remembered the time he had given one to Chloe, even though she had clearly not liked it at all. Before Matthew could continue handing things out, Jimmy stopped him and pushed something toward him, telling Matthew to take this one instead. Matthew lowered his eyes toward what Jimmy had just given him, confusion showing on his face as he tried to figure out exactly what it was. In Matthew's hand was a cocoa packet, a small magic item that could turn plain milk into chocolate milk. Matthew looked up at Jimmy in shock, but Jimmy simply smiled like it was no big deal. He told Matthew to keep it, explaining that he had secretly bought it earlier that day from a stationery shop. Matthew frowned and asked what they were supposed to do if the teacher discovered it. Jimmy brushed the worry aside completely, asking him since when they had ever been scared of something like that. Matthew closed his eyes for a brief moment, silently wondering whether he had spoiled Jimmy a little too much. He poured the cocoa powder into the milk, and Jimmy quickly shook the pack with eager excitement. Then Jimmy held it out toward Matthew, offering him the first taste. Jimmy lifted the milk pack with curiosity, turning it slightly as he looked over the packaging and asked what was written on it. Matthew shifted his attention to the box and began reading the printed words on it carefully. The label mentioned praying for their countrymen in Italy who were currently going through difficult times. The moment Matthew read those words, the realization clicked in his mind, and he understood exactly what year it was. Later that same year, Matthew made his way up the stairs with the Urki tucked into his pockets, remembering that Anna had said she was in 6th grade, Group 4. As he climbed the stairs, Matthew could not stop thinking about Anna crying. Even though everything had been done for her own sake, the memory still sat heavily in his chest, leaving him with a lingering sense of guilt. While moving through the hallway, Matthew quietly hoped that Anna would not stay angry or hurt with him for too long. Out in the hallway, Bruce was laughing loudly with the group of boys gathered around him, completely absorbed in their joking. But as he moved without paying attention, he carelessly bumped straight into someone who was passing by. Bruce immediately turned around with an annoyed look on his face, clearly ready to snap at whoever had gotten in his way. But the second he saw Matthew standing there, his irritation vanished into shock, and he shouted in surprise. Matthew only looked back at him in calm silence, while Bruce's expression quickly tightened with nervousness. Bruce bent forward with both hands planted on his hips, lowering himself to look Matthew over from head to toe. After studying him for a moment, he said Matthew did not even look like a 6th grader, then sharply demanded to know who had allowed him to come up to this floor in the first place. The boys around Bruce started moving in closer, surrounding Matthew and pressing in from every side. They piled on the pressure, saying that if he had bumped into someone, he should apologize properly, before they began questioning him about what grade he was even in. Matthew raised one eyebrow as he looked straight at the boy standing at the front of the group. He studied Bruce's face carefully, sensing that there was something oddly familiar about him. Then the memory finally clicked into place. This was Bruce, the same guy from before, the one who had been wearing the mask. Matthew remembered him now. Bruce was the one who led the kids around the Sunbuck district. He was not particularly powerful on his own, but he had a sharp eye, knew exactly how to spot weakness, and was even better at using words to twist a situation in his favor. In the underworld, almost any piece of information that slipped out of the Sunbuck slums would eventually find its way through Bruce's group. As Matthew watched Bruce getting more and more worked up in front of him, he figured Bruce must have been living in Sunbuck ever since he was little. That would explain how he had managed to take such a firm grip over the local information network. One of the boys standing behind Bruce suddenly shoved Matthew from the side, muttering with a sneer that kids these days were getting far too arrogant. Bruce reached out without hesitation and grabbed Matthew tightly by the front of his shirt. With his hand locked around Matthew's collar, Bruce lifted him up and clenched his teeth, growling that he was going to teach him some proper manners. Just then, a teacher's voice rang out from nearby, demanding to know what they were doing. Bruce instantly warned the others not to say a single word, while Matthew remained completely calm, quietly thinking through how he should handle them. Behind Matthew's back, a fist made from energy began to take shape in the air. Matthew decided he would not go too far, just enough to give Bruce a scare and make the message perfectly clear. Bruce drew his arm back, preparing to swing, and shouted that Matthew was finished. At the same time, Matthew's hidden mana hand curled its fingers with quiet precision, calmly getting ready to flick Bruce away. But right at that moment, Anna spotted what was happening in the hallway. Bruce froze in place the instant someone suddenly called out his name. Even Matthew was caught off guard, because the voice that rang through the hallway sounded very familiar. Everyone turned at the same time, their attention shifting toward the girl standing there. For one brief moment, Bruce looked genuinely embarrassed, as if he had been caught doing something he knew he should not be doing. But that awkward expression quickly hardened into irritation. Anna stood there with both hands planted firmly on her hips, glaring straight at Bruce. Her voice rose in anger as she shouted that she had already told him not to bully people. Bruce quickly turned toward Anna with an awkward, forced smile, insisting in a hurry that this was not what she thought. Meanwhile, Matthew stared at him with a dark look, wondering if this idiot seriously had a crush on his sister. Bruce lifted both hands in a flustered panic, squeezing his eyes shut as though he could somehow talk his way out of the mess if he just explained hard enough. Inside, Matthew was already burning with anger. How dare Bruce have feelings for his little sister? As Matthew stood there with his fist clenched, Bruce's friends scrambled to defend him, claiming that Matthew had bumped into Bruce, apologized, and that they were only trying to teach him basic manners. Anna stepped forward without hesitation and shoved Bruce, her anger clearly rising. She demanded to know if he was seriously saying he wanted to teach her brother a lesson. Bruce blinked in complete confusion, caught so off guard that he could barely process her words. He stared at Anna and asked what she had just said. Bruce stood there in stunned silence, unable to respond. Anna calmly closed her eyes and fixed Matthew's sweater for him, while the boys around them whispered among themselves that the two siblings did not look alike at all. Then Anna and Matthew both turned their eyes on Bruce at the same time, glaring at him with the same sharp intensity. Bruce awkwardly scratched the back of his head, lifted one hand, and apologized, promising that it would never happen again. Still visibly annoyed, Anna grabbed Matthew's hand and pulled him away down the hallway. Behind them, Bruce called after Matthew, asking if he really was Anna's little brother and whether he had gotten hurt. Bruce even waved after him with a friendly smile, telling Matthew that if anyone ever bothered him, he should just say the word, and Bruce would handle it. Matthew glanced back at Bruce with a grin on his face, silently thinking that this idiot had no idea what was coming. The next time they met, Matthew planned to completely destroy him. As Matthew and Anna walked side by side, Matthew looked toward the windows beyond the trees and asked whether Anna liked that guy. Anna replied that Bruce was actually older than Matthew. Following behind his visibly embarrassed sister, Matthew pushed the question a little further, asking what she truly thought about Bruce. Anna continued walking ahead with her hands folded neatly behind her back. Then she turned around, facing Matthew with a bright, cheerful smile. Leaning closer with her eyes gently closed, Anna told Matthew that he was the person she liked the most, so he did not have to worry about anything at all. Matthew stared at Anna in surprise, clearly caught off guard by her answer. Anna simply kept smiling and offered to walk him back to his classroom. Matthew closed his eyes and lightly coughed into his fist, trying his best to hide how flustered her words had made him. Then Anna suddenly wrapped her arms around Matthew, hugging him closely as she asked if he loved her that much too. A couple of days earlier, Matthew and Anna's grandmother had been walking alone through the rain. She held groceries in her arms as she made her way along the wet street, the rain falling around her while she quietly thought about how long it had been since Matthew and Anna had last come to visit. As she remembered a family video call, a gentle smile appeared on her face. She found herself thinking about just how much Matthew and Anna had grown since she had last seen them properly. Even now, she still found it difficult to believe that the two children were growing up so quickly, becoming bigger almost before she could fully accept it. Then, from somewhere nearby, a faint noise reached her ears from inside an alley. She turned toward the sound with worry showing on her face, pausing as she wondered whether she had actually heard something or only imagined it. The noise came again, clearer this time, and it was unmistakably coming from inside a trash can. When she stepped closer and peered inside, her eyes widened in sudden shock. There, curled up inside the trash can, was Polly. He was hugging himself tightly, huddled in the cold as if trying to make his small body disappear. She let out a quiet sigh as the truth settled in. Polly was a half-breed child. She reached toward him gently, thinking about how tiny and fragile Polly looked, and how much suffering he must have already been through. In a soft voice, she asked if he was all right. Her hand brushed against Polly's cheek, and she immediately felt how icy cold his skin was. With concern in her voice, she murmured that he was freezing. Polly looked up at the grandmother with fear filling his eyes, his small body drawn tight and stiff. Even though she seemed gentle, he stared at her as if he expected that kindness to twist into danger at any moment. Terrible memories surged through Polly's mind all at once. He remembered people saying that half-breeds could be sold off like objects or worse, used as punching bags, beaten and thrown away afterward because no one would care what happened to them. Overwhelmed by pure panic, Polly suddenly lashed out and slapped the grandmother's hand away before she could touch him anymore. The grandmother watched in alarm as Polly's small body lost its balance. A second later, he tumbled out of the trash can and fell onto the rain-soaked ground. Polly quickly raised one hand toward her like a shield, trying to keep her away. His voice trembled as he demanded to know who she was and told her not to come near him. Seeing his filthy clothes, his wounded body, and the way he looked ready to run even while hurt, the grandmother wondered if there was truly no one looking after him. He was injured, alone, and abandoned out here in the rain with no safe place to return to. Polly waved her off again, repeating in a frightened voice that she should not come any closer. But the grandmother had already made up her mind. There was no way she could simply turn around and leave him there. Polly curled tightly in on himself, wrapping both arms over his body as if trying to protect every vulnerable part of him. He squeezed his eyes shut, bracing himself like he expected something awful to happen. After a short moment passed and nothing struck him, Polly cautiously opened one eye and peeked up at her. The grandmother leaned over him and quietly shifted her umbrella, letting it cover Polly from the falling rain. Then, in a soft and careful voice, she asked if he would like to come home with her, if he truly had nowhere else to go. Later on, the family finally arrived at Grandma's house, and everyone stepped out of the car with the cheerful warmth of a long-awaited family visit surrounding them. Grandma smiled warmly as she patted Anna and Matthew on the head, looking at both children with deep fondness before saying they had grown so much since she last saw them. Tracy planted both hands on her hips and pouted like she had been left out, complaining that the children were always so sweet and affectionate with Grandma, yet never acted that way with her. With the children gathered close beside her, Grandma glanced toward her daughter with amused eyes and teased that Tracy was still just a child herself, even after becoming the mother of 3 kids. Then Grandma turned her playful smile toward John and joked that life must be hard for him, since he had to deal with her daughter every single day. After that, Grandma bent down toward shy little Yoon, her expression softening as a warm and welcoming smile spread across her face. Yoon clung tightly to her mother's leg, hiding close against her, while Grandma gently reminded her that they had actually met last year, even if Yoon probably did not remember it anymore. Still half hidden behind her mother, Yoon quietly listened as Grandma leaned closer and asked how old she was now. Then, after gathering just a little bit of courage, Yoon suddenly left her mother's side and ran over to Grandma. She lifted her tiny hand with pride and carefully held up 3 little fingers. With a shy but happy smile on her face, Yoon proudly announced that she was already 3 years old. Grandma burst into delighted laughter, pulling Yoon into her arms and hugging her close while calling her absolutely adorable. After that sweet moment, Grandma looked around at everyone with a bright smile and said they must all be hungry by now, so they should get dinner started soon. She added that she would order everyone's favorite chicken. The whole family cheerfully passed through the gate together, their voices light as they headed inside the house. But the moment Matthew stepped into the yard, he suddenly slowed down, his expression shifting from relaxed to thoughtful. Manna flared in Matthew's eye, sharpening his senses as he focused his attention on the house ahead. Anna turned back when she heard Matthew stop her, immediately noticing that something about his mood and posture had changed. Matthew carefully scanned the house with his senses and detected Manna coming from inside. But it did not feel like a monster's presence. It was far too calm for that. Matthew raised one finger to his lips, silently signaling Anna to stay quiet. As he stared toward the house, he thought the presence inside might belong to a thief. He crouched down and cautiously cracked the door open. If someone had really broken into his grandmother's house, Matthew knew there was no way he could just ignore it. Inside the room, Matthew spotted Polly sitting on the floor, and the first thought that crossed his mind was that the kid looked much smaller than he had expected. Polly's ears twitched as he turned around, casually asking whether the chicken had arrived yet. The moment Matthew heard him speak, he decided it was better to strike first. Without wasting even a second, Matthew rushed into the room and threw himself straight at Polly. At that exact moment, Grandma entered while carrying Yoon, with Tracy and John following right behind her. The whole family froze in alarm as they stared at the sudden chaos unfolding in front of them. Grandma looked at her grandson in complete confusion and asked what all that noise was supposed to be about. With the table knocked over and Matthew bent forward in front of Polly, Matthew demanded to know how Polly had ended up inside this house. Polly clenched his teeth, looking just as confused and annoyed by the situation, and snapped back by asking what was going on. Then Polly scratched his head, and in that moment, Matthew suddenly realized exactly who he was looking at. Shock burst out of him as he blurted out that it was Polly. Matthew stared at Polly while the boy sat there rubbing the bump on his head, still trying to recover from the sudden attack that had just come out of nowhere. A drink was poured into a glass, the liquid quietly filling it as the room's earlier tension finally began to calm down. Anna's parents had no choice but to acknowledge that Grandma had been right about the situation. Grandma explained that she had planned to tell everyone the full story once they arrived, rather than letting them discover Polly in such a sudden and surprising way. The parents agreed that this was probably for the best, while the boys at the table continued eating as if the earlier tension had already faded into the background. Then Grandma began explaining how she had first met Polly and how everything had started. Matthew studied the unfamiliar boy sitting nearby, and as he watched him, he realized just how much the future had already shifted from what he knew. Polly grumbled with irritation, complaining that Matthew kept staring at him every single time he tried to take a bite of food. Then Polly turned toward Grandma with a rude attitude and flatly declared that he was not going to share his food with anyone. Even after hearing that, Matthew continued watching Polly closely, his eyes fixed on the boy while Polly kept eating. When Grandma kindly offered Polly more food, Polly snapped back at her without hesitation and told her to fuck off. That single answer instantly made Matthew's anger flare. His expression darkened, and a sharp surge of fury rose through him at once. Polly grabbed a soda off the table as if it had belonged to him from the very beginning, not even bothering to ask anyone. Then, with that same shameless attitude, he kept running his mouth about the guests in the room, speaking like he had absolutely no intention of showing even the smallest bit of respect. Matthew only needed to watch him for a brief moment before his patience ran out. In his mind, one thing became very clear. This rude little brat needed to be taught some manners right away. Before the atmosphere inside the house could turn even uglier, Matthew calmly rose from his seat. With a composed expression, he told Grandma that he and Polly were just going outside for a short walk. Polly reacted instantly, raising his voice and throwing out excuse after excuse, as he desperately tried to avoid being taken anywhere alone with Matthew. Grandma, however, looked pleased by the suggestion, thinking that the two boys were already trying to become friends. John simply watched them for a moment, then told them to be careful while they were outside. Anna immediately wanted to go with them as well, but Matthew stopped her before she could follow and asked her to stay behind in the house. After that, Matthew looked back at Polly and told him to come along. Polly snapped back at once, saying he had never agreed to go anywhere with him in the first place. Matthew did not bother arguing any further. He reached out, grabbed the little troublemaker by the collar, and dragged him straight down from the table. Then, in a low and firm voice that left no room for refusal, Matthew warned Polly that whether he liked it or not, he was coming with him. By the time the sky had begun to glow with the colors of sunset, Matthew had already dragged Polly all the way out toward the gate. Matthew tossed Polly down onto the ground, but even after being dragged outside like that, Polly was still stubbornly clutching a Pepsi in his hand. Polly planted one hand behind himself to keep from falling flat, then started pushing his body back up from the ground. But the moment his eyes dropped toward the dirt beneath him, anger flashed across his face. The chicken he had been holding had fallen onto the ground, sitting in the dirt long enough that it could no longer be eaten. Polly exploded at Matthew, shouting furiously as he accused him of ruining his food. Matthew looked completely unmoved and coldly told Polly that there was nothing to be done about it now. Then he lifted one hand and snapped his fingers. In an instant, a dome of energy formed around them, sealing both boys inside its barrier. Polly stared at the sudden wall of power with genuine shock in his eyes. Matthew explained in a calm voice that from this moment on, no one outside would be able to hear them, and no one would be able to interfere with what happened inside. He tossed the bottle over his shoulder and said flatly that Polly's behavior barely made him seem human at all. Then Matthew raised the bottle again, his expression turning sharper and colder, as he promised that he would personally fix that problem. Polly sprang to his feet with both fists clenched tightly, glaring at Matthew with open hatred as he shouted that he could not stand him. Before Polly could even properly react, Matthew lunged forward and swung the bottle straight at him. The strike was packed with energy, and the moment it connected, it slammed into Polly with a heavy, brutal force. Matthew made it painfully clear that the feeling went both ways. He hated Polly too. As Matthew's next swing came rushing in, Polly was still struggling to recover from the sheer power of that first hit. Matthew continued striking him while demanding that Polly show respect to his grandmother, the woman who had saved him, brought him into her home, and given him a safe place to sleep. Then the final blow came crashing down, landing even harder than all the strikes that had come before it. Polly hit the ground hard and stayed there, his body too battered to force itself back up. Standing over him, Matthew began listing the words and insults Polly was never allowed to say to his granny again. Matthew demanded that Polly learn even the most basic manners, while Polly screamed desperately and begged for someone to come help him. But Matthew reminded him coldly that no one beyond the dome could hear a single sound. Meanwhile, back inside the house, the family continued chatting in a warm, relaxed mood, completely convinced that the boys were outside getting closer and building a new friendship. Matthew added that the only possible way to reach someone beyond the barrier would be through telepathy. Clutching his aching head, Polly insisted that something like that was impossible. Matthew stared down at him as if Polly had completely lost his mind, wondering what kind of ridiculous nonsense he was trying to say to a 10-year-old. Then Matthew remembered the lie Polly would one day tell in the future, claiming that he had learned telepathy at an unusually young age. Matthew narrowed his eyes at Polly and asked whether that lie deserved another hit. The second Matthew lifted the bottle again, Polly's entire body stiffened with fear. Inside the sealed dome, every cry for help disappeared before it could ever reach the outside world. The next day, back at the family's house, Polly was down on all fours, remembering the painful blows Matthew had carefully left in places no one else would be able to notice. The whole family sat around Polly, watching him closely as the conversation shifted toward his situation and what should happen to him next. After finding out Polly's age, Tracy and John looked at him and asked what grade he was in. Polly answered bluntly that he had never gone to school before, and on top of that, he had no intention of starting now. Matthew's eyes shifted in color, and the look he gave Polly immediately turned sharp and threatening. That gaze clearly frightened Polly, but he still managed to finish what he was saying before quickly shutting his mouth. Matthew remembered hearing that, in the future, Polly had been bullied at the academy. He walked over to Polly, placed a hand on his shoulder, and calmly suggested that the two of them should attend the same class together. Polly thought second grade might be fine for everyone else, but when it came to himself, he firmly refused to go along with that idea. While Tracy asked Polly what he thought about the suggestion, Matthew quietly used telepathy to push him into accepting it. Against his own will, Polly agreed to be placed in second grade, and Matthew looked completely satisfied with how things had turned out. Grandma smiled warmly as she watched them, saying that the boys had become close surprisingly fast, and Tracy happily agreed with her. Polly sat there completely frozen, confusion written all over his face. His eyes kept darting from one person to another, desperately searching for even the smallest sign that someone else had noticed the threats being aimed straight at him, but everyone around him acted as if nothing strange was happening at all. After he was practically forced into laughing along with the others, Polly looked around at the bright, cheerful faces of the entire family. Only then did it sink in that they were smiling simply because his mood seemed better, and that realization made him feel even more helpless, like he had been trapped with no way to explain himself. Matthew's gaze slowly drifted back toward Polly once again. Polly, however, kept his head lowered, his shoulders tense as he tried with all his strength to act as if Matthew wasn't standing there, hoping that pretending not to notice him might somehow make him disappear. But then, without giving Polly any chance to avoid him, Matthew suddenly reached out and grabbed him firmly by the collar. In that casual, almost terrifyingly relaxed tone, he said they should take another little walk. Polly immediately cried out that he didn't want to go, but by the time his protest left his mouth, Matthew had already dragged him far too deep into the situation to escape. By midday, the scene had shifted inside the embassy building. Amanda sat calmly at a table with a teacup in her hand, her posture composed and unreadable, while two guards stood close beside her, silently watching over the room without making a single unnecessary movement. Seated across from Amanda were the two Italian representatives, Albert and Susan. They had come to discuss a proposal involving the safe return of thousands of Koreans, hoping to secure assistance in sending those people back to their homeland without further danger. In exchange for helping those Koreans return safely, the Italian side wanted Korea to support them in dealing with a monster in the North Atlantic. According to their explanation, the creature was not even considered a first-class threat, which made their request sound deceptively simple. Amanda raised her teacup with a calm, measured expression, studying them over the rim for a moment. Then she asked whether supplying their soldiers with potions would be enough to meet Italy's conditions and satisfy what they were asking for. Albert answered with a polished smile, his tone smooth and diplomatic. He openly praised the potions, admitting without hesitation that they had already proven to be extremely useful and impressively effective in the field. Then Albert carefully steered the discussion in another direction, bringing up the possibility of a trade involving Mediterranean mana alloys. Amanda immediately caught the shift and questioned whether Italy truly had no use for such a precious resource themselves. Without any warning at all, Susan lifted one leg as fierce energy surged around it. In the next instant, that leg slammed down with brutal force, smashing the clean white table between them into shattered pieces that scattered across the room. Amanda reacted without panic, immediately telling her guards that there was no need for them to hold back. Albert quickly rushed to interrupt before the situation exploded further, asking for assistance while reminding her that Korean civilians were still part of the exchange they were negotiating. Susan sneered at the Korean players with open contempt, calling them weak and mocking them for failing to protect even their own goddess. Amanda, still maintaining her composure, simply turned slightly and asked one of her guards for a napkin, as if Susan's insults were barely worth reacting to. Albert warned Susan not to push the matter any further, clearly trying to rein in the situation before it became irreversible. But Susan continued testing the limits anyway, and at last Albert's patience broke as he sharply turned his anger on his own partner. Even after that warning, Susan refused to stop. He kept throwing insults at Korea, each word more provocative than the last, until Amanda's patience was finally pushed far enough that she decided it was time to give him an answer. Using the force of her remote control power, Amanda seized Susan without even needing to touch him. In one clean, effortless motion, she yanked him straight out of his seat and slammed him down onto the floor. Amanda then made her position unmistakably clear. No matter how badly they had behaved, and no matter how insulting they had been, she would still provide support to Italy for the sake of her people. She went on to promise that, in return for the safe return of the civilians, Korea would send 2 members of the 12 thrones to assist them. It was a firm offer, delivered with the calm authority of someone who had already made her decision. Once the offer had been placed on the table, Amanda rose from her seat with the same composed expression she had worn from the beginning. Then, without any visible anger or hesitation, she lifted her hand and snapped her fingers. The instant that sharp sound cut through the room, a fierce, piercing pain tore through both Albert's and Susan's necks. Their bodies reacted immediately, jolting under the sudden shock before they could even fully understand what had happened. Amanda turned toward the exit and began walking away, her steps steady and unhurried. Behind her, the 2 ambassadors shouted furious threats, their voices rising through the room as they tried to regain control of the situation. But Amanda showed no trace of fear. Without even wavering, she told them to report every detail of the agreement to their superiors exactly as it had happened, making it clear she had no intention of hiding a single thing. Susan, completely consumed by rage, swore that he would kill Amanda. Albert urgently warned him to stop, but Susan ignored him entirely, too blinded by fury to listen to the danger standing right in front of him. He launched himself toward Amanda in a reckless burst of anger. But before he could get anywhere near her, his body slammed violently into an invisible barrier, stopping him cold as if the air itself had become a wall. Albert slowly shifted his gaze toward his own partner. As he looked at Susan, his eyes began glowing with a cold blue light, the sudden change making the atmosphere in the room turn even heavier. With his own power, Albert had locked Susan firmly in place, leaving him unable to move freely. The message was painfully clear. If Susan tried to act out one more time, the next thing waiting for him would be death. Amanda glanced back over her shoulder, her expression still calm and faintly unimpressed. Then she remarked that, at the very least, it was good to see one of them still had some sense left. After that, the ambassadors were firmly ordered to leave the building. There was no space left for negotiation, no chance to argue, and no opportunity for them to keep pushing the confrontation any further. Once the massive doors finally closed behind them, Susan could no longer hold himself together. With Amanda out of sight, his rage spilled out completely, his fury breaking loose after being forced down inside the embassy. At the Blue House, the atmosphere shifted into something quieter but no less tense. Someone spoke about how important it was to remain calm, warning that emotions could not be allowed to take control of their decisions. Ron told Amanda that, now that people regarded her as a goddess, she had to follow the proper rules and carry herself with greater care. In his eyes, her position demanded caution, restraint, and a more controlled image. Amanda made it absolutely clear that she had no intention of simply accepting Ron's advice without question. Meanwhile, Neville challenged Ron's assumption, asking how he could be so certain that Amanda viewed the situation the same way he did. Amanda immediately turned a sharp look on Neville, the kind of look that made the room feel colder in an instant. She told him never to bring that subject up again, and Neville backed down at once without saying another word. Neville then stepped closer and handed Amanda a document. He explained that the ambassador had sent a gift, a Maserati. According to him, Big Mama had arranged for the car to come all the way from Italy as a gesture of friendship, and that gift might reveal something about how she currently viewed Korea. Amanda rejected it immediately, ordering the car to be sent straight back to Italy without the slightest hesitation. Neville was visibly surprised by how quickly and decisively she dismissed such an expensive gift. Amanda lowered her head slightly, her tone turning more thoughtful as she began speaking about Big Mama. She said she had already heard plenty about just how cunning and dangerous that woman could be. Amanda reasoned that someone as arrogant as Big Mama would never have sent those ambassadors by accident. Then she ordered Neville to keep the guests under close surveillance and to report back immediately if there was even the smallest sign of a hidden plot. Neville accepted the order right away. His expression grew serious as he understood exactly what Amanda was asking of him and how carefully those guests would need to be watched. A moment later, the office door shut behind Neville. With his departure, the room became quiet again, leaving only Amanda and Ron alone together in the stillness. Amanda rose from her chair and started toward the exit. Her movements were calm, but there was a firm decisiveness in her posture, as if her next steps had already been settled in her mind. Ron tried to put a more optimistic spin on the deal, speaking as though the agreement might still bring something worthwhile. Amanda answered by praising the engineer who had created the pharmacist potion, acknowledging that without that invention, negotiations like this would not have been possible. She said that once the agreement was fully completed, she would make sure to thank Italy properly. As she said it, she reached toward the window and calmly shut it, closing off the outside air. Ron warned Amanda that provoking the ambassadors in that way could lead to real danger, especially when so much was riding on the deal. His concern was clear, even if Amanda did not seem shaken by it. Amanda turned her gaze toward him, her expression steady and unreadable. Then she asked whether he truly believed she was the kind of person who needed a bodyguard watching over her. Ron looked away, falling into thought for a moment. Amanda then pointed out that the divine spear was sitting in the next room, so if anyone ended up facing a problem, it would be the ambassadors, not her. Later on, Amanda walked down the street in a noticeably brighter mood. Her steps seemed lighter than before, and the heavy tension from earlier appeared to have lifted from her shoulders. The doctor had just told her that she was 6 weeks pregnant. That single piece of news lingered in her mind as she moved through the city, quietly changing the feeling of everything around her. Amanda lifted her eyes toward a plane passing high overhead. She watched it glide across the sky for a brief moment, following its path before finally lowering her gaze and continuing forward. Just then, her phone buzzed, cutting into her thoughts and drawing her attention back down. She looked toward the screen in her hand, pulled out of that quiet moment by the sudden notification. The message was from her boyfriend. The instant Amanda recognized who had sent it, her attention settled fully on the screen, as if everything else around her briefly faded into the background. Tate's message came through with that simple, everyday warmth, asking Mally if she had eaten lunch yet, like nothing in the world had changed. Mally's heart tightened because what she really wanted was to tell him about the pregnancy in person, looking right at him. So instead of revealing everything over the phone, she only quietly admitted that she had been at the hospital. Mally tried hard to keep her voice from shaking as she spoke to Tate. She asked him to come home from work a little earlier than usual, telling him there was something important they needed to sit down and talk about together. Tate responded with a short and simple answer, agreeing right away without pressing her for details or asking too many questions. And just like that, the call ended almost as quickly as it had started, leaving Mally alone with everything she hadn't said. Mally slowly lowered the phone from her ear, a soft smile spreading across her face despite the nervousness in her chest. Her thoughts were already drifting toward Tate, and in that moment, she found herself wishing she could see him even sooner. Then Mally glanced down again, checking her phone as another thought crossed her mind. For a brief second, she wondered whether the message might be from Valentine, but right as she hesitated, Susan suddenly stepped into view directly in front of her. The moment Mally realized Susan was standing there, her entire body locked up. Fear rushed through her so fast that she couldn't even think clearly, let alone make a move to run. Susan fixed his eyes on Mally with a sharp, uncomfortable stare that made the air around her feel colder. Then he asked how someone like her had managed to end up in a place like this. His gaze lingered on Mally's face for a little too long, studying her with a disturbing kind of interest. Then, with a smile that only made him seem more dangerous, Susan added that she looked even prettier than the last time they had met. Albert stood a short distance behind Susan, keeping himself slightly removed as he watched the scene play out. His expression remained cold as he remarked that things were no longer looking very good for Mally. Susan moved in closer before Mally could do anything, covering her mouth while staring straight into her terrified eyes. His command was low and threatening as he ordered her to come with them quietly and not make a scene. Back at the office, Tate was still focused on his work when his phone suddenly rang again. The moment he saw Mally's name on the screen, he paused in surprise, confused because they had only spoken just a little while ago. Tate answered the call immediately, his concern showing in the tightness of his voice. He asked Mally what was wrong and why she was calling him again so soon after their last conversation. But Mally didn't explain where she was or what had happened. Instead, she quietly thanked Tate for everything, and the strange, final weight behind those words made him feel both confused and deeply alarmed. Then, with her voice trembling as if each word was being dragged out of her against her will, Mally asked Tate not to look for her anymore. The request sounded so painful that it only made the danger feel more real. Tate shot up from his chair in a panic, no longer able to stay calm. He shouted Mally's name into the phone, desperately trying to get her to answer him properly and tell him what was really going on. Mally's hands shook uncontrollably as she pulled the phone away from her ear. Fighting through the fear, she turned it off completely, cutting Tate's voice away and ending the call before he could reach her. Susan sat beside Mally with a pleased, self-satisfied look on his face. He praised her as though she had just made the most reasonable choice possible, twisting the situation into something almost casual. Susan went on to say that they should let other people keep living their ordinary lives. But the way he spoke, so smug and theatrical, clearly grated on Albert, whose expression showed that he was far from impressed. Outside, the day was bright and warm, with heavy sunlight pouring over the street. The heat seemed to hang in the air, making every step under the sun feel even more draining. The girls complained about how unbearably hot it was and suggested that they should head to a cafe with strong air conditioning. Matthew and Laura both agreed right away, clearly seeing the idea as a welcome escape from the heat. Matthew said he needed to drop off his bag first and would meet up with them afterward. Catherine quickly reacted as well, telling him to wait for her because she wanted to go along too. One of the girls called after Matthew, warning him not to show up late again like he had the last time. From the way she said it, it was obvious that his previous delay had not been forgotten. But before the casual conversation could continue, everyone's attention was suddenly pulled across the street. Over there, several grown men were forcing Mally toward a car, moving her along even though she clearly didn't want to go. Matthew froze for a brief moment, caught off guard by the scene unfolding right in front of him. But after that first instant of confusion, the pieces suddenly clicked into place in his mind. The men had masks covering their faces, and Mally's whole body looked tense and unwilling as they pushed her toward the vehicle. It was obvious she wasn't following them by choice. She was only moving because they were threatening her. Matthew focused his attention on Mally, trying to understand the situation as fast as he could. At the same time, one question flashed through his mind. What kind of mess had Tate somehow gotten dragged into this time? Matthew searched through his memory, trying to connect this scene to anything he knew. But no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't remember any major conflict with Italy happening during that particular year. Then, little by little, the forgotten pieces started returning to him. The second-class Leviathan had been defeated, and afterward, the government had sent 3 of the thrones to Italy. That decision had cost Korea an enormous amount of military strength. The Divine Spear lost his left arm, the railgun was left ruined after going berserk, and everyone had believed the florist died in battle. But now, judging from what was happening, it seemed the florist had actually survived. Mally had been taken hostage, and Susan had entered Korea under the official title of ambassador. As Matthew remembered it, that entire chain of events had sparked protests across multiple countries. The outrage had spread far beyond Korea, turning the incident into an international storm. In the end, Big Mama herself had ordered Susan to be publicly executed. That single decision had made the whole situation even more violent and brutal than it already was. Thinking about what might happen to Mally if events continued down that same path, Matthew immediately warned Laura to stay where she was. No matter what happened next, he told her not to follow him. Matthew kept trying to calm Laura down as much as he could, even though his own mind was racing. He needed to find some way to contact Tate before the situation moved past the point of no return. Then Matthew slipped into his sneakers and focused his energy around them. A sphere of power wrapped around his feet, preparing his body for the sudden burst of speed he was about to unleash. In the next second, Matthew launched himself forward at full speed. He vanished so quickly that his girlfriend was left staring after him, struggling to process how he had disappeared from sight in an instant. Matthew already knew exactly what needed to be done. There was no time left to hesitate, no room to think it over, and no chance to let Mally be taken without acting. Matthew sprinted around the corner after the car, chasing it with everything he had. But then he stopped suddenly when he realized the vehicle had already come to a halt as well. Albert and Susan were standing right there in the road, facing Matthew directly. Their mocking smiles made it feel as though they had expected him to follow and had been waiting for him from the beginning. Matthew understood the setup immediately. Albert and Susan had noticed him tailing them, and instead of trying to escape, they had deliberately arranged this confrontation. Susan began moving toward Matthew with a slow, measured stride. Every step looked deliberate, and the way he approached made it obvious that he wanted something from the boy in front of him. Susan stopped right in front of Matthew, closing the space between them until the pressure felt unavoidable. With an intimidating glare, he began questioning Matthew directly. Then Susan's voice turned colder, losing what little playfulness it had before. He demanded to know exactly what Matthew wanted from them and why he had come after them. Matthew saw the attack coming before it could connect. When Susan suddenly threw a left hook at him, Matthew raised his energy just in time and blocked the blow head-on. Matthew's counterattack struck hard enough to send Susan flying sideways. For one brief instant after the impact, the entire scene seemed to fall into stunned silence. Susan stared at Matthew in complete disbelief, his face twisting with confusion. He clearly couldn't understand how a kid had just blocked him and thrown him back like that. As Susan pushed himself back up, the shock still hadn't left his expression. He looked at Matthew as if he were staring at something unnatural and asked what was wrong with this kid. Susan guessed that in Korea even children must be taught how to use mana. Albert, meanwhile, simply watched from the side with a faint smirk, looking more entertained than concerned. Susan's playful attitude disappeared as he finally started taking Matthew seriously. He lowered his stance, planting his legs like tightly compressed springs waiting for the perfect moment to release. Then Susan launched himself high into the air with explosive force. As he rose above Matthew, he declared that he would beat the strength right out of him. Matthew twisted his body at the very last instant, letting Susan's kick tear past him by the smallest possible margin. The force of it swept through the air above him as he dropped low, barely slipping underneath the attack before it could smash into him. In that split second, Matthew's expression hardened as the truth became impossible to ignore. Susan wasn't just trying to frighten him, test him, or shove him out of the way. He was attacking with the clear intention of killing him. Matthew clenched his teeth, forcing himself not to panic as he drove mana down through his body and into his legs. He pushed the energy as fast as he could, trying to make every muscle respond before Susan could strike again. A bright surge of power began glowing around Matthew's legs. Then, in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from Susan's line of sight and reappeared behind him, already twisting his body into position for his next attack. Matthew swung a heavy kick straight towards Susan's head, putting real weight and force behind the blow. But Susan's reaction was frighteningly quick, and he slipped away just before the attack could land cleanly. Susan spun back around with terrifying speed, his movement sharp and precise. He thrust his arm forward like a deadly weapon, driving it straight toward Matthew as if he meant to end the fight in one strike. Matthew caught the small opening in Susan's movement the moment it appeared. Without wasting even a breath, he pulled his focus back into his legs and began gathering mana there once again. While Susan kept reaching toward him with unmistakable killing intent, Matthew launched his own counterattack. He struck back with mana-charged force, using the energy in his legs to turn the opening into a chance to fight. Matthew flipped sharply through the air, changing his direction in a sudden, almost impossible angle. The movement was so abrupt that even Susan was thrown off for a brief instant. Still suspended in motion, Matthew compressed his mana into a tight, focused sphere. Then he fired it straight at Susan, sending the condensed energy cutting through the air between them. Susan raised his arm and blocked the attack head-on. After absorbing the impact, he looked at Matthew again, his expression shifting as he began to reassess the boy standing in front of him. Matthew landed back on the road with a firm, solid step. He straightened himself quickly, keeping his guard up as he prepared for whatever Susan might throw at him next. Susan admitted that Matthew's mana was stronger than he had expected. As he spoke, he shook out his hand slightly, as though the impact had actually stung enough for him to feel it. Then Susan suddenly blurred forward, closing in with a burst of speed so extreme that even Matthew felt a flash of fear run through him. The distance between them seemed to vanish all at once. In an instant, Susan was right in front of Matthew, towering over him with a cold, oppressive presence. He reminded Matthew that no matter how strong his mana might be, he was still just a child. Matthew glanced back, trying to react, but he was already a step too late. Susan's hand clamped around his neck with brutal strength, squeezing down before Matthew could fully defend himself. Susan's face twisted with open enjoyment as his grip tightened around Matthew's throat. From the look in his eyes, it was clear he had no intention of letting go on his own. Matthew tried to force Susan away by pushing back with Manhwa, gathering everything he could into one desperate attempt. But Susan shut the effort down almost immediately, crushing the resistance before it could free him. Susan leaned in closer, his voice calm and cruel as he spoke into Matthew's face. He told him that he wasn't the only one who knew how to control and use Manhwa. Matthew knew he had to escape somehow, no matter what it took. If he remained caught in Susan's grip, it would all be over. His air was vanishing fast, and every passing second drained more strength from his body. Just then, Mally stepped out of the car, her face pale and shaken with fear. She cried out for them to let Matthew go, her voice breaking as she tried to stop what was happening. Mally turned her desperate plea toward Albert, reminding him of the promise they had made. They had said they wouldn't hurt anyone in her family, and now she was begging him to honor that. Susan glanced toward Mally, still holding Matthew by the throat. With a sharp look, he asked whether she actually knew the boy he was choking. But even after hearing that, Susan clearly didn't see it as a reason to stop. Instead, his fingers tightened even harder around Matthew's neck, making the situation more dangerous by the second. Mally kept begging them to release Matthew, her fear spilling into every word. But Susan insisted that a boy this dangerous had to be killed immediately, before they lost the chance to get rid of him. At last, Albert called out to Susan. His voice cut through the tension like a command, sharp enough to make it clear that he was no longer simply watching from the side. With no real choice left, Susan finally loosened his grip. After a moment of obvious reluctance, he released Matthew and let him drop free. Susan lowered his hand, irritation and reluctance still visible in the way he moved. Then he turned away from Matthew and began walking back toward the car. Matthew collapsed into harsh, painful coughs, dragging air back into his lungs as if every breath had to be fought for. Meanwhile, Susan headed over toward Mally. Mally immediately rushed to Matthew's side, unable to hide the worry on her face. She leaned toward him and asked if he was okay, her voice full of fear and concern. Kneeling beside him, Mally thanked Matthew for trying to save her. The quiet sincerity in her voice hit him unexpectedly, catching him completely off guard in the middle of the chaos. After a few heavy seconds of silence, Mally lowered her head. Then she slipped off her wedding ring and carefully placed it into Matthew's hand, treating the small object as something unbearably precious. Mally softly asked Matthew to give the ring to Tate. Her voice was gentle, but the seriousness behind it made the request feel painfully final. Matthew stared at Mally, still struggling to understand what was happening. Desperate for answers before she disappeared from him, he asked again what was really going on. Mally looked terrified, but she kept pleading with him anyway. More than anything, she needed Matthew to understand the message she wanted him to carry, even if she couldn't explain everything. Mally folded both of Matthew's hands over the ring, closing his fingers around it as if sealing her words inside. Then she asked him to tell Tate that she had been very happy. Matthew begged Mally not to go, panic cracking through his voice as he tried to stop her. But she only lowered her head, answering him with silence instead of giving him the reassurance he wanted. Matthew kept calling Mally's name as she walked past Susan. Even with his voice chasing after her, she continued forward without turning around. Susan warned Matthew to leave while he was still choosing to be nice. His tone was calm, but the threat underneath it was impossible to miss. Then Susan suddenly grabbed Matthew by the head. With terrifying ease, he hurled him away as if Matthew's body weighed almost nothing. Matthew crashed hard onto the asphalt, his body skidding beside the road from the force of the throw. His head struck the ground painfully, leaving him stunned and sprawled near the street. Albert warned Susan to control himself, his tone making it clear that Susan's temper was already pushing things too far. Even he seemed to recognize how close the situation had come to spiraling out of control. The car door shut with a heavy, final sound. A moment later, the vehicle pulled away from the roadside, carrying Mally with it as it disappeared down the street. Matthew remained sitting beside the trash cans, battered, stunned, and unable to move. All he could do was watch as the car grew farther away, taking Mally out of his reach. A crushing weight settled over Matthew's entire body. It felt as though everything he had been carrying, everything he had fought to change, had suddenly come crashing down on him all at once. He thought about all the things he had struggled so hard to alter: saving his family, protecting his friends, and lowering the number of victims at Mount Buchan. Every effort had been made with the hope of changing the future for the better. But after everything he had done, Matthew couldn't stop the question from rising in his mind. What had all those changes truly cost him in the end? Slowly, Matthew pushed himself up from the garbage bags, his body still aching from the impact. Even as he moved, his mind remained trapped in the storm of thoughts spinning inside him. He forced himself to steady his breathing, trying to pull his scattered thoughts back together. And in that painful moment, he realized that from the very beginning, he really had done everything he possibly could to change this future. But when Matthew looked down at Mally's ring resting in his hand, one devastating truth became impossible to deny. No matter what future he had tried to create, there could be no future for Tate without Mally. Matthew tightened his fist around Mally's ring until the small band pressed painfully into his palm. In that moment, he made a silent vow to himself that he would not allow Mally to disappear from Tate's future, no matter how impossible the situation seemed. Elsewhere, a closet door had been left slightly ajar, hanging open just enough to reveal a narrow slice of the room beyond it. Through that small gap, the quiet scene on the other side could be seen. John wiped the sweat from his forehead with a tired motion, his body clearly worn down from hours of non-stop work. He had been pushing himself without a proper break, and the exhaustion was beginning to show on his face. Everyone in the workshop was moving in a rush, trying to finish a government order before the deadline came crashing down on them. The pressure in the room kept growing heavier by the minute, making every task feel urgent. John even said they might have no choice but to cut back on sleep if they wanted to complete everything on time. It was the kind of half-serious suggestion that made the workload feel even more overwhelming. Laura walked over to John while he was still catching his breath and quietly held out a drink for him. Her gesture was simple, but it carried a gentle concern as she offered him a moment of relief. John glanced down at the glass in her hand, then looked back at Laura with a small smile. When she questioned the look on his face, he told her he had only been joking before accepting the drink and taking a sip anyway. Just then, the phone resting on the table suddenly lit up. The screen glowed against the busy workshop atmosphere, and Matthew's number appeared on it. John picked up the call right away and asked what was wrong. On the other end, Matthew immediately apologized for calling so suddenly, as if he knew he was interrupting something important. John cut through the apology without wasting time. He told Matthew not to worry about that and urged him to simply tell him what had happened. Matthew stood there asking his uncle for help, his voice carrying the weight of the emergency. As John listened, his eyes drifted toward the shelves filled with potions, taking in the large one-story potion workshop surrounding him. Behind the workshop, several girls were deep in training under the open sky. Their bodies moved through the wide space as they pushed their mana control harder and harder. Noah focused her energy around the roots of a massive tree, letting her mana spread through the earth beneath it. The roots responded to her control, tightening and shifting as her power wrapped around them. With a sharp snap of her fingers, Noah ripped the entire tree out of the ground. Its roots tore free from the soil and lashed forward toward Nancy like living tendrils reaching for their target. Nancy's body tensed the instant she saw the attack coming. Her eyes locked onto the incoming roots, and she braced herself to defend before they could crash into her. She sprang into the air and released her mana, pushing it outward to intercept the roots. The energy met the attack just in time, stopping the whipping roots before they could slam into her. Noah watched closely as Nancy dodged the rapid strikes one after another. Seeing that Nancy was still keeping up, Noah began to test her even harder, feeding more power into the attack. Noah's mana suddenly caught Nancy by the legs, wrapping around her before she could break away. In the next moment, Nancy was dragged forward, pulled directly into the heart of the danger zone. Nancy struggled inside the violent storm of mana, fighting to keep herself from being swallowed by the pressure around her. Every movement took effort as the force pushed against her from all sides. But it did not take long for Nancy to understand the gap between them. Her current skill still wasn't enough to deal with the full pressure Noah was putting on her. Then, in the middle of that chaos, Nancy suddenly noticed something cutting through the tornado-like flow surrounding her. A sharp force was slicing its way through the pressure. That force burst outward from inside the dome, breaking through the barrier in one sudden rush. The swirling mana split apart as the impact tore open a path. Nancy shot out from the center of the chaos while riding on a mana surfboard. Using it beneath her feet, she escaped the heart of the attack before it could fully close around her. Nancy complained that the training was ridiculously brutal, sounding completely worn out by the intensity. But Noah did not let her relax, instead pushing her to keep improving and endure more. When Noah saw that Nancy was still holding up better than expected, she swung her rod again. This time, a real whirlwind wrapped around Nancy and began dragging her downward. Nancy fought desperately to keep her balance, her body swaying under the force of the pull. She struggled against the whirlwind as it tried to yank her out of control. In the end, Nancy could not withstand the pressure. Her balance broke completely, and she began dropping helplessly toward the ground below. Before she could crash into the ground, Nancy quickly summoned mana jelly beneath the exact spot where she was about to land. The soft cushion appeared just in time under her falling body. Nancy landed safely on the soft pad, and the jelly absorbed the full impact for her. Instead of being hurt by the fall, she sank into the cushion as it swallowed the force. Using the rebound from the mana jelly, Nancy sprang upward again with renewed momentum. She immediately rushed straight back toward Noah, refusing to stay down. Noah gathered even more mana as she watched Nancy charge forward. Quietly, she found herself impressed by how stubborn and determined Nancy remained, even after being pushed so hard. Nancy summoned mana jelly again, and this time she used it with much sharper control. The jelly caught the flying pieces perfectly before they could scatter past her. Noah noticed how clever that move was, recognizing the quick thinking behind it. Still, she brushed it off as the kind of flexible imagination that naturally came with youth. Noah recalled both times Nancy had managed to block mana-based attacks. Without saying much aloud, she silently took note of how quickly the girl's skill was growing. Noah could clearly see Nancy's potential now, even as she enjoyed the feeling that victory was already within her reach. The gap between them still remained, but Nancy's progress was impossible to ignore. Then Noah called up tree roots once again, sending them toward Nancy before she could move freely. The roots wrapped around Nancy's legs, trapping her in place. Nancy dropped down in despair as she realized she had been caught. With her legs restrained, there was no easy way for her to escape this time. The roots lifted Nancy higher and higher into the air, carrying her helplessly above the ground. From below, Noah praised her effort, and Nancy finally gave in as she listened. Noah refused to lower Nancy right away, making it clear that the training still was not over. She said this was part of the lesson too, and Nancy had to endure it. Suddenly, Tate called Noah, interrupting the training session without warning. The call cut through the atmosphere, pulling Noah's attention away from Nancy at once. Noah immediately became cautious the moment she saw it was Tate. He rarely called her unless something serious had happened, and that alone was enough to put her on edge. What frightened Noah most was the possibility that Tate had gotten himself into serious trouble again. The thought hit her before she even knew what the call was about. By then, the streets had already turned dark and quiet. Most people had gone inside, leaving the outside roads nearly empty under the night sky. At home, Tate was packing weapons and gear with grim focus. Every movement he made was deliberate, as if he had already decided he was walking into something dangerous. He placed a gun into the case first, then added brass knuckles and a knife. Each item made the preparation feel more serious, like he was arming himself for a fight he could not avoid. After checking every piece of gear one more time, Tate shut the case firmly. The sound of it closing carried a finality, as if he had made sure nothing important had been missed. Tate stood up and adjusted his collar, steadying himself before whatever came next. His face was tense, but his movements stayed controlled. He was dressed only in pants and white socks, the rest of his upper body still bare. In the quiet room, he continued preparing himself without saying a word. Then Tate took off his shirt and looked over his muscular body with irritation rather than pride. The sight only made him angrier at himself, and he thought that he had gone soft, to the point where he no longer deserved his own name. That bitter thought pulled Tate back into memories of his younger days. Back then, he had been walking down the street with 2 ice creams in his hands, when he suddenly heard Mally accusing someone of groping her. 2 thugs moved the moment the accusation rang out, grabbing the man from both sides before he had any chance to slip away. They twisted his arms behind his back and locked him in place, forcing him to stand there helplessly. Tate walked forward with a cold, dangerous look in his eyes. Without taking his attention off the man for long, he handed the ice cream over to Mally, then turned his full glare onto the person who had dared to offend her. The man immediately started babbling excuses, insisting he had no idea what was going on, and claiming he had only come there to relax. But Tate's expression didn't change at all, because he clearly had no interest in listening to desperate explanations. Tate yanked off his jacket in one sharp motion, the movement carrying more threat than words ever could. Then he faced the man directly and accused him of hurting Mally, making it clear there would be no easy escape from this. The man froze completely, as if Tate's words had nailed him to the spot. The color drained from his face, and fear locked his body stiff before he could think of what to say next. Even with fear crawling across his face, the man clenched his teeth and forced himself to glare back. He tried to act as though he still had the courage to stand against Tate, even though his body was already betraying him. That little show of defiance was all Tate needed to see. In the next instant, he struck with brutal force, sending the man flying down the street with a single overwhelming blow. Blood sprayed through the air from the impact, splattering across the ice cream Mally was holding. The sweet treat in her hands was suddenly stained, turning that ordinary moment into something violent and unforgettable. The surrounding crowd erupted almost at once, their voices rising in excitement around them. People began praising Tate's terrifying strength, reacting as if they had just witnessed something beyond ordinary human power. Mally quietly thanked Tate, her voice soft compared to all the noise around them, and somehow, those simple words were enough to fluster him far more than the fight itself ever had. Elsewhere, at a gathering of the Sicilian Mafia, Big Mama's subordinates sat around a massive table. In that tense room, her rise to power was formally announced before everyone present. The rulers seated around the table clearly hated the arrangement. Their faces were dark with resentment, because not one of them wanted to bow their heads and live under someone else's command. Angry voices quickly began rising from every side of the room. One after another, they complained about how unreasonable the situation was, their frustration spilling out into the open. Then the chairman's voice cut sharply through the noise. With one firm command, he called for everyone in the room to be silent. Once the room finally quieted, the chairman revealed the plan. He announced that the children of the mafia bosses would be united through marriage, turning family ties into a political weapon. The mafiosi objected almost immediately, pushing back against the idea with visible anger. But the chairman didn't hesitate, calmly pressing forward as he laid out the benefits such a marriage could bring. He explained that the union did not need to be permanent. In his view, it could simply be a temporary arrangement, something both sides could use for advantage before eventually moving on. After a heavy pause settled over the room, the boss turned the news directly onto Mally. He ordered her to marry the son of another Don, and the moment those words reached her, Mally exploded in anger. Mally pleaded with her father to change his mind, desperate for him to take the order back. But no matter how urgently she begged, he remained completely silent, refusing to give her the answer she wanted. Meanwhile, the other boss's son wasn't even present for that serious meeting. He was off at a club instead, casually flirting with girls as if the future being arranged around him meant nothing at all. Even knowing exactly what kind of man that son was, Mally's father still insisted that she marry him. Worse than that, he expected her to eventually bear the man's child as part of the arrangement. Mally hated the idea from the very beginning. She didn't bother pretending otherwise, making her disgust and rejection clear in front of everyone. The Don explained that this marriage was necessary because their child might inherit the powers of both families. To him, the child was not being spoken of as a person, but as a future source of strength. Even the people gathered in the room were shaken by that possibility. The thought of a child born with both family powers was enough to make the entire atmosphere shift. Then the Don added an even crueler condition. Whichever child proved to be the strongest would be claimed by their side. That condition only made Mally's anger burn hotter. To her, it sounded like they were already treating her future child as property to be measured, fought over and taken. Tate watched Mally quietly from nearby, saying nothing while the others tried to calm her down. Around her, they kept pushing her to accept the decision as if her feelings no longer mattered. They urged Mally to think about the future of the family, pressing her to choose the path that would bring them the greatest benefit. Their words sounded practical, but every one of them only tightened the cage around her. The others quickly joined in to support the idea, their voices growing almost excited. They spoke about how powerful the heir could become if the marriage went through, focusing only on the strength that might be produced. Mally's father pushed even harder, telling her that if she truly cared about the family, she should accept the man chosen for her. His words left no room for her own wishes. Mally shot up from her seat, unable to swallow another word. In front of everyone gathered there, she openly refused, her outrage breaking through the pressure surrounding her. The Don ordered Mally to do whatever was necessary for the family's sake. Then the rest of the room joined in as well, pressuring her to bear a worthy heir as though her future had already been decided. In desperation, Mally turned her eyes toward Tate, silently begging her brother to speak up for her. But Tate remained quiet, hiding just how deeply unhappy he was behind that painful silence. That silence struck Mally harder than any argument in the room. The last bit of hope she had been clinging to was crushed right there. In the end, Mally lowered her head, her resistance finally collapsing under the weight of everyone's pressure. With nowhere left to turn, she forced out a reluctant yes. One by one, the people began filing out of the room, leaving the heavy decision behind them. Mally remained seated alone at the table, while Tate stayed standing behind her. Neither Mally nor Tate said a single word. But the silence between them was not empty. It carried everything they both understood and everything neither of them could bring themselves to say. Later that night, guards stood posted outside Mally's room. Their presence made it painfully clear that she was being watched closely and that leaving freely was no longer an option. Tate asked Mally to tell him everything, his voice quieter now as he tried to reach her. He wanted her to stop holding all that pain inside by herself. Standing by the window, Tate pleaded with Mally to say what she was truly feeling. He didn't want her to bury everything under silence just because the family had forced this onto her. Mally simply sat there with her head lowered, her body small and still beneath the weight of what had been decided for her. She looked as if the room itself had grown too heavy to breathe in. Then Tate lowered himself beside her and gently took her hand. By kneeling down, he brought himself closer to her level, as if he was trying to meet her in the middle of her pain. That small, careful touch finally broke through Mally's restraint. Tears spilled from her eyes, and at last she admitted the truth, that she didn't want any of this. Mally completely lost control, sobbing as the words poured out of her. She didn't want to be treated like an object, and she didn't want her child to be used like one either. Tate held Mally's hand firmly, staying right there in front of her as she cried. His expression settled into quiet resolve, and he refused to look away from the pain she had finally revealed. Then Tate brought the back of her hand to his lips and kissed it gently. After that, he asked Mally to run away with him. Mally slowly lifted her face through her tears, stunned by what she had just heard. For a moment, she seemed unable to believe those words were real. For the first time that night, genuine hope appeared on Mally's face. It was soft and fragile, but unmistakable, lighting her expression after so much despair. The window had been left open, and the curtains swayed gently in the night wind. In that quiet room, Tate's promise seemed to linger in the air between them. For Mally, after everything that had been forced onto her, hope still remained. Even if it was small, it was there, giving her something to hold on to. Before anyone around him could even catch on to what he was doing, Mid had already fixed his attention on Melly's phone signal, silently tracing the location as it moved across the screen. Once the tracking device was carefully tucked away in a spot no one would think to check, Mid tightened his jaw, his face hardening as he made a silent vow to himself that no matter what was waiting for him, he would bring Melly back. With that promise still burning fiercely inside his chest, Mid reached for the door, pushed it open, and stepped through without the slightest pause or hesitation. But right at the entrance, Matthew was already there waiting for him, standing in place with a calmness that made it seem like he had known from the start that Mid would show up. The instant Mid's eyes landed on Matthew, his expression turned sharper, and the tension in his body made it clear that he had immediately put his guard up around the boy. Mid shifted his whole body toward Matthew, studying every small detail of his face, stance, and posture as he tried to read what the boy was truly planning beneath that calm exterior. Matthew did not look away or flinch under that stare. He simply met Mid's gaze head-on and said, in a steady and composed voice, that he wanted to come with him. Not long after that, their car was already speeding down the highway, the headlights slicing through the night as they raced through the darkness at full speed. Mid gripped the steering wheel with both hands while Matthew sat quietly beside him, gazing out through the window without saying a word. Mid knew better than anyone that Matthew was stronger than ordinary players by a wide margin. But this time, their enemy was the Treadits, and he had no desire to drag the boy into a fight that dangerous. After a short silence, Mid glanced over at Matthew and warned him that it was not too late to turn back, because the place they were heading toward was guaranteed to be nothing but trouble. Matthew, however, did not show even the slightest sign of fear as he calmly replied that he already understood. Mid tried once more to explain the danger, clearly hoping Matthew would think it over and change his mind, but Matthew cut him off before he could finish. They had already talked about this, and in Matthew's mind, there was no room left for debate. They were going together. Mid turned his gaze back toward the road ahead, the frustration plain on his face, but after a moment, he finally stopped arguing and gave up on trying to make Matthew stay behind. Matthew lowered his eyes to the phone, checking Melly's location on the screen, then asked whether Mid was truly certain about where she had been taken. Mid answered without hesitation that he was sure, because her phone signal had led him directly to her. Matthew stared ahead at the building coming into view and pointed out that the place in front of them was Alice's hotel. Mid then asked if Matthew wanted to put on armor first, because storming in without proper protection would be a serious risk. Matthew checked the knife and the elixirs secured at his side, making sure everything was still in place, then admitted that he would have preferred to wear the armor. The problem was simple. It was too small for him, none of the equipment fit properly, and if he tried to carry all of it into battle, it would only slow him down the moment the fighting started. Tai-Mid watched Matthew inspect the bottles one after another, carefully confirming that the shadow spider venom was still with him. To Tai-Mid, it felt like they were preparing to step straight into a battlefield, yet Matthew looked so calm and practiced that it was almost unsettling. Matthew reached up and touched the ring hanging from a string around his neck, telling Tai-Mid that he had brought the one Tai-Mid had given him. Tai-Mid's eyes moved to the ring, and he asked whether Matthew actually knew how to use it. Mana began to flow from the ring as Matthew answered that he did. At the same time, deep in his thoughts, he could not help but admire it. The mana-boosting wedding ring was a brilliant creation, and the more he understood it, the more impressed he was that Melly had made something like this. As they drew closer and closer to the fight waiting ahead, Matthew's mind drifted back to the report from the Abyss mission. Somehow, Southern Europe's alliance had managed to return alive, and across the entire world, people praised the team that had survived the Black Dungeon. But out of everything connected to that mission, the thing that truly seized everyone's attention was not just the survivors, it was one particular book. Players everywhere rushed to read the mission report written inside it, eager to know what had happened, but the truth recorded across those blood-stained pages turned out to be far more terrifying than anyone had expected. That report revealed that the Italian frontline players now bore the Mahone name, and the woman who had been used to continue that powerful bloodline was referred to as their mother. While Matthew trained and waited for the battle that was steadily drawing nearer, one terrible memory from before the regression stayed with him. Tai-Mid had failed to save Melly, and in the end, he had died. At last, the car slowed down and rolled to a stop. Tai-Mid looked straight ahead at their destination before quietly saying that they had arrived. As Tai-Mid stepped out of the car, he gave Matthew one final warning, telling him not to regret the choice he had made by coming this far. Two men in suits stood nearby, eyeing them with mocking expressions as if they were nothing more than reckless punks who had wandered into the wrong place. Matthew answered in a cold voice that regret was something meant for men like them. The guards immediately marched toward them, shouting that this was a restricted area and ordering them to leave at once. Tai-Mid glanced toward Matthew and asked if he was ready, and Matthew gave him a firm, unwavering yes. In the very next instant, the two rescuers launched forward together, closing the gap in a blur before slamming into the guards and taking them down almost immediately. Meanwhile, deeper inside the building beyond a closed door, Susan was sprawled lazily on a couch with a drink in his hand, wondering aloud why the entire hotel had suddenly been changed. One of his subordinates guessed that there must have been some reason behind the sudden change. Susan narrowed his eyes, finding the timing suspicious, and said it was strange that it happened on the exact same day they learned about the meeting. Melly calmly twirled a strand of hair around her finger and mocked him, saying that maybe the hotel simply hated idiots like Susan. His face twisted at once, and he snapped back with insults of his own. Then one of Susan's men spoke up and pointed out that nobody had even known Miss Melly would be there too. At that, the corner of Susan's mouth curled into a grin, as he remembered the news clip that had shown Melly being rescued. He said he had not known she would be there either, and if that broadcast had not aired, they never would have come in the first place. Then his eyes slid toward Albert as he added that Melly's own brother had confirmed she was here. Melly crossed her arms and laughed at them, openly mocking how pathetic it was that several grown men had chased one girl all the way to Korea. Then she tilted her head slightly, her tone still sharp, and asked whether the men from Mahone even understood what shame was supposed to feel like. Hearing that, Susan wedged the bottle between his legs and sneered at her, calling her Princess Valentine with obvious contempt in his voice. Anger flashed across Susan's eyes as he asked whether she was incapable of just sitting there quietly, saying she was acting far too confident that no one would dare touch her. Susan pushed himself up from the couch and began walking toward her, saying they had not left her alone because they were being kind. Melly's eyes sharpened as she asked what exactly he meant by that. Susan grabbed Melly by the shoulder, a twisted smile spreading over his face, and said that if he had wanted to, they could have dragged her into bed a long time ago. Melly slapped his hand away without even a second of hesitation, her disgust clear as she called him completely insane. Then, refusing to back down even an inch, she spat directly in his face, leaving his subordinate frozen nearby in stunned and nervous silence. Susan's expression warped with fury, and filthy insults poured out of his mouth as he glared at Melly with barely contained rage. Screaming that she must have a death wish, Susan raised his hand as if he was about to strike her. But before he could bring it down, a massive burst of lightning magic suddenly froze him in place. Susan turned in fear toward Albert, who was staring back at him with eyes full of murderous intent. Pulling his hand away, Susan forced out a nervous joke, saying this was some seriously intense brotherly love. After wiping the spit from his face, Susan stormed toward the exit in a foul mood. When Albert asked where he was going, Susan muttered that the whole thing was crap and that he needed some air. Once Susan had left the room, one of the subordinates stepped forward and took Albert's tablet, while Albert himself stayed completely still, staring down at the floor in silence. Then Albert finally lifted his head when he heard his sister call out to him. Melly sat there with her legs crossed, acting almost casual as she asked whether he could get her a bento from the 24-hour shop, along with some bread for dessert, because she was hungry. Albert held his head as though her request had instantly given him a headache, then called for Tom. Tom looked uncomfortable and awkward as he asked whether they could not just call the maid instead. Albert slowly raised his head, and the look in his eyes sharpened into something cold and lethal as he asked Tom whether he had heard clearly that his sister wanted food from the 24-hour store. Tom's whole body went stiff under that glare, and he immediately answered yes, not daring to push back even a little. Tom was just about to rush out of the room as fast as he could, but right as he reached the area near the door, his steps suddenly came to a stop, and he glanced back toward Albert. With a cautious expression, Tom carefully reminded him that in this place, Albert was supposed to remember he was Mahone now, not Valentine. The man in glasses did not treat that reminder casually at all. Instead of answering right away, he simply looked back at Tom with a gaze that had gone cold, rigid, and impossible to read. Albert told Tom not to concern himself with that. Tom immediately forced out an awkward laugh, quickly said that everything would be fine, and hurried away before the suffocating atmosphere in the room could turn any worse. A moment later, the door shut behind him, and the room fell quiet again, leaving only Albert and Melly behind as the brother and sister faced each other in a heavy, uncomfortable silence. Melly started to rise from her seat, but the second she moved, Albert's voice cut in, asking where exactly she thought she was going and reminding her that she was not permitted to leave the room. Melly turned her head back toward him with a tired, unimpressed look on her face, as if she could not believe he still needed this explained, and asked whether he had learned even the smallest bit of tact yet. Then, without waiting for his permission or giving him any time to respond, Melly suddenly dashed out of the room, slamming the door behind her while shouting that she needed the bathroom so loudly that it nearly made Albert's ears ring. Inside the bathroom, Melly sat hunched over the toilet, her shoulders drawn inward and her body curled up as she fought to release the emotions that had been trapped so tightly inside her chest. Her thoughts drifted back to Tai Mid, to the way he had kissed her hand, promised he would protect her even if the whole world turned against them, and begged her with everything he had to run away with him. With sadness weighing heavily across her face, Melly slowly lifted her head, her lips parting as she tried to call out Tamid's name. But the name never came out properly. Her voice broke before she could finish, and she covered her face with both hands as her body trembled under the grief she could no longer hold back. Meanwhile, in the men's room, Susan was casually taking care of his business while whistling to himself, muttering that he would call the servants on his way back. Then, in the very next moment, something in the air shifted so sharply that Susan froze where he stood. He snapped his head around in alarm, every instinct in his body screaming at once as he felt a piercing wave of killing intent coming from behind him. Matthew came flying toward him with his sword already drawn, the blade cutting through the air as it aimed straight for Susan with deadly force. Susan only barely managed to catch the attack with his hand, but the impact was so brutal that his legs gave way beneath him. The force of the blow hurled Susan backward, sending his body crashing hard into the wall behind him. Susan dropped down to the floor and stretched his neck, trying to shake off the shock of that sudden strike. Standing in front of him, Matthew looked down coldly and told him that he had gotten lucky today. Only then did Susan fully register who was standing before him, and the realization hit him so hard that panic exploded out of his mouth in a furious scream. Matthew swept his sword outward in a broad, threatening motion and told Susan to pull up his pants before the situation became even uglier. As Matthew readied himself to attack again, he warned Susan that, actually, he only had a few seconds left to get himself together. A few hours earlier, Matthew had covered himself in acceleration magic, forcing his speed far beyond its usual limit before the rescue even began. He stood at the center of a glowing magic circle, while Alice layered one enhancement after another onto his body, starting with strength magic that tightened his muscles and pushed his raw physical power higher. More spells wrapped around Matthew one by one, covering him with defense, healing, mana recovery, and resistance against magic. But then Matthew brought the ritual to a stop, thanked Alice, and admitted he was worried the hotel guests might get dragged into the fight. Alice simply laughed and told him there was no need to worry, because the government had already ordered the entire hotel evacuated. Matthew smiled, adjusted his belt, and said that took care of the problem. Uncle John had given him more than enough potions, the buffs were already active, and at that point he was completely ready to move. Back in the bathroom, Matthew faced Susan and instantly understood just how perfect this chance was. Susan had no proper weapon ready, he was cornered, and the cramped room left him with almost no space to move. Matthew bit down on his lip, reminding himself that he could not afford to waste an opening this ideal. But Susan finished fixing his fly and immediately charged straight at Matthew, roaring that he was going to destroy him. Susan poured mana into his fist and swung directly toward Matthew's face, but Matthew slipped past the attack smoothly, avoiding it as if he had already seen it coming. Susan's hand slammed into the wall instead, smashing into the surface with enough force to crack it apart and break pieces from the impact point. Matthew kicked off the wall and launched himself towards Susan's head, telling himself that with this many potions and buffs stacked on his body, he had enough power to win this fight. Fear and anger flickered across Susan's face at the same time, and Matthew asked him whether he really wanted Matthew to go all out. Susan answered by throwing up a magic shield in front of himself, but Matthew rushed straight toward it without slowing down, his sword already swinging through the air. The blade crashed into the barrier with a violent impact, and almost immediately, thin cracks began spreading across the surface of the shield. Susan staggered backward in shock as he realized that this Matthew was completely different from the one he had fought on the street before. 3 layers of Susan's shield had already been broken apart, stripped away one after another before he could properly regain control of the fight. Then Matthew suddenly closed in from Susan's left side, his voice sharp as he asked why Susan was just standing there. Right after that, Matthew drove a heavy kick straight into Susan, sending him flying backward into the wall. Susan slammed against it with a painful cough, the impact striking his body so hard that it knocked the air from his lungs. He quickly raised another shield, but Matthew continued advancing without giving him a moment to breathe, hammering against the barrier again and again. Susan could tell immediately that the bathroom was far too cramped. There was nowhere to maneuver properly, and fighting in a space this tight was an absolute disaster for him. As the shield started to fracture under Matthew's relentless pressure, Matthew followed up with another attack, snapping a dagger towards Susan's head. Susan realized he had to get out of there immediately, so he dropped the shield, dodged the incoming strike and broke into a run. Once Susan managed to put some distance between them, he spun back around and aimed his gun straight at Matthew. Matthew instantly raised a shield of his own, bracing his body as he prepared for the shot he was sure would come. But when Matthew opened his eyes and looked ahead, he immediately noticed that something about the situation was wrong. Susan had already bolted out of the bathroom, not caring in the slightest how ridiculous he looked as he fled. Matthew shouted after him, demanding to know why he was running away. Matthew lifted his sword with force and released a wide slash, sending a powerful wave of energy tearing through the room toward the exit. The blast caught up right as Susan cleared the bathroom, crashing violently into the shield he had managed to throw up around himself. Susan's barrier could not withstand the blast. It burst apart under the pressure, and sharp, razor-like fragments flew backward across his furious face, slicing into him as he staggered forward through the impact. Susan broke into a full sprint toward the hotel exit, moving with far more speed than Matthew had expected from him. Matthew chased close behind, barely managing to keep up as he cursed himself for not seeing this escape coming sooner, wondering how someone this cowardly could possibly be connected to the Treadits. As he ran, Susan pulled out his gun again, twisting his head just enough to shoot Matthew a nasty glare over his shoulder before sneering at him and calling him a bad kid. Then, even while fleeing, Susan opened fire behind him, squeezing the trigger again and again as his voice rose into a furious scream, declaring that he was going to kill Matthew. Matthew slipped through the flying bullets without losing his composure, his movements sharp, controlled, and perfectly timed as he declared that today would not be the day of his funeral. Matthew's hand snapped down to his belt, grabbing one of the yellow elixirs as he realized the time left was shrinking fast, and the buffs pushing his body beyond its limits would not hold out for much longer. Without breaking his pace for even a second, Matthew lifted the small bottle to his mouth and drained the entire yellow elixir in one quick swallow. Susan glanced back over his shoulder, and for a brief moment, confusion flickered across his face as he tried to understand what Matthew had just taken. Then Susan remembered seeing Albert sharing tea with Amanda, and the thought struck him that the yellow liquid might be one of the potions the goddess had been talking about. A grin slowly spread across Susan's face as he decided Matthew was being far too cautious, thinking he really should have killed the kid during their last encounter. At the same time, he realized there was no longer enough time for him to reach the 18th floor. That was when Susan's eyes landed on the kitchen knives displayed behind a glass wall, and his expression sharpened as he immediately decided he needed to get his hands on a weapon. A short distance behind him, Matthew caught sight of the shattered window and instantly understood exactly where Susan's attention had shifted. Matthew rushed toward the opening, twisting his body as he moved, already bracing himself and preparing for whatever attack Susan was about to throw next. A knife suddenly ripped through the air at frightening speed, and Matthew barely managed to avoid it as the blade sliced past him in a deadly blur. In that instant, Matthew's eyes grew sharper, his focus narrowing completely as he locked onto Susan with absolute clarity. Another knife shot straight toward him, but this time Matthew met it head-on with his sword, and the moment steel struck steel, the clash exploded with a burst of force. The impact blasted through the space around them, sending a shockwave across the room and knocking nearby objects apart as the fight tore through the area. Susan stared at Matthew with fear creeping into his expression, his confidence beginning to crack as he wondered what kind of monster this boy really was. Matthew, on the other hand, remained perfectly calm, staring Susan down as he said that he was the one who would finish him off. Another fierce strike forced Susan to fall back, and Matthew immediately dashed in after him, refusing to give him even a single second to catch his breath. But this time, Susan's shield held firm and did not crack. Sensing that Matthew's strength was finally starting to drop, Susan smiled viciously and seized Matthew's arm. Susan yanked Matthew in close, locking him down at close range before raising his hand over the boy with a cruel and vicious look. Then Susan ripped Matthew's sword away from him and snarled that he should have killed him back when he still had the chance. Holding the stolen blade up with a crazed expression, Susan mocked Matthew, asking whether he really needed a weapon just to fight him. Suddenly, dark energy spread beneath Susan's feet. Matthew activated Restless Souls, trapping Susan inside a circle of black power and forcing him to stagger backward. The darkness rose around Susan and began eating away at his magic. He tried to shake it off, but the moment he realized those black, worm-like strands were devouring his mana, he shouted for them to get away from him. Then Susan lifted his gaze, and his eyes widened as he noticed something rushing straight toward him. Using heavenly steps, Matthew shot forward at full speed, closing the distance between them in the blink of an eye. Matthew came in with a wide, sweeping slash, driving the blade across with fierce momentum and putting his whole body behind the strike. Then he kept pushing Susan backward, chaining attack after attack across his body with manic dance and refusing to let the pressure drop. Susan barely managed to block the incoming strikes, frustration and panic rising together in his voice, as he demanded to know what Matthew was even doing. A fresh blow landed hard against him, knocking Susan back yet again and forcing him even farther off balance. Around them, tables and chairs were smashed apart and flipped over, the entire space being torn apart by the violence of their fight. At last, the two pulled away from each other, both of them stopping just far enough apart to ready themselves for the next exchange. Susan's mouth stretched into a sharp, hungry grin as he said something was clearly wrong with Matthew, because every attack he threw was getting weaker. Matthew simply grinned back at him, refusing to show weakness, and asked where all of Susan's earlier confidence had gone. Elsewhere, Albert stood near the door, staring at the closed entrance for a moment before turning toward his sister and saying that this was for Valentine. From inside the room, however, no answer came back to him. As Albert rounded the corner, he said he would be gone for a little while, and if Melly needed anything, she should use the intercom or ask Tom. Then Albert stepped outside and quietly positioned himself behind the door, waiting there in silence. With his eyes closed, Albert adjusted his glasses and stood in thought for a brief moment before murmuring that it had been a long time. Down the hall, Ty-Mid walked toward him, every step carrying a heavy, unmistakable anger. Ty-Mid lifted his head, his eyes burning with killing intent, and demanded to know where his beloved Melly was. Albert faced him with a cold and furious expression, his stare so hard it seemed to freeze the air between them. Albert moved away from the door and slowly walked forward, asking whether Ty-Mid understood the price for stealing Melly. That price, Albert said, was death, but even so, he would give him one chance. Albert raised one hand toward Ty-Mid and told him to come back to Valentine. But before Albert could finish saying what he intended, Ty-Mid smashed into him with brutal force, sending him crashing straight through the wall. Albert had been about to ask Ty-Mid to help him destroy Mahone. Ty-Mid, striking with a knuckle duster, said he had no intention of waiting. Albert understood the situation at once and immediately reached for his gun. Albert aimed the gun at Ty-Mid, who was already braced and prepared for the fight. But anyone watching this clash unfold would never believe that it would end with Ty-Mid being completely crushed. Back in the middle of Matthew's battle, he dragged the back of his hand across the corner of his mouth, wiping away the blood there. His breathing had grown rough and uneven, but his eyes never once left Susan. Matthew stared straight at him with a hard, unshaken gaze and asked what Susan had meant earlier when he claimed that Matthew's courage had already disappeared. Then Matthew reached for another elixir, brought it to his lips, and drank it down without the slightest hesitation. He told Susan that his courage was still right there, then tossed the empty bottle behind him, and that quiet confidence only made Susan's rage flare even hotter. Matthew pressed the taunt even further, asking where Susan's arrogant swagger had run off to and whether it had really vanished after just that little bit of pressure. Susan responded with a furious grin, his face twisting as if Matthew's words had scraped directly across his pride and hit the one place he could not ignore. With one violent swing, Susan cut through the air and sent a sharp wave of energy tearing toward Matthew, forcing Matthew to block it just barely as the pressure slammed down on him. But the force of that attack did not end at the block. It crawled up along Matthew's sword, surging through the blade before exploding against him and blasting his body backward into the air. Even after being hurled back like that, Matthew twisted his body in midair, fought to regain his balance, and managed to land on his feet instead of collapsing. Matthew looked up in shock as wolf-like monsters appeared around Susan. Susan sneered at him and asked if this was all the power Matthew had left now, mocking him for still being weaker even after drinking so many elixirs. The beasts charged at Matthew all at once, their bodies lunging forward together, while Susan coldly told him to go play with his dogs. Matthew sprang into the air and swung his blade wide, releasing a storm of needle-like attacks that rained down toward the pack of charging monsters. But when that barrage failed to stop them, Matthew immediately gathered himself and wrapped another thick, compressed layer of energy around his sword. The mana twisted tightly around the blade, stretching out and sharpening as it formed into one long spear of concentrated force. Using point breakthrough, Matthew launched his body forward like a missile, tearing straight through the space between them as he aimed directly for Susan. Then manic dance started up again. Matthew spun around Susan at blinding speed, raining blow after blow down on him while twisting mana around his sword and driving every strike in with force. In the middle of that violent chaos, Susan suddenly reached for his gun and pulled it out. Before Matthew had enough time to react properly, Susan fired twice in rapid succession. For one brief split second, the bullet seemed to hang between them in the air, suspended in that tiny space where everything slowed down. A shield flashed into existence around Matthew, forming at the last possible moment to protect him from the shot. But the bullet tore straight through Matthew's shield anyway and buried itself deep into his shoulder. Now the two of them stood separated at opposite ends of the hall. Matthew clutched his wounded shoulder tightly, while Susan panted hard and said that he had finally gotten a moment to breathe. Susan lifted both the stolen sword and the gun, his confidence crawling back into his expression as he declared that this place was his territory. A broad, cruel smile spread across Susan's face as he kept his eyes fixed on Matthew, savoring the advantage he thought he had regained. Susan's class was Ranger. Purple energy arrows began gathering around him in a dense, dangerous swarm, forming the kind of wild attack that could fire in every direction, and he grinned at Matthew with pure malice. Matthew saw the attack taking shape in front of him, and for a brief moment, his body froze as he realized just how dangerous it was. Then Matthew moved fast, dodging to the side as the purple shots slammed into the floor and punched clean through it. More arrows gathered above Susan's head, glowing ominously as he called Matthew a slippery brat and told him to try dodging this next wave too. The arrows fired out at high speed, racing through the air and converging toward a single point right in front of Matthew. Matthew planted his foot firmly against the battered floor beneath him, choosing to brace himself head-on instead of backing away. Then he unleashed several quick swings, cutting at the incoming projectiles before they could reach his body. Even so, one projectile slipped through the gaps in his defense and sliced sharply across Matthew's hand. Pressed by rage and the crushing pressure of the attack, Matthew swung again with reckless force, striking as if he had nearly lost control of himself. Another shot pierced straight through Matthew's leg, but even that failed to stop him. He kept moving through the pain and cut down more of the projectiles flying toward him. After blocking the entire wave, Matthew was still standing. Around him, the floor had been ripped open and scarred from the brutal exchange. Matthew glared straight ahead, worn down and wounded across his body, but the fury burning in his eyes had not faded even slightly. Susan raised his gun again, staring Matthew down with a cold, vicious look as he said he was going to end this now. The wolf-like monsters closed in and sank their teeth into Matthew's legs, making him grit his teeth as he wondered when Susan had even managed to set up a trap like that. Then Matthew's eyes caught the chandelier hanging above him. There was no time left to jump back, so he spun mana around his sword and prepared his next move. The chandelier came crashing down behind Matthew as he dashed aside with his sword, seizing that narrow opening to grab a gun. The monsters finally released Matthew's legs, their grip breaking as he forced himself free from their bite. Matthew charged straight toward Susan, knocking the beasts aside as he pushed through them without slowing down. Matthew slammed into Susan's sword with crushing force, and Susan only barely managed to bring his weapon up in time to block the strike. Staring at Matthew with a mix of disbelief and fury, Susan demanded to know who he thought he was. Then a powerful strike caught Matthew and sent him flying off to the side. Matthew hit the floor hard, landing directly on top of a glowing purple seal beneath him. When Matthew looked around, he saw more of those seals spread across the floor all around him. Horror washed over Matthew's face as he realized exactly what he had stepped into. A massive blast erupted from beneath him, and Matthew understood far too late that Susan had deliberately lured him into a magic trap. Glass shattered in every direction, spraying through the air as the explosion ripped violently through the hall. Smoke rose from the wreckage, swallowing the ruined space as the aftermath of the blast settled heavily around them. Matthew was left sitting in a spreading pool of his own blood, his battered body slumped amid the broken debris and wreckage left behind by Susan's magic trap. Breathing harshly, Matthew dragged his sleeve across his face and wiped away the blood smeared there, his expression darkening as he realized he could not keep fighting much longer in a condition this bad. He reached for another elixir and began opening it, knowing he had to recover as quickly as possible before Susan could take advantage of his injuries any further. But before Matthew could drink it, Susan appeared behind him with a hungry grin, snatching the elixir straight out of his hand and mocking him by asking whether he had been planning to share. Matthew swallowed down his frustration and understood that the fight had taken a dangerous turn. Susan twirled the bottle casually between his fingers, bragging that potions from their country could restore mana and stamina at an incredible speed. Meanwhile, Matthew forced his body back upright and decided he had to retreat with heavenly steps. But Susan was already right on top of him, closing the gap before Matthew could escape and launching another attack without giving him any breathing room. Matthew tried to catch the incoming strike with his sword, but the blow came down with such brutal force that the weapon was knocked clean out of his hands. The blade skidded away across the floor, and Susan sneered down at him, mocking Matthew for thinking he could just walk away from the fight that easily. Then Susan drove a savage blow straight into Matthew's chest, grinning cruelly as he told him he was not getting away from this. The impact threw Matthew violently to the side, and Susan added that simply giving him a quick death would not be satisfying enough. Matthew's body bounced across the ground like a flat stone skipping over water, and with every brutal impact, one hidden trap after another triggered beneath him. A massive explosion erupted right after, and Susan stood in place, watching as the blast swallowed the entire area in front of him. Standing among the rubble beneath the shattered roof, Susan spoke with satisfaction, saying that a dog only wakes up after it gets kicked hard enough. With a smug smile spreading over his face, Susan asked how someone like Matthew had ever thought he could sneak up behind him. As the smoke slowly began to settle, blood spread across the floor, darkening the broken ground beneath the scattered wreckage. Susan turned his gaze away from the blast site, acting as though the fight had already been completely decided. Then Susan narrowed his eyes in the shadows, keeping his gun ready as he muttered that Matthew could not have died from something like that so easily. Through the drifting smoke, a small movement suddenly caught Susan's eye. Matthew tossed a broken bottle down onto the floor and said he should have done that much sooner. Then Matthew stepped forward through the haze, walking straight toward Susan without even the slightest trace of hesitation. A powerful aura wrapped around Matthew's entire body, the energy rolling off him in waves as he continued advancing. Susan aimed the gun at him, calling Matthew insane as he demanded to know just how much of that stuff he had already drunk. Matthew wiped his face again and answered calmly that it was just a fruit mix, asking what Susan was making such a big deal about. Susan stared at him with fear rising in his eyes as he read the aura surrounding Matthew's body. Even though Matthew had looked close to death only moments earlier, his mana and stamina were recovering. His boost still had not stopped, and his mana had climbed to a ridiculous level, making Susan blurt out and ask whether this was some kind of gift. In response, Matthew raised the necklace and ring in his hand, saying it was more than just a gift, because he also had this. The color drained from Susan's face the instant he realized exactly what Matthew was holding. As Matthew activated enhancement, the ring began to shine with a bright yellow light, pouring even more power into his already strengthened body. Susan threw both arms up in shock, unable to hide his alarm as he wondered just how much stronger Matthew had become in that single instant. But then Susan's grin slowly returned, and his eyes flicked behind Matthew as he realized there might still be a chance. Seeing that Matthew had no sword in his hand, Susan decided the kid's aim was terrible. Susan wrapped himself in aura and readied both his sword and gun, convincing himself that the advantage still belonged to him. Matthew reloaded his gun, then lifted it with steady hands and aimed directly at Susan. Susan stepped aside, thinking Matthew had just made a mistake, because the kid had moved too soon. With his own gun already lined up, Susan believed this was the perfect moment to seize control of the fight again. But Matthew suddenly exploded forward at terrifying speed, moving so fast that Susan could barely follow him. As Matthew flashed past Susan, he swept up his fallen sword in one smooth motion without breaking stride. Susan turned in horror, struggling to even process what had just happened right in front of him. Before Susan could fully turn to face him, Matthew had already wrapped his sword in a massive surge of aura, preparing the next attack. Calling Susan an idiot, Matthew hurled the sword forward, and the blade sliced clean through Susan's hand. Susan stared at his severed hand in complete horror, coughing as the pain crashed over him all at once. Then Susan began screaming, clutching the wound in agony. Matthew pointed a mana-charged hand toward him and said this was nothing yet, because they had only just begun. Using magic to lift his sword, Matthew repeated Susan's own words back to him about kicking a dog awake. The sword shot past Susan, then curved sharply through the air and flew straight back into Matthew's hand. Susan burned with rage and bloodlust, while Matthew stared at him coldly and said he was not a dog. Resting the sword against his shoulder, Matthew calmly said that the real puppy here was Susan. In another corridor, there was no visible sign that a battle had taken place, and the silence hanging there felt unnervingly calm. Then, without warning, a gunshot tore through that quiet stillness. Taimid charged in again with his brass knuckles ready, throwing himself back into the fight without hesitation. Slamming the ground with brutal force, Taimid unleashed Fierce Beast 3 and ripped apart the entire floor stretching ahead of him. The wave of destruction surged straight toward Albert, and Albert began raising his gun while turning his body at the same time. A razor-sharp current of mana suddenly bursts forward, ripping through the air with a violent hiss as it fires straight toward Tabby. Albert reacts the very instant the attack comes at him. He drives his foot hard against the floor, throws his body sideways, and slips cleanly past Tabby's strike before it has any chance to connect. He lands with almost unnatural control, touching down smoothly on both feet, his posture steady and his body completely unharmed, without even the smallest scratch on him. But Tabby doesn't give him even a breath of space. He surges forward like a wild beast, bouncing off the floor and the walls as his body darts through the room at terrifying speed. Then he charges straight at his dear brother, all 10 fingers clenched tight, driving a vicious fist toward Albert's face. That punch slices through nothing but empty air, missing Albert completely. Albert only watches him with that same cold, composed stare, then calmly says that Tabby is no longer the opponent he once used to be. In the very next moment, Albert's hand shoots out and clamps around Tabby's wrist, catching him firmly before Tabby can pull back or escape his grip. Albert brings the barrel of his gun right up to Tabby's face, so close it nearly touches him. With disappointment written across his expression, he tells Tabby that he failed to meet the expectations Albert had once placed on him. Then, without pausing, without mercy, and without the slightest trace of hesitation, Albert pulls the trigger and fires straight into Tabby's stomach. For one brief second, the whole fight seems to freeze in place. Tabby stands there motionless, stunned by the shot, while Albert calmly lowers the gun and nudges at the fresh wound as though he is checking just how deeply he has hurt him. A hot, hollow shell casing drops from the weapon, spinning as it falls before it lands on the floor with a sharp metallic clink. Albert doesn't even bother changing his stance. He simply keeps his eyes fixed on Tabby and asks if his grand strategy is really to just stand there like a statue. Blood starts spilling from the corner of Tabby's mouth, but even with his body badly wounded, he forces his mana to move. Around him, a second-level gladiator shield forms, wrapping his body in protection. Then the corners of Tabby's lips lift, and a wild, almost unhinged grin spreads across his blood-streaked face. Fueled by a fresh burst of strength, Tabby launches himself forward once more, throwing another heavy, brutal strike straight at Albert. Albert watches the punch come in without so much as flinching. His eyes remain cold, calm, and calculating as he tells Tabby there are 2 reasons why he is going to lose. With frightening speed, Albert slips out of the path of the attack. Then he gives the first reason. Tabby's movements have become far too predictable, and his attacks are now easy to read. Albert lifts both pistols and points them directly at Tabby. In the same icy tone, he gives the second reason. Tabby's mana is almost drained, and the potion's effects are already beginning to wear off. 3 gunshots crash into Tabby's shield one after another, each impact hammering the barrier and making it shudder under the pressure. Albert explains that while the potion is active, Tabby can't move the way he needs to, which leaves him with no real option except relying on defensive magic. Thin cracks begin to crawl across the surface of the shield, spreading wider with every shot that slams into it. Albert says Tabby has backed himself into a trap, even as he silently grumbles that his own mana reserves are not exactly in great condition either. The damaged shield starts trembling violently, its surface shaking under the strain before pieces of it begin to splinter and break apart. Albert steadies his grip and carefully lines up his aim, preparing the shot that is meant to finish the fight once and for all. But before he can pull the trigger, Melly suddenly bursts out of her room, screaming at the top of her lungs for him to stop. Her voice cracks as she cries that this was never part of their agreement, reminding Albert that they had promised not to hurt the people who were close to her. Albert snaps his head toward her, sharply turning one of his guns in the direction of his own sister. With icy anger in his voice, he asks how she even has the nerve to bring up promises. Keeping the barrel aimed right at Melly's head, Albert tells her they are almost done and orders her not to take another step from where she is. But Melly refuses to retreat. Instead, she walks directly toward him and presses her forehead against the cold muzzle of the gun. Then she raises her hand, grips the weapon herself, and tells Albert that if shooting is truly what he wants, then he should go ahead and do it. Albert's expression twists with fury, his calm mask finally cracking as raw rage floods across his face. Melly then turns her gaze toward the man she loves, looking at Tabby as she tells him that none of this is worth it. Even with Albert's gun still pointed at her, Melly reminds Tabby that her brother is not the only person involved in all of this. Susan and Tom Moran are here too. She asks whether he honestly believes charging in like this will save anyone, trying to make him see the difference between what he wants and what he actually needs to do. Then Tabby's promise comes rushing back into her mind with painful clarity. He had told her that he would protect her. Bent forward from pain and exhaustion, Melly says that all it would take is one word from her. But before she can go further, Albert cuts in sharply and orders Tabby not to move. Tabby completely ignores Albert's warning. Without hesitation, he takes a couple of steps forward anyway. Albert's eyes go cold, and he fires. Melly screams in terror, already imagining the terrible thing that is about to happen right in front of her. Tabby raises his hand toward the incoming bullet, reaching out as the shot tears through the air toward him. In that instant, Albert notices something strange. His body stiffens, and for a moment he freezes completely. Wrapped in flames, Tabby catches the bullet in midair with his bare hand. He opens his palm, lets the crushed slug fall to the floor, and says that one word from the woman he loves is enough for him, even if the entire world turns against him. He slowly raises his gaze, and deep in his eyes, a terrifying madness burns like fire. Tabby looks toward the shaken girl and tells Melly that he needs her. In response, she softly calls out his name. As Tabby swings his arm forward, his voice sharpens, demanding an answer. His punch detonates with a massive surge of fiery power, erupting outward in an overwhelming blast that tears through the space ahead. Albert only realizes what is coming when the attack is already far too close for comfort. Horrified, he barely manages to dodge in time, desperately throwing up a shield like the one his sister used to protect himself. Now surrounded by roaring flames, Albert finally starts to panic. The heat, the pressure, and Tabby's sudden power crack through the confidence he had been clinging to. Tabby, still gripping his bloodied hand, turns his attention back toward the woman he loves. Melly covers her eyes, her body trembling as she pleads with him to protect her. She reaches one hand out toward him as golden energy coils around her body, activating her enhancement. With desperation in her voice, she repeats the same plea again. Meanwhile, with Tom Moran, he stands directly in front of the wounded Susan, blocking the space before her as the situation grows even more dangerous and tense. Tom Moran slowly circles around Susan, moving around her at an unhurried pace while telling her to stop acting as if the pain is worse than it really is. Nearby, a severed hand lies on the floor, motionless in a dark pool of blood that continues to spread around it. Matthew steps toward the severed hand lying in that widening pool of blood. He lifts his foot right above it, casting a cold shadow over the mangled limb, and asks Susan in a flat, merciless voice if he can really just heal the hand back into place. Susan snaps his head around in absolute panic, his face losing all color the moment he realizes what Matthew is about to do. His eyes go wide with terror as he desperately begs Matthew not to crush it. But even with Susan staring at him in horror, pleading with everything he has, Matthew doesn't show a single trace of mercy. He lowers his foot with cold intent and starts grinding the severed hand beneath his sole. Susan is forced to watch as the hand is destroyed right in front of his eyes, and the sight breaks through him completely. His body begins shaking uncontrollably, trembling from anger, fear, and helplessness all at once. Then Susan finally snaps. He screams a curse at Matthew with pure hatred burning in his voice, and scarlet energy erupts violently from his body as his rage explodes out of him. A glowing magic circle suddenly flares to life beneath Susan's feet, casting sharp light across the floor. In the next instant, he unleashes a blast of explosive magic. Matthew recognizes the nature of the spell almost immediately. This isn't some thin, focused attack meant to hit one point. It's an explosive spell, one with enough range to swallow the surrounding space in a single blast. He quickly pulls back from the surging red energy, believing that if he can create enough distance, he can escape the worst of it. But the blast races after him anyway, closing the gap and catching him before he can get clear. In that split second, as the scarlet force bears down on him, Matthew realizes exactly what Susan's spell is doing. The red energy is following the mana path left behind by his heavenly steps, tracing the trail Matthew himself created with his own movements. The spell detonates with terrifying force, and scarlet energy crashes violently against blue mana, ripping through the room in a blinding collision of power. The explosion throws Matthew backward like a ragdoll, sending his small body skidding, bouncing, and tumbling hard across the floor. Matthew forces himself to stop rolling and quickly glances to the side. But Susan is already casting again, firing in rapid succession as several scarlet arrows tear through the air straight toward him. Matthew coats his body in energy once more and charges straight through the incoming arrows. His eyes look wild and desperate, because he knows he has finally pushed close enough to reach Susan. Susan answers him with that same crazed grin, swinging his sword with murderous force. The moment Matthew sees the blade coming, he understands that he has no choice. He has to move even faster. Matthew kicks hard off the ground, driving his body forward with everything he has, and launches another wide slash toward Susan. Susan realizes in horror that the next strike is about to reach him. But before Matthew can finish the attack, a stream of red energy slices through him and locks his body in place for a brief, frozen moment. Matthew's body begins to shake under the strain, and deep inside, he silently prays that this won't be the moment it all ends. His small frame has been pushed far beyond what it can handle, and it is reaching its limit far too quickly. Seeing Matthew falter, Susan's smile returns, and he attacks again without wasting the opening. He is convinced Matthew still doesn't understand what is happening, and to Susan, that makes this the perfect chance to finish him. Then, without any warning at all, a cage suddenly materializes around Matthew. Matthew is caught inside before he can react, sealed in place with no room to slip away or escape. It is Susan's spell, imprisonment. Thick bars lock into place around Matthew, shutting him inside the cage like prey trapped for slaughter. Matthew slams into the bars, his thoughts racing desperately. He knows he has to end this fight now, before his exhausted body completely gives out on him. The boy drives his blade into the metal bars, trying to carve a path out by force. But the weapon in his hand suddenly gives way and snaps apart. Matthew clenches his teeth hard, frustration and pain tightening across his face, as the broken weapon leaves him with even fewer options. Susan rushes at him again, refusing to let Matthew breathe, recover, or gather himself for even a single second. Purple energy begins to glow around Matthew's hand, gathering tightly against his palm, as if all of his remaining power is being pulled into one point. Matthew slams his palm flat against the floor and activates a skill called Grudge Soul. Susan grits his teeth as he watches that strange energy begin to spread across the ground, demanding to know what Matthew thinks he is doing. Veins bulge across Matthew's hand, swelling under the pressure as the power surges through his body with brutal force. Wrapped in a fierce red aura, the boy shouts out that he had already lost one hand anyway, his voice cutting through the chaos with raw defiance. The attack slams into the gun, and the impact erupts between them, blasting Matthew and Susan away from each other in opposite directions. The bones in Matthew's arm snap under the force of the collision. He looks down at the ruined damage with a tense, stunned expression, barely able to process how badly his body has been hit. Susan swings again, his voice overflowing with hatred as he spits out the wish for Matthew to die. Matthew manages to dodge the strike, but right after he moves, his leg suddenly locks up beneath him. Even so, he forces himself to aim through the pain and fires. The bullet rips through the air and strikes the red-haired boy. Susan's blade flares with a red aura as he thrusts his hand forward, forcing his magic outward with vicious, brutal intent. Scarlet energy lashes out and catches Matthew by the leg, yanking him off balance in an instant and sending him crashing hard onto the floor. The gun slips from Matthew's weakened hand and clatters across the ground, sliding out of his reach. Susan immediately follows up, stepping in and driving a heavy blow straight into Matthew's stomach. Then Susan swings his fist again, smashing Matthew across the face with vicious force and knocking him further into helplessness. The red-haired boy opens his mouth wide and screams another furious demand for Matthew to die. Matthew's small hand trembles weakly for a moment, fingers barely moving, before it drops limply against the ground. Susan stands over Matthew, looming above his fallen body as though the outcome of the fight has already been decided. He steps closer, closing the final bit of distance between them with cruel, deliberate confidence. Red arrows begin forming in the air above Matthew, their tips aimed downward, as Susan declares that it is finally over. The arrows rain down and slam into the ground directly in front of Matthew, blasting up a thick cloud of smoke, dust, and debris. Susan narrows his eyes and stares into the drifting smoke, watching closely to see what is left after the attack. Then Susan smiles, and that smile turns into laughter, fully convinced that he has finally won. But as the smoke continues to hang and drift through the air, Susan keeps his gaze locked on it, unable to shake the suspicion that Matthew might still be alive. Susan suddenly lunges forward, his face twisted with a vicious, murderous glare. At that moment, he no longer looks satisfied with simply beating Matthew down. He decides he is going to end this with his own hands, wrapping his fingers around Matthew's throat and choking the life out of him himself. But before Susan can fully close the distance, Matthew moves first. With the last bit of desperate strength left in his body, he snaps his hand up and catches Susan by the wrist, clamping down on him like he has no intention of letting go. Matthew's face tightens, his teeth baring like a wounded animal trapped in a corner. Then, without hesitation, he drives his mouth down and bites hard into Susan's hand. Susan instantly erupts with fury, his voice tearing through the room as he curses at the top of his lungs. In the middle of that rage, he slams a brutal punch into Matthew, screaming for him to let go. The impact is violent enough to rip Matthew backward. His body is hurled through the air before crashing hard into the wall, the blow leaving him sprawled and battered. Susan towers over Matthew with a cold, cruel glare, looking down at him as if he is less than human. He sneers that Matthew is nothing more than an insect, and that every desperate thing he has done only proves how pathetic and worthless he truly is. Then Susan's voice drops even colder as he tells him that he has no moves left. Matthew suddenly coughs violently, his whole body shaking from the force of it. Blood splatters down near Susan's feet, and as Matthew sees how much is coming up, a grim thought crosses his mind. If he is coughing up this much blood already, then the damage inside him must be far worse than he imagined. As Susan's red aura begins surging around him again, Matthew's eyes catch something strange in the flow of that power. Susan's mana is no longer moving in its usual steady rhythm. It is starting to twist, churn, and spiral wildly out of control. Red energy gathers fiercely in Susan's hand, building as if he is about to strike again. But then, all at once, his knees give out beneath him. Unstable power wraps around his entire body, and in that painful instant, Susan understands what is happening. His own mana is flowing backward. Susan clenches his teeth against the pain, forcing himself to glare through the backlash. His eyes lock onto Matthew, and he demands to know exactly what Matthew has done to him. Matthew weakly lifts his hand, revealing a small vial filled with green liquid. Holding it up for Susan to see, he calmly reveals that what Susan is dealing with is a 6th-grade poison. With one eye barely open and his strength fading, Matthew explains the truth behind it. The poison is shadow spider venom, a venom that disrupts mana flow, forces it to burst out of control, and once it fully takes hold, becomes deadly. Susan's mind suddenly flashes back to the moment in front of the smoke, when Matthew had managed to get close enough to him to make a move. Then the answer hits Susan all at once. Matthew had not needed a weapon in his hand. He had hidden the poison inside his mouth the entire time. Collapsed on the floor and struggling under the poison's effects, Susan asks if Matthew is truly planning to die together with him. Matthew answers with a faint, mocking edge in his voice, asking Susan whether he really thought poison was the only thing he had brought. Matthew opens the vial with slow, deliberate movements and lifts it close to his face. Then he tells Susan that it should have been obvious from the start. He came prepared with an antidote as well. Susan lies there helplessly, his body trembling as the backlash tears through him. Even pinned down by his own unstable mana, he still curses Matthew through tightly gritted teeth. Matthew forces himself to bend down, every movement clearly taking effort. He picks up the gun from the floor, then throws Susan's own mocking tone right back at him. Then Matthew raises the gun, steadying it as best he can, and points the barrel directly at Susan. Susan warns Matthew that he is starting to sound far too confident for his own good. Even in that helpless state, he reminds him that he is a Tradisi, and if someone like him dies here, the balance of the entire world will shift. Matthew looks down at him while Susan keeps talking, insisting that killing him would make the whole world Matthew's enemy. Then Susan asks whether a kid like him is truly ready to carry that kind of burden. Matthew does not argue back, he only tells him to shut up. Without wasting another word, Matthew shoves the barrel of the gun straight into Susan's mouth. Matthew stares directly into Susan's eyes, his expression cold and unwavering. Then he says that the one who survives is the one who gets to decide what a death is worth. His finger slowly tightens around the trigger as he adds that whether the world becomes his enemy is something he will decide for himself. Susan has already lost, so Matthew tells him that the least he can do is face death with a little dignity. Susan's eyes stretch wide with pure terror, the confidence finally breaking apart on his face. A raw, desperate scream tears out of him. A gunshot suddenly cracks through the room, sharp and deafening, as both of them remain there on the floor. After the shot fades, the room is left broken and silent. Everything around them is in ruins, the aftermath of their brutal struggle hanging heavily in the air. The gun slips from Matthew's weakened hand and clatters down onto the floor. Almost immediately after, Matthew's body sinks along with it, completely drained of strength. Surrounded by overturned furniture, shattered debris, and the wreckage of the fight, Matthew suddenly remembers that there is still one potion left. He decides he needs to drink it before heading to Teddy. But from around a nearby corner, someone is silently watching Matthew, hidden just out of sight. A man holding a bag stands frozen where he is, unable to move. His hands tremble as he tries to make sense of the horrifying scene he has just witnessed. Tom stares at the scene in stunned fear, barely able to believe what he is seeing. Matthew, a kid who should have been completely outmatched, has actually killed Susan Tratisai. Tom immediately turns and runs, panic taking over as he realizes Matthew could kill him too. Even if Matthew looks like he is already on the verge of dying, trying to fight him would still cost far too much effort. Then Tom remembers the suited men, and that thought forces him to pull his focus back together. Until the Korean players arrive, Molly is the only thing that matters most. With that in mind, Tom grits his teeth and pushes forward. Nearby, the blonde girl stands at a distance, quietly watching as the fight continues to unfold before her. Teddy's fist burns with blazing fire, flames licking around his hand. Across from him, Albert, the man in glasses, watches those flames closely, studying the power gathering there. Suddenly, an explosion erupts beside Albert, blasting straight through the wall and leaving a gaping hole behind. As Teddy closes in with his fire-covered hand, Albert wonders if Teddy has become this much stronger because of the enhancement. Albert's pupils shrink as the danger finally sinks in. Teddy is no longer someone he can underestimate. Then both men snap their heads to the side at the same time when a voice suddenly shouts for them to stop. A knife is pressed tightly against Meili's throat, the blade close enough to end everything in an instant. In that single moment, the entire fight freezes. Tom stands behind Meili, using her as a hostage while keeping the knife in place. He warns Teddy that if he does not want her dead, he needs to release his mana right now. Teddy's gaze shifts away for a moment, pulled toward Meili. Then he calls out her name, his voice tense with alarm. Meili clenches her teeth, trapped and unable to move freely with Tom holding her in place. Tom barks an order at everyone around them, telling them to stay exactly where they are. Tom faces Teddy and Molly, his grip on the situation tightening. He tells Teddy to put down his weapon and raise both hands, warning him that if he thinks Tom will hesitate to kill Meili, then he is badly mistaken. Teddy slowly raises his hands, forcing himself to obey Tom's command. Even as he does, his eyes stay fixed on Meili, watching her closely. Albert adjusts his glasses as Tom speaks, and Tom tells them they need to finish this quickly because they are already out of time. Then he reveals the reason: Susan is dead. Albert begins reloading his gun while Teddy starts talking about the players, the tension in the room only tightening further. Then, without any warning at all, Tom's head suddenly snaps backward. A thin line of blood begins to run down from Tom's forehead, cutting across his face as the shock of the moment settles in. Meili and Albert stare at him in complete shock, frozen by what just happened. Meanwhile, the blonde girl quietly turns her eyes away. Sweat gathers across Noah's face in tiny beads as she stands frozen in place, her body pulled tight with tension. After witnessing what just happened, she looks visibly shaken, as if even breathing has become difficult for a moment. From the barrel of the gun, a thin curl of smoke slowly rises into the air. It drifts there quietly, lingering in the tense silence left behind by that sudden shot. Albert, the man in glasses, watches the aftermath with a faint smile slowly creeping onto his face. In a calm, almost satisfied voice, he says that Tom is finally dead. Albert closes his eyes for a brief moment, as if savoring the result in front of him. Then he admits that he had been waiting all this time for the chance to kill Tom with his own hands, though even he never imagined that opportunity would arrive this quickly. Sweat slides down Tady's face as he stands in the middle of the hallway, the pressure around him growing heavier by the second. The air feels thick, as if one wrong movement could set everything off again. Albert lowers his gaze toward the ruined floor of the hallway, taking in the damage scattered around them. Then he says that now Tom is gone. There is no one from their family left in this country anymore. Dark shadows begin to spread around Albert's feet, pooling across the ground like something alive. As that ominous power gathers beneath him, he turns his attention back to Tady and says he has one final offer to make. Standing in front of Maylee, Albert tells them they should return to Valentine. With Susan dead, he believes they now have the chance to destroy Marin, rebuild Valentine from nothing, and create a future where no one has enough power left to stand in their way. Maylee raises both hands in disbelief, staring at him as she asks whether her brother has completely lost his mind, because Susan's death barely changes their situation at all. But the longer Albert speaks, the more she realizes that the man standing before her is no longer the brother she used to know. The crushing burden of leading Valentine has twisted him beyond recognition. Albert insists they can take advantage of Susan's death in Korea, let Marin fight their battle here, and simply watch as they lose everything. With his gun still trained on Tady, Albert keeps his aim steady and tells them to come back with him. Albert reminds them that Valentine was the family that gave them everything they had. Because of that, he says they should live together for their family from now on. Albert's head suddenly turns when another voice cuts into the tense silence, asking why they should ever do something like that. Matthew steps forward with a knife gripped in his hand, glaring up at Albert despite the terrible state of his body. His eyes burn with defiance as he asks who Albert thinks he is, trying to take his people away without even asking for permission. Then Matthew closes the distance in a flash, moving in before Albert can fully react, and slashes the knife across Albert's leg. Albert stands over Matthew with his tall frame looming above him, casting a heavy shadow down across Matthew's battered body. In the very next instant, Albert lashes out and kicks Matthew away with brutal force, sending him flying back from the impact. Albert grits his teeth as anger tightens across his face. The pain from the cut in his leg finally hits him, sharpening the fury in his expression. Matthew drives the knife into Albert's leg, forcing the blade in with everything he has left. But Albert reacts immediately, raising his gun and pointing it straight at Matthew. Matthew clenches his teeth hard, his face twisting as he forces himself to endure the sharp pain tearing through his body. Blood pours from Matthew's thigh, soaking down his leg and leaving him struggling just to remain upright. Even so, he refuses to collapse. Albert stretches one hand out to the side, his thoughts turning cold and decisive. To him, all of this resistance is meaningless, and the person who needs to die first is Tady. Albert's pupils narrow sharply as he locks his attention onto his next target, his focus tightening with dangerous intent. Maylee suddenly throws herself toward Tady and wraps both arms around him, clinging to him tightly as if she refuses to let him face this alone. Behind Albert, Matthew's voice rises again as he says that he is making his choice too. Tady looks forward and tells Maylee not to leave, his voice carrying the weight of everything happening around them. At the same time, Matthew silently realizes that, at the very least, he has managed to buy them a little more time. Maylee gives Tady a soft smile despite the tension pressing down on them. Then she promises him that she will never leave like that again. Noah opens her eyes, and in that instant, her power activates. Without hesitation, she triggers enhancement. A blue dome of energy suddenly appears in front of Albert, cutting across the battlefield like a glowing protective wall between him and the others. Albert clenches his teeth, frustration flashing across his face as he curses under his breath. Just when he thought he could move forward, another obstacle has appeared in his way. Maylee looks at Tady with a gentle smile and tells him that no matter what happens from here on out, he has to survive. Tady leaps up immediately, accepting her words without hesitation. In front of Albert, his fist bursts into roaring flames, the fire flaring violently as he prepares to strike. Blood continues to stream down Tady's injured leg, trailing darkly beneath him even as he forces his body to keep moving. Albert grits his teeth as the pain in his own body reminds him of what Matthew has done. His legs have already been damaged badly, and every movement forces him to feel it. Albert has taken blow after blow in this fight, and now his body is finally beginning to show the price of every hit. Albert is thrown over Matthew, passing above him with terrifying force. From below, Matthew can only hope that Tady has not forgotten he is still there. Then Albert slams violently into the wall, the impact crashing through the space with crushing force. Blood bursts from Albert's mouth as the shock of the impact rattles through his entire body. Teddy, wrapped in fierce flames, begins walking toward Albert with slow, steady steps. Every movement feels dangerous, like he is closing in to end the fight. Blue energy starts wrapping around Albert's hands, gathering around his fingers as he prepares himself to fight back. Albert pulls out 2 pistols, gripping one firmly in each hand as he steadies himself for his next attack. Then Albert unleashes his skill, continuous shooting, sending out a rapid storm of bullets in Teddy's direction. Teddy meets the attack head-on with his burning fist. The flames roar violently as they collide with the incoming gunfire, stopping the barrage in front of him. Even with his wounded leg beneath him, Teddy holds his ground. Then he swings at Albert with everything he has left. The punch lands straight against Albert's face with devastating force. Teddy sends him flying as if he is driving him straight down into hell itself. Cracks race across the wall as Albert's body is blasted through it, the sheer force of the hit tearing the structure apart. Shards of glass scatter in every direction, flashing through the air as the wall gives way around Albert's body. As Albert falls, one thought pounds desperately through his mind. He cannot die here. Memories crash over him all at once. Meili, the way he believed he had saved her, the humiliation he was forced to endure, and the promise he made to Valentine to destroy Marin. Then an even older memory rises from deep inside him, of holding his father's hand and swearing that he would bring Valentine back. Blood pours from Albert's mouth, but even through the pain, he tells himself that this is only the beginning. No matter how badly his body is breaking, he refuses to die in this place. Albert crashes down onto the cobblestones outside, landing hard among the debris. One of his hands catches against a broken piece of rubble as he struggles to brace himself. Albert drags himself out through the hole, clinging to one desperate thought with everything he has left. As long as he is still breathing, he still has a chance. Smoke filled Albert's vision, blurring everything in front of him and stinging at his eyes with every breath. Even through that choking haze, he forced his mind to stay sharp, and one conclusion became painfully obvious. If he wanted to survive, he had to put distance between himself and Teddy. Then the smoke slowly began to shift, drifting aside in thin layers. As the haze cleared just enough to see through, Albert noticed that something or someone was standing directly in his path. A girl stepped into view right in front of him, calm and composed despite the wreckage around them. Looking straight at Albert, she called his name and addressed him by his title as the Italian ambassador. The red-haired girl's lips curved into a faint smile as she delivered the words without hesitation. She told Albert that he was under arrest for planning the terrorist attack on the Alice Hotel. Amanda stood there with her arms folded across her chest, her posture steady and completely unshaken. She told him the situation had changed, and because of that, they could no longer allow Albert and his people to remain a threat within the region. Before long, Albert found himself seated on the floor with his hands bound, stripped of the freedom he had been clinging to. As the questioning began, someone asked why they were treating him so harshly, only to state flatly that Albert was the one behind the hotel attack. Albert immediately pushed back, his voice sharp with protest as he denied any connection to the attack. He insisted that this interrogation was illegal, accusing them of restricting the freedom of the Italian ambassador without any legitimate cause. Amanda simply raised one hand, cutting through his argument with calm confidence. Then she asked what Albert intended to do about the videos, one showing him killing Tom, and another showing Susan kidnapping an Italian woman. Albert gritted his teeth and fell silent, unable to answer right away. Amanda smiled at his reaction and asked whether anyone would seriously believe that a grade school kid had killed Susan and planned the attack on the hotel all by himself. Amanda's eyes shone with a sharp, almost merciless confidence as she pressed the point even further, asking who could possibly accept such a ridiculous story. Albert could only stare forward, trapped beneath the weight of her words. Amanda then brought up the 3 snakes, making it clear that she had already looked deeply into both Italy's political situation and the current state of Albert's group. In the version of events she laid out, Albert's side killed Susan in order to stop Mehran. Then, with deliberate force, she crushed one snake beneath her foot and told Albert that he had reached a dead end. She added that other Italian players were still in Korea, and if things continued like this, the situation could turn ugly very quickly. At last, Albert understood that Tom had not been the only person sent to watch him. As that realization settled in, the image of a smiling man surfaced clearly in his mind. Albert lowered his gaze, the truth becoming impossible to ignore. Macron had already decided to move from the shadows, long before Albert fully realized it. Sitting across from Albert, Amanda calmly explained that every Italian player who had been present had already been taken into custody. Now that the board had been cleared, she said she wanted to make a deal. With bandages wrapped around his head and exhaustion written across his face, Albert looked back at Amanda. Then he asked her directly what exactly she wanted from him. Amanda stepped forward, closing the space between them with a slow, deliberate stride. Every movement looked controlled, as if she already knew the direction this conversation would take. With a smile still on her face, Amanda said that after sorting through so many lies, there was actually quite a lot she wanted from him. Outside the building, clouds drifted slowly over the hospital, making the atmosphere feel strangely quiet after all the chaos. The sign on the door showed that this was Matthew's hospital room. From inside, a familiar voice asked whether Matthew was ever going to listen to his mother. Tracy tugged Matthew by the ear, scolding him as she reminded him that after his last injury, he would need a full 12 weeks to recover properly. Caught helplessly in her grip, Matthew could only admit that he had been wrong. Sitting beside Matthew's hospital bed, Tracy looked at him with concern behind her stern expression. She asked if he understood that she did not want him pushing his injured body too hard again. Matthew gave Tracy a small, obedient smile, trying to look as harmless as possible from the hospital bed. Then he answered softly that he understood. Tracy stared ahead in silence for a moment, her expression quiet but heavy. It looked as if she was holding back far more worry than she wanted Matthew to see. Then Tracy rose from her seat and told him she would come back soon. Before leaving, she warned Matthew that until then, he had better behave himself. After the door closed behind Tracy, Matthew continued looking at it for a quiet moment. The room settled into silence around him. Matthew's thoughts drifted back to the girl who had chased after him when he found out that his parents were coming. He scratched the back of his head awkwardly, the memory making him feel a little guilty. Then, in a low voice, he quietly apologized. After that, Matthew's eyes moved toward the remote control nearby. Since he had nothing else to do while waiting, he figured he might as well turn on the news. He aimed the remote at the television and pressed the button. A moment later, the broadcast for tomorrow's news appeared on the screen. On the screen, a reporter explained that loud noises had been heard at the Alice Hotel the night before, frightening the town for several hours. The report then shifted toward the Italian players. According to the broadcast, a red dungeon had formed inside the hotel because of unstable mana distribution. Since no civilians had been inside at the time, the Italians staying there entered the dungeon themselves, and in the end, every one of them died except the Italian ambassador, Albert. As Matthew watched the broadcast, he thought that anyone who did not know what really happened would probably accept the official story without question. In the end, it was clear that Korea and Italy had reached some kind of agreement behind the scenes. Then the hospital room door opened, and Tati and Meili stepped inside together. The moment they saw Matthew, they called him Captain and asked how he was feeling. Meili hurried straight to Matthew's bedside, worry and energy both showing in her movements. Matthew immediately asked them not to call him that, but Meili pushed back right away, saying that a captain was still a captain, and that he should be proud of the title. Matthew remembered seeing both Tati and Meili blushing, and then he narrowed his eyes slightly. He asked if they were acting this way because they felt guilty for forgetting about him back at the hotel. Matthew looked between the two of them with visible confusion, not fully understanding why the mood had suddenly turned so serious. Their expressions made it clear that they had something important to say. Tati and Meili lowered their heads deeply in front of him. Meili thanked Matthew for coming back for her, saying that if he had not done so, she would have spent the rest of her life trapped in despair. Tati then added that he owed Matthew his life as well. Matthew became flustered by how sincere they sounded and quickly told them to raise their heads. But even after he said that, Tati and Meili remained bowed before him. Then Meili suddenly launched into an overly dramatic vow, speaking about forging a holy bond in the darkness of night beneath the moon and stars. Tati followed immediately after her, declaring that he would give everything to the one who accepted him and protect his brother's honor. Both Tati and Meili placed their hands firmly over their chests, looking completely serious as they made their strange declaration. They said that if anyone ever asked where they came from, they would answer that the sun was their father and the moon was their mother. Meili and Tati smiled proudly after saying it, as if their dramatic vow made perfect sense and carried deep meaning. They looked completely satisfied with themselves. Matthew lowered his gaze and let out a long, tired breath. Meanwhile, the two of them nearly lost control of their excitement when Meili happily said she would keep calling him Captain, then suggested that their baby could become his assistant. Tati immediately loved the idea, reacting as if it were perfect, but Matthew felt the exact opposite. Honestly, he did not want to be a player at all, and he definitely did not want to get dragged into anything involving the mafia. Then Matthew suddenly froze, one specific word finally catching up to him. He looked at them and asked what child they were talking about. Teddy hugged Maylee close, holding her with obvious happiness, while Maylee brightly announced that they were expecting a baby. Matthew congratulated them, saying that more than anything, he was just glad both of them were safe. Maylee then reached into a red bag she had brought with her and asked Matthew to take a look at something inside. Matthew accepted the cards from Maylee, turning them over in his hands with a puzzled expression. He asked what these were supposed to be. As Matthew examined the IDs in his hands, Maylee told him to look closely. She wanted him to pay attention to the names written on the cards. 2 of the cards showed something completely unexpected. Maylee and Teddy had taken Matthew's last name and made it their own. Matthew stared at the IDs, confused and overwhelmed, before asking what this was supposed to mean. Maylee explained that they wanted a fresh start, so they had decided to change their last names. With a playful wink, Maylee added that using the captain's last name just felt right to them. So from that moment on, she said that was who they were going to be. Matthew silently looked down at the IDs resting in his hands, completely at a loss. No matter how hard he tried, he could not find the right words to respond. Then, without warning, a loud scream suddenly echoed through the hospital, cutting sharply through the room's strange atmosphere. Stacks of books were piled up all along the hospital hallway, turning the space outside the room into a strange, cramped path. The neat hospital corridor now looked cluttered and oddly out of place, as if someone had built a wall of books right there. Inside the room, an older man sat calmly in a chair, his presence steady despite everything that had happened. Standing before him, Teddy explained that he had heard this man was the one who stopped the news from spreading and kept all of them from being exposed. Teddy lowered his head deeply in front of the gray-haired man, his voice filled with sincere gratitude. He told him that what they owed him was far more than anything they could ever hope to repay. With his gaze still lowered, Teddy thought back over everything the man had done for them. From giving them a place to stay when they first arrived in Korea, to helping them survive this latest disaster, the old man had quietly supported them again and again. The older man only smiled gently, brushing off the weight of Teddy's thanks as if it were nothing. He said he had merely pulled a few strings, then kindly told Teddy there was no need to keep bowing his head. The older man then brought up the dark-haired girl, explaining that the goddess had taken an interest in who Teddy and the others really were. He told Teddy that he had no idea how difficult it had been to explain everything to her. Teddy admitted he had no excuse for the trouble, but still thanked him sincerely. Standing before the gray-haired man, Teddy listened closely as the old man continued. He explained that the same situation applied to the potions as well. Since Alice had fallen behind Dawn and Ungroup, he had stepped away from the hotel business and invested his money into medicine instead. The gray-haired man smiled, but his warning carried real caution. He told Teddy to stay careful, because even though the goddess had said she would stop digging, that did not mean her word could truly be trusted. Teddy gave a quiet nod, accepting the warning without trying to argue. His expression showed that he understood just how serious the old man's words were. Then Teddy slowly closed his eyes as the older man asked whether he wanted to become his personal player, especially now that Teddy had no job to return to. The older man turned slightly away as he added that Teddy did not have to accept the offer. And even if he did agree, he would not be expected to follow him around every moment of the day. Pointing toward a photo of an old man surrounded by children, he explained that even if Teddy kept some distance, he would still continue protecting those kids, just as he always had. The older man smiled again, softening the mood with a small joke. He told Teddy to stop staring at him so intensely, or he might end up burning a hole straight through him. After a quiet moment, Teddy finally accepted the offer. In the background, the photo of the smiling children remained in view, and the older man said that all he wanted was to keep seeing those bright smiles in the old man's life. Hearing that, Teddy gave his agreement. The door shut firmly behind Teddy as he left the room. Once he was gone, the older man quietly thanked him under his breath. Looking at the photos placed in front of him, the gray-haired man murmured softly to himself that he must have grown old. His reflection appeared faintly in the window glass as he stared ahead. In that quiet moment, he admitted to himself that he had become far too emotional. Holding a red book gently in his hands, the older man lowered his voice and softly asked his wife what she thought. Warm sunlight poured across the windowsill, spreading over the photos resting there, and bathing them in a quiet, golden glow. Far away from the hospital, violent waves crashed against the side of a ship, throwing white spray up across the deck as the vessel struggled against the sea. A boy gripping a spear shouted out a warning, his voice cutting through the roar of the ocean as he yelled that it was coming. A blue orb suddenly appeared in the air, glowing ominously above the chaos. Moments later, A beam of light blasted down and slammed straight into the ship. From beneath the water, a massive monster rose up, its enormous form breaking through the waves. Someone shouted that the battle was beginning. The creature's huge shadow fell over the crew, swallowing the deck beneath it. As everyone stared up at the monster, someone yelled for them to strike the instant it fully revealed itself. The Leviathan crashed into the ship with terrifying force, the impact shaking the vessel as if it might be torn apart in a single blow. Broken pieces of the vessel floated across the water, scattered helplessly among the rolling waves after the attack. One crewman clenched his jaw tightly, forcing himself to stay steady despite the fear and chaos raging all around him. A second-class Leviathan towered over the wrecked ship, its massive body looming above the broken remains. Even so, one man stepped forward to face the monster head-on. The beast opened its enormous jaws as if preparing to strike, but before it could attack, sharp spikes of ice suddenly erupted in front of it. A man holding a divine spear stood firm against the monster, refusing to back down. With his weapon ready, he ordered everyone to move in. The ice spike shot forward at high speed, slicing through the air as it tore straight toward the Leviathan. Then the man leaped over the side of the ship without hesitation, declaring that he would open the way for the others. He landed on the ice below, planting his feet firmly against the frozen surface and steadying himself for the fight ahead. Ahead of him, a dark shape waited in silence, its glowing red eyes staring through the cold air. Grinding his teeth, the man swore that he would break through no matter what. Even if it cost him one of his arms, he would force a path forward. A massive iceberg rose up in front of the ship, towering over the water like a frozen wall. Before it, the Leviathan threw its mouth open and released a deafening roar. The white-haired man lunged straight toward the monster, charging in without the slightest hesitation. Power wrapped around his spear as he chained his techniques together: Plum Bud, Frost Current, and Mountain Peak, before unleashing the force of Northern Storm. With all of that power gathered into one decisive strike, he hurled the spear directly at the Leviathan. Elsewhere, Matthew checked the news on his phone, his eyes scanning the report. As he read, he thought that the future he remembered had not changed all that much. Matthew pictured the white-haired man clearly in his mind and remembered what was supposed to happen later. A few years from now, that man would leave the 12 thrones. On the second day of the academy exam, a girl called out to her brother in the middle of the street, her voice rising above the noise around them. Yoon sat comfortably in Matthew's arms, looking bored from all the waiting. She asked him to play with her, wanting something to pass the time. Matthew looked toward the exam hall, wondering why his sister still had not come out yet. He guessed that, with so many applicants taking the test, the whole process must have taken longer than expected. Even so, sweat began to form on Matthew's face as unease slowly crept in. He could not stop himself from wondering if something had happened inside. A few hours earlier, the applicants had been gathered together in training, preparing for the next part of the test. The second day of the academy exam was not simply about measuring raw talent. This stage was designed to determine who was truly suited to become a player. Experts sat in their seats watching the applicants closely. Every movement, every decision, and every reaction was being observed as the test continued. While lifting his mug, the head supervisor gave an instruction in a calm voice. He told them to focus the cameras on Hall 2, specifically on applicants number 39 and 40. A bearded examiner asked if he was referring to Eva, the girl with the highest internal mana out of all the applicants. Another examiner pointed out that Eva's talent had already been proven, since she had been known as a seed even before she applied. Eva cleared a hurdle smoothly and continued forward with confidence. As the girls kept moving through the test, the head supervisor asked for the name of applicant number 39. Applicant number 39 was Anna, and the moment the signal came, she shot forward with a bright, fearless smile on her face. There was no hesitation in her steps at all, only pure excitement as she charged into the course. Behind Eva, red energy flared up with fierce intensity, and magic circles spread across the ground beneath the girls like glowing traps. But Anna kept running without breaking her rhythm, slipping past every attack with clean movements, almost as if she could sense where the danger would appear before it even reached her. The examiners stared at the monitor in clear confusion, unable to hide their surprise at what they were seeing. When the head supervisor asked whether Anna was also considered a seed, the answer came back right away: no, she was not. One of the men wearing glasses explained it plainly. Anna was just an ordinary rookie applicant with no special title, no famous reputation, and nothing official attached to her name. Even after hearing that, the head supervisor told everyone to keep watching both girls, the seed and the rookie. The bearded examiner guessed that this round might produce a third reserve, but another expert noticed something even more unusual. Neither Anna nor Eva was using mana at all. That single detail struck the head supervisor hard, leaving him completely stunned as he stared at the screen. As Anna and Eva continued pushing forward, both girls were breathing heavily from the effort, their bodies clearly under strain. Only then did the head supervisor fully realize what was happening. They were taking on the entire test using nothing but their own physical strength. When the round finally came to an end, the results were announced for everyone to hear. Eva, applicant number 40, finished in first place with a time of 6 minutes and 36 seconds, earning a grade of 5. Right behind her, Anna, applicant number 39, came in second with 6 minutes and 39 seconds. Anna then remembered the red-haired woman's warning from before, telling her firmly not to use mana during the test. She also remembered the moment when she had been trapped between tree trunks, confused and frustrated as she asked why that even mattered. After all, players did not need perfect mana control in every single situation. But while the tree dragged Anna along, the red-haired woman had explained the real reason. Players would always end up trapped in awful situations sooner or later, so before anything else, they had to learn how to handle themselves. Now, after going through the test, Anna had no choice but to admit she had been right. They had depended on mana far too much. As that realization settled inside her, Anna's eyes suddenly brightened with understanding. Nearby, Eva was drinking water to recover, and Anna looked over at her with genuine surprise. She admitted that she had not expected anyone else to avoid using mana, then added with honest admiration that Eva had still managed to be faster than her. Eva turned her eyes toward Anna, and Anna cheerfully praised her without holding back, saying that she had run incredibly well. With a wide grin on her face, Anna said she never imagined she would actually get through the entire course by running it without using mana. For a brief moment, Anna and Eva simply stood there looking at each other, neither of them saying anything. Eva lowered her head slightly, as if something in Anna's words had reached her. But then, just as suddenly, she turned her gaze away. All around them, exhausted applicants were collapsing onto the floor, too drained to keep standing. Watching Eva's awkward reaction, Anna wondered if she was not being cold on purpose, and maybe she was simply bad at dealing with people. Later, a man stood before the gathered students and began explaining the rules for the final exam, drawing everyone's attention to the next challenge. He pointed behind him toward a set of doors and told the applicants that beyond them, a labyrinth was waiting. The man explained that the maze's layout would change at fixed times, making it impossible to rely on a single path. On top of that, every applicant would be sent inside from a random starting point. He added that assistant supervisors would be waiting in certain areas throughout the labyrinth with drinks and snacks. If the students managed to find them, they would be allowed to rest for a while before continuing. Weapons were allowed inside the maze, mana was allowed as well, and if students wanted to team up after entering, that was also permitted. Just then, a red-haired girl walked over to Anna and Eva, looking at them with clear interest. She asked if they were the two who had taken first place in the previous test. The girl held out her hand and introduced herself as Layla. Anna smiled back warmly, introduced herself in return, and said she was happy to meet her. As Anna and Layla shook hands, Layla explained that she came from Yonggek Elementary near the cocoon. Then, with plenty of pride in her voice, she added that she was good at both mana and schoolwork. Anna could tell immediately that Layla was the type of girl with no shortage of confidence. Then Layla suddenly grabbed Anna's hands with both of hers and asked if Anna wanted to team up. Anna reminded her that all of them would be starting from different locations inside the maze. Layla only smiled, as if she had already thought that part through. She suggested that if they happened to meet inside, they should join forces then, and she also wanted them to promise not to attack each other. Anna agreed happily without making a fuss. Anna then turned toward Eva and asked if she wanted to join them too. But Eva answered calmly that she would be fine on her own. Even as Eva walked away, Anna waved after her and called out that they would meet again later. As Layla fixed her hair, she asked Anna if she was really okay, saying that Eva had been way too rude. Another girl nearby guessed that Eva probably did not have any friends at school, but Anna brushed off their concern with a smile and said she was fine, so there was no need for them to comfort her. Nearby, other students began muttering complaints under their breath, saying Eva was acting like she thought she was better than everyone else. Sweat formed on Anna's face as she listened to the comments around her. She quietly thought that becoming friends with those girls might be a lot harder than she had expected. Anna's mind drifted back to Eva after the test, remembering the quiet way she had wiped the sweat from her face. Thinking about the moment when she and Eva had looked at each other, Anna decided there was still a chance she could become friends with her. Then she remembered how Eva had lowered her gaze, as if she had wanted to say something but could not. A moment later, Eva looked away from her again, just as the man announced that the final exam was about to begin. He stood before the crowd of applicants and pointed them toward the waiting doors, signaling that it was time for them to enter. Before long, the participants had gone inside the labyrinth, disappearing one by one into its winding paths. Anna soon reached a fork in the maze, where the path split in different directions. She touched her chin thoughtfully, trying to decide which way she should go. She closed her eyes for a moment and recalled the advice she had been given for situations where she had absolutely no idea what to do. In Anna's memory, the red-haired woman bent one finger and told her to follow the flow of mana. Remembering those words, Anna opened her eyes again. A stream of blue energy flowed deeper into the maze, drifting through the corridor like a faint glowing trail. Seeing that mana moving in the direction that looked like it might lead toward the exit, Anna decided to trust it. With that choice made, she followed the trail forward. Anna turned her head when someone suddenly greeted her from nearby, breaking the quiet of the maze. A man was standing there watching her arrive. He told Anna that she was the first applicant to make it to that spot. He handed Anna a bottle of water and said it could not have been easy to come this far. Anna accepted the bottle from him and thanked him politely. Anna began drinking, but her eyes widened slightly when the man offered to give her a hint. She reminded him that this was still an exam, but the supervisor told her that because this was the final test and difficult enough already, she did not need to worry about that. Then he pointed down one of the paths and told Anna that this was the correct way to go. Anna thanked him again, trusting his words, and quickly ran off down the path he had shown her. Behind Anna, the man stayed where he was and watched her leave. As her figure disappeared farther into the maze, a dark smile slowly spread across his face. Anna kept her gaze locked straight ahead, not letting her eyes wander for even a second. Step by careful step, she watched the path stretching in front of her and moved deeper into the maze, trying to stay focused on where it was leading her. But after taking only a few more steps, Anna suddenly stopped and looked back, confusion tightening across her face. The stream of mana she had been using as her guide had completely disappeared from her senses, and she tried to calm herself by reminding herself that a teacher surely wouldn't go out of their way to deceive the students. Then Anna spotted several other participants gathered farther ahead, with another teacher standing close by as if waiting for them. The sight eased some of the doubt in her chest, and for a moment, she started to believe that maybe she really had been walking the correct route after all. Layla looked back over her shoulder, and the moment she noticed Anna coming toward them, she immediately raised her voice and called out to her from the middle of the group. Anna quickly hurried over to the others, greeting everyone while trying to catch her breath. Layla told her that her timing couldn't have been better, because they were just about to ask the teacher for the proper route, while another girl wasted no time and urged him to at least give them some kind of useful hint. The man raised one hand in front of them, slightly curling a finger as though he were about to make his clue obvious. Then he asked them a very simple question. Where did the sun rise from? The students answered almost immediately, their voices piling over one another with eager confidence. The answer, of course, was east. Relief spread across the students' faces as they turned toward that direction, and Layla quickly told Anna that this had to mean they should go east, urging her to follow along with the rest of them. Anna didn't move right away. Instead, she hesitated and glanced back once more, her expression growing tense as an uneasy feeling pulled at her instincts. Behind her, faint blue energy still drifted quietly through the air, its glow flowing in the complete opposite direction from the path everyone else was preparing to take. As the man encouraged the girls to hurry and head down the eastern path, a pale blue aura flickered behind Anna's back, pulsing softly as if it were desperately trying to draw her attention away from the crowd. Cold sweat began to bead on Anna's face as the truth finally hit her. The teachers weren't leading them toward safety at all, they were deliberately steering the students onto the wrong path. Nearby, another boy suddenly threw both hands up in the air, cheering everyone forward with excitement. He shouted that they had already come this far, and now only one final fork stood between them and the end. At the next stop, another teacher waited before the gathered students and explained that out of the 3 paths ahead, only one would truly lead them to the exit. Since the time limit was already almost up, the exhausted students immediately pleaded with him to stop giving vague clues and just tell them the correct answer outright. The teacher scratched the back of his head, wearing an awkward expression as he told them that, unfortunately, he really wasn't allowed to reveal the answer directly. Then, almost as if he were doing it by accident, he opened one eye just a crack, giving them what looked like the smallest possible sign. For students reacted instantly and rushed down one of the paths, laughing as they ran. They bragged that they were going to reach the exit before everyone else and that they had handled the exam perfectly from start to finish. But right as they charged ahead, a sudden voice called out and told them to stop, making the entire group turn back in surprise. Anna lifted her hand and pointed firmly toward a different path, saying with clear conviction that she didn't believe the exit was in the direction they had just chosen. Blue energy flared beside Anna as she explained that the mana was guiding her toward this other route instead, and the glowing aura seemed to support every word coming out of her mouth. The others stared at her as if they couldn't believe what they were hearing, and then they immediately pushed back. From their point of view, the teacher had already shown them which route to take, so they couldn't understand why Anna would suddenly complicate everything right when they were so close to the end. A drop of sweat slid down Anna's cheek as someone shouted that the exit was right in front of them, making it sound like she was the only one refusing to accept the obvious answer. The girl with the bun reminded everyone that the teacher himself had pointed them toward that route, while the bob-haired girls snapped in frustration. They complained that they were already completely exhausted, yet Anna was still trying to force everyone to follow her own strange idea. Even with all those voices pressing against her, Anna stayed planted in front of them and refused to step aside. That was when Layla finally opened her mouth and spoke up. With irritation written clearly across her face, Layla told Anna that she was probably just mistaken and overthinking the whole thing. The dark-haired boy glanced in Anna's direction, a faint trace of doubt flickering in his eyes. But the rest of the group only became harsher, mocking her by saying that taking second place must have gone straight to her head, and now she actually thought she knew better than the teacher. Anna's body trembled faintly, and she bit down on her lip as the pressure from everyone around her closed in. She had only said what she could clearly see, yet in that moment, she couldn't help wondering what Matthew would do if he were standing in her place. In the middle of that tense silence, Matthew's warning suddenly echoed in her mind with perfect clarity. He had once told her not to place her trust in others so easily. Back then, Anna had asked him whether that meant she couldn't trust anyone at all, and her brother had answered without softening his words, telling her that if she was a player, then no, she couldn't. Matthew had continued by telling her that as a player, the very first thing she needed to rely on was her own judgment. At the time, Anna had grabbed at her belt and said that she understood. Matthew had looked at her with a serious expression and told her not to forget those words. Now, standing there in the maze, Anna crossed her arms tightly against herself, wondering why that memory had returned to her so clearly at this exact moment. Then she raised her hand again and pointed straight ahead, declaring that the exit was in that direction. The others immediately told her that if she was so sure, she could go by herself, because they were choosing the other path. Layla folded her arms and fixed Anna with a cold, stubborn look. Anna simply answered that fine if that was how it had to be, then she would go alone. Blue energy began to gather around Anna's legs, curling and swirling around her feet like a current of glowing wind. A moment later, Anna's body rose lightly off the ground. The others froze and stared at her in shock, while Layla blurted out a question, asking whether Anna had completely lost her mind. Anna didn't bother arguing with them anymore. She only gave a small, quiet smile, and then launched herself forward down the path she had chosen. The red-haired girl brushed the whole thing off with a dismissive shrug, telling the others to stop wasting time and start moving, clearly convinced that Anna's choice made absolutely no sense. Layla kept her eyes fixed on the bright light shining at the end of the hall, certain that the answer was right there in front of them. And yet, even with that obvious-looking light waiting ahead, Anna had still chosen to run in a completely different direction. Anna kept running without turning back, trusting the pull of the blue mana as it led her forward through the maze. Layla smirked quietly to herself, feeling certain that this was the moment she would finally move ahead of the girl who had taken second place. With that confidence filling her, Layla stepped forward, already believing that victory was almost within her grasp. But then her shoe began to disappear beneath her, and before Layla could even understand what was happening, her entire body was suddenly transported away. In the very next instant, Layla reappeared right back in the middle of the maze. Anna finally came to a stop beside a drink machine, relief washing over her as she realized the exit had actually been close after all. Still breathing heavily from the run, she quietly wondered whether she had managed to pass the exam. Her hand shook slightly as she pressed the button on the machine. The test had gone on much longer than she had expected, and she figured everyone else must already be waiting by now. Matthew and Yoon had to be starving. She reached for the drink as it dropped down, only to hear someone greet her from nearby. Eva was standing right beside her, turning slightly in Anna's direction as she said that only 2 people had made it out. Eva then added that there was only one reason she had refused Anna's offer to team up before the exam, and it wasn't because she disliked her. Seeing how awkward Eva looked while saying it, Anna smiled softly and gently thanked her for the drink. Anna popped open the can, admitted that she still had no idea how the final results were going to turn out, and then introduced herself properly by saying her name was Anna. After that, Anna offered Eva a drink as well, then said that if they ended up meeting again at the academy, the 2 of them should become friends. Eva remained standing there without saying a word, her eyes lowered toward the can sitting in her hand. For a moment, Anna's simple offer seemed to leave her unexpectedly shaken, as if she had been caught off guard more deeply than she wanted to show. After a short pause, the two girls gently brought their cans together with a light tap, and only after that small, quiet gesture did Eva finally let her guard down a little, softly telling Anna her name. High above them, soft clouds moved lazily across the open sky, while Matthew waited outside with Yoon carefully held in his arms, standing there as the time continued to pass. Their parents had fallen asleep on a nearby bench, clearly worn down from waiting for so long. Matthew looked out into the distance with a quiet, patient expression, wondering when Anna would finally come out and finish everything. Some time later, the scene shifted back to school, where the third-year students were already settled into their seats. The classroom was filled with the familiar rustle and chatter of a new term beginning. Jimmy leaned in close beside Matthew, lifting one hand to cover his mouth as he whispered. At the front of the room, Bill stood by the board writing with chalk, then glanced back over his shoulder as if he could already sense trouble brewing. Keeping his voice low, Jimmy pointed out that Bill had somehow become their homeroom teacher again this year. Matthew added that, just as strangely, all of them had ended up placed in the exact same class too. Jimmy grinned and said he had sort of expected them to stay together, but even then, it was still pretty impressive. Behind them, Claire quietly watched their exchange, thinking to herself that the whole arrangement felt a little too convenient. Claire remembered how she had told her grandfather exactly which people she wanted to be in the same class with, and now, somehow, every single name she had mentioned was sitting right there around her. Leaning forward from behind him, Claire poked Matthew in the back and asked if he knew anything about this. Matthew only replied that, yeah, it definitely seemed like a strange coincidence. But even while answering her, Matthew kept his guard up and made sure not to encourage the conversation any further. He hadn't forgotten what he'd overheard at the hospital, Claire's grandfather personally telling the doctors to take special care of him. Before Claire could push him for more, Bill had somehow appeared beside her without making a sound. In the next instant, he brought a book down on her head, leaving a huge bump swelling up from the hit. Bill scolded her sharply for being bold enough to ignore the very first lessons of the new school year. Claire immediately shrank back in her seat and rushed to apologize, completely caught off guard. With a strict look on his face, Bill ordered Claire to stay after school and clean the teacher's room. She timidly agreed, her face burning with embarrassment, as she thought she had never been scolded like that before. Then Bill turned that same sharp gaze toward Matthew and told him he would be staying after school as well. Matthew instantly protested, but Bill simply asked if he hadn't been chatting right along with her. Matthew lowered his head, forced to accept the punishment right beside Claire. Meanwhile, Jimmy struggled desperately not to laugh, but the amusement on his face was almost impossible to hide. That small laugh was enough to seal Jimmy's fate too. He flinched the moment Bill announced that he would also be staying after school, and he immediately blurted out in disbelief, asking why he had to be dragged into it. His friends turned on him at once with cold, accusing glares. Bill told him plainly that it was because he had laughed, while Matthew asked if this was really the time for that, and Claire snapped at him for seriously finding her humiliation funny. With Matthew and Claire both glaring at him like they were ready to make him pay, they promised that the three of them would have plenty of fun cleaning together. Only then did Jimmy realize he had laughed himself straight into punishment. Catherine adjusted her glasses and let out a tired sigh, wondering how they could already be in third grade and still act like little children. Beside her, Olivia couldn't help laughing at the whole ridiculous scene. Meanwhile, the story moved away from that noisy classroom and shifted to the high school campus of Players Academy, where a completely new stage was about to begin. Anna lifted both hands high into the air, her whole face lighting up with pure excitement as she took in the moment. Eva rushed straight toward Anna without hesitation and threw her arms around her in a happy hug, saying that she had missed her and that she had passed the exam too. Anna gently patted Eva on the back, smiling warmly as she said that they had even ended up in the same class, which made everything feel even more perfect. The students standing nearby began turning their heads toward the two of them in surprise. Anna was just about to suggest that they go into the classroom first and settle in. But before Anna could finish speaking, excited whispers suddenly started spreading through the hallway. She glanced around at the growing commotion and asked if some kind of celebrity had just appeared. Everyone seemed to recognize the woman walking in, her white boots immediately drawing attention as she stepped forward. She was the kind of figure who had claimed one of the thrones at only 22 years old. In her hand, she carried a staff set with a gleaming stone, and the students could barely contain their excitement as they stared at Grace in awe. Grace kept a calm smile on her face while the crowd buzzed around her, with students whispering and asking if it was really her, and wondering why someone so famous had come to a place like this. She closed her eyes and forced her smile to look sweet and composed, but deep down, she was irritated by the students calling her Holy Mother. To her, that title made her sound far older than she wanted to be. Grace eventually came to a stop right in front of the girls, and no matter how hard she tried to carry herself gracefully, the air between them immediately turned awkward. It had already been 4 full years since Grace had last seen Anna in person. After everything that happened during the Kraken incident, the girls looked visibly tense and nervous in front of her. Anna wondered if Grace had come because she wanted something from her, while Grace quietly noticed how much Anna had grown, and even more surprisingly, realized she could no longer read how much mana the girl carried. Then Grace's gaze shifted toward Eva, curiosity flickering in her eyes as she studied the students standing beside Anna. At the same time, Anna leaned closer to Eva and quietly asked whether this woman was some kind of weirdo. Eva looked genuinely surprised by the question and admitted that she didn't know. Anna simply nodded in response, while Grace recognized Eva as Elder Nagman's daughter and found herself stunned by just how dramatically mana had changed Eva's body. Grace raised one fist to her mouth as if trying to hide her reaction, but there was one realization that bothered her more than anything else. Anna clearly had absolutely no idea who she was. Suddenly full of enthusiasm, Grace placed a hand on Anna's shoulder and eagerly asked if Anna wanted to become her student. As she spoke, light began gathering around her, making the moment feel even more intense. Grace understood that unless the teacher was someone famous, a Time Witch, or someone on the level of Noah Yunha, there were almost no people capable of helping Anna control such an overwhelming amount of mana. So Grace leaned in even closer, feeling an urgent need to secure Anna right away before anyone else could step in and take that chance first. Anna scratched the side of her head, her expression turning shy and uncertain. She hesitated for a moment, then began awkwardly with a soft, unsure Grace waited with wide, sparkling eyes, full of expectation. But the very next moment, she froze in complete shock when Anna quietly turned down her offer. Grace's hands began to tremble as she asked what Anna meant by that. Anna explained honestly that she didn't really know who Grace was, and besides, she already had a wonderful teacher. Then Anna quickly said goodbye, turned away from her, and hurried off before the conversation could grow any more uncomfortable. The students immediately swarmed closer around Grace, but Grace herself remained frozen on Anna's words, repeating in disbelief that Anna already had a wonderful teacher. She stood there with tears beginning to gather in her eyes, quietly asking herself whether Anna truly didn't know who she was. Just then, Grace's phone suddenly rang, slicing through the noisy crowd and interrupting the moment. Grace stepped away to answer the call, asking the clan lord what had happened. Around her, the students groaned at the interruption, and one of them had clearly been on the verge of asking her for an autograph. As Grace listened to the voice on the other end, her expression quickly tightened. Then she suddenly asked in stunned disbelief what had just been said. A deep frown settled across Grace's face as the weight of the news fully sank in. Grace was being called away because of a horde of monsters, and the situation was tied to missing people as well as a series of murders in Guashan. Missing person posters were scattered all over the street, some lying flat against the pavement while others fluttered weakly in the passing wind. As fear began to creep through the city, people still tried to convince themselves that the first disappearance was nothing more than an ordinary missing person case. But that fragile explanation didn't last for long. Before anyone could calm down, several bodies were found, their remains torn apart so viciously that it looked as though some wild beast had ripped through them with claws and teeth. Only then did the city finally understand that this was far more than a simple disappearance. Against a backdrop soaked in deep, blood-red light, Claude Marks lifted his hand and pointed toward the only conclusion that still made any sense. The culprit had to be a monster. Outside the palace, frightened crowds had already gathered with protest signs clutched in their hands, shaken by the spreading rumors, as they openly demanded an explanation from the goddess's government. To keep the panic from spiraling any further, an emergency council was called without delay, and the clans of Guashan City were summoned to respond. Among those brought into the crisis were the kings Regulus and Blades, both pulled into the urgent operation. Out near the Guashan Reservoir, monsters with sharp, spiked tails slithered and lurked between the trees. They were Class 6 monsters known as Sharptails, and the instant they noticed the warrior in front of them, they sprang forward and attacked without hesitation. The boy swept his sword out in one swift, powerful arc, and blazing flames erupted across the battlefield. The fire roared forward and swallowed the charging monsters whole before they could close the distance. One of the creatures crashed hard into the ground, letting out a piercing shriek as its body twisted and writhed in pain. The hero stepped toward the fallen monster and planted his foot firmly on its body, finally revealing himself as Victor. Victor leaned down over the struggling creature, his eyes narrowing with suspicion, as he asked how monsters like them had managed to hide themselves so well for so long. Behind him, Greg answered in a calm voice, saying that if a monster was intelligent enough to control a horde of that size, then it only made sense that it would also know how to stay hidden. Just then, another sharp tail suddenly burst out from behind them, its razor-sharp tail slicing through the air. Victor caught the attack with his weapon and said the leader had probably ordered the monsters to avoid humans whenever they sensed danger. Victor cut the monster down with a single clean strike, then questioned how Greg could possibly know what the creatures were thinking. He pointed out that monsters like these barely moved at all unless they had mana, while Greg warned the fire demon not to take monsters too lightly. Both of them turned their heads at once when the sounds of wounded people reached them from somewhere nearby. Other players were already on the ground treating the injured, doing what they could for those who had been hurt. Greg warned Victor that if he kept rushing in so recklessly, one day he was going to get himself killed. Victor snapped back immediately, not even pausing before saying that he already knew that much. Then Victor raised his voice and called over to Grace, asking if this was really all the fighters they had available. Grace answered that most of the monsters in the area had already been dealt with, but since some had escaped, they would need to form a pursuit team. With one hand resting lightly against his chin and a faint smile on his face, Greg commented that even with members of the 12 thrones here, some monsters had still managed to slip away. At that moment, a shooter dropped down from a tree and pointed out that the escape had to be intentional. Leo rested his weapon against his shoulder and explained that if the monsters had been able to gather a horde like this, then once they sensed real danger, the smaller ones would probably retreat back to wherever their leader was hiding. Greg was just about to ask where that hidden shelter might be, but before he could finish, the girl above him cut in and said they had already found it. She carefully began climbing down from above, lowering herself step by step as she made her way toward the group. Leo reached out to support her and warned her to be careful as she descended. The girl was Blair, the florist who was counted among the 12 thrones. Once everyone had gathered around her, Greg asked where the monster's shelter was located. Blair lifted her hand and pointed straight ahead, guiding their attention in one clear direction. The entire group turned to look where she was pointing, and Victor narrowed his eyes as he indicated the Sharptail's hidden nest. Between the trees, something shifted faintly, its movement almost swallowed by the shadows. They were still at the reservoir when a Sharptail landed on top of a rock, crouching low as it silently watched the surrounding area. Its eyes began to glow as it muttered that humans were nearby. At the reservoir, Blair raised both hands, and with her magic, she started pulling the water away from the area. The others could only stare in amazement as the water level began to drain before their eyes. Grace watched in awe, thinking that Blair's power was incredible, and that no matter how much she trained, she would never be able to use magic in the same way. Grace lowered her head, trying to comfort herself by thinking that their talents were simply different. She became so absorbed in that thought that she didn't even notice someone reaching toward her. Then Victor suddenly flicked her hard on the forehead. Grace grabbed her head in pain, wincing from the sharp sting, while Victor looked at her closely and asked what she had been thinking about so seriously. When Victor raised his finger again like he might flick her a second time, Grace immediately shouted at him. Victor asked why she was making such a jealous face and reminded her that she should already know exactly why she had been brought here. Grace snapped back that of course she understood her role, it was support and healing. Victor only smirked at her response and said he believed her. Still visibly irritated, Grace repeated herself with even more force. Victor asked why she was wearing that kind of expression, but Greg interrupted them with a grin, telling them to stop flirting and focus on what was ahead. Grace's face flushed red at Greg's teasing remark, while Victor finally shifted his attention back toward the reservoir. By then, the water level had dropped far enough for something hidden beneath the surface to finally come into view. That was when Victor noticed a pipe exposed below. The King clan fighters nodded, confirming that they had been ordered to inspect and secure the area. Greg flashed a V sign and told Blades and Regulus to gather every fighter they could spare, then split into separate groups before entering the shelter. After giving those orders, Greg turned to Blair and asked how long she could keep the spell active. Blair answered that as long as she had enough mana, she could maintain it for around 4 hours. Without any warning, Victor suddenly leapt down toward the exposed area. Greg told Blair that he would leave a few players behind to protect her, because from that point onward, she would be responsible for guarding the reservoir. Victor tumbled down the slope, rolling roughly along the ground before quickly scrambling even lower toward the newly exposed entrance. He reached the pipe, jumped straight inside without hesitation, and shouted back that he was going in first. Everyone stared down at him in disbelief. Grace cried out that he was completely insane, while Greg simply let out a weary sigh and muttered about young blood. The others rushed down after him using ropes, hurrying toward the pipe as they shouted for Victor to wait for them. Elsewhere, a news report began broadcasting the details of the monster incident, currently unfolding at the Guashan Reservoir. Matthew sat at the table with his family and looked up toward the television. The report stated that the Korean Mana Control Bureau had called in members of the 12 Thrones, including Blair, Grace, and Victor, making Matthew wonder whether this incident had really happened at this point in time, and what exactly had gone wrong. Matthew turned his face away and said nothing. Deep down, though, he already knew that this mission would leave a painful scar on the future. With a spoon held in his mouth, Matthew crossed his arms and silently sorted through the memories he still had. In the end, the monster subjugation would only be remembered as half a success. Inside the shelter, the squad came to a complete stop, frozen in horror at the sight before them. People were hanging upside down in front of them, and this was the failure that had been waiting at the end of the mission. Grace covered her mouth in shock, unable to look away, while Victor clenched his teeth so hard that anger and helplessness both tightened across his face. Victor cursed quietly under his breath as the nightmare in front of him unfolded. The sharp-tails grabbed hold of the hanging bodies one after another, dragged them away like scraps, and hurled them straight into the enormous cauldron waiting in the chamber. For several heavy seconds, the players couldn't move at all. They just stood there, frozen where they were, their eyes locked on the horrifying scene as if their bodies had forgotten how to react. Greg's face twisted with shock as he swept his gaze around the chamber, taking in the scale of what they had found. Then he asked, shaken, whether every missing person had really been dragged to this place. Victor's expression sank into something darker, his brows pulling tightly together as the anger behind his eyes began to burn hotter. And then, at last, the monsters noticed the intruders standing in their lair and slowly turned their attention toward them. A blazing stream of fire tore through the darkness, cutting across the chamber before smashing directly into one of the monsters. Victor stepped forward with flames raging around his body, his voice low and furious as he warned the Sharptails not to expect a fast or merciful death. By then, his rage had already blown far past the point where he could calmly hold himself back. Blue blood splattered across the floor and sprayed against the walls as the players threw themselves into battle, cutting down the monsters in the chaos. Greg moved past the fallen enemies and shouted for everyone to stop wasting attacks on monsters that were already down. He ordered them to start searching immediately for the wounded and for any survivors who might still be clinging to life. He stepped closer to the bodies scattered across the floor, lowering his gaze as he carefully checked them one by one for even the smallest sign of movement. A dark pool of blood had already spread near his boot, slowly soaking across the cold floor beneath him. A short distance away, Victor stood with his back turned to the others, his entire body stiff and tense as if he were barely holding his fury in place. Suddenly, a powerful burst of light erupted from Victor, bright enough to spill over the nearby players and make the whole area flare. Greg placed a firm hand on Victor's shoulder, grounding him before his anger could boil over completely. In a steady voice, he told Victor to calm down and reminded him that saving the missing people still had to come first. Victor turned as though he was about to snap back at him, but Greg stopped him before he could speak. He warned Victor that this was not the kind of place where he could simply lose control and do whatever he wanted. Greg's grip on his shoulder tightened as he reminded Victor that he was standing there as a player who represented both a nation and a clan. With a hard, unwavering look, Greg told Victor that what he needed most was more experience, and those words made Victor suddenly fall still. The players around them grew tense as they watched the exchange. One silently hoped the two of them wouldn't clash, while another prayed they wouldn't start fighting in such a narrow, dangerous space. Victor said nothing for a moment, his mouth slightly open as if his retort had gotten caught in his throat. Then Victor finally looked away and apologized. Greg raised a fist with a teasing grin and joked that maybe the fire demon should lower his head properly while he was at it. After that, Greg turned back toward the team and asked why they were still standing around when the search wasn't finished. Almost immediately, someone called out that they had found survivors. Grace walked over to Victor and quietly asked if he was all right, her voice carrying genuine concern. Victor instantly shot back, asking why he wouldn't be. He turned his face away and scratched the back of his head, leaving Grace slightly surprised by the sudden shift. After only a few gentle words from her, His mood had already changed, and Victor muttered that there was a reason for it. Standing a little apart from the others, Victor understood the truth clearly. The more experienced players were quietly looking down on him. Greg's expression remained stuck in Victor's mind. What bothered him most was that Greg had deliberately called him the Fire Demon instead of using his name or his clan title. Victor clenched his fist until the tension showed in his hand. He couldn't deny that he still had a long way to grow, but admitting that didn't make the anger in his chest fade away. Grace reached out and gently touched Victor's hand, then softly suggested that the two of them should train together. As she held his hand, Grace told him that compared to veteran players, both of them were still practically beginners with so much left to learn. With a gentle smile, Grace added that people only truly improved when someone pointed out the mistakes they couldn't recognize on their own. Victor looked embarrassed by her words and quietly said Grace's name. That small moment surprised her, because it had been quite a while since he had called her like that. Looking up at her, Victor admitted that he hadn't really been acting like himself, and then said it might be because Grace looked kind of cool. Grace immediately grew flustered and snapped at him, angry that she was trying to help while he was saying weird things. Victor glanced toward Greg, who was already busy helping the wounded, and silently made a promise to himself. One day he would catch up to players like them. A man pointed toward a door up ahead. Greg asked if they had found the leader, and the player beside him explained that the mana felt strongest inside that room. The players gathered in front of the door, their attention fixed on the heavy entrance as the tension around them grew thicker. Greg clasped his hands behind his back and gave the order for them to form an attack squad. Victor smirked when Greg asked whether the Fire Demon had any problem with him taking command. Victor replied that he was fine with it, as long as he got to handle the main damage. Victor's eyes burned again with fresh fighting spirit, and Greg had no issue with that since he intended to support him from behind. Grace watched in surprise, amazed by how quickly Victor had managed to recover. Glowing support icons began to appear around Grace as she activated acceleration, protection, and blessing amulets for the squad. The players lined up and prepared for battle. Greg ordered everyone to hold their formation once they entered, and told the guides to stay close to the spellcasters and rangers. The players pushed the door open, and the darkness inside the room stretched out before them like a waiting mouth. Greg drew his sword from its sheath and gave the command to advance. At that signal, the entire squad rushed into the room all at once. Deep within the darkness, a monster's eyes glowed with a deadly, menacing light. The creature slowly lifted its head, emerging from the shadows as its shape finally became clear. Victor swung his sword without hesitation, sending a surging wave of fire straight toward the monster. The sharp tail shifted its body immediately, moving in front of the egg behind it to shield it from the attack. Victor leaped high into the air and brought his attack crashing down toward the monster's head. The monster lashed out with its tail, whipping the sharp, blade-like end through the air in a deadly arc. The strike cut right in front of Victor, but Greg dashed in from below and blocked the blow before it could reach him. Victor dropped his body low toward the ground, shifting into a tighter stance just in time as the flow of the battle began changing around him. The instant the Sharptail's attention moved away from him, Greg sprang into action. He leaped onto the monster's body, kicked off with all his strength, and launched himself even higher into the air. Greg lifted his sword high above his head, then drove the blade down with full force, burying it deep into the monster's back. The Sharptail thrashed violently, twisting its massive body as it tried to snap back at Greg. But Greg's timing was razor-sharp, and he slipped away from the counterattack before it could catch him. Victor snapped his fingers, and a sudden burst of fire shot forward, rushing directly toward the blade still embedded in the monster. The sword lodged in the Sharptail's back ignited in an instant. Then, a heartbeat later, flames erupted across the monster's entire body, engulfing it from head to tail. Greg shot a sharp look back at Victor and warned him that the sword didn't belong to him, so he needed to be more careful with someone else's equipment. Victor answered that they didn't have much of a choice if they wanted to kill the thing, then laughed and reminded Greg that enemies like this were exactly the kind they couldn't afford to underestimate. Grace threw both hands into the air and shouted at them, warning that the battle still wasn't finished, and that they needed to stop bickering and stay focused. She slammed the end of her staff against the floor, sending power surging through the ground as she activated a binding spell. Thick ropes burst up from the floor and wrapped tightly around the Sharptail's head and legs, yanking its body downward and pinning it hard against the ground. Grace shouted for the archers to unleash everything they had on the monster. Leo immediately raised his weapon, took aim, and called out for a wild shot. A storm of attacks followed right after, with the fighters raining arrows and heavy catapults fired down on the trapped Sharptail. When the smoke finally began to clear, Victor stared in disbelief at the deep wounds carved across the monster's body. But those scars were already starting to close. The sharp tail turned its furious eyes toward them and growled, demanding to know how they dared attack it. Victor tightened his grip around the hilt of his sword, stunned by what he had just heard. This creature wasn't only moving with intelligence. It could actually think clearly and speak back to them. The ranged fighters quickly raised their weapons again, warning the others to brace themselves and prepare for another wave of attacks. Right beside one of the players, another sharptail suddenly burst out from an egg, breaking free without warning. The newly hatched monster sank its teeth into the player, while another fighter fired back with a gun. At the same time, Greg shouted for the rangers to focus their attacks on the monsters hatching from the eggs. Victor glanced back just as a massive pole rose high above them, its shadow spreading heavily over the battlefield. They threw themselves aside at the last possible second, escaping only a heartbeat before the huge paw smashed down where they had been standing. Greg grinned as one of the monsters lunged straight toward him, charging in with its jaws open. Nearby, one of the players tossed a sword through the air, sending it spinning toward Greg. Greg reached out and caught the sword cleanly, then charged straight at the monster while telling Victor that he would take care of the smaller ones. The two of them split off in different directions, and Victor shouted after Greg, telling him to watch himself and be careful. From above, the monster leader glared down at them with pure hatred, silently wishing death on every single human in front of it. Victor suddenly came to a stop, his body going still as he sensed something changing in the air. The sharptail exhaled a cloud of green smoke, letting the poisonous-looking mist spread outward through the battlefield. Victor quickly covered his nose as a sharp pain stabbed into his eyes, realizing at once that the smoke might be toxic. From behind one of the guides, Grace shouted Victor's name and told him to move to the right. Victor frowned, but he trusted the warning and jumped aside immediately, slamming hard into the wall as he narrowly avoided the danger. He reached behind his back, trying to grab an antidote, but Grace quickly called out and told him not to worry about that. Victor steadied his stance and prepared to attack again, while Grace told him firmly to trust her. Without hesitating any longer, Victor rushed straight ahead, pushing through the danger in front of him. As Victor drew his sword again, Grace shouted that she was sending a detox amulet his way. Victor grinned and said that sounded exactly like the Holy Mother. Grace immediately snapped in annoyance, telling him to stop calling her by that title. The monster attacked again and again, but Victor kept moving, dodging each strike as he slipped past every blow with sharp, quick movements. Then Victor charged in with a sneer, asking if the monster really thought something like that would be enough to scare him. Greg launched his own attack at the same moment, joining the assault from another angle and adding pressure to the monster. He shouted for Victor to finish the monster off while they still had the opening. Victor raised his sword and answered that he already knew. Then he brought the blade down, purple flames blazing fiercely around it. A brilliant flash exploded through the room, and the monster released a terrible scream as the attack tore into it. Grace sharply waved her hand and shouted toward the rangers, giving them the signal to move. At her command, the rangers opened fire on the sharptail all at once, launching their attacks together. The monster leaped aside, driven by one desperate instinct, to protect the king at all costs. It fell back into the nest, and Victor stepped closer, wondering what kind of monster they were really facing. Greg warned him from nearby that this wasn't going to be that simple. Then Greg swung his sword and stabbed directly into one of the eggs, revealing that the eggs themselves were still unharmed and intact. The sharptail jerked its head in panic, its body beginning to tremble, while Greg shouted for everyone to destroy the eggs. The players rushed in and began hacking the eggs apart, while the monster's thoughts narrowed to only one thing: its child. A broken shell lay beside the sharptail's fallen body, cracked open near the creature as the chaos continued around it. Its cub crawled into the pipe, escaping through the narrow opening, while the sharptail silently wished for its king to survive. Somewhere far above the dark surface of the water, that fragile bit of hope still refused to disappear. The hope that this child would somehow survive, keep growing stronger, and eventually become powerful enough to stand on its own. Bright sunlight poured across the rippling water, glinting over the calm surface in scattered flashes, almost like broken shards of glass drifting and sparkling with every small wave. The young monster slowly dragged its body out from the water, clawing its way up onto the shore, then began crawling forward with heavy, awkward movements toward the park waiting ahead. The girls came rushing out onto the wide-open lawn, their laughter carrying through the air as they teased each other, saying that whoever lost the game would be stuck washing the dishes. By then, a full week had already passed since the Gwankin monster was finally defeated, and thanks to the efforts of the 12 Thrones, countless survivors had been pulled out alive and were now being treated at a hospital in Gangnam. Olivia raised the ball up with both hands, gave it a light toss into the air, and then sent it flying straight toward Jimmy with an eager swing. Claire moved almost instantly, cutting in with sharp reflexes and smacking the ball away before it could properly reach Jimmy. Around that same time, the King's clan had already completed their sweep through Guachin, and after checking the area around the reservoir, they confirmed that not a single monster was left behind. Matthew stood a little ways off from the others, quietly watching as the children ran across the campsite, laughing, shouting, and losing themselves in the game. All of a sudden, Jimmy collapsed onto the grass, grabbing himself dramatically as he cried out in pain. Claire immediately bent closer and apologized, while Olivia rushed over with a worried look, checking to see if he was really all right. Still pouting from the hit, Jimmy announced that he was switching teams because he wanted Claire fighting on his side instead. Catherine protested right away, complaining that a team like that would make the game completely boring, and Olivia quickly joined in too, insisting that she also wanted Claire on her team. Claire gently held a handkerchief against Jimmy's nose, carefully dabbing at him while trying to calm the whole argument down. She suggested that they divide the teams another way with herself, Catherine, and Olivia on one side, while Jimmy teamed up with Matthew on the other. Watching the children go back and forth like that, Matthew couldn't help thinking they were pretty entertaining, but even so, he had absolutely no interest in getting dragged into their game. A short distance away, Tate was standing at the cooking area with a pink apron tied around him, calmly chopping carrots as if this were the most ordinary scene in the world. Seeing him like that, Matthew felt that everyone here really ought to be thanking their uncle. The parents had gathered closely around their son, surrounding him with one question after another until there was barely any room to breathe. The only reason they had managed to come to this campsite at all was because they had persuaded Tate to join them in Matthew's place. Without that, this trip never would have happened. While Matthew peeled potatoes beside his uncle, he quietly thanked Tate for agreeing to come along with them. Tate kept working with his hands, brushing the gratitude aside in a casual tone, and telling Matthew that it really wasn't anything worth making such a big deal about. But when Matthew lowered his voice and apologized once again for dragging him into all of this, Tate's expression shifted, surprise briefly showing on his face. After carrying over a bowl piled with freshly peeled potatoes, Matthew asked if he could leave for a little while, explaining that there was something he needed to handle. Tate accepted it without making a fuss, but before Matthew could walk away, he still asked whether he needed any help. Matthew picked up the bottle and held it out toward Tate, asking him to pour some curry into it for him. Tate took the bottle from him with a puzzled look, clearly trying to figure out what Matthew was planning to do with curry. Then Matthew added one more request, saying that he also needed a knife. As Matthew started heading toward the suitcase, Tate called after him, telling him that the knife was inside the bag and that the lock code was still the same as before. Matthew secured the weapon firmly against his belt, then told Tate that he would return before the day was over and asked him to cover for him if anyone started looking. But Tate immediately pushed back, making it clear that if Matthew was about to deal with something serious, then he intended to go with him too. Matthew slid the sword smoothly into its sheath and rejected the idea without the slightest hesitation. Tate's job was to stay at the campsite and protect everyone there, just in case something unexpected happened while Matthew was away. Matthew made his stance clear. He was ready now, and whatever was waiting for him, this was something he could take care of alone. Before long, he arrived at the park surrounded by tall glass walls, where the entrance door remained slightly open, sitting there in silence as if it had been waiting for him. Matthew stepped inside, and the sharp tap of his shoes echoed across the tiled floor. Then, only a moment later, he felt it, a heavy gaze pressing down on him from somewhere above. When Matthew raised his eyes and spotted the Lizard King looming overhead, he remained calm and said that things were not the same as they had been in his past life. This time, he no longer felt powerless. He turned his body and looked upward, just as Sharptail suddenly launched itself down toward him in a swift, violent attack. Matthew's hand moved straight to his blade, fingers clamping around the hilt before he ripped it free, and in that same instant, a blinding flash of light tore through the air. With his brow drawn into a deep frown, Matthew locked his gaze on the monster. The lizard's jaws stretched wide open, and a sharp, piercing scream burst from deep inside its throat. That shrill cry yanked Matthew's memories back to the Soul Invasion, to the moment when the monster leaders struck while Mali, the first goddess, was absent, sending their endless armies charging forward. Back then, the players had shaken in pure terror. Matthew had only just graduated from the academy and was supposed to receive the title of immortal. Yet on that very day, four terrifying leaders had forced their way straight into the city. Sarah's staff slipped from her trembling hands and clattered onto the ground as tears gathered in her eyes. Staring at the nightmare in front of them, she asked how they were ever supposed to defeat monsters like those. The heroes could barely do anything except stand there and watch as enormous monsters tore through the city. Matthew and the others were completely overwhelmed, especially with swarms of smaller monsters flooding the streets around them from every possible direction. Among those leaders, one had looked almost exactly like the Lizard King, spreading fear through the players as its deadly poison seeped across the battlefield. The monster opened its mouth, its tongue slipping into view, and its identity became unmistakable. This was a Super Class 3 monster, the Lizard King. Matthew slipped past the incoming strikes, avoiding each attack one after another while thinking how absurd the situation was. In that previous life, no one had even known his name until he finally reached grade 3. Then Matthew swung his sword around and drove a clean, sharp strike straight into the monster's body. Fine cracks began spreading outward from the point of impact, and Matthew stopped for a brief moment, staring at the damage with confusion in his eyes. The lizard immediately sprang backward, creating a safer distance between them. Matthew muttered under his breath that the creature was tougher than he had expected, especially since it had not even fully matured yet. Sharptail snarled at him with pure hatred, spitting out the word human as if it were a curse. Then its body began to blur and fade from sight. Matthew instantly recognized the disguise skill. Even before this monster had fully recovered its strength, that single ability alone had once allowed it to cause an enormous amount of damage. Matthew shifted one step to the side, leaning his body back just enough to let the danger pass by, then coldly dismissed the attempt as pathetic. Raising his weapon again, Matthew said that the monster's killing intent was far too obvious, so obvious that he could sense it from a mile away. With one clean, decisive strike, Matthew threw the monster completely off balance. The monster slammed down hard against the ground, its body crashing heavily into the floor. Matthew walked toward it with the bottle still strapped to his back, mocking the creature for not even being able to hide its presence properly. He let out a small sigh and pulled the bottle free, revealing that he had brought it for one specific reason, to stop the lizard from relying on its disguise. Then Matthew swung the bottle forward and splashed the curry directly onto the monster. The monster panicked and scrambled up a nearby tree, clinging tightly to the trunk while Matthew looked up at it and asked whether it liked the taste. After all, he had brought that curry especially for it. As the lizard dug its claws even deeper into the bark, Matthew told it to enjoy the meal, because it would be the last one it ever got. The monster raised its head, opened its mouth wide, and fired a spray of sharp green shards straight toward him. Matthew drew his swords with a dismissive scoff, asking whether that attack was seriously supposed to be a poison bomb. Then he planted one foot against a nearby bench, kicked off with powerful force, and launched himself through the air straight toward the lizard. Matthew brought both blades up and crossed them tightly in front of his body. Then, in the very next instant, he activated Heavenly Step, his figure launching forward so fast that he tore straight through the monster's neck before it could even react. Blood burst violently from the wound, spraying out in a thick red arc as the force of Matthew's attack ripped clean through the monster's flesh. And then, just a heartbeat later, a crushing explosion erupted across the area, shaking the space around them with a sudden roar. A wave of thick smoke surged upward, swallowing everything in front of Matthew and completely blocking his view of whatever remained beyond the blast. As the smoke slowly began to shift, a severed paw could be seen lying alone on the ground. Before long, flames suddenly sparked across it, and the detached limb began to burn. Matthew looked down at it with cold, unimpressed eyes, thinking that compared to the monster he remembered from before, this version was almost laughably weak. With the bright flames flickering in front of him, Matthew's thoughts drifted back to the Lizard King, a monster that had been born with the presence and authority of a true ruler in every sense. He tilted his head just slightly, watching the fire consume what was left, and quietly offered the creature a calm farewell. But the next moment, the real lizard came charging in from another direction, snarling with fury as it revealed that Matthew had only destroyed a clone, one that had still costed a heavy amount of mana. The monster rushed straight toward Matthew, rapidly closing the distance while shouting that there was no escape left for him now. As its speed climbed higher, a disturbing realization struck the lizard. Matthew seemed to already understand every skill it possessed, and even worse, he was brushing those abilities aside with unsettling calm. The lizard froze where it stood, stopping dead in its tracks as the truth finally settled in. In its current condition, it had absolutely no chance of defeating Matthew. It immediately decided that retreat was the only option, planning to escape and come back once it had grown stronger. But Matthew was already moving, rushing in with his sword swinging before the monster could slip away. The monster glanced over its shoulder, and the moment it realized Matthew was already right there behind it, pure terror spread across its face. The strike sent the lizard blasting straight through the window, shattering the glass in every direction as blood sprayed through the broken frame. The lizard crashed back first into a tree with a heavy, brutal impact, then let out a weak and miserable gasp as its battered body slumped from the force of the blow. As Matthew came descending after it, the lizard forced its voice out through the pain, demanding to know how Matthew had known about its clone technique. The lizard sharpened the tendrils at the end of its tail, aiming those deadly points directly at Matthew as if it planned to skewer him alive on the spot. Matthew did not even bother stepping away. He simply stood in place, calm and steady, and confirmed that yes, he had already known about the clones. Aura wrapped around Matthew's hand as he reached out, catching one of the incoming tendrils before it had the chance to pierce through him. Then, without the slightest pause, Matthew brought his sword around with perfect precision, cutting toward the monster as if the outcome had already been decided. One clean slash sliced through several of the tendrils at once, and the lizard screamed out in raw, tearing agony. Mana gathered around Matthew's hands as he called upon Mad Dance, the energy swirling over him like a violent storm on the verge of exploding. His sword flashed through the air again and again, each strike carving into the lizard's limbs in rapid succession before the monster could defend itself. The monster trembled from the overwhelming mix of rage and pain, but before it could pull itself together, Matthew struck yet again. He activated Offended Soul and drove his blade toward the lizard's stomach with brutal focus, putting all of that force into one merciless attack. A storm of energy fragments crashed into the monster, tearing through its body with terrifying power and ripping it apart from close range. Then Matthew summoned red mana, pulling those scattered fragments together until they began spinning into a fierce vortex around his attack. Matthew thrust forward like a sharpened spike driving into the lizard's body, sending waves of destructive energy surging through it from the inside. Choking through the unbearable pain, the lizard still managed to force out a question, asking why Matthew was willing to go this far. Matthew kept the sword buried deep inside the monster's body, his expression completely unmoved, as though he could not even understand why the creature would ask something so obvious. The monster asked whether killing it truly mattered that much, and Matthew answered first without saying a word, pushing the blade even deeper and unleashing another surge of energy through it. Then Matthew released his grip on the sword and spoke in a cold, final tone, declaring that humans and monsters could never stand together, no matter what conditions were placed between them. The blade pinned the lizard firmly against the tree, leaving it trapped there as it gasped for breath. In that moment, the monster seemed to finally understand the mistake it had made. Matthew summoned Offended Soul once more, sending another wave of sharp, deadly fragments flying toward the immobilized monster. The monster roared through the pain and begged for help, but Matthew only continued pressing the same truth into it. There was only one ending waiting for them here. By the time this fight ended, only one of them would still be alive. Either Matthew would walk away breathing, or the lizard would. The lizard tried to force out a few more words, but its eyes slowly slid shut as the last of its strength faded, and it muttered that this still was not the end. Even as it slipped toward death, the monster screamed that Matthew would die just like it. Matthew fired his gun and said there had indeed been a time when he believed that same thing himself. Memories from the past rose in his mind as he spoke, remembering how a player's life had once revolved around only two choices: kill or be killed. The lizard's remains burst into flames, burning away in front of him, while Matthew insisted that this life would be different and that he would not die this time. Matthew picked up the gun, remembering the older version of himself who had once managed to kill this very same enemy before. The final scraps of the lizard's body crumbled apart, breaking down into fragments that dropped quietly onto the ground. Matthew crouched beside what was left, lowering his gaze to carefully inspect the stones that had remained behind. Skill stones were special items dropped by monsters, and every single one held a different kind of power depending on how strong the monster had been. Matthew picked up a golden stone and considered absorbing it, thinking that if it worked, he would be able to use the skill it contained later on. But the mana in Matthew's hand rejected the stone almost immediately. The moment he noticed that reaction, he abandoned it and reached for another stone instead. This second stone began glowing in his palm, its light showing that it had a powerful compatibility with him. Matthew felt the power of the Lizard King begin to flow into him, spreading through his body as the monster's strength slowly became his own. By the time Matthew made it back to the campsite, the children were still outside in the open air, running around and playing noisily, as if nothing strange or dangerous had happened anywhere nearby. Matthew headed straight for the suitcase without wasting time, opened it with careful hands, and looked through the inside to confirm that every piece of equipment had been returned to its proper place. Tate glanced over and asked if Matthew had finished handling whatever business had pulled him away. Matthew answered calmly that he had, then added a quiet word of thanks for lending him the gear. After that, Tate came over with a proud look on his face, showing Matthew a fresh batch of grilled skewers that had just come off the heat. Matthew lowered his gaze toward the grill, where the meat and vegetables were arranged in neat rows, cooked evenly until they looked warm, glossy, and perfectly ready to eat. Once he saw that the food was ready, Matthew raised his voice and called the others over, telling everyone to come grab something to snack on. The boys reacted immediately, rushing straight toward Tate and crowding around him as they begged to get the best piece before anyone else could snatch it away. Matthew watched the hungry kids swarm around the skewers that were still only half finished. Their eyes locked on the food as if they had been waiting for this moment forever. He closed his eyes with a small, amused smile, listening as the children kept arguing over who had the right to claim the biggest sausage. And it did not take long before Matthew stepped into the noisy crowd himself, just as eager as the rest of them to secure his first serving. Sometime later, the scene moved away from the campsite and into the city estate owned by the president of Sirius Company. Matthew and his family sat together at an elegant table, sinking into soft leather sofas while quietly drinking tea inside a room that felt far too luxurious for a simple visit. John noticed how stiff and nervous Matthew's mother seemed, so he asked why she looked so tense. She admitted, a little anxiously, that she was worried she might look strange. Anna and John immediately tried to reassure her, warmly telling her that she looked beautiful. But instead of calming her down, their compliments only made Matthew's mother even more flustered and embarrassed. Just then, the doors leading into the hall opened. Matthew turned his attention toward the person entering the room, his eyes narrowing slightly with quiet interest as he watched them step inside. The president of Sirius, Chuck, walked into the hall, with his wife, Louise, entering beside him. Matthew's family immediately stood up from their seats, rising together so they could greet the two of them with proper respect. Chuck welcomed them with a pleased smile, saying that he was happy to see them and thanking them for coming all the way there. Louise then spoke gently to Matthew's mother, warmly suggesting that she call her by name, especially since the two of them were the same age. Matthew and Anna stood off to the side, quietly watching the adults exchange greetings while waiting for someone to finally notice that they were there too. A moment later, the president's eldest daughter, Tiffany, approached them and offered a polite greeting. Anna shook Tiffany's hand with a bright, friendly smile, then pointed out in surprise that the two of them were actually the same age. Tiffany asked if studying at the Player Academy was difficult, and before long, the two girls were happily chatting about Anna's dream of becoming a player, barely paying any attention to Matthew at all. They even exchanged social media contacts, leaving Matthew staring at his sister in genuine surprise, impressed by how easily Anna could get along with someone she had only just met. Then Matthew noticed another girl moving quietly behind him. She sat down nearby without making much noise, and Matthew greeted her first, saying that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. For a moment, silence settled between them and stretched just a little too long, making the air around them feel noticeably awkward. Then the girl finally returned his greeting with only a brief response, and the unexpected shortness of it caught Matthew completely off guard. Agnes then told Matthew that from now on, he should address her in a different way. 2 years earlier, at the hotel branch, the president of Sirius had held a large annual party for every branch, gathering everyone together to thank them for all their hard work. With a plate held in his hands, Matthew watched as Anna blended smoothly into the crowd, even though this was the very first time she had ever attended an event like that. John had really wanted Matthew's mother to come along as well, but Matthew had already explained that she needed to stay behind and take care of Yoon. One person after another approached John, greeting him with respect as the newly appointed department director. John accepted their congratulations politely, thanking each person in turn for treating him with so much courtesy. Matthew understood the reason behind all the attention. His father had recently been promoted at one of Sirius Company's largest branches, so naturally, everyone wanted to acknowledge him. Matthew knew that John was a kind man and a devoted father, but that only made him feel even more uneasy when he thought about the future of the company being tied to someone so carefree. Still turning those concerns over in his mind, Matthew drifted away from the noise of the party, searching for a quieter place where he could eat without being surrounded by people. In an empty hallway far from the crowded party room, Matthew noticed a girl standing there completely alone. She was gazing out through the window with a distant expression, and just from the look on her face, it was clear she was not enjoying the party at all. Matthew walked over to Agnes and told her that she was missing out on a lot, and that simple comment was enough to make her turn her eyes toward him. Agnes asked what he meant by that, and Matthew gave her the most straightforward answer he possibly could: the food. Matthew said he planned to eat as much as he wanted while he still had the chance, since he was young enough that he did not need to worry about his appearance yet. Then Matthew extended his fork toward Agnes, offering her a bite of the food himself. At first, Agnes tried to turn him down, but Matthew's strangely persuasive logic about enjoying good food gradually wore away her resistance. In the end, Agnes leaned in closer, took a bite from the fork, and chewed it carefully. When Matthew asked how it tasted, she admitted that she liked it. Right at that moment, John called out Matthew's name, making him tense up where he stood. John asked why Matthew had wandered off on his own without telling anyone. Chuck was standing directly behind John, and after looking Matthew over with interest, he asked whether this boy was John's son. Matthew froze on the spot, completely caught off guard by Chuck appearing there so suddenly. Matthew immediately recognized Chuck as the man who would eventually become the future chairman of Sirius, while John hurriedly began explaining the situation. Matthew quickly straightened his back, fixing his posture as neatly as he could before introducing himself in the most polite way possible. Chuck responded with an easy, relaxed smile, saying that he had already heard more than enough about Matthew. After that, Chuck turned slightly and introduced his daughter, Tiffany. Tiffany stepped forward with a calm and composed expression, then extended her hand toward Matthew so they could greet each other properly. The moment Matthew saw Tiffany standing right in front of him, his nerves tightened at once, because this was one introduction he absolutely could not afford to mess up. But before he could fully steady himself, Chuck turned again and pointed toward Agnes as well. Matthew could barely keep up with what he was hearing. The quiet girl he had just spoken to alone in the hallway had not been some ordinary guest at all. Agnes was also Chuck's daughter. Agnes looked at him with a soft, almost sweet smile and asked if the two of them could be friends, which only made Matthew even more lost. In his past life, he had no memory whatsoever of Chuck having another daughter like her. Agnes lightly placed both of her hands on Matthew's shoulders and lingered there for a moment, making him grow even more flustered under her direct gaze. Then she reminded him that she was 2 years older than him, as though quietly warning him not to forget basic manners. Matthew cautiously asked whether it would be all right for him to speak to Agnes a little more casually, and Agnes gave him permission right away, without showing the slightest hesitation. So Matthew tested the boundary a bit further, asking if that meant he could completely drop the formal tone whenever he talked to Agnes. Agnes did not let that slide so easily. Instead, she told Matthew to say it again, leaving him staring back at her in confusion as he tried to figure out exactly what she wanted from him. Then Agnes made her meaning clear by saying her own name directly. Agnes told Matthew that from now on, he should simply call her Agnes, so there would be no strange awkwardness or confusion between them. Matthew, left with no real way to refuse, could only nod and accept it. Chuck then promised that the next time they met, he would make sure Matthew came over again and spent some time talking with his daughters. Later on, Matthew sat at the large table in stunned silence, still trying to process the fact that everything had somehow unfolded in this direction. Louise looked toward the boys and gently asked whether they were enjoying the snacks. Yoon answered with pure excitement, his face immediately lighting up as if the food alone had won him over. Chuck then shifted his attention to Anna and asked whether she had entered the Players' Academy that year. Anna answered politely, confirming that she had. After hearing that, Chuck handed Anna a box and told her that he really should have given it to her much earlier. Chuck explained that the item inside was a communication device, something Anna could use to contact him while she was at the academy. Anna stared at the gift in complete surprise, clearly not expecting anything like that. John immediately thanked Chuck for such a generous gesture, but Chuck brushed it aside lightly, acting as if it was nothing worth making a big fuss about. Chuck said that in the future, he would need reliable people around him, so he wanted them to accept the gift without feeling burdened by it. Then he encouraged Anna to go ahead and open the box. Still looking a little confused, Anna glanced down at the box and pointed out that she already had a phone. Chuck pulled out his own device and showed it to her with obvious pride, explaining that this Sirius model was far superior to anything else currently on the market. Chuck glanced toward John, almost as if asking him to back up the claim, and John quickly agreed with him. Matthew's mother then gently nudged Anna to thank him properly, and Anna did so right away. Meanwhile, Matthew sat quietly with Yoon held in his arms, watching the entire exchange unfold as a growing sense of suspicion settled inside him. Chuck's friendly words kept echoing through Matthew's mind, but no matter how many times he turned them over, he still could not figure out what Chuck was truly trying to achieve. Matthew's thoughts were interrupted when Yoon reached out and held a cookie toward him, silently offering him a bite. On another couch, Anna and Tiffany were already leaning close together, whispering about meeting again. Matthew could not understand how Anna had managed to become so friendly with Tiffany in such a short amount of time. Matthew seriously could not wrap his head around it. How could someone socialize that smoothly, slip into conversation so naturally, and talk about so many different things after only just meeting? Then Tiffany turned her gaze toward Matthew and invited him to come along with them next time as well. Agnes also looked toward Matthew and quietly added that it would be nice if he joined them too. Tiffany told Anna that Agnes had no friends and almost never showed up to gatherings like this, which immediately made Agnes speak up in protest. Agnes tried to defend herself, but the way her voice came out only made her sound hurt and embarrassed. Tiffany kept pressing anyway, asking who Agnes actually spent her time with. So Tiffany asked Matthew to join them next time too, saying that if he came along, Agnes would at least have someone there she could talk to. At that moment, Matthew finally started to understand what kind of person Agnes really was. Matthew realized that Agnes had been brought to gatherings like this so she could build connections and form a small circle of her own. And now, Agnes wanted Matthew to become part of that circle, something the old Matthew would have rejected immediately without giving it a second thought. Louise clapped her hands together with a bright, delighted smile and said that it sounded like a wonderful idea. Chuck and Louise both added that they had wanted Matthew to attend these kinds of gatherings from a young age, since it would be a valuable opportunity for him. That was when Matthew finally realized he had been neatly led into this from the very beginning. Looking at Agnes, Matthew understood the real truth. Agnes was Chuck's heir, the one expected to take over after him someday. Tiffany was excellent at keeping a conversation moving, and somehow, she was even better at acting as if she had no idea what was really happening. Matthew had no real reason to distrust the company his father worked for, and he also did not want to leave Anna alone at a gathering like this. So in the end, Matthew gave in and reluctantly agreed, and the moment Chuck heard his answer, he looked genuinely pleased. Chuck's family all agreed that it would be good for Agnes as well, speaking as though the matter had already been settled completely. Later that night, Jeb walked down a quiet street with a bottle in his hand, drinking as he staggered unsteadily along the road. Then, all at once, Jeb felt as though he had finally reached his limit and could not take any more. An irritating sound suddenly reached his ears, and Jeb turned around with an annoyed expression, trying to find where the noise was coming from. Something massive was rushing straight toward him through the night, closing the distance with terrifying speed. It was a giant grade 7 mosquito, its enormous body cutting through the dark air like a living weapon aimed directly at him. The monster's red eyes glowed fiercely, burning with raw aggression, as it locked its attention completely onto Jeb. In the very next instant, the mosquito drove its sharp mouthpart straight through Jeb's shoulder. A brutal wave of pain crashed through Jeb's body, stealing the air from his lungs and leaving him frozen in shock. The bottle slipped from Jeb's hand, fell onto the asphalt, and shattered across the ground, scattering broken glass everywhere. In the glossy, mirror-like surface of the mosquito's eye, Jeb's body was already reflected on the ground, collapsed and helpless, while startled people from farther down the street began rushing toward the sound in alarm. The creature slowly turned its head, shifting its gaze away from Jeb as its attention locked onto the figures now hurrying toward the scene. The ones running over were players, and the instant they arrived, their presence alone was enough to make the giant mosquito pull back, abandon its prey, and retreat from the area. Two of the players immediately moved to help the injured man on the ground, but their commander clicked his tongue in irritation, clearly not wanting to waste valuable time on someone who looked like a drunk. Even so, the commander's subordinates stood firm, reminding him that orders were still orders, and that the wounded victim had to be brought to the hospital no matter what condition he was found in. From the wound piercing through Jeb's shoulder, a strange blue light began to shimmer faintly, glowing through the injury in a way that looked completely unnatural. Not long after that night, a crushing heat wave rolled over the city, wrapping the streets in heavy, suffocating air that made every step outside feel brutal. Matthew's summer break began right after he finished 3rd grade, marking the end of the school year beneath that relentless, sweltering heat. After school, Matthew and the other kids headed to the hospital together, making their way there to visit Melly. They brought flowers with them, carefully carrying the bouquet as they stepped into the hospital room. Melly gently warned them to lower their voices, telling them not to wake the sleeping baby resting beside her. The kids immediately gathered around the baby, and the moment they saw his tiny sleeping face, their expressions softened all at once. They could not stop fussing over him, whispering with excitement about his tiny hands and gushing over how adorable his little face looked. Matthew asked if the baby liked having so many people around him, and Melly smiled as she watched everyone crowd close, answering that he did. Then Matthew turned his attention back to Melly and asked whether the baby was a boy or a girl. Melly told him that the baby was a boy, and the others immediately started chatting excitedly about him, as well as all the people who had already come by to visit. When Matthew asked what the baby's name was, Melly said she had chosen it before he was even born. His name was Vinny, a name carrying dreams, hope, and the promise of the future. That name lingered in Matthew's mind. Before his rebirth, he had once read about the Abyss Dungeon, and on the raider list he had seen that very same name. That raider had been known by the nickname Diamond Fist, and his skills had played a huge role in clearing the Abyss Dungeon. Matthew began to wonder if the tiny baby sleeping peacefully in front of him might really grow up to become that exact person someday. Then another thought rose quietly in Matthew's mind. Why had Melly not chosen death before his rebirth? The answer came to him almost instantly. It had been because of this child. Meanwhile, the others continued taking turns holding the baby, carefully passing him from one pair of arms to another while showering him with gentle affection. Matthew asked if Vinny being Yoon's brother meant that Vinny should count as Matthew's brother too. Melly answered that no matter how they defined the relationship, Matthew should still take care of the baby, because they were family. Melly jokingly added that looking after the baby would be good practice for Matthew, though Matthew had absolutely no desire to be dragged into that idea. But when he asked about the baby's full name, Melly told him it was no Vinny, which only left Matthew even more confused. In the end, that visit to the hospital left Matthew feeling strangely disappointed, as if the answer he had expected had slipped away from him. Afterward, the kids left the hospital together, still talking excitedly about the baby as they stepped back outside. But the heat waiting outside was so intense that wandering around the streets for long was simply out of the question. One of the girls suggested going to the community center pool instead, and everyone seemed to like the idea right away. But when she turned and asked Matthew what he thought, he hesitated. Matthew had only just begun to answer when the kids suddenly noticed a group of children nearby, eating ravenously as if they had not had a proper meal in days. There were quite a few of them gathered together, and their rough appearance made them stand out immediately from everyone else. They were wanderer children, kids who had lost their families to monsters and had nowhere safe or stable left to return to. Most of them had been born in the slums, abandoned early in life, and forced to survive outside the protection of the city. While the others quietly talked about them and mentioned Amanda's safety barriers, Matthew slipped away from the group and moved around the corner. Right at that moment, a tall stack of boxes started to shake, wobbling dangerously before tipping over. A wanderer child was standing directly beneath the stack, completely unaware that the boxes were about to come crashing down onto his head. Matthew reacted without a second of hesitation, jumping in immediately and pulling the boy out of danger. The boxes missed the child by only a narrow margin before crashing hard onto the floor, spilling their contents everywhere with a loud scatter. Still holding the boy safely in his arms, Matthew looked him over carefully and asked if he had been hurt. But instead of crying or panicking, the child looked up at Matthew with bright eyes and happily shouted, "Angel," leaving Matthew completely confused. The boy then began explaining that his mother had told him an angel would come and help him someday. The others spotted Matthew and quickly ran over to him, but Matthew calmly told them that everything was fine. The kids asked what had happened, and the sound of their voices immediately drew the wanderer child's attention. Suddenly, a one-armed boy came running toward them, shouting as he hurried over in alarm. The little child recognized him right away and called out to him as his brother. The older boy quickly grabbed the little one's hand and pulled him back close to his side. Then the wanderer children scolded the little boy for going near strangers and speaking to them so carelessly. After that, they turned back toward Matthew and the others, apologizing for causing trouble and asking them to let the matter go. The older brother told the little one to lower his head and apologize properly, and after hesitating for a brief moment, the child obeyed. Then both brothers bowed their heads together and apologized at the same time. After that, the children wasted no time at all. They turned and hurried off as quickly as their small legs could manage, almost stumbling over themselves in their rush to leave. But even while they were getting farther away, they kept twisting their heads back with frightened, nervous glances. The girls stood there watching until the boys finally vanished down the street. Only then did they turn back with puzzled looks on their faces, unable to hide their confusion as they asked who those children were, and why they had looked so scared just from seeing them. Matthew did not have a clear answer, but he could make a guess. Their parents had probably never taken the time to sit them down and seriously explain what wanderers were, or what kind of danger could follow whenever wanderers appeared around ordinary people. For children like that, whose entire world had always been school, daycare, and the safe little routines adults carefully built around them, one careless encounter with wanderers could shatter everything. In the worst case, that protected life could be torn away in an instant, leaving them thrown straight into the slums. Claire's expression grew uneasy as she listened. Then, with a faint tension in her voice, she asked if this was one of those days when wanderers were allowed to come out into the streets and blend in among ordinary people. Since Claire had grown up under the protection of the church, she was not completely ignorant about that kind of life. Even if she only understood a small part of it, she knew enough to sense how complicated and dangerous the situation could be. But when the others kept pushing him with more questions about those children, Matthew's face tightened. Instead of explaining any further, he cut the conversation off and told them flatly that they did not need to know anything more. Eventually, the kids made their way back home, their small figures growing more and more distant with every step. The wanderers stayed behind where they were, saying nothing as they quietly watched those children disappear from sight. It was a harsh, bitter reminder that even when the world seemed peaceful on the surface, that calm could be painfully fragile. For children who had done absolutely nothing wrong, the world could still turn cruel without warning. By the following day, Jimmy, Claire, and Olivia had gathered together inside the gazebo. They sat beneath the shade, trying to escape the worst of the sunlight, while the heavy summer heat pressed in around them from every side. Jimmy was focused on eating his ice cream, clearly enjoying the cold sweetness as it helped cool him down. Olivia, however, could not settle herself at all, because in her mind, every passing moment meant they were losing more of the precious time they had left. Jimmy did not see it the same way. As far as he was concerned, even their boss deserved a short break once in a while, and with the weather this unbearably hot, stopping for ice cream felt perfectly reasonable. Somewhere else, Jeb was dragging himself down the street, each step looking heavier than the last. His shoulders sagged, his posture slumped, and the suffocating heat seemed to be wearing down his entire body. Then, without warning, Jeb suddenly lifted his head as if something had struck him. He clutched at his chest, his face twisting with fear, and began rejecting something he had once been told, almost as though the memory itself had started to terrify him. He remembered it clearly now. A doctor from the past had once told him that his mana control was poor. That diagnosis had stayed buried in the back of his mind for a long time, quietly haunting him even when he tried not to think about it. But now, Jeb found himself questioning whether that diagnosis had ever truly been correct. At the same time, another memory surfaced. The dream that had felt far too real, where a giant mosquito had bitten into him, even though when he woke up, there had been no wound anywhere on his body. Nearby, Claire was laughing about something, her voice light against the heavy heat. But then Jimmy suddenly turned his head, his attention snapping away from the conversation as he noticed a figure not far from where they were sitting. It was Jeb. He collapsed heavily onto the ground, his body dropping in a way that looked anything but normal, and the instant Jimmy saw him go down, he understood that something was seriously wrong. Jeb stayed sprawled across the ground, trembling so violently that he could not seem to control his own body. Inside his head, every diagnosis he had ever heard and every terrifying possibility began racing together all at once. The only thought he could hold on to was that he needed to call the general manager. He had to tell him that, no matter what, he would not be able to come into work after all. But when Jeb lowered his gaze to the dark, reflective screen of his phone, his blood seemed to freeze. In the black shine of the screen, he saw the shape of a giant mosquito looming behind him. Panic hit him instantly. Jeb's fingers went slack, and he dropped the phone as if the thing had suddenly burned his hand. Jimmy rushed over without the slightest hesitation, closing the distance in a hurry before stopping near Jeb. His voice was tense as he asked him what was happening. Jeb was soaked in sweat from head to toe, his face pale and strained. His body was shaking so badly that even forming a response seemed painful, as though every word had to be forced through his fear. But instead of explaining what was wrong, Jeb pushed out a desperate warning. With everything he had, he begged them to get away from him right now. Jimmy froze where he stood. The terror in Jeb's voice hit him harder than the words themselves, and for a moment he simply could not understand why Jeb would tell them to run from him. When Jimmy asked again what was going on, Jeb's fear only grew worse. His voice cracked as he shouted even louder, screaming at them to run before it was too late. At that exact moment, Olivia's eyes changed. A sharp blue light suddenly flashed through them, cutting through the panic like a warning signal. Olivia called out to Jimmy and pointed straight at Jeb. Dark veins were spreading across his body. Crawling under his skin like something poisonous had begun moving through him from the inside. Jeb's face started to swell in a grotesque, unnatural way. He stared at the children in pure horror, his eyes wide, as if even he could not believe what his own body was turning into. Then something wet, strange, and completely unnatural began leaking from his head, making the scene even more horrifying. Olivia screamed for everyone to run, and in the very next terrifying instant, a giant mosquito rose up from the spot where Jeb had just been. At the very same time, Matthew was walking along another street, looking completely miserable beneath the blazing heat. Every step made it obvious that the weather was draining the life out of him. Catherine stayed beside him as they moved, but when she answered his question, her voice carried a sharp edge of irritation. It was clear from her tone that her patience was already beginning to run thin. Trying to lighten the mood, Matthew suggested that they stop somewhere for ice cream. In his mind, a cold treat sounded like the perfect way to cool themselves down, even for just a little while. Catherine immediately snapped at him for being careless, reminding him that their friends were still waiting for them. Matthew, however, brushed off her concern as if it was not something worth getting so worked up about. He kept trying to talk her into getting ice cream anyway, refusing to let the idea go. Finally, Catherine's patience ran out completely, and she jumped onto his back, forcing him to keep moving forward instead of wasting any more time. Then Matthew caught the faint sound of a voice somewhere in the distance. He tried to point it out to Catherine, but she ignored him completely and continued pushing him along, as if he were just making excuses. A desperate cry suddenly rang through the air, calling for a player to come and help. This time, Matthew heard it clearly enough that there was no mistaking the fear behind it. Catherine dropped down from his back and immediately asked what was going on. Matthew's expression turned serious as he said they had to get to the mana control department right away. While Catherine still hesitated, trying to process what he meant, Matthew crouched down on the spot. He tightened his shoelaces with quick, practiced movements and began channeling mana directly into his shoes. In the next instant, Matthew shot forward toward the direction of the scream. The force of his launch left Catherine standing behind him before she could even react. Matthew launched himself up into the air and tore across the street, moving as fast as he possibly could. His entire focus was fixed on closing the distance between himself and the voice that had cried out for help. Catherine did not even have enough time to ask where the monster was. By the time the question could leave her mouth, Matthew was already gone. Every living creature carries mana somewhere inside its body. A small portion of that energy is always being used quietly and constantly, just to keep the heart beating. But no body can contain an endless amount of mana. Every living body has a strict limit, a boundary for how much of that energy it can safely endure before things begin to break down. When too much mana builds up and pushes beyond that limit, the body can no longer remain normal. It twists and mutates into a monster, just like the giant mosquito that had once attacked Jimmy. Jimmy ran with the girls toward the nearest shelter, his thoughts spinning wildly as his feet pounded the ground. He was desperately trying to understand how Jeb could have transformed into something so horrifying right in front of them. Behind them, the flying monster continued to chase after them. Its terrifying body cut through the air as it followed, closing the gap little by little with every passing second. Jimmy, Claire, and Olivia sprinted with everything they had. Their legs pushed harder and faster, driven by pure survival, as they ran with no choice but to keep moving if they wanted to stay alive. The girls could only stare in complete horror, their eyes wide and their faces slowly losing color. The nightmare was happening right in front of them, so close they could barely even process what they were seeing. Jimmy threw a quick glance back over his shoulder at the monster chasing them, his body still moving on instinct. Beside him, Claire and Olivia were desperately searching their thoughts, trying to come up with any possible way they could escape this alive. The giant mosquito was gaining on them frighteningly fast. Jimmy knew there was no way he could keep running at full speed and fight the creature off at the same time, and in that terrifying moment, the only thought that came to him was how badly he wished Matthew were there. For just a brief second, Jimmy pictured Matthew reaching into the middle of all that chaos, appearing out of nowhere just in time to save them from the monster closing in behind them. But Jimmy quickly dragged himself back to reality. He slapped both of his cheeks a few times, forcing the panic out of his head as he tried to steady his breathing and keep himself focused. Olivia was beginning to lag behind them, her steps growing heavier even though she was clearly giving everything she had. She was refusing to slow down by choice, but her body was starting to betray her. Jimmy noticed right away that Olivia was struggling to keep pace. Without wasting a second, he told Claire that if she still had enough strength left, she needed to carry Olivia on her back. Olivia immediately protested, insisting that she could still run by herself and did not need help. But Claire did not bother arguing with her. She grabbed Olivia, pulled her up onto her back, and firmly told her not to complain. As they continued racing forward, the girls asked Jimmy what they were supposed to do now. Jimmy quickly told Olivia to create a barrier, something strong enough to at least slow the monster down behind them. Olivia gave a quick nod, accepting the plan without hesitation. Then she shifted her focus back toward the creature charging after them, preparing herself to use her mana. The giant mosquito was almost right on top of them when Olivia thrust her hand outward and released her mana. A glowing dome snapped into place around them, and the monster slammed straight into it with terrifying force. Jimmy urged Olivia to hold the barrier for as long as she could. Then he quickly turned to Claire and told her to send out a mental message to everyone nearby, begging for help. Even while Claire kept running, she squeezed her eyes shut and forced herself to concentrate. With every bit of focus she could gather, she pushed her mind outward and tried to send the message as far as possible. Her desperate call for help shot ahead of them, spreading through the surrounding area like an invisible alarm racing from person to person. All around the area, people suddenly heard Claire's voice echoing inside their heads. Her plea was frantic, warning them that a monster had appeared and that help was needed immediately. Claire begged anyone who could hear her to call a player as quickly as they could, because there was no telling how long they could keep running from that thing. Still clinging tightly to Claire's back, Olivia fought to maintain the barrier behind them. Her voice was strained as she warned the others that the monster was still dangerously close. The giant mosquito had latched onto the shield and was being dragged along with them, its horrible eyes locked on the children through the glowing surface of the dome. Jimmy turned and fired a burst of mana at the creature, shouting for it to get away from them as the attack shot straight toward its body. Olivia immediately strengthened the shield, reacting the moment she saw Jimmy's heavy blast of mana flying toward the mosquito and the creature bracing against it. The attack hit with enough force to stun the monster. Its body lurched off balance, and for a moment, its sense of direction seemed to collapse into complete confusion. Jimmy quickly praised both girls for holding on under pressure, then told them not to stop. They had to keep moving forward no matter how exhausted they were getting. Behind them, the creature crashed down hard against the ground. The impact kicked up a huge cloud of dust, sending dirt and debris billowing into the air. But the giant mosquito did not stay down for long. It slowly pushed itself back up, and then, in a horrifying turn, it began trying to form words. The sound that came out was slow, warped, and painfully distorted, barely resembling speech at all. At the same time, its eyes began glowing with a deep, ominous red light. The monster said it did not want to die. Then, as if those broken words had only made it more desperate, it suddenly charged toward them again with even greater speed. Olivia stared closely at the creature as it rushed in, and something about it made her feel deeply uneasy. The more she looked, the more wrong it seemed. This mana was not purely monstrous. It was tangled together with human mana, and Olivia realized with a cold shock that this creature had once been a person before it transformed. Jimmy snapped Olivia's attention back to the danger right in front of them. He told her they needed the barrier again immediately if they wanted any chance of surviving. Olivia shut her eyes and released another wave of mana, trying to raise the shield once more. But at that exact moment, Claire stumbled, and Olivia slipped off her back. A sudden shockwave slammed into the mosquito and knocked it sideways. Claire hit the ground hard from the fall, and Jimmy rushed over, trying to calm her before fear could completely overwhelm her. When Olivia saw Claire go down, panic flashed across her face instantly. Her attention snapped to her friend, worry taking over as she feared Claire had been badly hurt. Jimmy crouched beside Claire and reached out to steady her. Carefully but quickly, he helped her get back onto her feet so they would not be stuck on the ground any longer. Olivia hurried over to help as well. As Claire stood, Olivia noticed the scrapes across her legs and the blood running down from them, but Claire brushed it off like it was nothing serious. Then all three of them turned back toward the mosquito as it came at them again. In that moment, they understood that Claire's injury was not the worst problem anymore, because the monster was clearly coming back for revenge. Jimmy said there was no way they could outrun it now that Claire was hurt. Their only choice was to defend themselves using mana, and Olivia reacted immediately to his words. Together, they unleashed a storm of mana spheres into the air, firing one attack after another until the space above them burst into a bright, explosive flash. But even through the explosion, the mosquito's furious glare remained fixed on them. The blast did not erase the hatred burning in its eyes. They still could not land a clean, decisive hit on the creature, but they refused to stop attacking. Even without a perfect shot, they kept firing again and again. The monster dropped lower, preparing to launch its next attack. The blade-like parts at its front sharpened as it angled itself toward them, ready to strike. Olivia raised another protective dome around them, planting herself firmly in place as she held the barrier. Even with the pressure building, she refused to back down. For the moment, the shield managed to trap the mosquito where it was. Everyone behind the glowing barrier stayed protected, at least for those few precious seconds. Claire looked at her friends and saw how quickly their strength was being drained. They were pushing themselves to the limit, but she had no idea what she could do to help them. As Claire watched Olivia struggling so desperately to hold on, she guessed why Olivia was forcing herself this far. Olivia must have been acting out of guilt, pushing harder because she blamed herself. Claire accepted the terrifying possibility that she might not make it out of this. With that in mind, She told the others to leave her behind and run while they still had the chance. Jimmy refused to move, even while he kept fighting with everything he had. Claire answered him through the chaos, and both of them clung to the hope that a player would arrive before it was too late. High above them, Matthew was racing through the sky, his body cutting through the air as he searched urgently for the friends he knew were in danger. At first, Claire did not understand who Jimmy was talking about. But then the realization hit her, and she knew exactly who he meant. The mosquito continued hammering against the barrier with relentless force. Then, all at once, it noticed something rushing toward it from high above. A massive blast of mana came crashing down from the sky and struck the monster head-on. The impact slammed into the giant mosquito and hurled it far away from the children. The moment Jimmy and Olivia saw Matthew appear, their expressions lit up with overwhelming relief, as if the fear crushing their chests finally loosened a little. Still, even with help right in front of them, they could not stop themselves from complaining that he had taken way too long to show up. Matthew glanced back at them with a confident grin spread across his face. Somehow, even after dropping straight into the middle of a monster attack, he looked almost casual, like he had simply arrived to handle another annoying little problem. While the giant mosquito struggled to pull itself together after that heavy blow, Matthew spoke as if everything had gone perfectly. Since all of them were still alive, he casually claimed that he had arrived at exactly the right moment. The mosquito quickly realized that someone new had entered the fight. Its attention snapped away from the children and locked onto Matthew, just as he closed the distance toward it at terrifying speed. The instant the monster came within his reach, Matthew did not give it even a second to adjust. He struck without hesitation, catching the creature before it could properly react. A violent surge of mana erupted from Matthew's attack and slammed into the giant mosquito. The force blasted the monster backward, driving its body away from the children and finally giving them space to breathe. Only then did the others begin to release the tension they had been holding inside. Their shoulders loosened, their faces softened with relief, and it finally felt like someone strong enough to face the monster had reached them. Matthew looked back over his shoulder at them, and even with danger still right in front of him, he kept teasing them. His tone made it sound like this was just another troublesome afternoon instead of a life-or-death battle. He insisted that he had shown up right on time, not a second too late, so none of them had any real reason to complain about him being delayed. The mosquito shook off the impact and started preparing to attack once more. Seeing that, Matthew told his friends to stay behind him and keep their distance until the other players could arrive. Olivia looked like she wanted to explain something, but Jimmy quickly cut in before she could finish. He told Matthew that the monster had not started out as a monster at all. It had once been a human being before changing into that form. That information made Matthew pause, even if only for a moment. He realized this type of mosquito did not simply kill people outright. Instead, it drained their mana, and under the wrong conditions that could turn its victims into more creatures just like itself. Matthew then began explaining what happened after a person had part of their mana stolen away, his eyes still tracking the monster while his words filled in the terrifying logic behind the transformation. Those victims would instinctively try to force more mana back into their bodies to replace what they had lost. But without proper control, that excess power would either tear them apart from the inside or twist them into monsters. And as the mosquito rushed toward him again, Matthew raised his hand, ready to face it head-on. His next strike landed directly against the monster's head with brutal precision. The impact sent a heavy shock through its body, making the creature stagger as if its senses had been knocked loose. Matthew could not help thinking that the players needed to monitor the city much more carefully. If someone bitten by one of these things could still walk around freely afterward, then the danger was far bigger than anyone seemed to realize. The mosquito kept attacking, refusing to back down, and Matthew's thoughts sharpened. He guessed that the players still had no proper rules or system in place for dealing with cases like this. Matthew moved with sudden, sharp speed, slipping cleanly past the monster's attack. Its strike missed him completely before it had any chance to pin him down. In the same motion, he gathered mana tightly into his hand and drove it straight into the creature's head, delivering a crushing blow with no wasted movement. The mosquito slammed hard into the ground, cracking into the road beneath it. But Matthew did not stop there. He kept pouring even more power into his hand, preparing to finish the exchange. Then Matthew drove in one final strike. The moment his attack landed, the force erupted violently, exploding against the monster with a burst strong enough to shake the ground. He pinned the creature down beneath the broken asphalt, holding it in place as shattered pieces of the road surrounded them. Under the pressure, the monster cried out and began begging for mercy. Matthew stared down at it, honestly surprised. After taking that much damage and being crushed so violently, he had not expected the creature to still be conscious at all. When the monster tried to recover and move again, Matthew stepped down on it once more. The pressure forced it back against the ground before it could properly lift itself. Then Matthew kicked the monster with tremendous force, sending its body flying far down the road as it tumbled away from him. As the creature hit the distance, its skin began to split open in a sickening way. Swollen veins bulged across its body, and the outer layer started peeling apart, revealing the more grotesque form it was truly becoming. The others began to move away, trying to put distance between themselves and the nightmare. But Matthew suddenly stopped them, his expression tightening as confusion flickered across his face. He noticed the mosquito's color shifting right before his eyes. Its body was changing from its previous shade into a darker, murkier brown, and the transformation did not look normal. Even while the creature desperately begged for help, its body continued to twist and change. With every passing second, its shape became more warped, more frightening, and more demonic. The sight immediately pulled a memory from Matthew's mind, Kuma, the demonic group that had once spread fear across South Korea before his revival. Matthew knew that under ordinary circumstances, becoming a demon was nearly impossible. That made the scene in front of him even harder to accept, and he asked whether that thing had truly been human. The others answered without hesitation, telling Matthew that the one who had transformed had definitely been a man before everything went wrong. That answer only unsettled Matthew further. Kuma should not even exist for another 10 years, which meant this creature could not possibly be one of them, or at least it should not have been. Suddenly, the mosquito shot upward into the air, trying to break away from the fight. Even as it rose, it continued crying out, desperately begging for someone to help it. Matthew formed a sphere of mana in his hand, his expression hardening as he snapped at the creature, asking who had given it permission to run. Then he fired straight after it. A barrage of mana projectiles ripped through the air, chasing after the mosquito as it tried to flee. Each blast streaked forward, forcing the creature to dodge in desperation. From above, the creature let out a shriek. Its mana was running low, and in a panic it began looking around for anything it could use as a weapon. Matthew continued flying after it without slowing even slightly. He refused to give the monster the smallest opening to slip away from him. Once the creature passed the next building, it spotted new prey inside a hangar. There, a mother was holding her child close, completely vulnerable in the monster's path. The demon lunged toward them immediately, its sharp proboscis angled straight for their bodies as it rushed in, ready to strike. Matthew dropped into the room from above, anger flashing through him the moment he saw what the monster was trying to do. He understood its target instantly. On the way down, Matthew slammed into the mosquito with a heavy impact, crashing into it right in front of the mother and child. The sudden clash startled them as the force erupted before their eyes. The hit blasted the demon sideways, knocking it away from its targets. Its body went crashing off course as it struggled to regain control of itself. But the creature suddenly shot upward again, refusing to stay cornered. It tried to vanish from sight and hide itself before Matthew could finish it off. Matthew chased after it immediately, but before he left, he warned the woman to go to the hospital and get her mana checked as soon as possible. Then he leaped over the wall and struck toward the monster again, attacking just as it tried to slip away from him. At that moment, Matthew activated Mana Destroyer and launched his next attack with deadly focus. The demon barely managed to avoid the strike, escaping by the smallest margin. It glanced back in alarm, realizing just how close Matthew had come to hitting it. Matthew gathered even more mana into his weapon, compressing the force with precision. Then he shifted that gathered power across into his other hand. With the power fully prepared, Matthew swung again, driving his next attack toward the fleeing demon. Matthew's attack split apart in midair, scattering into a wide spray of deadly force. Hundreds of thin, needle-like shots shot forward at once, streaking through the space between them as they tore straight toward the demon's body. A lot of those needle-like blasts had already begun drifting away from their target, scattering off in uneven directions. But enough of them still struck true, slamming into the demon head-on and sending its body plummeting down from high above. At the very last moment, the demon crashed through the wall of the hangar and slipped inside, using the broken structure as cover to hide itself. Matthew almost had to admit it was impressive that the thing had managed to keep dodging for that long. Then, from somewhere inside the hangar, a child's terrified cry suddenly rang out. Matthew's expression changed instantly, and without wasting even a heartbeat, he rushed straight toward the sound. He smashed through the window and forced his way into the hangar, glass shards bursting outward and scattering around him as he flew inside with no concern for the damage. After hitting the floor, Matthew pushed himself back up and fixed his eyes forward. The moment he saw what was waiting ahead, his face twisted with disgust. Several bodies were lying across the floor in front of him, completely still amid the wreckage. They looked abandoned where they had fallen, scattered through the ruined hangar like proof of what the monster had already done. Matthew clenched his fists hard and moved farther inside, his mind racing through every possible outcome. One terrible possibility after another flashed through his head as he prepared for the worst. Then, farther ahead, Matthew caught sight of the mosquito again. This time, the creature was hunched over another helpless victim, draining their mana right in front of him. That single sight was enough. Matthew's patience snapped completely, and in that instant, he made up his mind that this monster was not getting away alive. As the mosquito stretched out one of its blade-like limbs, ready to strike again, Matthew charged straight toward it without slowing down for even a second. One heavy blow smashed directly into the monster's head, knocking it away before it could cause the child any more harm. The force of the hit ripped it out of position immediately. The creature was thrown backward with violent force, its body flying across the space before slamming hard into the wall of the next building. When Matthew looked at it more carefully, he noticed the changes still spreading across its body. The transformation was not finished yet, and the creature was still shifting into something worse. The mosquito stirred again, trying to move as if it planned to escape one more time. Seeing it still attempting to flee only made Matthew's anger burn even hotter. Nearby on the floor, a boy cried out for his brother in a broken, desperate voice. The fear in his cry made it clear he was clinging to the person in front of him with everything he had. The boy called Matthew an angel, and the word made everything click at once. In that moment, Matthew understood exactly who he had just saved. When Matthew turned around, he saw the Wanderer there. At the same time, the damaged building began to give way around them, no longer strong enough to hold itself together. Chunks of stone broke loose overhead and came crashing down. Matthew had to move quickly, dodging through the falling debris as the ruined structure rained pieces around him. When Matthew looked up, he spotted other players flying overhead. They were still searching for the mosquito, as if they had not even caught up to what was really happening yet. Their slow response only irritated Matthew further. On top of everything he had already seen, their delay added another sharp layer of frustration inside his chest. Matthew realized the demon was not the only urgent problem in front of him anymore. His attention shifted toward the injured Wanderer, who clearly needed help right away. The child kept calling the Wanderer his brother, repeating the word with desperate emotion. It sounded like that single bond was the only thing he had left to hold on to. Part of the boy's head and one of his eyes were horribly swollen, distorted in a way that was painful to see. Even Matthew could barely stand to keep looking at him. Then the scene shifted to revived Suwon City, where another battlefield was already unfolding and the tension in the air was just as dangerous. Polly glared straight ahead, his teeth clenched tightly as he gripped his injured shoulder. Even though he was hurt, he forced himself to remain standing. He stood alongside the Misty Flower team, surrounded by the heavy pressure of a battle that clearly had not reached its end yet. Someone seethed with fury, unable to accept that trash even lower than the 12 thrones had dared to appear in this place. A girl stepped calmly in front of them, holding flies in her arms as if the disturbing creatures naturally belonged there. Her relaxed presence made the scene feel even more unsettling. She crossed her legs with an easy smile, completely unbothered by the tension around her, and remarked that they really did live up to their name. This girl was Beelzebub, Lord of the 9 demon flies. Polly could not hold back his rage and charged straight at her, shouting for her to shut her mouth. Beelzebub only smiled in response, lowering her hand as she calmly said this must be the mad dog Polly. But the moment Polly lifted his head, fear suddenly flashed across his face. A girl came running up with Matthew, shouting for Polly to stay where he was. She called out that she would reach him in just a second, trying desperately to close the distance. But Beelzebub suddenly appeared right beside her, mocking Misty Flower by saying their only real support must be the Grim Reaper. Before she could continue, someone swung a sword and shouted for her to take her hands off. A moment later, Beelzebub's hand was cut clean away. The severed hand spun through the air, sliced off before she could finish what she was doing. Even after losing her hand, Beelzebub kept smiling as if the wound barely mattered. The injury began healing right away while she mocked the famous berserker for being so violent. Matthew glared sharply at the enemy, his expression cold and focused. Then he raised one hand toward the girl and told her to get out of there. Beelzebub studied Matthew with clear interest, as if he had finally caught her attention. Then her gaze shifted to a girl lying nearby, and she asked whether the body behind him was exactly what she thought it was. With a mocking smile still on her face, Beelzebub added that the girl's destructive power was powerful enough to rival even the 12 thrones. Flies began circling around Beelzebub's face, buzzing close to her skin while she kept that same fixed, amused smile. Then, nearby, a massive burst of fire erupted without warning. The flames exploded outward with a roaring blast that shook the battlefield. Beelzebub turned her eyes toward the fire, still wearing that same amused expression, as if the explosion only made things more entertaining for her. Through the aftermath of the flames, a girl appeared. She held out one hand in front of her, and it was stained heavily with blood. It was the Witch of Slaughter. All around her, the bodies of soldiers lay scattered across the ground. Their forms had been twisted after being turned into flies, leaving the battlefield covered in the aftermath of Beelzebub's power. Beelzebub said that a nickname like that sounded far too grand for someone like her. Even so, she admitted the girl's resistance was incredible because after the babies attacked, she was the first one who had not transformed into a monster. With a smug look, Beelzebub told the Witch of Slaughter that she really should feel proud of herself for managing to last this long. The Witch of Slaughter did not answer. She only gritted her teeth in silence, holding back her anger, and then Polly dashed in with his sword glowing blue as he shouted for Beelzebub to shut up. Beelzebub grabbed a whip and commented on Polly's speed, guessing that the Grim Reaper must have already healed him. She lashed out, Polly met her attack, and the two of them began exchanging blows at a blinding pace. Then Beelzebub stretched one hand toward the Witch of Slaughter and restored her condition before calmly turning her attention back toward Matthew. Matthew turned the instant he heard the Witch of Slaughter's voice behind him, but what reached his ears was not a threat or a command. In a quiet, almost exhausted tone, she asked him to kill her. Her entire body was trembling from head to toe, like she could barely keep herself together anymore. Even so, she forced a small, fragile smile onto her face and told Matthew that she did not want him to lie to her. Then, with a faint laugh that sounded more broken than amused, the Witch of Slaughter said Matthew had already grown attached to her. Whether he wanted to admit it or not, she believed he had started caring. Tears slowly gathered in her eyes as her body continued to shake uncontrollably. Matthew stood in front of her in complete silence, unable to answer right away. For a few long, heavy seconds, Matthew did not move at all. Then he finally took a step forward and, in a low voice, admitted that she was right. Matthew raised his sword toward the Witch of Slaughter, the blade steady in his hand. Then he told her that they would meet again in Plent. The scene then cut to a small boy covered in blood, his body battered and his face barely recognizable. One of his eyes was swollen so badly that it no longer looked normal. Matthew walked up to the boy and quietly said that it had been him. The child, weak and barely holding on, whispered back that all of his friends were already dead. Matthew froze for a moment at those words. Then he slowly took a few careful steps closer, while the boy continued speaking, saying that those friends had always been truly kind to him. With a faint, heartbreaking smile on his injured face, the child looked up at Matthew and said he would probably be dying soon too. Matthew did not lie to him, and answered honestly that he would. The boy imagined red-eyed demons in his mind and asked why Matthew wanted him to smile. That simple question dragged Matthew back into a painful memory, to the moment he had cried and begged his sister not to leave him all alone. Matthew lowered his head, his expression heavy with old pain, and quietly said that he had forgotten how to smile a long time ago. The boy told him that he still had to smile anyway. When Matthew asked why, the child began repeating the words that the others had once said to him, holding onto them with what little strength he had left. Then blisters began spreading across the boy's body, marking the transformation as it worsened. His hands shook violently, and as a claw started to form, he kept speaking, saying that if he ever smiled. As Matthew looked at the boy, the Witch of Slaughter's face suddenly came to mind. The child continued in a weak voice, saying that if he smiled, that person would appear and make him smile too. Matthew tightened his grip around a metal rod, holding it so firmly that his knuckles strained. For several silent seconds, he simply stood there, unable to give the boy an answer. Mana began gathering around the weapon in Matthew's hand. In a quiet voice, he warned the boy that it would hurt a little, and the child gave a weak response, almost as if he was softly nodding along. As Matthew swung the rod, the child spoke again, forcing out his words before it was too late. He said there was one last thing he had wanted to say. With his condition growing worse by the second, the little boy whispered for his mom. Tears filled his eyes as he said, in a tiny broken voice, that he missed her so much. The view then shifted to a ruined building, where devastation stretched across the scene. The bodies of children and teenagers lay scattered through the wreckage, still and silent among the broken remains. Matthew stood silently over the dead boy, his body completely unmoving. Around him, the weight of what had happened seemed to settle over the entire space. He lowered his head and looked down at the child lying in front of him, unable to look away from the life that had just been lost. A single drop fell from above, breaking the silence as it landed in a wide puddle below and sent small ripples across the surface. Matthew remembered sitting alone on a swing, thinking back to how much he used to hate little kids. Then his mind drifted to a memory of a young boy suddenly falling right in front of him. The child had started crying almost immediately, his face crumpling in pain and fear. Without wasting even a second, his mother had rushed over to comfort him. Watching that scene back then, Matthew had thought he hated how selfish children were. To him, they acted as if the moment they cried, their parents would come running and fix everything for them. Matthew had turned his gaze aside and watched as the boy took both of his parents' hands. The child walked away smiling, looking as if hell did not exist anywhere in the world. Seeing that innocent smile, Matthew had thought children believed happiness was something permanent, something that would simply keep lasting forever. Now, as Matthew stared at the blood and the dead children surrounding him, he realized this was exactly what he had lost when his entire family died before his eyes. Then Matthew noticed a small teddy bear lying near his feet, half forgotten among the wreckage. He picked it up gently, handling it with quiet care, and said that he used to smile so the people around him would not worry about him. Looking around at the destruction, Matthew added that somewhere on the battlefield, that feeling had disappeared, and even after his revival it had never truly come back to him. Matthew placed the teddy bear beside the boy, setting it down as gently as he could. Then he said that even if he could not cry when they died, the view cut to a small unit fighting in the middle of battle. One man trapped a giant fly inside a magic net and shouted that it was finished, while behind him, the commander yelled that their ally had already become a monster and needed to be put down. Another fighter raised his sword, ready to act. Then that fighter unleashed a barrage through the magic net, striking the former teammate who had already lost himself and could no longer be saved. Standing before the boy, Matthew said that if nothing else, he could at least kill him. And not only him but every other monster that had to be stopped. Next, a news report announced that the mosquito had been defeated thanks to the werewolf girl's quick judgment and precise response. Matthew watched the television without saying a word as the anchor continued, adding that the girl had received the Brave Child Award from the mayor. Just then, Matthew's little sister walked into the room, stepping in while he remained focused on the television. She looked surprised when she saw him sitting there. Then, in her own quiet thoughts, she realized her brother had not been smiling much lately, and she hated seeing him look so gloomy. That made her remember what their mother had once told her. Whenever her brother looked sad, she was supposed to do her best to cheer him up. So the little girl rushed straight into the room without holding back, moving toward Matthew with all the energy she had. She jumped onto her startled brother, throwing herself at him as she remembered that she had been told to hug him tightly. Laughing brightly, she clung to Matthew with all her strength, refusing to let go. Matthew gently patted her head and asked why she seemed to be in such a good mood. At last, Matthew smiled, the expression finally returning to his face. His little sister looked at him and simply said that she just felt happy. Then she leaned closer to him, holding out her hand and whispering for Matthew to come nearer, because she had something she wanted to tell him. But instead of whispering anything, she grabbed Matthew's head with both hands and planted a kiss right on his cheek. With a huge smile on her face, she waved her hands happily and told Matthew that she loved her brother more than anything in the whole world. Matthew touched his cheek in stunned silence, feeling the warmth of that kiss still lingering there. And as that gentle feeling reached him, he finally smiled. He looks at her with nothing held back, his voice carrying complete sincerity, as he tells her that his sister is also the most precious person in his entire world. When those words reach her, she studies his face carefully, as if trying to see whether there is even a trace of hesitation, and quietly asks if he truly means what he just said. A little while after that, the elementary school sports festival finally begins in full force. The whole field comes alive at once, filled with excited shouting, hurried footsteps, fluttering decorations, and the restless energy of children preparing to throw themselves into the day's competitions. The protagonist glances down at the small slip of paper he is holding, and the moment he reads it, his eyes widen in clear surprise. At almost the exact same time, the announcement echoes loudly across the grounds, declaring that the partner-finding event is about to start. He lifts his head and quickly looks around the crowded field, watching children scatter in every direction as they search for their own matches. With the noise swelling all around him, he wonders where in the world he is supposed to find the person connected to the clue on his note. Then, not too far from where he is standing, His gaze catches sight of Claire and Catherine. Both girls are close enough to get dragged into the confusion of the game, standing right there on the edge of the event's chaos. Without giving himself even a second to hesitate, he reaches out, grabs Claire by the hand, and tells her that they need to run. Claire is caught completely off guard by the sudden pull and blurts out a confused question, while Catherine, already fired up and annoyed, snaps at them to move faster because winning this event is absolutely non-negotiable. The group charges across the field, weaving through the festival commotion until they finally arrive at the checkpoint where a staff member is waiting. The man asks them to show their note, and the protagonist immediately brings it forward, holding it out for him to inspect. Written on the paper is the word, puppy, and the staff member, clearly amused, jokingly asks if Claire is supposed to be their puppy. Claire's face turns bright red in an instant, and she grabs the protagonist by the shirt as she angrily insists that she is a fox, not a dog. But the protagonist, with his mind locked completely on the competition, only says that they need to win this round. Those words make Claire pause, her anger stalling for just a moment. Still flushed with embarrassment, she remembers what her friend told her earlier, that if she wants to win and become class president next time, then she has to learn how to cooperate and work together with everyone. Claire squeezes her eyes shut, forces down every bit of pride rising in her chest, and lets out a tiny bark. The staff member immediately breaks into laughter, smiling as he cheerfully tells her that she really does make an excellent puppy. Before much more time passes, the protagonist and his teammate are sprinting across the wide open field again, pushing hard through the cheers, shouts, and bright festival excitement surrounding them on every side. Later, his little sister comes up to him with a packed lunch held carefully in her hands. Her face is glowing with pride as she presents it to him and happily tells him that she made the whole thing herself. The protagonist's expression softens into a warm smile, and he tells her that the lunch looks delicious. Nearby, Catherine watches the two of them sharing that happy little moment, then mutters under her breath in irritation that he looks way too pleased. Still wearing that annoyed look, Catherine asks if he is even capable of being kind to anyone besides his own sister. After all, just a short while ago, he went right along with letting Claire be treated like a dog. He frowns at that and admits that he did not exactly enjoy doing it either. Then he points out that Catherine was the one who pushed Claire into participating in the contest in the first place. But Catherine immediately fires back that if she had not done that, he would have just slacked off and ruined their chance. Catherine then points proudly at herself, standing tall as she declares that, as the class president, it is her duty to make sure their class earns the highest score possible. That proud, confident look on her face vanishes in an instant when someone points out that this has absolutely nothing to do with the teacher promising sandwiches to the class that wins. Catherine whips back around, raises her fist high, and loudly insists that the reason does not matter at all. Nobody is going to sneak away during lunch, and she makes it very clear that she has no intention of letting anyone take it easy. A girl approaches Olivia with a gentle expression, carefully wiping the sweat from Olivia's face while praising her for doing such a wonderful job. Olivia looks up at her and calls her mom, then quickly adds that she is perfectly fine. The girl blushes softly at being addressed that way, but then she smiles with shy warmth and says that being called sister mom sounds nice too. It may be a strange little title, but somehow, hearing it still feels sweet. The protagonist quietly watches the two of them for a while, taking in the tender exchange from where he sits without interrupting or saying a word. As he continues eating, his thoughts begin to wander. He remembers that Olivia's father only married that girl a few months ago, making this new family relationship still very recent. His mind drifts back to the wedding, where the newly married couple had looked genuinely happy, and where the elderly grandfather had also been present. Everyone had been completely shocked when they found out that the girl who used to play with them was actually the second daughter of an influential man from the Alice Group, the very company where that grandfather served as chairman. He even remembers how one boy had walked straight up to the old chairman with a carefree grin, speaking to him so casually that it seemed like they were equals. Looking back on that moment now, the protagonist still cannot believe that none of them appeared frightened at all. Olivia clenches both fists tightly and says she promised herself that she would get used to calling her that. Claire immediately teases her for getting the name wrong again. The protagonist assumes Olivia must still feel shy about saying mom, but the girl simply lifts her gaze toward the fluttering flags above them and says that it is all right. After lunch, they eventually make their way back outside, and the protagonist walks at an easy, unhurried pace as the festival continues around him. He lets out a lazy yawn and mutters that now that he has eaten, the thing he really needs most is a nice, proper nap. But then he turns his head and notices Claire standing near the wall. The sight immediately catches his attention, especially because the back garden is usually quiet, empty, and far removed from the festival crowd. When he walks closer, he casually calls out to her and asks what the puppy is doing all the way out here by herself. Claire instantly points at him in frustration, reminding him that she has already told him she is not a dog. Thanks to him, she says, everyone has started calling her that now. The protagonist, completely unfazed, only replies that it is still a pretty cute nickname. He leans slightly and peeks around the corner, asking what she is doing there and wondering if something happened. But the moment his eyes take in the scene beyond the wall, he comes to a sudden stop. Catherine is standing there in front of her mother, shouting in frustration and demanding to know why it should matter who she chooses to be friends with. Her mother tries to calm her down, gently saying that she only wants to have a proper conversation. The woman places both hands on Catherine's shoulders and tells her that she never said Catherine was forbidden from being friends with them. In fact, she explains that getting closer to Olivia would actually be a good thing. Catherine sharply knocks her mother's hands away, but her mother continues speaking anyway. She adds that she would be happier if Catherine kept some distance from Claire, and Catherine immediately shouts that this is exactly what she means, that her mother keeps trying to control who her friends are. With a calm smile that makes the words feel even colder, the woman says that Claire is a half-breed. The instant the protagonist hears that, his entire body goes still. The woman continues, explaining that Catherine may not understand it yet, but people will not treat someone like Claire kindly. Worse than that, Catherine herself could be judged simply for being seen standing beside her. The protagonist turns his head and sees Claire sitting on the ground nearby. Her gaze is lowered, and she silently stares down at her own hands, as if trying to make herself smaller. With her head still bowed and her voice kept quiet, Claire tells them that she is fine. But the trembling in her hand betrays how much those words hurt. In a soft, shaky voice, she adds that she already knew someone like her would never truly be able to have friends. The protagonist looks down at her and asks what she thinks they are. Then, Claire gives him a small, delicate smile that looks like it could break at any moment, thanks them, and asks them to forgive her for causing so much trouble. After saying that, Claire slowly gets back to her feet. She explains that she only came here because of Catherine, but now that everything has become so awkward, she thinks it would be better for her to leave. Before Claire can turn and walk away, the protagonist suddenly reaches out and catches her hand. He tells Claire that it is all right, keeping his voice steady, and says that they should trust Catherine. Catherine's mother continues raising her voice, insisting that the other mothers do not want their children spending time around Claire. Catherine lowers her head, her small body starting to shake as tears gather in her eyes, while Claire's own eyes also grow wet, and she quietly says that it is fine, and that they should just leave. Then, with her head still hanging down and both hands clutching tightly at her shorts, Catherine suddenly shouts. She lifts her face, looks straight ahead, and declares with all the strength she can gather that Claire is her friend. The moment Claire hears those words, a faint spark of hope slowly begins to return to her eyes. Some time passes after that, and Catherine's mother simply stands there in silence, allowing the heavy pause between them to stretch out for a moment longer. At last, she lets out a sigh, places both hands on her hips, and tells Catherine that she will have to decide for herself. But she warns her that later, Catherine had better not come crying and saying that her mother had been right all along. Catherine immediately throws her arms around her mother, holding on tightly as if to prove her decision with her whole body, and says with absolute certainty that she will not regret it. From off to the side, Noah watches the whole scene settle down, letting the tension fade from his shoulders as he releases a quiet breath. Seeing Catherine and her mother reach their own kind of understanding, he murmurs that, in the end, it looks like everything managed to work out somehow. Then Noah casually takes a step back, folding his hands behind his head like he is trying to leave before the mood gets complicated again. With an easygoing tone, he says that he and the puppy should probably sneak away now, before anyone realizes they were standing there watching the whole thing. Claire immediately hurries after him, her irritated expression tightening as she closes the distance between them. She demands to know if Noah is seriously planning to keep calling her puppy from now on, as if that embarrassing nickname is just going to become normal. But just as she catches up, Claire suddenly stops right in front of Noah and looks him straight in the eye. Her expression changes, her eyes shining with fierce determination and turning red as she declares that today, no matter what, they absolutely have to take first place. Still burning with that same fiery resolve, Claire pushes the thought further and says they need to win so they can lift Catherine's spirits. Noah sees how serious she is, and with a small smile at her determination, he agrees right away without showing even the slightest hesitation. Soon after, the next event gets underway, and the children line up to start throwing balls toward the goal. One after another, Noah and the others launch their shots, each throw cutting through the lively festival air. The children watching from nearby can only stare with wide eyes, completely unable to believe what they are seeing. Ball after ball flies in a clean arc and lands directly on target, again and again, as if missing was never even an option. Catherine turns around in total shock, barely able to process the sudden wave of success, just as the announcer's voice booms across the field and declares that the blue team has won. She immediately points right at Noah, her face full of suspicion, and says that something is definitely strange about him. He is putting in far too much effort today, and according to her, that level of seriousness is nothing like the Noah she knows. Noah's face goes pale almost instantly, and he quickly tries to defend himself by insisting that he is always this serious. But the way he panics only makes his excuse feel even more suspicious. The next competition is the relay race, and Claire is the one chosen to run first. The moment it begins, she shoots forward with impressive speed, charging down the track and securing the win right from the very first stretch. After that, the limbo event begins, and Noah steps up to the bar like it is nothing worth worrying about. He slips through with almost effortless ease, clearing it cleanly, and once again the blue team walks away with another victory. Then comes the triathlon, and from the sidelines, Olivia and her mom cheer with all their strength, their voices ringing out across the field. Spurred on by that energy, the blue team pushes through the event and manages to win yet again. Fireworks burst brightly overhead, scattering color through the sky as the final announcement for the Autumn Sports Day winners echoes over the school grounds. Catherine stands proudly in front of everyone, smiling as she holds the winner's flag along with the sign marking them as the best class. At the same time, the announcer declares that Class 3-3 has become the overall champion. Still glowing with pride, Catherine turns toward her classmates, places one hand firmly over her chest, and speaks with complete confidence. She tells them that as long as they all work together, there is nothing they cannot accomplish. Her classmates gather around her with bright, excited smiles, still riding the joy of their big victory. Catherine, never missing her chance, uses the moment to proudly tell them that when the next election comes around, they should choose her as class president again. Noah and Claire both reach their hands out toward Catherine with warm, supportive smiles. They tell her that they are in too, making it clear that she can count on them from here on out. But just as Catherine begins to fully absorb the warmth of that moment, someone suddenly reaches in and grabs one of her hands. Before Catherine can even figure out what is happening, another child moves in as well and lifts her legs, taking her completely by surprise. Catherine looks down in alarm, her eyes going wide as she demands to know what they think they are doing. Around her, the children ignore her panic and begin counting together in a cheerful rhythm. The instant their count reaches 3, the children throw Catherine up high into the air. The parents watching nearby smile warmly at the joyful celebration, clearly enjoying the sight. One of them even calls out happily, saying that the children should do it again. So the kids gather their strength, lift Catherine up once more, and count to 3 together before tossing her into the air again. This time, though, Catherine is no longer startled. Her face is shining with a huge, happy grin.